And we're back. Now we can start counting again, from 0 up to 12. Isn't that nice? It's always good when things work well. Da-dee-da-dee-da, da-dee-da-dee-da. Gonna do this again. Dip, dip, dip. Then we're back in action. Well, now we have to actually wait for YouTube to catch up and realize, hey, look, there's a new stream going on, and I kind of want you to log in. The baby's down. To see if she stays down. Well, go back, little Kronos. Just caught me as a comeback. Because now we have restarted and YouTube once again has no reason to start bitching at me. Because, you know, YouTube is special. Really no good for live content. At least if you want to make it longer than 12 hours. Which, to be fair, is probably not the norm, to be very fair and honest with you. Okay. That is back in action, that is back in action, everything is back in action. I feel relatively assured. Welcome back. It was a long break, wasn't it? Absolutely disgustingly long. We had almost forgotten what we were doing. So long was the break. Now then. I'm gonna give me a second until YouTube is loaded and I can see shit again. Because that would be much preferable. Kinda like to see what's going on. Have you loaded? Yes, you have. Very good, YouTube. Very good, YouTube. You're truly a boon of a platform. Sometimes. Okay. Let me quickly take a look. How far into this episode are we? We are at the 60 mark. Let's say we watched part 26 all the way to the end. I'd say. And then we'll see if we want to change things around a bit or if we want to stay with this a bit longer. Because, you know, this is kind of training, to be fair.
Trial and execution will be replaced.
Chris, why are you so
pages that are more accurate
tiring?
to the stories of science
Well, time to do another 12-hour shift.
And I am wearing this medallion that
I guess I'm gonna change over to energy drinks though. I think the coffee is not gonna.
Because I feel
Probably not gonna do it for me much longer.
we can be friends.
I have a distinct feeling.
And coincide with each other.
Okay, time to do more outrageous things and
all people
keep going fucking strong for the moment.
Original Alec heads, or
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
whatever, are welcome to come and view the original comics that inspired him on the Wikipedia. And the pages will be uploaded as soon as possible.
Yeah, everybody loves me. Time to make them love me even more.
And I got a
Yes.
few more pages to draw. And with that,
That's some money.
bit of honor also,
To
I
climb.
take Alec's medal here.
Food, drinks, everything. Pain. Pain.
And I will place it on the wall of fame.
The wall of fame, eh?
It would be secured better after the filming.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is made.
That doesn't even fit that. You really need to
Thank you
shorten
very
that.
much, and
Jesus
have a
Christ.
safe day.
Immediately after, he made a short video directed at Surf Shack Tito, the troll who had hacked into Chris's PSN account a week prior.
Surf Shack Tito! I know you. You'll get yours in your dreams, your nightmares.
See, this is what I mean. He knows. He knows what's gonna happen if he starts provoking the trolls. He knows what's gonna happen and he fucking still does it as if it's the most natural thing in the world, without any indication that he actually understood even one bloody fucking thing. Christian. What a person.
Chris gives Tito a curse shot.
Of course he does. I'm really surprised.
Not long after, Christian received an email from Evan Christopher George, flabbergasted by the events depicted in Sonnetu issue 10. You drilled out my dick! You have wronged me more than you have wronged Alec, and we both know
that one
it.
statement,
You steal
though.
from me and still refuse to admit that Simola is a ripoff.
You drilled
I am
my
pleased
dick.
with Simola's death, but you drilled out my dick! Are you jealous of my penis and the fact that I received vaginal relations with it? Why would you drill my dick out and have a 4th grader do it to me? Do you even realize how sick that is? Making a little girl commit murder?
I'm pretty sure he's not
Chris
aware of that
replied,
now.
stating that he would change the controversial pages into something more acceptable, and admitted that he was jealous of male persons such as Evan, whose penises exceeded 7 inches in length. Christopher George, in return,
not
was
a
largely
fact.
welcomed by the cooperation coming from Christian. On March 9th,
Oh, no,
Chris
let's watch
published
our
a
son
new custom
growing
level
up
on Little
slowly.
Big Planet called The Guardian of the Owl Kingdom, Foretaste version, which was intended to serve as a preview of a much larger level, inspired by the original story that was being collaboratively developed by Christian
Really
and the
wish my king would do
Wallflower.
something about all the
In the
plundering.
description of the level,
Really,
he
really wish.
credited her, using her well-established online pseudonym, Damien Ontaria. Trolls sought out her username and managed to track down her true identity on Facebook, and one individual sent her a link to the quickie, on which she saw all the articles written about Christian and even the Wallflower herself. Thinking that the quickie was under Chris's control, she demanded that all the information about her be removed from the site. She ended their relationship, blaming him for this recent development, and stated that she would have to change her email address because of it.
Let's learn more about
Christian tried to
swordsmanship.
clarify
That's
that he
gonna
was
help
in
you.
charge of the Wikipedia and not the quickie, and blamed the trolls for causing him much grief over the past few years, due to him becoming an internet celebrity.
Hey, I learned
I've
something.
been in a number of moments of finding peace and losing it later, because these damn trolls won't leave me be. They're mostly immature dumbasses who have no lives of
Let me point out, just to correct this statement, it's not like he found moments of peace and they were deliberately destroyed. He is very, very well capable of destroying those for himself, and he does so with fucking glee, it seems. Just, you know,
their own.
let's
They
correct
don't want
that
me to have a life of my own. They don't want me to find long-term peace and happiness for myself. They don't want me
Because
to
you're a
find
fucking
and
liar.
hold true love for myself. Because they are so self-absorbed in themselves that they only want me to give them more stories and art more often. They are nothing but greedy, impatient, unloved and corrupted fools. Heartbreaks and heartaches. It really hurts. Please, please, please do not leave me as my companion. You are the sunlight
So
that
I
lifts
have
me
to
up
do
more
some
than I have
stage
been
left for
lifted
me.
from in the past.
because the
I
situation
would feel
is
like hardly
not
a
good.
shell of my better self. I would be left in a deep, in the darkness
Couldn't
state
go to
of
where I wanted
loneliness
to.
and despair. Even worse, I'd probably hire a prostitute out of desperation. That is a fate I do not want to ever feel. Please do
Why,
not leave me.
though?
As
Make
a
it a lot
friend,
easier, wouldn't
and
it?
from my heart, I love you. The Wallflower did not respond in kind.
Probably
I
not.
don't love you, and I hate you for this. Everything was fine until I met you. I don't know why I took up my mom's offer to go to the social club. I had enough friends here at home and on the internet. Furious at the loss of yet another potential sweetheart, Christian addressed the trolls in a YouTube video made later that day.
This
Of course he
message
did.
is
Of
for
course he fucking did.
another last
I'm not
goddamn
even
troll
fucking surprised.
that has been
Nor should
pestering
anybody
me
else.
for the past number of years, even the recent ones. I have been in a number of moments finding
Can you
peace
cook that armor, please?
and losing it later because you won't let me be.
Oh no, they
You
would
are
let you be.
You are a bunch of
You would
damn
stop giving them fucking
immature
food.
dumbasses
Like small animals, if you stop feeding
who
them, they
have
might
no
not come back
lives of
longer.
your own. You don't want me to have a little
Mhm.
life of my own. You don't want me to find long-lasting peace and happiness for myself.
Well, trying to that.
You don't want me to find
It's great that
wholesome
she seems what
love
he's
for
doing.
myself.
A very,
Because
very
you are
fake
so
crying.
self-absorbed in yourselves. You don't want. You only want me to give you more
That
god
does well.
dang stories and art.
Let's see, a lance, an
that I
axe,
could
a
give
mace. I want a good
because
sword.
my inspiration
Really
comes
never
in
getting
and
old.
out.
That makes me smile every
And
single
mostly comes in
time.
when I'm happy. And at peace.
It's so great. I don't think this is ever gonna get old.
You are nothing but goddamn greedy, impatient, unloved, and corrupted fools.
I mean, to be fair, my guy here is a homosexual because he had a massive orgy going on and he fucked literally everything that wasn't running away fast
I've
enough.
let you
Every
off
woman in this court has been impregnated
so
by me,
much
basically, including the guys.
want
Luckily for them,
emotionally
they
to
can't get
be.
pregnant. That's basically all it is.
Goddamn another story when you try to hurt
Anyhow,
my friends.
I'll stay
and
out of
get them
politics.
involved
I'm a
like
man
you've
of
been
religion now.
doing.
Hey,
In
come
the
on,
early
Chris.
hours of the following morning,
camera
Chris
again.
wrote a lengthy blog entry on the Wikipedia,
Jesus Christ.
rehashing the talking points of his earlier video and demanding that his friends and family be left alone. As an addendum, he reflected that he never truly saw Sonichu as a way of making money, and that the recent pushes for him to commercialize and advertise Sonichu in the hopes of turning a profit have
Decline.
made him feel like it was a job. putting him under a lot of pressure. He
Bullshit.
further demanded that the
Nice.
webmaster of the Quickie remove all mentions of any prospective sweethearts and gal pals from the website, giving them a deadline of midnight, March
gonna take
12,
forever, isn't it?
2010. Later again, he
Yeah.
uploaded another video in which he demonstrates theoretically what he would do if he were to meet Clyde Cash in person, convinced that he was the one responsible for ending his relationship with the wallflower.
You think I'm weak? You think I'm not tough? This is what
Yeah, we
happens
do.
when
We
I'm
do.
intercepted
We do believe
with
you're not
horrible
tough.
habits
Actually,
when I'm
yeah, you're
intercepted
fucking
by a
weakling.
troll.
I'm out of Shepard. Even I could probably deal with you.
Hello.
What's the matter? You don't know me?
No, should I?
It's me, Clyde Cash.
Oh. What the hell do you want, you son of a bitch?
Oh, I just came by to tell you how much of a son of a bitch, lazy ass, bigoted, treacherous
What did I
rat
just
you
get?
are.
Okay, let me see. Are you good at
and
anything?
how about that time I
Oh,
raped
being
your
a spy
sweet
master, I suppose.
Australian panda bear? You son of a bitch!
Where is it? Search for the artifact.
Come on, get up, you son of a bitch.
So can I demand religious conversation of you? No, of course not. You wouldn't play with me, would you? That's
This,
sending.
this is for Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie, you bastard.
Oh, you just gave me the real painful, eh?
Watch your back, troll.
The fuck am I controlling with that?
This latest threat convinced the original troll behind the Clyde Cash persona to send Chris an email, informing him that
What
he lied
strange
about
lens
Sarah
have you
Cassandra
pulled off on me?
Mackenzie's
Jesus
death,
fucking
and
Christ.
revealed that they were living together as a family, with their baby daughter, Penny. Chris then stated that he was still in possession of the PlayStation Network account that he had made for Sarah, and was keen on relinquishing it over to her. He asked if she would send him one final correspondence from her original email address, confirming her
Pretty sure I
identity
control the county
and
of
recounting
mines.
all that has happened since he last spoke to her. If satisfied with her email, he
Oh,
would
it
grant
was
her
at
the
least.
new password for her
Partly
PSN
not any
account
longer.
and forgive Clyde for all the bad things he had done to both Christian and Panda Halo, and would leave them be. At about that time, Surfshack Tito also sent Chris an email, apparently confessing that he was the one who had leaked the information about the wallflower to the trolls.
There'll be
He also
blackmailers.
attached a photo, which trolls found on her Facebook profile, of the wallflower together with a large man of Polynesian appearance, meant to represent Tito,
I'm not
implying that he was her
Don't
boyfriend.
accept that.
Christian then contacted the
I don't
wallflower
want to restart again, basically.
hoping she was feeling better.
Let's.
He warned her about Tito, pleading not to trust him if she ever came in contact with him online or in real life. She asked him to cease all
Let's
communications
take
with
that
her,
one.
and as a way to convince Christian to stop trying to contact her, she told him that she was
I'm gonna
already
be
with
nice
a
and
new
peaceful here.
boyfriend.
And I'm
Christian
not gonna
begged
accept
her
that.
not to leave
Nope.
him, and in
Nope,
order
nope,
to
nope,
honor her and her interests in Celtic
Oh, yeah,
music,
I forgot we
Christian
are
shared with her a YouTube video in which he wears a kilt
still
while
having that
threatening
problem to deal
Surfshack
with,
Tito.
eh?
Even though he is angry at Tito for spreading around the wallflower's true identity, he calls her by name twice in the video.
Of course he does.
Tito! Listen to me, you son of a bitch.
Why, Chris,
Your-
will you
your days are
never,
numbered.
never,
I
ever
have forwarded your
learn?
admission to and also the gal pal that we know
It's just
between
Chris in a
our
nutshell.
Scarlet. And with great honor and glory,
Mm,
I will take pleasure
suppose it's in the
in
church
beating
now.
up your ass.
Ah, church is far too pricey.
And also regain the love and trust and friendship of either way.
Mhm.
You are going down, Tito. One way, two ways.
What a deliciously weak cake. I don't know what are we? Ah,
Or
Christian.
three.
Hmm.
Ah, Kiwi laddie, you're not gonna get the lassie today. I kick your ass with Miss Shillelagh and my ring man.
Later that day, he made another blog post, noting that the quickie page concerning his recently lost sweetheart-to-be had been altered to protect her identity. Her personal contact information and details about her life outside of her interactions with Chris were removed, and all mentions of her name were changed to the wallflower. inspired by an earlier quote from Christian regarding their relationship. This was done as a result of direct contact between the Wallflower and the sysop of the Quickie, Cogstev, who agreed to come to this arrangement. Christian believed that the changes were made because of the threatening nature of his blog posts and videos, so he also requested that all the men and women in his life who were also featured in the Quickie be given the same treatment, giving the webmaster until the end of the month to enact the necessary changes. He notably requested that Vivian G's designation as a troll be changed to that of
Dawn of the
Galpal.
King, yay!
He then made another
Faceless
video
King.
pleading for the Wallflower to stay with him, referring to her by her pen name, which was what led trolls into finding out her
And
real
maybe
name.
Blaze of
This
Protection with a
message
bit.
goes out to
Maybe stay down. We can.
Damien and
Absolutely.
Taria, her pen name. Not revealing her real name, all things considered.
Yeah, after you've done so multiple times.
You know
Tone change
something?
is probably not
You
a bad
don't-
idea
You don't need
once in a
that
while.
new boyfriend because I need you. We were very
Not a
compatible.
fucking
We had so
yeah,
much
you
in
do that.
common. I don't see why you had to go and do that. I mean, you weren't even ready for a boyfriend. You told me so yourself multiple times. Expected that for a little while.
Maybe she's lying to you.
But you know what? This puts to mind a little something that I have put together before.
He sings a modified version of Avril Lavigne's Girlfriend for the Wallflower, using the music video he had previously made as a backing track.
He's an imposter. He's a poser. What the
Nobody's
hell were you
surprised that
thinking with
his
that damn
artistic
pickle
style
stick?
is not approving.
Come on,
Poking all at his
Damien?
point.
Damien and
I
Taria.
think I could make a
Give
better
me a
serenade than
break.
that.
You know what? I don't want to be back in this situation where I'm that desperate that I gotta go
Okay,
as far
you
as
say.
to pay $100 for a damn hooker. Give me a break. I'm a 28-year-old high-functioning autistic virgin. I'm in a hell of my own.
The hell of your own making, though. It
Come on,
doesn't really
please.
count, does it?
Please. I've been so very worried about you. I've had heartaches since last Wednesday. I've had sleepless nights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It
I'll
really
believe that.
hurts.
Yes, right until the assholes are gone from my land.
Hurt. Think about that.
March 17th marked 10 years since the creation of Sonichu. Christian commemorated the date with a special video.
Hey yo everyone, it's Sonichu Day and I'm wishing y'all a happy one. You know, 10th anniversary of Sonichu since its creation. 10 years ago today.
Probably a good idea to go for some
I would have
penance or
made a
something.
big update like I said, but I've been preoccupied with the emotional
can.
traumas I've been dealing with past
Hmm.
week. I'd like to keep that separate from this video at this moment because I don't want to spoil it. But I'm still working on the
Welcome
pages,
back.
and you know, as soon as possible, I'll have them uploaded, and I'll make an update on the Wikipedia soon enough.
Go on, you've plundered my land. Please go away at
I
some
mean,
point.
yeah, give me respect. I am an artist, and then inspiration does not stay constant
This is costing me a lot of
like
things.
that.
Money and
Have to
military-wise.
deal with those emotional issues and such. But everybody, yeah. Happy Sonichu Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's all.
This
all
is
good there,
that fucking
so
host again.
Thank you for your support, and you can look forward to more comic pages in the future. All right.
It's gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it?
Also on that day, Panda Halo contacted Chris via email. After Clyde came over and raped me, it turns out that I had a sex addiction. For the next few weeks, he satisfied my lusty cravings, but then I remembered you.
Why do we go in
Clyde
there
placed
again?
a bet with me that you would forget about me in a day. Then he set up this 13-year-old boy, and you know what happened after that. This is why I despise you. You fell for another woman instantly. You did not give a shit about me. This is why that girl you are complaining about hates you, because it is obvious you do not care about her. All you care about is your stupid PS3 and your shitty PSN account. Also, I do not care about the Little Big Planet account. Keep it.
Don't
She
affect
attached
Claudette.
this photo, allegedly depicting herself and Clyde Cash with their child, Penny. Christian replied with understanding and kindness, revealing how much he had cared and grieved for her. Nevertheless, he gave away the password to the PSN account in the hopes that Sarah would hand it over to Penny when she got older. Also during this time,
Why,
the
a
Wallflower
kinswoman.
continued to send Chris angry emails, complaining about how he kept
Gonna be a
calling her
family of
place
saints
of
if
work
this is
and her
done.
family home, trying to talk to her. But Chris confessed that he never once called her, believing that those calls were coming from the trolls. In a way to stop him from bothering
Nice.
her anymore,
She
she
cleaned
claimed
up my
that her
lustfulness.
boyfriend was in fact Surfshack Tito, playing into his fantasies. Despite making her feelings perfectly clear, Christian invited her to an upcoming party. Meanwhile, angry at the thought of Tito stealing the wallflower away from him, Chris sent him a spurt of brief, angry emails. Watch your back.
Yes,
I will
start
find
eating
you.
something.
I have connections. And after the meet and greet, I will kick your sorry ass and punch your bulbous gut so far up, it shoots out your head right through your skull. I will find you. Sit, spin, and shut the fuck up. And I will call you that right in your face. Dude, you are not her boyfriend. Back the fuck off. You goddamn trolling stupid.
Jesus
He also
Christ, people,
attached a
stop
photograph of
shouting
himself
that, will
crossly
you?
displaying his middle finger. He relayed the same message in video form that same day.
Tito, you stay away from you son of a bitch. You have no right taking her from me like that, you womanizing rapist.
Don't think he needs fucking
And if you go near her
justification
again,
for that.
and I will find you. I'll find you. I will cut you up. I'll beat you up. I'll knock you on your backside, stand on your gut like a log roller, and roll your fat right through your skull.
Well, glad she becomes fucking
Going
introverted.
wide,
Oh, the pain is real.
Because that's what
Child
you
wearing is
deserve,
difficult.
you goddamn
I can tell
womanizing,
you.
raping,
Pain in the ass.
trolling, stupid, pickle-suited nigger.
For fuck's sake, Chris. Come
And
on.
don't you
always the
dare
poor blacks,
contact me
the
in my
homosexuals, isn't
email
it?
again, or contact me ever. You stay away from me. You stay away from me in contact. Don't
Job,
call
it's the
me.
poor people, isn't it?
I will find you.
So this one
Apparently,
was not going
this
well, is
last
it?
video angered Jack Thaddeus greatly, who then promptly dropped all funding for the Wikipedia, which was then handed over to Mao and the Asperpedia 4, giving them full control of the website. Evan Christopher George took it upon himself to answer questions from yet unaddressed mailbags on Chris's behalf,
Thanks
parodying
for
his
finally
typical
moving away.
responses.
I can free my lands at least.
The new administrators also proceeded to vandalize the site, altering much of Chris's text in order to insinuate that he was a perverted homosexual and a man of low intellect, among other things. They also
Yes.
updated the blog, posing as Christian. I, Christian Weston Ricardo Chandler, am currently looking for a sweet joy boy to make into my sweetheart. If you are male, gay, and interested to be the one person to steal my virginity, please contact me. I need you. Very horny. I, Christopher Christian Weston Ricardo Ian Brandon Anderson Chandler, am gay. Don't doubt me. Soon after,
Actually, could
they
we
opened up
afford
the Wikipedia to the
necessary
public,
mercenaries to
allowing
have
the
them?
trolls to freely edit the content of the site, defacing it beyond recognition.
We can't actually
Also,
afford that.
numerous defamatory pictures were posted onto the site, including a photoshopped image of Christian possessing facial characteristics reminiscent of someone of African descent. On March
Why am I not
20th,
surprised?
Mao locked the site, restricting any further alterations from taking place. On that same day, Christian emailed the Wallflower, letting her know that the date of the party had been changed. She told him that she would not attend the party, and also expressed her disgust at a letter and a present he had sent her. She left one final remark for Chris. I don't want to hear from you ever again. Do you hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's
Acoustic?
boyfriend
That's
take
new.
me first, because I trust him, than you. Besides,
How do you play
I'm
the virgin?
asexual,
Well, acoustic,
so
of
there's no
course.
hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a cheap whore would want your small dick inside her. Neither would I. After this bitter exchange, Chris visited the Wikipedia and found it in chaotic disarray. After desperately trying to change it back to its former state, he
Just
found
want
it
some peace and
futile
quiet in my
and
lands,
posted a YouTube
though.
video reflecting on his very tumultuous
Okay,
few
where's
days.
that fucking
March
cunt?
21st, 2010.
Yeah, just wasting off your to have. I don't have
I
much
have
love left,
noticed that my
Reds.
absence has brought on a bit of chaos on the Wikipedia, and
Nope.
it has gone on
Nope.
beyond behind my back. I have been depressed lately because of my girlfriend having left me. Because of what this one guy
Let's deal with that, shall
did.
we?
He created that page, I know that. He tried to intrude my life. Once I find him, he will be tortured bad. But aside from that,
Back to the torture.
I have let the trolls torture me because of my real life stories having been leaked on the internet. But now the chaos is going to be done.
I
Chaplin.
have already won because I have learned so much. I am famous worldwide, and I own the main copyrights to everything about it. About Sonic Shoe, Rose Shoe, and the city of Quickville and everything therein. And I am going to take it a step further after this. First, I am removing myself from the internet. Because I've put too much of my personal life
You can't run
online
away from me.
to be ridiculed so
Like a host
much.
person.
Let's see how you trolls plan to deal with me when I am not there to be dealt with. Even though I ignore your phone calls, that's one thing. And y'all do your treachery behind my back, your treachery and your mockery. But that chaos ends now.
So much war going on. It's fucking amazing, isn't it? Jesus fucking Christ.
I do not need
Oh,
the
boy.
internet. Nobody needs the internet. They just need to enjoy real life. Go out and socialize. Talk to people. Emails are so yesterday.
What? No, it's the
Going
fucking
out
future, you idiot.
and finding people to talk to and talking to them face to face is always in.
Nope.
You can forget
I'm not
the
gonna let you
damn
teach my children.
Facebook
You're a
and
fucking
the
loser.
MySpace and those other social sites, because the only true social site is all around you. At the shopping mall, at the salons, at schools, at colleges, everywhere.
Well, if you say
At
so.
churches, at bookstores, the game stores, the game stops, everywhere all around you
The
is
last victory can
a social
squeeze out
site.
of all mercenaries.
And you don't need a computer to access it. All you have to do is just go
Yeah,
outside.
it's the best we could do. There's just literally nothing else we can do.
Yourself and say hello. Internet is one thing to go talk into another country, but you don't need to be talking to others in the country. Would you go talk to everybody else?
Come
around
on,
you
stop
locally?
doing that. I don't want to see you in my country again.
Because those are the most important people to you, the ones that are closest to you.
Yeah, this is breaking out.
So I leave
It's
y'all
just
with
breaking
that, with
out.
those words.
Ugh.
And it is not
I don't think we can do
goodbye,
much there.
but more like see you later. For me and my son, Chew, Rose, Chew, and everybody. Because we will be back.
It's nice to have a
And
nice
we
lot of
don't- we
claims,
don't need
but in
the
this situation,
online
how the
website.
fuck am I even going to make use of them, eh?
Be famous anymore.
The answer is,
Because
I
we have
won't.
established world famedom. We have established my ownership of
Oh
everything
god,
therein.
look at that. The
We have
bloody fucking
established
Umayada everywhere.
the power,
Oh,
the
this is
mental
disgusting.
education of having to deal with the good and the bad and the worst. Damn trolls.
Yes, they're the worst.
Your bullying is not appreciated, even locally. So you could just take your bullying and bully yourselves. If you're bored, go work around the house. Go take a walk. Because you don't need the internet. You don't need to stay cooped up inside. You just need to go outside.
Mm-hmm. That's coming good advice from you, Chris. That's really
And the
fucking
day you
believable.
have to live.
Yeah, I'll
Hershey
totally
Wesley
believe that.
Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. First name Christopher, smash nickname Ricardo. Original creator of the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon, Sancho and Roschu, and the city of Quickville, Virginia.
Yes, you could never
Big
tired
y'all,
of reminding people of
stay safe,
his.
and good day.
Only
As it
thing
has
missing
been
is
shown that he
he
hardly ever
would-
learned from his mistakes, it should come as no surprise that Chris would eventually return to YouTube to broadcast his daily life, to
Yeah.
express his love for his sweetheart, to threaten the trolls, to refuel the fire.
Of course he would. So you're even fucking surprised. I'm not fucking surprised at this point. Okay, and he comes marching right back in order to capture my lands again. Nobody is fucking surprised at all. King, come on. King dude, come on, we deal with him, please. General. Neither am I, but you're my prisoner. Okay.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us
I'm
fascinated?
a fucking leper now.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
There's nothing you can do. I'm just gonna be a leper now. Okay, it's... Now when it hits you fucking hard. This is a nice example of that.
On March 22nd, 2010, Christian uploaded a video onto YouTube concerning his dissatisfaction with a recent voice actor change in the cartoon series The Cleveland Show. This was posted around 36 hours after his proclamation to leave the internet.
Anyway, it's just been a bad day for me. You know, still suffering with lingering heartaches from what happened recently.
Oh yeah, I'm sure of that.
And also, you know, another thought, you know, I
Okay,
just
come
feel
on.
like
Could you please just beat him up?
Yeah, on the Cleveland Show, you know, I
At
like
least let me
Nia
have that.
Long a lot better as the voice of Roberta Tubbs. I don't give a damn about this Reagan Gomez, what's her name? Her voice is just too high pitched and just does not fit the character as best as Nia
Only
Long
gonna raise
did.
700.
Seth and Mike Henry would Seth MacFarlane and Mike Henry would do themselves a big
Yes,
favor
fuck's sake.
by putting Nia Long back as the voice of Roberta.
It would be risky to just be here and fucking
Anyways,
save my
just food
country.
for thought for today, so leave you all with that.
On March 25th, Chris wrote a complaint directed at Sony, displeased with the recent optional downloadable Sonic the Hedgehog costume
Well,
pack
that
for
was
customizing
surprising.
the appearance of Little Big Planet characters. He voiced his annoyance at not being able to make his own Sonichu and Rosechu costumes with the options with which he was provided. By this time, the sysop of the Wikipedia had regained control of the website, which was still in a state of disarray in the wake of the Asperpedia 4's spree of vandalism. Chris regained access to the site as well
This is
and
such
posted some
a
comments
mess
condemning
of a fucking
advertisements
mess
for
of a mess
so-called
of a mess.
Mao-approved Sonichu Issue 0, and began to occasionally go back to the site to revert some vandalized pages. On March 28th, frustrated with his virginity, Christian made a video denouncing the concept of abstinence.
Just a
Why?
thought that I'd like to share with
Abstinence is at
everybody.
least a fucking choice. Look at my character, he's abstinent.
Abstinence, if you're
He
just
fucked
learning
half the
about
board.
it, abstinence
Oh,
is
look,
nothing
Terry, part
but
2. And
crap.
eat.
It is a whole fucking bunch of baloney. In fact, if I
It is
had the
indeed part 2.
opportunity, I
Next
would,
12
if I was
hours.
in an assembly, I would stand right up in
Washed
my
as
chair and I would
promised,
say,
they shall
fuck,
be.
fuck abstinence.
Good have it. Now how do I change
right
to
to the
that
choir.
view?
I mean, because
Yeah.
if you got abstinence,
Hello.
then what you get? End up being an adult virgin, or even
Hello?
worse, a senior
Question mark?
citizen virgin.
Screen
And that is
or
like a
your,
hell
yeah, share your
most
fucking
everybody.
Chris Chan with me.
I will
And you
let
can tell him
give me a
that I,
second.
Christian
Click
Weston
around.
Chandler, provoke you to say, fuck
But
abstinence!
I'm not just sitting here listening, talking to you, listening to a 30-second delay or whatever.
Updates are to come
Probably
on Wikipedia soon. I
better.
did not buy any of the quote-unquote
Now let's
books
see if we
anywhere
can...
on the internet because I
Did
have
this
not
actually run?
approved of any such books.
I see.
And I'm
the
not
Chris
getting
Chan.
and I'm not seeing a
That's
penny
a good
out
start.
of that. So if there's anything that I'm not seeing a penny out of,
It's tiring though. It's really
books or
tiring.
DVDs, yeah, do not buy.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
God,
it's
fuck
like,
it.
you know,
Streaming for
dolls,
12 hours
toys,
isn't
backpacks,
exactly a
that
piece of
sort
cake
of
either.
small thing.
Well, to be
Yeah,
fair,
that's fine. That's okay.
there's gonna be
I'll
another
approve that.
12 of those.
Anyway, everybody else,
And it is like the
Have a
fact that I have
good
to
day.
put it into
As the
2
month of
parts,
March
but
concluded,
YouTube
the
being
webmaster
special
of the Quickie
is
still had not removed any
well,
information regarding the people in Christian's real life,
just
as had
something
been
you have to go
requested.
through, I guess.
On April 1st and 2nd, Chris retaliated by vandalizing some sections of the website, writing comments
Hang on,
delegitimizing
baby,
the
to
site
go to
and correcting
sleep.
any misconceptions that
Mhm.
visitors of the site may have of him. His changes were quickly reverted after being archived. Around April 4th,
That mess.
Chris made a new account
Turn
on the
up your
online
Chris
dating
Chan
website OkCupid under the username
Mhm.
Chris C. Sonichu. The
Oh,
earliest
that
known
one.
version of his profile was very similar to his previous efforts at dating sites, though notably, he changed the minimum age for a sweetheart from 18 to
I will die,
21.
will I not?
He wrote his self-summary both in English and in Spanish to the best of his abilities. Perhaps in an effort to appear more mature, he omitted any mention of his virginity and presented himself wearing a cap, sleeveless shirt, and denim vest, a drastically different outfit from his usual striped, colorful attire. He also listed a personals ad on the Hook Cafe under the nickname Direct to Sex. On this profile,
I
Chris
forgot about that
seemingly gave
name.
up on his dream to find
Ah,
true
direct
love,
to sex.
instead seeking a purely physical encounter. I am an honest, compassionate gentleman with a good sense of humor. I am looking for good times with a woman. I'm not getting any younger. I would like a 21 to 28-year-old woman with a pretty face, a sexy slim to average body, and an honest and compassionate personality. Show me your honest and sweet interest and love, and I'll show you a good time. Hit me up with an email with your photo and digits, and I will respond quickly in suit. Smokers, overweights, blacks, and liars need not apply. His new dating profiles were quickly found by
that line
trolls,
every time.
and on April 5th,
Blacks
Chris was
and
contacted
liars
by
need
Hook
not
Cafe
apply.
user Jackie
Indeed.
Roman,
I wouldn't want
whose
any of
profile
those, now would
strongly
we?
coincided with Christian's preferences for a partner.
Somebody's
This
gonna
was yet
start going
another
like,
persona
also,
created
no
by the
Jews,
private
please.
villa of corrupted
Because
citizens.
of Michael Snyder.
Jackie sent him an email asking about video games and also commented that he was cute.
Props
Chris
to the
excitedly
trolls
responded,
for turning that
listing all
into
his
such a
favorite
good
video games
South
to
Park
play,
sketch.
and suggested that they should meet up in
Fair enough,
person
eh?
as soon
Fair
as
play.
possible for a chance for Jackie to play with
Jesus.
him in addition to his games. A day later,
7 wars
taking
going
into
on.
account
Oh.
Jackie's sexual career, he asked her if she had been recently checked for sexually transmitted diseases. She answered, revealing that she had been with only 6 men and was free of STDs. When asked, Christian confessed that he was a virgin and also happened to be STD-free.
Well,
Despite his
surprise,
inexperience, he claimed that he was confident in his abilities after watching a considerable amount of porn. In his next exchange, he detailed in great length his schooling history, internet fame, disclosed the Wikipedia to her, and explained his woes concerning Michael Snyder, manager of the game place, stating that he was banned from the establishment largely because Snyder did not allow Christian to connect his Nintendo Wii to the free-to-use TV set. He mentioned that he was feeling confident and would soon go to the game and hobby store to try and settle the matter with the manager once and for all. On April 9th,
I remember
Christian's
that.
listing on the Hook Cafe was removed by moderators, possibly as a result of the many troll accounts that were created in order to message him. Jackie encouraged Christian to take a camera with him when he went to confront Snyder at the game place, claiming that it would offer security in case the manager lied about his account of the events, when in truth, Chris was told this because the PVCC knew this would result in an entertaining video for the trolls' amusement. On April 11th, he informed her that he went to the game and hobby store after church, breaking the law by trespassing. But after
Indeed.
an employee
Breaking the
informed
law,
Chris
breaking
that
the
Snyder
law.
wasn't present and
Okay, I want to
threatened
hear some
to call
Judas
the police,
Priest.
Christian left the premises.
I have a distinct feeling
He
that's gonna
promised
be
to return
copyright
the following
problematic
day,
though.
knowing that the manager would be there.
Super.
He also made plans with Jackie for a date, revealing that he hoped their encounter would
Hey,
swiftly lead
only
to
2
something
wars
special.
left. That's good.
On April 12th, Christian returned to the game place, recording the audio of the event with a concealed camera on his person.
4:34 p.m., Monday, April 12th,
He got mines
2010.
and fucking
I
worms.
am about to go into the
And
games,
guns.
comic, and hobby place, also sell toys there, to try to get myself unbanned and get forgiveness for the mistake I had made almost a year ago when I was banned from the store in June of 2008.
Okay, let's try to avoid a dangerous faction out of
His
that.
name is Michael Snyder, possibly a Jew considering the last name. Nothing
Yeah,
bad
it
against
is.
the Jews, but I'm just throwing it out there. Alright, so here I go. Hello, I'm here to see Michael.
Chris encounters Snyder, who is in the middle of fixing a remote control car while talking with someone. Chris waits until he finishes.
Hello, Michael. I see you're looking well. Haven't changed much since for the past almost 2 years. And yeah, it has been almost 2 years since
A marriage
what
between
happened June
you
2008.
and...
But I came back hoping that
That's
we
right.
could put that behind us. And come on, I mean, it has been almost 2 years, and it's just been on my mind for so long. It'd just be a,
Just no. Once again, just no.
Can't we just forgive and forget?
Nope.
Nope. Just no.
Nope.
Also,
Come on,
you're
you
trespassing.
have to wait on my
Fuck
back.
off.
Basically, yeah.
Trespassing, get the fuck out.
And I have really missed coming here.
No. You need to leave now.
I'm a better person.
You need to leave now.
Yeah, you need to leave.
Come on, come on.
No.
Jew.
You need to leave now.
How can you be so heartless? I mean, you're obviously not as mean as one of those trolls I've been dealing
You
with.
need to leave now.
Yeah, you need to fucking
Come
leave.
on.
Hippity hoppity,
I
get the
mean,
fuck off my
obviously you had
property.
something against
Yeah,
me,
pretty much.
Aside from the Wii incident, I just would like to know what. Come on, give me a break. Alright, fine, I'll leave. But I hope that God will forgive you for being so heartless and cruel, Michael Snyder.
Probably
Yeah.
will.
Yeah. Then he just goes like,
During the
Jew.
confrontation, Snyder called the police,
Hello,
but they
reason.
arrived after Christian had departed. Later that day, Christian uploaded the video on YouTube, urging his followers in the video description to troll and harass Michael Snyder. Snyder himself left 2 comments on the aforementioned video, stating that the officers told him that he had no recourse for pressing charges against Chris's trespassing and inciting mass harassment. Instead of the slew of provocation encouraged by Chris, Snyder was greeted by a great number of calls of support and congratulations for his display of level-headed authority.
Yeah.
Soon after, Vivian G
Oh,
uploaded
hell
a
was
music
it?
video she made
Now
in the
she's
style of
crying,
cartoon series
and
South
thus
Park, utilizing the
fight
audio
has
of Christian
begun.
and Snyder's conversation to depict the
Fight
scene visually.
shall be hard and long.
Christian later came upon this video and commented that he greatly
Hopefully
enjoyed
his
it.
ass the fuck
However,
out.
he stated that on his
Let's
way
hope for
out
the
of the
best,
game
eh?
place, he showed Snyder his
I've got
middle
a- I've
finger
got a- I've
and
got her
requested
second
that
bottle,
Vivian
though. I know
change
she's
the
gonna
video
want
to
on
reflect
standby.
that.
You.
The following day, he posted a text image on the Wikipedia, which stated that Snyder was cruel and heartless, gave away his personal contact information, and encouraged his fans to contact him in order to convince him to forgive Christian. In the meantime, Jackie and Chris continued to email each other. She stated that she was angered by Christian's childish conduct at the game place and also expressed concern over his excessive free time, encouraging him to work harder at getting Sonichu published or learning how to play the guitar. In addition, Jackie asked him
That's a
to
fair
make a
point.
video showcasing his alleged sexual prowess, with Chris likening his performance style of cunnilingus to the act of licking an ice cream cone.
Yeah, that only works
On
if you're
April
licking a
16th,
fucking penis, no,
Chris
is it?
arrived at Charlottesville Fashion Square half
Or
an hour
just, like,
early for his and Jackie's
Just
date.
record what you're
She never
playing.
showed up, and
and
later told him in
upload
an
it.
email that according to her account of events, she was the one waiting for Chris who never showed up. They remained optimistic about meeting up again sometime in the future,
Sure,
though Jackie was
optimistic.
growing doubtful about his willingness to seek employment and further pestered him about making a video demonstrating his oral sex capabilities for her. Chris declined making the video, citing the numerous times in his past when upon sending intimate videos and photos to online girlfriends, they would soon
Almost
leak
like he
onto
learned
the
his
internet.
lesson. Oh, ho, ho,
He instead
ho, ho.
asked her to explore the quickie, prefacing
to.
that even though the narrative tone of the website was insulting and demeaning, there was truth to the content presented there. Jackie came back, reporting on what she had discovered. She expressed grave concern
Boy,
over his
you
treatment of
weakling.
past sweethearts, saying that he moved on from one to the other incredibly quickly, even when some have apparently died, referring to Panda Halo. She also accused him of lying when he declared that he never cheated on Ivy, forgetting about his so-called affair with Vanessa Hudgens. She demanded evidence for his commitment to her. On April 19th, Chris finally conceded and made a video titled "For JR Eyes Only," which showed how he would pleasure Jackie and shared it privately, only with her.
Yeah, let me apologize for, that thing. For even leading you to the quick key. I just wanted to let you know about, what happened to me before. I just felt concerned about that. And then with that, reading what you read on Ivy's page, yeah, I was wrong. I forgot one detail of that detail. Yeah, it was supposedly I was talking to this Vanessa Hudgens. It was like coming on to me really well online, and I held
making me
in
believe it,
with
of
my
course.
self-restraint as best as I could for a long time. And then she just kind of talked me into it a little bit. Ignore that. Anyway, yeah, I did make a video apologizing to Ivy for that. At least, I could man up and admit when I made such a mistake as that. And that was in the past. And I'm sorry, I did not mean
You made
to...
a t-shirt, I forgot about
I
it.
did not
Mountain
mean to
Dew.
lie to you, I swear. I just forgot that one
Real
detail.
classic, real classy.
Anyway, as for that, the quote-unquote Vanessa Hudgens, actually, was actually, in reality, this Spanish dude I know, Joshua Martinez. Yeah, he was pretending to be Vanessa that whole time, and it ticks me off, that guy. That's another story for another day, though. Anyway, with that put aside, I'm gonna show you some ways on how I can pleasure you
Please don't.
orally. Okay.
Please don't.
I got a few ideas. Like, I would definitely give you some finger play.
Please
Lots
don't,
of
Chris.
fingers. But yeah, I could be like,
Why do I have to see this again?
you lick your pretty little clit there.
Chris, for fuck's sake.
Tickle your pussy. Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there
I can roll my tongue too, you'd be surprised.
and extend it.
But I still don't consider that to be a skill.
Can you imagine that?
Yes, Chris, nobody wants to imagine that. Thanks anyway, now we have to.
I got other ideas as well, but I just can't think of them right
Why
now.
does this
but
always
hopefully
need to go so
that's
fucking
not
sexual
enough
every
for
single
starters
time?
and to make up for that.
I mean, do we remember? Yes, we remember that fucking sex
Yeah,
chat they had on
I
the phone.
have been under confusion for a little while, but seriously, Ivy, I really do want you. I want you.
I just
do
wanna
love
fuck,
you,
I
and
know.
I care about you. And I pray that this video does not fall into the hands of trolls. And also,
You're
another
unwilling
thing
to
make
learn,
up
are you,
for this,
Janet? It's almost
I'll do,
saddening.
another thing about myself. I actually do have a bit of a belly, but also with that, man boobs. I'm telling you this in strictest confidence that you will not laugh at me. But while I walk, they do bounce, so I have to. So I wear a sports bra. It's very good. Keeps them from bouncing.
Every single time, Chris.
I'm a 42
Why do you feel the need
plus.
to share that?
Alright, well, hopefully we can move on and resume our relationship with emotions, or otherwise restart it. I love you, Jackie. Love you. Talk to you later.
Please stop doing
Meet
that.
up soon.
Oh, please stop
Upon
doing
watching
that.
it, she angrily confronted Chris because he accidentally called her Ivy, trying to make him confess that he didn't truly love her. Chris told her that he regretted informing her about the quickie and his internet business, and suggested that they should go their separate ways, as the relationship was turning out to be less than ideal for him. Jackie wrote that she was above all most mad at him for his laziness, unwillingness to improve himself, and his disregard for the women in his life. Nevertheless, she decided that she was still open for the possibility of a relationship if he started behaving like a man. Christian decided that it would be best if they ended the discussion, coming to the conclusion that he never truly loved her. Jackie accused him of only being after sex, and even so, highlighted the fact that when she was hinting at getting physically involved, Chris ultimately put in more effort in playing video games rather than responding to her advances. He accused her of branding him asexual.
Well, I became.
You do not know me,
malnourished.
woman! I love women over video games. I cannot help my social problems from my autism, or that I am one who misinterprets social cues, am sometimes unable to predict or understand the outcoming emotions or reactions to my actions. I can't help my own mental problems that sometimes misguide me. Ugh, send your complaints to your letters to the editor section. This was the end of Chris and Jackie's exchanges for the time being. Jackie soon uploaded their email correspondences
I
and his
have
role
fixed my
demonstration video
OBS to have
onto
a
the
better
wiki.
setup for when I want to game
At the
and
same
play
time,
some
a
Chris
troll who went
Chan.
by the name Sydney Kirch began contacting Chris via email, allegedly mistaking him for another Chris she had met at the game place. After a few email exchanges, they shared pictures of each other and both expressed interest in meeting up sometime in the future. To describe himself to her, he copied and pasted his profile from OkCupid. Sydney likewise offered up her own biography to him. After failing to receive any email replies from Chris, she decided to call him.
Hey, is this Christian Weston Chandler?
Yeah, is this Sydney?
It's Sydney. Oh my god,
Yeah.
I finally get to speak to you.
He sounds fake.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I have received your emails, and
let's
upon
do
my
this.
recollection, I don't recall talking to you
Do
through
this better.
email before you first sent me the email recently, so I am uncertain about things. So forgive me for being skeptical.
Oh no, that's okay. Do you remember?
Maybe
No.
we can get away with this.
I
No,
went to the game.
I don't.
I mistook you for someone else.
Yeah.
Look, anyway,
this is the start of the war, yes
you
it
sent
is.
me a picture. I really liked your picture. You were very, very handsome. Have you ever been told that?
ever told that. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, not
For the
surprised.
record, if anybody
Not
ever comes
surprised.
on to you this strong, they're either
How old are
a
you?
troll
I'm
or they
19.
want to get paid for the interaction they're suggesting.
Yeah, basically.
So,
Well, I say that, I don't know. Some people do came on to that strongly.
Yeah, I would really like that.
They usually have money
on a
or
tip to start a potential relationship.
I would. Wow.
Yeah,
I
they usually
would
are
date me.
insincere
they're
goers.
better men than me.
Impressive.
They're
You're a very
better.
attractive
They're
man, and I'm
deemed better men
really
than me, I
happy
should
for you.
say.
Around this time, dismayed by the lack of a
Yeah, that's
sweetheart,
a-
Chris decided to
let's try to
advertise
avoid that
himself as a male escort under the alias Carlos Chantor.
Oh yeah, that was a good
He
idea.
tried to apply to Charlottesville's Naughty and Nice escort service, but was rejected. He then printed out and discreetly passed around cards advertising himself. How exactly he went about this is unclear. He also created a profile page on escorts.com under the Carlos Chantor name. Experience for her pleasure. Hey ladies, I am a cool dude to hang with, and I can make you feel good emotionally and show you a fun time. I enjoy a lot of things. I'll let you know when it's going too far. Give me a call to hook up. 434 area code only. Available as an accommodating male, master/slave, model, masseuse, stripper/dancer, escort. He failed to receive any messages, and his scheme ultimately failed. On April 23rd, Christian uploaded an
Slave
unusual
indeed.
video in which he confidently
don't
displays his
kink
sports
shame.
bra in honor of Autism
I mean,
Awareness Month.
could be
What
worse.
is autism? Autism is a disorder of
What do you think the S in BDSM
impaired social
stands for?
interaction and communication, and by restricted and repetitive behavior. These signs
I mean, I
all
guess
begin
it's one of
before
the
a child is
actual
3
more
years
normal
old.
things
Autism
to
affects
offer
information
that
processing in
I
the
can
brain
see Chris offering
by altering how
service-wise.
Slave master relationship, that's super common. I mean,
Others
we know it
consider
nowadays,
restraint.
now we more
By
just
way
call
of
it a
the
dom
information
sub
that's created out here
relation.
from,
But yeah,
autismspeaks.org
that's what the
and
S and the M in
Wikipedia page for
BDSM.
autism.
Christian reads out in length the Wikipedia
In
entry
case you
for
didn't
autism.
know.
Although children with
Well,
autism
you
usually
learn
appear
something new
physically
every
normal,
day.
odd repetitive motion
You really not
may
know
set them
that?
apart
No.
from
You not know
other
what
children.
do you not know what the
Some
whole thing
children
stands
and
for?
other
Nah,
individuals
never really
refuse to
thought about
clap
it,
their
honestly.
arms or walk on their toes.
Too fair.
Bondage,
Show something
domination,
positioned. As
slave
children,
master.
individuals with
Interesting.
autism might spend hours lining up their cars
Kinda
and
just
trains in a certain way.
A
rather than using
super
them for pretend play.
oversimplified
Someone lose
generalization
one of the toys,
encompassing
the
of
children
the
may
genre.
be tremendously upset.
Because there's a lot, there
Children
is
with
a lot
autism
that
need
go
and
that
demand
is
absolute
into.
consistency in their
There's a lot of little
environment. A slight
subcategories
change in routine,
Yeah, they made it
such as
so.
meal times, dressing,
in
take a bath,
BDSM. For
and going to
example,
school at a certain time, or by
you know what a
routes
roper
can be
is?
extremely
Yeah, not
stressful,
really.
unless the child has
It's
made apparent
somebody that
that
likes to be tied up. Like specifically, they like to be tied up.
Hmm.
Like that's their kink. Like you have a rope kink. Like yeah, that's a roper in the BDSM community.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, there's
Everything has a fucking job nowadays, I suppose.
a lot of people used to think that the S&M stood for like sadist and masochist, but like no,
Hmm.
that's not what those stand for.
Interesting, interesting.
Sadism and masochism are their own little sub kinks in BDSM.
Oh god. Everything has a sub and a sub to a sub to a sub.
There's a lot of there's a lot of subcategories. We are human beings, and at the end of the day, the species is nothing if not organized.
True enough. Also, especially when it comes to us maxi times, we are creative as fuck, to be fair. I have to grant it that much.
And that we categorize things, and then we have subcategories for things within those categories. It's brilliant.
Humanity in a nutshell. It's like, yes, let's do that, shall we? Oh boy. Still, you know, I guess for Chris, that was a decent offer to make, honestly, all things considered.
I can't really imagine Chris being a sex slave. Chris doesn't understand what being an actual like sex slave would entail.
You know, he just
like
wants
for
to
somebody that's actually in the community. Yeah,
I think
it'd be just like somebody calls him whenever they want to get laid, and that's his job. You know, there's a whole lot more into it than that, bro.
Yeah, it's not like Chris actually cares about it. As long as he can get laid, I think he's gonna be happy, no matter what. That's his main goal. So he really cares
Care
about his virginity.
eventually. He'd care when some 80-year-old lady wants to shove a broomstick up his ass.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
I'm gonna check on the baby.
yeah, I do that.
Baby's crying. Hang on.
No problem. I mean, considering Chris, he probably would be like, yeah, sure, this is totally sex, I lost my virginity now. Probably without even fucking penetrating. He'd be like, yeah, I'm not a virgin any longer. I mean, classically, he would consider, you know, the act of penetration to be the main part of that, but we're talking about Chris here. I mean, come on. Not like we're really expecting anything reasonable. Wait, spoilers? No, that is actually a spoiler. We'll see how it turns out. It would fit into the narrative nonsense that's going on, though. Let's be very honest here. As I said, we're talking about Chris, and at this point, to see him actually doing something reasonably normal is actually more surprising than the opposite of that. It does not speak well of Chris, to be fair. But, well, I mean, it has been stated countless times at this point. There is really not any good personage in this fucking story. Quite literally not. We're trying really hard to be like, maybe.
Why do you think I told you whenever it was like, when I told you how it ended? And that's why I said, have fun keeping this to yourself.
And I will keep this. I will take this to my grave until the series is over.
It's so difficult, isn't it?
It is, yes. Sometimes I would just want to be like, this is where we're going. So we can be like, wow, how the fuck did you end up there? Because that was a lot you just threw there.
I'm back for now, and at least until I finish this hand of cards, and then I'm walking dogs.
Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll see and wait. The baby wants to be nice and sleepy.
Hopefully by the time I'm done walking dogs, baby will be asleep.
We'll hope so, we'll hope so.
I need to get these down. I need to get these down silly bad.
I gotta watch a bit more of that, and I'm going to go here and go like,
I haven't decided if I'm going to stream our Project Zomboids exploits or not. I might stream tonight. I'm not doing anything else tonight.
Think about it. I mean, I'll be around for another 11 hours.
Yeah, I could always join you.
Yeah, I mean, there are some options there.
Okay and acceptable.
Just be around another few hours.
Of a persistent, intense preoccupation. These strong interests may be unusual because of their content or because of the intensity of the interest. Treatment for autism is very intensive, comprehensive undertaking that involves the child's entire family and a team of professionals.
Nice to see that he can read a whole Wikipedia article.
Home with professionals and trained therapists, and may include parental training for the child under supervision of a professional.
That is
Some
again.
programs are delivered in a
I already
specialized
drink to that.
classrooms or preschool. But as for me though, I highly recommend mainstreaming. Let them go through normal life. I mean, yeah, give them a special treatment while they're young, but when you get them in elementary,
Need a
when you
snack
get
and
them
start
in
in a while.
elementary or
something.
middle school or high school, mainstream is the way
Chris,
to go. Make sure
you're
you find yourself
one of
a
the
good
last
social
people
teacher
I'm
to teach
taking
them how to
child
cope.
raising advice from.
And as you may have noticed, I
Yeah,
am
that would be for the
standing
better.
here today,
Especially if they have
topless, as you
autism.
might say. I do this
Yeah, you see how that can turn out.
and in
I will look
protest
to you, Chris,
because
for what
every
not
time, because
to
every
do.
time I see
Indeed, very
a
much
male
so.
individual who goes around, runs around, or exercises shirtless, it is very offensive to me.
Yeah, but not to
And
me
I
and the rest of the
appreciate
world.
that.
How about
And
that?
I'm sure that
Normal
is a lot
people don't give a
of
fuck.
offensive to a lot of other people as well. As a matter of fact, if I could, I would,
People get
I would
offended
say-
whenever
I would
you're
make a
walking
law
around
that would require
shirtless,
all male
Chris.
individuals to wear a
But
sports bra.
he's
And
not.
so much
while
say that
are
they get
out
offended, they
exercising or
just
working if
they just
don't
probably
be
make fun of you a
shirtless.
lot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Come on, dudes, get with the program. Nobody wants to see these nips, and things are better left to mystery.
Nobody wants to see those
Leave
nips.
you all
This
of
is
that,
true.
and you have
That
yourselves
is
a
very
pleasant
true, yeah.
day.
I wouldn't
I
disagree.
detect
In celebration of
No
Autism
lie.
Awareness Month,
Nope,
an
no lie has been
advertisement
spotted
stating
here.
that high-functioning autism and Asperger's syndrome were the same condition appeared on the Wikipedia. Christian promptly replaced it with his own version, clearly stating that
What
Asperger's
the
is
fuck?
completely
Isn't
unrelated
Asperger's
to
part of?
autism.
I don't know what the fuck
Trolls then
Asperger's is.
conceived
I don't
the
even think it's
character
a thing
Lori
anymore.
was the supposed volunteer worker, well experienced with autism, who happened to happen
Is it a
upon
thing
Chris's
anymore?
misguided
Is it?
anti-Asperger's
Pretty sure it is
ads
a
on his
thing.
website. She emailed him
Memory
attempting to
serves.
clarify
just-
that the
I can
medical
just-
distinction between high-functioning autism and Asperger's would soon be officially removed, and they would both be declared as mild forms of autism. Chris emailed her back in
They are
anger.
part of that
I
autism
disagree,
spectrum thing.
and I personally do not care for Asperger's at all. People think Asperger's should steal the reputation that autism has earned over the number of years.
Oh yeah,
I
such a good
think not.
reputation.
Do not get me
Okay,
started
so
with Asperger's. It is my second
that's-
least favorite word ever. The first
Go ahead.
it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to figure out the way to put this without coming off as too dumb or offensive. It seems like Asperger's is to autism what ADD. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, we did,
I
did Terry go
can't
like,
speak.
yeah, Asperger's. Asperger's?
I looked at the word as I said it.
Nice one, Terry. You did well there.
It seems it is to autism what ADD was once to ADHD. Now, for those that don't know, ADD is no longer a recognized disorder. We just kind of realized that you don't have to be hyperactive or have the hyperactivity to have ADHD. So we just got rid of the ADD classification and just put it all fucking under the banner of ADHD. All right.
Mm-hmm. Only one umbrella left. Okay, that's easy.
And it seems like this has done the same. To quote this little article, Asperger's syndrome is a condition on the autism spectrum.
It's part of
with
autism.
generally higher functioning. Yeah. So it's like it is autism. It's just a classification on the autism spectrum.
Yeah, so basically under the whole umbrella of autism, you have that one subcategory, which is Asperger's, and then there are well, probably some others in that line too.
Okay. So that's neat.
Easy enough to understand, which means that
Spelled it wrong. I did not spell it wrong. Elon Musk has Asperger's.
he spelled it wrong. I was reading
It's
that.
definitely not. It's definitely not spelled that. It's definitely not Asperger's.
I'm interested to see those Asperger's now. It seems interesting
mean,
concept.
Bro, you want to go Googling? It's a wonderful fucking place. Best of luck.
Yeah, internet is a great place indeed. Okay. See, Terry, nobody questioned that you could spell it right. I just liked your further spelling a bit more. Yeah, it's
I mean,
continue.
I couldn't spell it right. If it wasn't for Google correcting me, I wouldn't.
being naive. And I do not give a crap about what scientists may or may not have found there either.
Oh, that's a great
In
start.
my view, Asperger's is not autism. He continued to defend his
Oh,
controversial
we just learned it
stance.
is autism.
is.
For your
We've
information,
just
the fact of
confirmed
Asperger's
it
being
is.
different from autism and of it trying to steal the light is of my own idea. I will never
trying
conform
to
to
steal
such
the
a
light.
blasphemous link of any kind between the two, and I'm certainly
Really
not going
weird
to
that you would
change the
think
image's
that.
text. Those with Asperger's are welcome to find their own cure. Just denounce any so-called links between it and autism, or never bring it up around me ever again.
That's not how that
Lawyer
works.
so many
refused to
links.
speak with
There's
his
so many
caretaker,
links, it's
but
on the
Christian stated that he
autistic
had never had
spectrum.
one, nor did he have the
Indeed.
need for one, citing his achievements in school as proof. Laurie expressed concern over his hatred of those with Asperger's syndrome, but ultimately could not come to resolve as he stopped replying to her. On April 24th,
Of course he
Krogstad
did.
deleted numerous Sonichu pages from the Wikipedia, apparently due to copyright infringement. She subsequently updated the blog, taking on the role of Christian. I deeply apologize for the few updates. My PC has been on having some virus issues, and I currently cannot log into my account. However,
viruses, eh?
I have completed issue 11, and I hope y'all are looking forward to the reboot on
at that,
issue
it's a
12
chunky
that will
one.
come very shortly.
Welcome.
Thank y'all
Oh.
for your patience. After a lack of new pages
Most people's
of issue
general
11,
reaction when they
a
walk in
sysop
on
of the
Christian, just,
Wikipedia
oh.
uploaded an
Yeah,
entirely
strange how that
troll-created
works, isn't
Sonnet
it?
issue 11,
Like, oh.
copying Chris's hand-drawn style and
Why
continuing
is the
dark tone
Sonic thing?
established in
It's
issue
Sonic
10. The story
Chew.
mostly
Thank
concerned the
you.
brutal deaths
Very important definition there, you know, little chunky. That
There,
did stop Sonic.
there is a difference.
Yeah, a very important difference. I mean, don't talk about the
There is
trademark.
there is a legal difference.
Yeah, for as long as, you know, Sega doesn't get up of its ass and goes like, hey,
As long
stop
as nobody
that.
look, as long as you don't look too, if you squint, really, actually, if you just read the comics, there's a very clear.
I mean, it kind of loses track with Sonic as soon as I start fucking. That's a thing that's actually in there, but
I mean,
you walked into a very interesting situation, little chunky. Well, you're in for a ride if you stay for a bit, I can tell you that much. Because, oh boy.
around, it's grab a beer, smoke some weed. If you have harder drugs,
Probably a good idea to take them right about now.
yeah, if you've got like acid, take it now and just like stick around here till you peak. And it'll be great. You're gonna have a fucking blast. Or you're gonna be horrified. Or you'll probably end up a little bit of both.
Yeah, probably both, honestly. You'll be very morbidly curious also if you watch this. Because, you know, this is a very, very interesting ending. You really wonder how the fuck it ends. No, no. Just stay a while and enjoy.
of most of the main characters.
Sure,
2 days later, Chris
That
discovered the
being
new
kinda
Sonnet issue on
Asperger's,
his
a
site and
subcategory of
replaced the
autism
pages
as I
with a
myself
message stating that the book was yet to be completed,
am
singling
myself
out lack of inspiration for his failure to
Asperger.
update the comic. He
Okay,
further
I didn't
attempted to
know that's how
convey
you would say it. That's an awkward way of saying it.
Yeah, back again, kinda.
However, most don't really use that specification anymore, as Hans Asperger, who first described the condition, was said to have been a Nazi sympathizer.
Oh yeah, I kind of
It's
remember
always
that, yeah.
gotta come back to the fucking Nazis.
Yeah, the problem with that is the Nazis did a lot of science stuff, you know.
Always gotta come back.
Not
to
for
the
good reasons,
fucking
mind you.
Nazis.
But a lot of German scientists were actually pretty good at what they're doing, and so a lot of our, well, not necessarily the most recent views one, but quite a lot of them go back to some sort of direct Nazis, because many people were actually with the regime of the time. You didn't really have much of a choice if you wanted some funding for your science. And others
Or if you just
did
wanted to
sympathize.
not fucking die.
And others just sympathized with
If
the
you just
Nazi
wanted,
government.
sometimes you had two choices: conduct experiments in the death camps, or be an experiment in the death camps.
Yeah, I mean, usually we didn't waste our geniuses and smart people that much, but, you know, basically you had to at least sympathize with the Nazi cause, so you had to at least, you know, go through the usual spiel. Yeah, Werner von Braun, very nice example you're making there. Yes. Even if you're not, you know, into it,
Werner von Braun. Yeah,
you can't just say no. The problem. The regime is not
Werner
like
von Braun is, in my opinion, one of the more dangerous kinds of scientists, those that don't care who they're working for or what cause they're progressing,
basically, as
so
long as they
long
can
as
work.
their science is being funded.
I mean, to be fair, to some degree, I think most scientists have a lot of curiosity, and as long as that gets satisfied, some are willing to ignore the more obvious ethical issues with that. I mean, you know, we have done a lot of experimentation on humans without informing them of what we were fucking doing to them. And, you know, for quite a long while, nobody took actually any offense to that. How are we going to progress otherwise? You know, we did experimentation. Not the nicest thing. Well, 11 hours left.
I will be right back. I have to walk these dogs or they're going to piss on my couch.
Yeah, you'll do that. I'll keep on the post. I have another 11 hour gone. Also, just to point us out, little Chonky and little Fizzy Bomb, because you're basically new ones for this one. I have I've become affiliated, and as a celebration of that, we're doing a 24-hour stream. We have done already 12 hours, and we are now into the second part with another 12 hours. I don't care about his ideology. They just changed it. Yeah, basically they did. The Americans and the Russians picked up German scientists left, right, and center wherever they could. Because, you know, the Germans had actually made quite a few breakthroughs during the war, and people wanted it. But yes, welcome to this nightmare, which we're going to enjoy another 11 hours. I'm probably going to change the game once or twice more. We're going to play this a bit longer, because this is actually a nice backdrop for Chris's horror show, because I can play this basically as an aside to giving some comments on what he's doing there, because, you know, At the beginning of Chris's story, just to put it mildly, you start out, I don't feel very looked. Nice, that's what I like to hear. Also, we now have cool shit because, you know, Twitch will regret the moment they gave me access to fucking emotes and shit because I've played around with that and I created loot emotes as much as I could. Feel free to indulge, if that is your thing. They're also gonna pop up on the fucking screen, so, you know, for your entertainment. Let the Terry guide you in that. He's a bit of an expert when it comes to that. But yeah, we are going to indulge the saga a bit more. With the Chronos, the last time we watched, we went up to part 30, and, well, we're getting close to that, so after that it's basically new land. According to him, the saga gets a lot better. After that, more extreme, basically. But generally speaking, it's a saga of little Christian, who is, as he likes to point out, a very straight, very high-functioning autist, and he has created a basically combination of Sonic and Pikachu, and claims now to have created a full new thing, which, you know, neither Nintendo nor Sega will be pleased with. And, well, and some trolls found him and started playing with him. And Chris, in the beginning, you're kind of like, okay, I'm kind of feeling sorry for him, you know, being an autist and stuff. But he turns out to be such a horrible asshole in most cases. It's not even fucking funny. And, you know, that's the point. As Cronus, at the very beginning, when I started watching it with him, pointed out to me, there's no good person. How do you have a strong claim on Dublin? Well, I've been around. Actually, I don't. This is a strong claim on Aschaffenburg. But yeah, that happened. And yeah, so we have this going on, then probably in an hour or two, or maybe 3, depending a bit. I'm gonna change the rings around, maybe play a bit of Project Zomboid with the Chronos. I might be going back and doing some more leveling as well. I do have some playtime left on that, and I kind of want to make the best of that. Or, yeah, they do look really similar from their logo. Alternatively, we're going to play some maybe Hearts of Iron or something. Because we've been playing this for quite a while now. And this is a shit show going on here. I mean, Europe always turns into a fucking shit show. I mean, look at this shit. This is not even funny. This is border gore to the extreme. Fucking France has a piece here, has a piece there, has a piece there. The Umayyad have fucking taken most of actually France's lands. Middle Francia's a fucking monstrosity. And East Francia is eating itself. Yeah, a pain in the ass. And since I can't be asked to actually let this play out, Karl would be sad. Very sad. Looking at this. Look at this fucking horror show. I mean, to be fair, you know, the rest of the world is also not better. The Byzantines are actually growing, not breaking it fucking all. Oh god, just look at this shit. It's disgusting. But hey, half the fun, eh? Yeah. I do think about choosing games that we can actually let Christian run in the background too. So this one, Hearts of Iron. Well, Hearts of Iron with the DLC actually takes some concentration, so maybe not necessarily Hearts of Iron. I would say Stellaris, but I'm far too inexperienced in Stellaris to actually go get away with that. I actually need to concentrate on what I'm doing because I have half the time no fucking clue what I'm doing in Stellaris. The thing. So yeah, I gotta keep enjoying this. And, well, thanks for dropping by, I suppose. After all, we've been at this for quite a while, and at this point I was expecting to sit here all lonely going like, well, that's fun. Probably falling asleep at my desk. Because, you know, I'm not that young any longer, and it's been quite a while since I last tried to stay awake for a full 24 hours. That's gotta be fun. Okay, so before we continue, there's actually one thing I do have to do. I kind of need to take a quick run over to the toilet, because I just realized my bladder seems to be rather full. And I won't just sit for another hour. Probably going to, you know, reload the last autosave to avoid a few of the most horrendous things that happens. I mean, I can give Aschaffenburg to my king. I mean, look at him. He's suffering. You can see it in his face mask. But that's okay. I could probably reasonably try to challenge him. I have some money. I could get some mercenaries, but I really don't want to start this shit show all over again. That's gonna be messy. And I'm not really feeling the need to make this any more messier than it already is. I just want to become a fucking saint, you know. This was my whole plan. Like, yeah, let's go to the second generation and become a fucking saint. That's why we get a claim on Germany whole. I could potentially... Could I... I could get a claim on the Kingdom of East Francia. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna go with my original goal, just sitting it out for a bit and see if these assholes manage to get themselves together and actually do something about that, because I don't know where this is going. Yeah, there's that. Actually, I'll put the choice to you. Do you wanna watch like 5 minutes of Christian on your own, or do you wanna hear some nice of my most beloved elevator music? You have a choice here. It's a good choice. Because I need to empty that fucking bladder before I fucking continue. It's good to have choices, isn't it? You know, at this point, I kind of discovered that, what was it called? Synthwave nonsense for background music was kind of neat. Kind of missing it at this point. Just kind of. I can, if you with such a nice picture, go like, yeah, that looks great. Or at least Umayyad eating themselves, I suppose. Just a quick break of the pipe. Strength. Just a bit of strength. Also, technically speaking, since this is a special location, I am hanging out in a little voice chat of ours on the Discord, so if you want to join, do feel free. I'm gonna be there for well, not even 11 hours, just round about 10 hours and 45 minutes. Then I'll probably fall asleep very much so. Good. It is enough of that. Then I shall leave you with a bit more Christian. Then, yeah. I guess I already know this part. And it's not going to be much of miss on me. Just give me a minute or so and enjoy some more entertaining facts.
His fans in a blog post that the comic was clearly not his doing, since the drawing style was not his own, and that none of the Sonic children were dead. On April 28th, Christian made a post on GameFAQs.com concerning the soon-to-be-released PlayStation 3 game Mod Nation Racers, a kart racing game focusing on user customization. He misunderstood the marketing of the game on various websites, thinking that the random mystery packs were predetermined if purchased from certain sources. He signed his post with a link to the Wikipedia. On May 1st, 2010, Sydney called Chris again, but little did she know, Chris was learning how to spot troll attempts.
Hey Chris, it's Sydney. Hey, how you going?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Listen, I know about you and your little game. I've read the troll forum. You're actually in Australia. You cannot fool me anymore. Goodbye.
Yeah, I am Australian.
With the loss of a future with Jackie, Chris was once again free to search for a partner. Since the Hook Cafe was likely off limits for him, he drastically modified his OkCupid profile, emphasizing the importance he placed on having sex as soon as possible. In his list of 6 things he could never do without, he listed 8 things, 3 of which were sex. You should message me if you can meet me in person within 2 days of first communication, and that you are able to call me and accept calls from me, as well as if you are A, 21 to 28 years old, B, not black, no personal offense, C, not a smoker, D, honest, compassionate, and pretty, E, no taller than 5 foot 10 inches,
Yes, it really
F,
blacks
single,
and them Jews.
G, reside in
them
or
gays.
around Charlottesville or Ruckersville, Virginia, and H,
Okay.
you like to get to know me better in person,
See this
share a pleasant
play out
conversation,
then.
etc., and if you are cool with getting to the bedroom as quickly as right after the first date. On May 3rd, Panda Halo sent a surprise email to Chris, letting him know that she still cared for and worried about him. She directed him to a page on the Quickie, which allegedly showed how Clyde Cash and his buddies installed a mod chip on Christian's PlayStation 3's Wi-Fi antenna, which had been transmitting personal data to the trolls for years. Believing the info presented to him, Chris took it upon himself to deal with the issue. The so-called mod chip was in fact merely the Wi-Fi antenna, and by removing it, Chris believed that it prevented the trolls from hacking into his PS3 account and collecting personal data. He proudly showcased the alleged bug he removed in a video uploaded on May 5th.
That's not how
Hey,
that
yo,
works.
Dro, you got nothing going on for you, because you know what? I removed it. The Wi-Fi antenna. It gone. You ain't getting my PS3 anymore.
Oh,
You
boy,
bunch of
Chris.
dumb-
What did that part even
And
do?
yeah, I produced a bit.
That one, Far as I know, that's actually the Wi-Fi antenna of the PS3, which means without that you can't connect without actually having a cable in your PlayStation. Because, you know, normally you can just log into your own house Wi-Fi with your PlayStation. No problem. Without that, not so much. Actually, I don't even know if the system will still run normally without it, because it's kind of, you know, pretty essential part of that whole system.
Yeah, the very first time I watched this, I was like, "There's no way this motherfucker just like broke his Wi-Fi or some shit."
Yeah, I mean,
But he didn't. He couldn't have broke his Wi-Fi, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to upload this video.
I know it's kind of like this. I actually don't know if you remove it in the right way from your PlayStation 3, you could potentially still use it normally. I don't know if the internet would still work, but it should technically work if you just put in a cable, you know, from your router to your PlayStation, I guess. Maybe.
And the PS3 was really a great system.
It was a great solid system, honestly. I really love my PlayStation. I still have the old big one. That's great.
And the fact that it's online was free was
Yeah,
a fucking amazing thing.
it was a great time, wasn't it? Things were still offered for free. Look at it nowadays. Jesus fucking Christ. I actually sold those PlayStation cards for membership and for monies, PlayStation monies, in my store too. And I could see the people buying that shit. I was like, yeah, it was a different time. That wasn't necessary. I mean, the PlayStation monies too, they were necessary back then, but you didn't need a fucking membership. At the very least. Well.
I used to only ever buy physical copies of games, and now I'm just like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, it's managed. I still have a very. That's one point, you know, I will defend Chris on this one. He has a nice, large selection of games and consoles, and he kind of cares about it. I too have a nice, large collection of games and consoles. I mean, I
used to have a nice collection. I don't anymore. I don't really care about like Xbox One, like about expanding necessarily, at least currently expanding like a physical collection of Xbox One games. I need to get my I'm getting my wife a fucking GameCube for Christmas.
GameCube. I still have my GameCube here. Nice and sitting there and looking at me like, when will you ever play with me again? I don't know. What happened? GameCube. Yeah, I still have some of the old Sony systems. I mean, it's not like I could really use them, but you know, on the other hand, I really don't want to get rid of them. But many good times. The only console I ever got rid of because it was actually broken was the Nintendo 64. Still have a few games left around that I couldn't sell back then. I really don't want. Hey, look, even the Fizzy Bombs, like I still have my NES. Oh, the NES.
I lost my Nintendo 64, my Sega Genesis, and my GameCube, and my original Xbox whenever my house burned down when I was 16.
Yeah, you did say that. That's fucking sad, isn't it? And good stuff. Good consoles. I love those old consoles. I honestly, if some random woman would be like, yeah, I'm really hot for you, but only if you get rid of your fucking consoles for me, I'd also be like, oh, fuck that. Fuck you and all you stand for. I'm not. Those things have stayed with me for fucking
I'll find
decades.
other hot bitches.
Worst case, I'm just gonna save up some money and pay a fucking prostitute. I don't give a shit at this point. I'm not gonna get rid of my fucking consoles. Fuck that. Jesus Christ, those things have stayed with me longer than I've been together with most women. One single woman.
I actually kind of don't give a shit about NES games.
Yeah.
It's a bastard thing to say. It's a hot take in the gaming community, but like, if it's older than Sega Genesis or a Super Nintendo, like I appreciate what they did. Some of those games are still fun to play, but like,
yeah, I mean, it's the beginning, kind of nice. But honestly, man, it's a fair point. You don't have to share that opinion, but yes. At least I will not get any point. I will take this with me probably, you know, until one day I die and somebody has to take me to my grave. What they do with that stuff then, that's their own fucking problem, not mine. But until then, at least some of that stuff will always stay with me. Just the sheer fucking amount of memories I have of that shit. Ugh. You know.
I'm hoping some of the games I want to get for the wife for that GameCube aren't going to be fucking outrageously expensive.
What actually, the GameCube? I mean, there is always Resident Evil 0. That was kind of cute on the GameCube with that dual system.
She actually hates those old Resident Evil games. She can't stand tank controls.
Oh shit. How about some Fire Emblem? There's also some Fire Emblem.
Definitely gonna be. I'm definitely gonna be hunting down a copy of Animal Crossing for her.
Well, yeah, obviously, but you know, I'm trying to think outside the box here for something a bit more special. I mean, good, there's Fire Emblem, there's Button Kaitos, but that is really special. I have to be into that in order to play that. What else?
I've got a line on a few.
Yeah. I mean, there's some
Like, let's see. What was suddenly my mind just went fucking blank because I'm also mid game of cards. Let's see, I'm definitely gonna get like the Mario sports titles.
good. Never a bad choice. Mario games, always kind of fun.
As well as the Mario Party that were on GameCube.
Oh yeah, that one. That was actually pretty good if memory serves. I have that still. Can't see by GameCube games from here. Shit.
I wanted to boot up Mario Party on my Switch the other day and then realized that like, oh yeah, the Mario Party that came out on the Switch required you to play with like a singular Joy-Con, which
Why?
makes playing it in handheld mode because of how some of the a lot of the mini games require you like moving the Joy-Con, and they definitely didn't consider I might want to play this in fucking handheld mode.
Yeah, of course not. That would mean they actually have to sync this through. I mean, I've seen people enjoying their Switch and stuff, and kind of see the appeal. On the other hand, I'm gonna stay with the PC. My era ended with the PlayStation 3.
I definitely love my Switch, I'm not gonna lie.
You know, my era for consoles in general has ended with the PlayStation 3. After that, I got to PC gaming, and I basically never looked back. Because, you know, I can't play with a controller, I can't play most games. The only thing I can do, if I want to take it with me, I can't do that, but still have all of the old consoles. I can just pull out my fucking Game Boy Advance if I want to, or my PSP. Those are still working. It's not like I feel I need any more of them.
No, I just use Game Boy emulators on my phone.
That too is an option nowadays, you know, so it's not like you're without options to playing those old games.
No, not without options. Although there is something to be said about the nostalgia.
Yeah, the pure nostalgia of just getting that unwieldy fucking PSP out again. Going like, yep.
I had a Gen 1 PSP, and
Yeah, me too.
I
still
loved
have it.
all right?
I still have it. I played Breath of Fire 3 on that. Yes, and a lot of that. Chaos Generation.
I feel like the death of the PSP was that they evolved too fast. Too many changes, too many generations coming way too quickly, and within like 2 years or less of getting my PSP, suddenly whatever fucking version was out, the games that were being made for it weren't compatible with my PSP.
Yeah, I mean, basically there was that small area of, hey, here's PSP, and then suddenly it was like, here's Vita. And I was like, okay, fuck yourself.
Like, I don't want a Vita though. I want my PSP.
Yeah, because the PSP was great. When you think about how long the fucking Game Boy Advance stayed around and had games for it, it was long enough. That felt good. Good times, good times. So let's continue a bit of Chris in the background.
Down on my
Don't
grill.
get out of that.
But you know what?
Suffering must
I'm no
continue.
different from y'all, because I like to pimp a ride.
Well, thank you, Chris. Good to know.
I'm out. Peace.
After realizing that the antenna was not a bug at all, he informed the rest of the trolls by pretending to be a troll himself, who was staying across the street from Christian's house,
Oh, yeah.
creating a new account
I
on the
forgot.
Quickie
That was
under
a
the
thing.
username Jenkins Jinkies.
And that's also when he's then starting going like, yes, I have totally experienced anal sex and I'm totally not gay still. For fuck's sake, Chris.
On May 8th,
I remember
Christian
that
attended
part.
an extreme action
Because we
sports
watched it
event
just
at
yesterday.
John Paul Jones Arena after winning 4 free tickets in a phone-in contest on the radio. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find any willing person to go with him, so he ended up selling the 3 extra tickets and went to the event by himself. He was seated next to an affectionate couple, which only increased his sense of loneliness and sent him into a depressed state.
What do you want? Part
After returning
29?
home, he made a video
27.
explaining his belief that the
Middle
people
of
of Green
27.
County have been conspiring
I
against
think
him
we have
since
watched
the
up
early
to 30
1990s.
yesterday.
I send this message
We did make it to 30
to all
yesterday.
the people
Impressive.
that were of the Green County School Board and such during the 1990s. Because threatening to put me in a mental institution. That was pretty much why we had to run away
Oh yeah, now he's gonna blame.
and move to Chesterfield
Yeah,
County.
yeah.
And I had a better life
Gonna
over there.
blame Green Country for
I
everything.
had so many friends over there in high school. And I was just sad to leave when after I graduated. Because I had to leave all my friends. I had the good life, but we were forced to move back here. You people of Green County, you could not have left me and my family alone.
Mm-hmm.
You had to go and pay off the realtors just so this house here could not have been sold. Because if it had been sold, we would have been able to stay in Chesterfield County. And I would have had a happier life over there than right now than how I'm feeling. Because we were forced to move back here because of you goddamn people who were afraid of autistic individuals. You individuals would know who you are. I wish my family and I did not have to move back here. I wish we could have stayed in Chesterfield County because I had the better life there. And we were doing well, but you had to drag us down. You had to make us unable to sell our house here. You had to force my family to move back here. Well, I was okay, and I have a couple of friends. And I'm better off with stuff. That stuff is no good if I don't have many friends to share it with. It all just went downhill. I bet even Green County had something to do with influencing that goddamn Michael Snyder to see any recourse
Yeah,
or
sure.
anything like that to make him pretend to have a reason to kick me out, quote unquote, scaring his customers away. You goddamn greedy Snyder.
Once you're done with this part, I can boot up my stream and Project Zomboid and part 30 if you
We
want.
could have stayed there.
That sounds good. Can change over to that for a show.
I wish we did not have to move
And
back.
like you could use a bit of a game change anyway.
I wish we did not have to
Yeah,
move
that's
back
probably
here
not a bad
nearly
idea.
10 years ago.
Variety is the spice of life after all.
Laugh
but
all
at
you
this
want,
game,
trolls,
18 and a half hours.
because
I mean, I haven't played this just.
I don't
Started
give a
playing WoW.
damn.
You were playing WoW earlier.
Mm-hmm.
you're all just immature,
That's right.
naive,
Good old WoW.
Still.
Keeps it
condescending.
going.
If you're doing a
Solid.
24-hour stream, that means you're probably not going to be there for our
You
co-op
don't
stream
care.
tomorrow.
About others.
Yeah,
You only
that's-
care
I'm
about
gonna try.
yourselves.
Let's
You
say.
only care
No, you're not.
about getting your own laughs and kicks.
We're going to do it now. We'll do it
Because
now.
You don't have your own social
Basically.
life. You threatened me
Good
from
point, actually.
trying to seek one of my own by scaring me on the internet and whatnot.
You're going to be you're going to be either
Cash,
fresh off of
you
a
can all go to
24-hour
hell.
stream. Actually, you'll be like at the very end of a
And all
24-hour
the
stream.
people that were on the
And
Green
then
County
you would
School
turn that
Board
24-hour stream into what, like
started
a
in 1990,
fucking
and they forced us
30?
back here.
Nah.
Probably not now.
Getting spent.
Second off, my wife's out at her bachelorette party right now.
And Michael
She's not going to
Snyder,
be
I
back
hope you
till
got hell
tomorrow.
too.
So for all I know, I'm going to be taking care of a very hungover woman.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody
Probably
else,
will,
for
yeah.
everybody else.
So you know you're not going to try to make it.
Yeah.
I've got a free
Michael Snyder
night.
himself left a YouTube comment for the video. When I go to hell, I will hold the door open for you, if not too busy giving tours. I can't believe I've spent all these years conspiring to make your life more miserable than your fossilized parents could ever dream of. Oh wait, I wasn't doing that. I've been too busy living my own life. I remember you as a child creeping out to all the other Pokemon kids, including my own, because even 10 years ago, you were an angry, unsportsmanlike punk. Signed, That goddamn Michael Snyder.
Yeah, that goddamn
With his
Michael
recent
Snyder.
outbursts concerning his mistreatment in Greene County, the falsified Sonichu issue, and his stubborn stance against Asperger's syndrome, it appeared that Chris was desperately trying to cling to his version of reality in order to escape the depressing truth that he was still
Now
a
you
virgin
can stop
with a
sharing
desperate desire
yours.
for a mate. And since he no longer
Okay,
fled
let's
into
change
his
that.
comics for comfort, he had to learn how to fend for himself in a world not his own.
This a bit smaller, you go away, then we go.
Play.
Wait,
It's still gonna be the opening.
where the fuck are you
I'm still
hiding?
gonna boot up Project Zamboid.
Yeah, it's ignore little stream.
This is the story.
And I've got to hope I
Of
can
Christian.
run all of this plus your stream at the same time.
That's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna put that there, and we're gonna change the window capture to
Matter
that.
of fact, I think I'm just gonna close out of your stream for now, just to be on the safe side. We all know my computer be not beefy. Why don't I have a mouse?
Captain's log. Stardate August 27th, 2010.
Christian made a video telling his audience about an unfortunate event concerning his PlayStation 3.
You all are aware of my recent dilemma with being able to download videos and digital comics being disabled. Well, I just
There
got
we have it. Now we have it in a new
talking
fashion.
with, technical people at Sony, and they encouraged me to go through an option number 3 of
Weird.
Save and
searching
quit, and then
for
we change over to Project Zombie.
data and clearing that out.
Okay.
But there was a
so if
problem during
I
that,
quit out of this.
and and the system suggested
Project Zombie. Where do I
formatting
have you?
my internal hard drive, and there was a misunderstanding between me
There we have it.
and the employee over at
So for some fucking reason,
Mm-hmm.
it's fine. Every time I've booted up Project Zomboid right now,
Mm-hmm.
I like everything's playable, and on my stream preview, I can see my mouse cursor, but on my screen, I cannot see it.
It's kind of strange, to put it mildly. Jesus.
This is weird, and I don't like it.
Understandable. It should not be the case. With some little graphic errors can happen. Right now, if I look to the side at the maximized window, I see lots of blinking. The round little pictures at the bottom. It's like, okay, could be worse.
I'm gonna host a server. Maybe once I properly boot up. Maybe if I just
Yeah, I'm also
No.
waiting on the boot up to happen. Weep, weep.
I guess in the meantime,
Sony Computer Entertainment America, and I said yes. Everything
Game.
I have worked for since March 2007, since I started, save data, videos, music, photographs, everything that was saved in my hard
You're
drive.
kidding me, game. You're doing this nonsense.
Fine.
you're having problems too.
There's
Yep.
nothing to destroy.
Do you not have a mouse?
Oh, I have a mouse. It's on my preview.
Well,
It's not on my actual
A
game.
misguided error? I just did myself. So there's nothing for you trolls
Okay, if I were to put
That didn't
jealous
fix it.
about.
Okay,
Nothing.
so
Tutorial.
I'm going to back.
Absolutely nothing. Feels
What
like
does
the
actually
whole weight's
work?
been lifted on my shoulders.
I'm going to back all the way
Away.
out.
You win. You win there.
Okay, Project Zombie really doesn't like that.
Leave y'all with that piece of knowledge. Let y'all contemplate. Have a
especially to Clyde Cash.
Company of Heroes?
Let him contemplate
Kinda seems like we'll end up
the
there because
agony
this is
in the
not.
past
Oh, this is really not working.
few years. Everything.
Or we can do some Hoy or some. I said Company of Heroes first up
Right.
because I figured
Stay safe.
Hoy is gonna be.
After this
It's just
incident,
more
Chris
Crusader
informed
Kings,
Jackie
but
via
with
email
guns.
that he felt like deleting all the
I-
data off his PS3 was
No, but
akin
I
to
actually do
deleting
feel
his
Hoy
back.
has the new DLC out, and I kinda do like that because then we have actually something that we can play slowly in the background while we listen to Chris doing as Chris thinks. Actually, not a bad idea.
Well, it sounds good. That's fine. Are we doing just the regular Hoy with the new DLC?
Well, I guess for starters we'll do, because if we try to play around too much with the settings right now, I think because of the new DLC, everything.
Have you tried implementing any mods yet?
Yes, of course, my waifu mods. Tried those immediately.
Okay,
Are you
so
surprised?
let's try the player-led peace conference.
That's probably going to conflict horribly with the new peace conference, isn't it?
It and Road to 56 would fuck with everything, wouldn't it?
Yep. Honestly, I would probably, for mods other than graphical mods, probably wait at least a little bit. Because honestly, yeah, it's gonna fuck harshly with things.
So the modders have had a chance to fucking properly fix everything.
Yeah, I even have modified my little waifu game to only be up the graphics side, so nothing else. I even deactivated the German battle flags and naval flags because it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But just basic bitch Hoy should work, so I'm gonna quickly go in and set up a game for us. It should work. Hopefully.
Alright, I just gotta get the capture up.
Yeah, I need to recapture it again. Because the game needs to fucking load if I have something to capture. Also, I probably should edit the category we are streaming in. I think last I had I set it up? Yeah, I probably had set it up to Crusader Kings. Reasonably sure. Yeah, sure, Fizzybomb is dropped by. Of course, I've set it up that way. That guy comes around once a year when I play Crusader Kings, basically. I know. Now then, will you capture this for me? Yes, you will.
I have changed everything.
I'm working on it.
And now I'm hitting play on Christian.
Past lonely self, and with this fresh start, he began seeing playing video games as a hobby and not an obsession, and believed that this allowed him and Jackie to establish a sturdy foundation for their relationship. Jackie then shared a link with him to a page on the Trolling Train forum for a list of challenges for trolls to accomplish, with high monetary rewards accompanying each one. For example, Clyde Cash would pay $4,000 to the troll who would film themselves having gay sex with Christian. The trolls encouraged Jenkins Jinkies, Chris's troll alias, to carry out the task, since he already had a gay encounter in his youth, according to his falsified backstory. Jackie highlighted that Clyde would pay $9,001 to the person who destroyed Chris's PS3 with a brick and offered proof. Upon reviewing the page, Christian decided that he would outsmart the trolls by filming himself destroying his own PS3 and get the cash reward in return. He found that he had backed up a lot of his data on flash drives, so he comfortably felt that he could use the $9,001 to buy a newer PS3 and pay back his debts to his...
Hey, so can we just talk real quick about, like, Chris, first off, would believe that someone would pay almost $10,000 to the person that could steal and smash Chris's PlayStation.
Yep.
All right. But let's say that someone is willing to do that. Then, like, the whole... I know you don't like me in this ear, buddy. Gotta get your ears cleaned. Anyway, the whole point of the being such a high sum is that somebody has to basically break into his house to get it. What do you want? Do you want more of your other ear cleaned out? So, like, in what world does he think that, like, if he does it himself, that he would get the fucking prize?
Well, Moby, his idea is probably to fake being somebody else again and do it that way so that the trolls don't realize. But then again, would you really pay 10,000 for basically a 300, 400 console? Of course not.
No, but I could almost believe that like somebody with too much time and way too much money to burn, I could almost see them like, yeah, if you can steal his fucking blah 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 blah. But even then, it's like,
Okay, so how am I going to can't I just buy a normal PS3 then for $300, maybe a bit more, make a video of me smashing it and be like, this is Chris's one.
right? Like, couldn't you?
And by the time Chris does a video, like, now my PlayStation is not destroyed, I already have my money and I'm gone. And what are you
Or you could just tell Chris your fucking plot even.
Yeah, just invite him to it and go like, yeah, come on, we'll do it together, we split the money. $5,000 basically for each of us? Sounds great. Send you an invite.
Hell, even just like, yo, Chris, let me smash your PlayStation. Like, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna make a video that it was stolen. I'm gonna make a video that I have it, and I'm gonna smash it, and I'll give you, $4,000.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty nice deal, isn't it? I mean,
Right.
Even Chris would be like, or should be like, yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Oh, but yeah, you're right. Let's see what he does.
His father.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he would try to get a friend of his to film.
Oh, real quick, I guess. Who am I gonna be? Are you gonna be fucking Switzerland again?
I'm thinking about doing it, but it actually was really successful with Switzerland in one of my runs. I managed to beat France back, basically on my lonesome, so I kind of want to try it. Gonna be the Frenchies.
I'm gonna be the Frenchies.
Fine, I'm gonna be neutral to you too. Basically,
From the destruction,
I'm going
Chris
for
would tell the
fascist
trolls that it was
France.
Jenkins
Nice.
Not
who recorded
Vichy,
it.
just
Though
fascist.
soon
Just
he
fascist.
decided that he wanted to have all the
Nice.
credit and ended up filming the ordeal by himself.
I'm gonna have a
I make
fucking
this
wiki
video
and a wiki and a walkthrough to
as
get
a
Vichy
tribute.
France.
To what I have lost.
Not to get
But
its
also from
existence,
which
but
I
to
have
get it
lost,
where you
I have
control
lost
it.
something that was of
Mhm.
important value, but I am able to let go. It is the spirit of myself, of which was very lonely,
and I think I'm
Now
gonna eat some
move
more
on
garlic bread soon because I'm
to a
getting
much
hungry
brighter
again.
future. And now for the feature presentation on this video. What
Mhm.
you are about to see is uncensored and unedited.
You don't do editing, Chris. Don't lie to me.
PlayStation 3 here in the backyard.
That's not true. We've
Okay,
seen his editing. It's
Okay.
not good.
he
but-
sucks at editing. Fine.
The hard drive still in there, formatted as it was. And for a memento, I'm keeping the cover. Again, this is very graphic, so if you are weak in the stomach, especially as a gamer, look away. And I mean no disrespect to Sony Computer Entertainment America.
Mm-hmm.
They grow out the fine product.
And you're just gonna smoosh said fine product now.
Placing on the
That's a bit of a dick move, isn't it?
A little bit.
vessel of my loneliness within the past 3 years of anguish. I bid you fair do. Adieu.
Don't do it, Chris.
Christian
Yeah.
smashes at his PlayStation 3 with a brick for 40 seconds.
That thing is pretty damn tough.
Is it?
I mean, yeah, the outer shell is pretty nice.
Or is Chris just kind of a bitch?
Unplayable.
That too.
The deed is done.
After
Is she?
sharing the video with Jackie, she wasn't satisfied with the console's level of destruction and doubted that the trolls would be convinced either. Taking Jackie's suggestion, Chris once more took his camera and his PS3 outside so that he could drive over it with his car.
Of course. What has that poor console ever done to you apart from actually helping
Well, you
you?
get the idea anyway. It's useless. Broken.
He then brings it back to his room.
Well, right over a car, it smashed through the brick. Ugh, they thought I hit on the metal parts and the heavy plastic. But still, when I plugged it in, it did not turn on. Actually, it went into standby mode, but that's all as far as it went. That's all as it went. So right now I'm gonna finish the job. Finish the job.
Typical console.
Chris then stabs at the console's innards with a pair of scissors.
Why?
Just cut some wires, dude.
Yeah.
Like it ain't that hard.
I mean, really it isn't. She's making this unnecessarily complicated.
Look at that bin. Broke a whole bunch of stuff off. So you tell me
Guess that's fucking Chris for you.
it's still good. It ain't now.
Okay, but
After this latest
Get this
pair of
wrong.
videos, he sent them to Jackie, along with a drawing of Chris and Jackie having sex against a tree as a group of Native American men and women masturbate to them. As opposed to the all-male circle jerking at the swimming pool, Christian changed the environment around her fantasy to reduce the number of men, and also made all the masturbators Native American, since he claimed that he was 1/16th Cherokee himself. Not long after, he sent the brick destruction video along with 3 post-destruction photos to Clyde Cash, asking for the $9,001 reward. Let's talk business. As you are aware, I, myself, am aware of the trolling train, and recently,
Tweet.
I have mistakenly formatted my PS3 hard drive. I do have a girlfriend now. I will not disclose her name, and she is aware of these factors as well. She has encouraged me to work for your reward offer. So, with the full intention of moving forward in life, I have destroyed my PS3 personally and video recorded it. I am not going to put it onto YouTube, yet. I will be sending you the link to the video file I will be uploading to a mega upload site right after I finish typing this message. At the moment, even if you upload the video yourself, it can be considered your word alone, possible movie editing and actors, and not fact. However, I am most willing and able to upload the video onto my own YouTube account personally. All I ask for me to actually upload the video onto my YouTube is the full reward, as posted on Trolling Train, of $9,001 in cash. No check, no digital transfer. Send me all of the cash in a big, bubble-wrapped envelope via snail mail. You have my good word that I will upload the same video onto my own YouTube right after I get the cash. Also, should you upload the video before I get the money, I can and will create a retractionary statement to the video and blow things out of proportion. Considering the previous trusty conversation
that
between
we're
me
sure.
and Sarah
Yeah,
was
pretty
provided
much.
with your full authorization, I will thank you for that peace of mind event by trusting you in like. I would like to see the cash in my mailbox, followed by in my hands within this week, before September 4th, 2010. Attached are 3 photos of the same PS3, post-damage for your preview. You, Sarah, and Penny all have a good and safe day. He offered to show the destruction by car video only after he received the reward money. Clyde Cash was dubious about Chris's reasoning and willingness to destroy his beloved gaming console. After failing to make Clyde believe that he truly smashed apart his own PS3, he finally gave in and sent Clyde links to the other 2 videos. After that, Clyde Cash redirected the conversation to Surfshack Tito, who allegedly handled all the money transactions. Tito informed Christian that he had apparently missed some prerequisites written on the original listing for the $9,001 reward, such as having to sign a contract for Clyde Cash, paying tribute to Surfshack Tito for security protection, and forfeiting the contestants' white women to the black man in the pickle suit. Most importantly, the challenge was meant to be completed by a troll of Christian, meaning that Chris was ineligible from receiving the reward.
Well, yeah,
Chris
pretty
nevertheless
obvious.
relented and pointed out that Clyde had instructed Tito to pay out the reward. He also mentioned that he was in contact with Jinkies himself and that they had an understanding. After a number of reschedulings, they finally settled on the Chick-fil-A in Charlottesville's Fashion Square as the place where an agent of Tito's would hand over the $9,001 in cash to Chris. After waiting for 40 minutes, no one came to meet him, so Chris went back home. He suspected that they were running late that day, so he gave Tito one more chance to have one of his agents deliver the money to him at the Starbucks in Fashion Square the following day. Surfshack Tito told him that his agent would be a woman with a pickle tattoo on her breast. Meanwhile, Christian told Jackie via email that he felt emotionally tortured after destroying his PS3, and much to her disappointment, pledged to buy a replacement console as soon as
Sure you
possible.
do, bud.
In addition, he complained that Tito told Chris that he had a conversation with Jenkins Jinkies, who said to Tito that he was not in alliance with Chris. Christian then devised a plan to make an audio recording of a supposed conversation between Jinkies and Chris to prove that Surf Shack Tito was lying. Chris would end up not creating any falsified recordings and retire the Jenkins Jinkies character entirely out of fear of being mistaken for a true troll and getting arrested by police. He then informed Jackie that he told his mother that his PS3 died and then he destroyed it, before trying to revive it through some surgery and a checkup at Best Buy. She was shocked by the news and wanted to contribute $50 for a new PlayStation 3.
Why?
I crashed myself at about 7 last night and fell asleep. I woke 3 hours later, finding my mother sitting in my chair in my view. She was emotionally torn up over me destroying the console for the trolls' entertainment. She and Dad are under an impression that the trolls were controlling me. I understand and helped her through her emotions and tears. I drove her to Walmart and walked with her by her side to relieve her pain. I was doing what a good child would do for their parent. Kristen sent Jackie another drawing of the two of them having sex, this time in a hot tub, once again failing to fulfill her wish of depicting them in a pool surrounded by masturbating men, instead opting for a group of naked men and mostly women of different races. According to Chris, the puddle of semen on the ground represented a man who finished early and so left. On August 31st, Christian went to the fashion square and waited for the pickle-breasted woman for over an hour,
The
but she never
pickle-breasted
showed up.
woman.
YouTube user ZeroArchie0 filmed a brief clip and took a couple of photos of Christian patiently waiting for his reward. After returning home, he then demanded that someone come to his house to give him the money. Tito claimed that they eventually found the real Christian in a different Starbucks, wearing a Sonichu medallion and a brown striped shirt, meaning that they allegedly gave the reward money to Liquid Chris. Christian did not believe this claim and came to terms with the fact that he would not get any of the money from the trolls. He sent one final email to Clyde Cash. I am tired of your game of Goose Chase. I know you and Tito are not going to give me even half a penny of any money, even after I've broken my one PS3 I paid $400 for in 2007. You both want me to even beg. You can go point at your own damn snouts and oink like Eric Cartman, and then rape yourselves with your own damn Darth Maul dual lightsaber. Fuck off and die. Both of you! After handing in a large selection of unwanted consoles and titles to GameStop, Chris received $100 in store credit. He also received a loan of $200 from his parents after a lengthy discussion about the matter. On September 2nd, Chris used the $300 to buy a new PS3 and spent the whole day re-downloading his past games. Jackie was heartbroken by the news and pointed out that it would have been much cheaper for him to visit her in Tennessee. She then complained about all the times he had lied to her, including his claim of not needing to play with a PS3 for months. Christian sent her a lengthy reply, stating that when he drove to Ohio to meet Julie, his parents called the police on him. Similarly, when he was planning on driving to the anime convention Otakon, his parents threatened to call the police and have him arrested, and even change all the locks to the house so he couldn't enter his own home when he came back. He gave these situations as reasons for his hesitation to come visit Jackie. She asked him to return his new PS3. Christian declined, saying that he would not spend money as frivolously as before, and tried to set up a date with her on September 4th. He pointed out that his PlayStation 3 was more than just for video games, but also for surfing the net, playing Blu-rays and DVDs, CDs, and storing photos and videos. Jackie highlighted that all those actions could be performed by a PC. She also accused him of caring about his console more than he did real people. Chris strongly disagreed, and suggested that until they were willing to meet up in person, it would be best if they unglued themselves from their respective screens and began seeing other people in person. On September 6th, Christian made a YouTube video attempting to dispel trollsome rumors.
September 6th, 2010. I am not dead. I am very much alive, healthy, and well.
Well, the
and
healthy part is debatable.
That way. So don't believe any goddamn rumors from the dang trolls. Because you know they always gotta be falsified. And I'll tell you all something else. Patty ain't dug up. She's still underground.
I'd bloody hope so.
All the trolls are doing between their forum and what they spread about in their dang rumors is just blowing a bunch of smoke. So should you believe a whole bunch of smoke? No.
I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. They do say that.
But the smoke is just it's just a fire of web lies.
Fire of web lies. Okay.
So there.
I love
and
being
also,
Swiss. You can just sit and relax.
I am going to ignore the trolls, and they are not going to bother me anymore. I am regaining control of my life. They have played with me for long enough, and they're not going to play with me anymore. I'm not going to let them. And also, I will say another thing.
Yes.
Haters
Yes.
are gonna hate.
The next day,
Okay.
after 2 days of email silence, Jackie
Immediately.
asked him if he would ever respond to her. He did, stating that she was probably going to be the only pretty girl who could so patiently put up with his difficulties and quirks, and offered a compromise. He informed her that he made $130 in a few days, and was willing to make the same amount again and use this money to travel to meet her. She was glad to hear from him again, but sad to learn that he would not give up on his PS3. Jackie also confronted him about how he felt that only Xbox players could get addicted to their console, but not PlayStation connoisseurs. Christian then confessed that he did not
Better.
hate the Xbox series of consoles like he did before, admitting that he tried them out at a demo booth. He revealed that he felt jealousy over those that could afford the expensive consoles, and hated it for its numerous technical flaws, and that it supported the HD DVD format rather than Blu-ray. He formally retracted his hatred for Xbox. And you were right on me having no right to complain of other video game addicts, but I said those things to prove a point that people like them, including myself, and the trolls can better themselves by socializing off the internet and going out more often. I have been going out more on a daily basis, at least during the afternoon hours on average, leaving between 2 and 4 p.m., and an average of over 3 hours per day. If I knew where to go, I would definitely go out at night and have more fun. But aside from the new Walmart to walk for a while, I do not have knowledge of such locations or how to act within their likely dim-lit areas. And, yeah, I do not really expect people to drop what they're doing and converse with me when I am unable to do it as easily as they are able to. But it is nice to be acknowledged and not to feel invisible in public. Seriously, even when I'm shouting while drunk or near sober. Nobody gives me attention. I am ignored. And when I try to start something with a pleasant greeting, I am still ignored. And I'm right here, people. Aren't I handsome enough to attract your attention, ladies? WTF do I have to do
Jesus
to get
Christ.
even a hello from anybody these days?
Not be
Sigh.
fucking weird.
It makes me
Yeah,
feel like a
pretty
social
much.
outcast. And I do not want to be a social outcast.
Then don't be weird to
Anyway,
people.
I'm sorry for stopping communications with you for a short while. I needed some time for myself to collect my thoughts and come up with a reasonable solution to the disagreement. I felt like kicking myself over and over for saying the breaking up things I said in error. I did not mean it, and I'm happy to still be talking to you.
That's worrying.
And I really want to be with you. I'm re-raising the money as quickly as possible, and if I can come up with it by the end of the month, I will dedicate 3/4 of my remaining money from next month to us! (close parentheses). Jackie asked him to make a video to prove that he truly indeed loved her, focusing on their first date. She requested that Chris play a song from her favorite band in the background, by Crash Test Dummies, and feature some new drawings of the two of them. She also claimed to not care about the trolls knowing her name, so she allowed him to say it freely in the video. Jackie gave him 3 days to upload the video.
Nice of her.
On September 13th,
Totally
Chris
not
uploaded the
suspicious.
video dedicated to Jackie, with a slideshow presentation featuring a mix of drawings and video game stills playing on his TV in the background, undiscernible for the majority of the video.
This is for you, Jacqueline, my sweetheart. I want you so bad, you know. I need you. You complete me so much. It's so hard to explain. I mean, you get me so excited. You get me energized. I just want to jump. I just want to jump. Come on. You get me so excited, especially when I do things for you that you enjoy. That I help put together for you. It's just really awesome. Besides, as I said on that website, we're so much a match in many things. And you know, I could do a lot of fancy things for our first date. Like, you know, yeah, that's the drawing right. That's a drawing right there. I mean, yeah, sure, got a little gamey thing in here, but you know what? It's a good way for chats, especially since I did the drawings firsthand by hand. Anyway,
Not
for our
really good
first
way to
date, like I
project.
said, I would do it fancy, but I'm a simple kind of guy, you know. A nice little dinner for two, maybe a movie, walk in the park, that sort of thing. So my fantasy day is just mostly simple, really. Anyway, a little bit more of you. I meet you over at your place or wherever we decide to meet up. we head on out for our lovely day. We can go catch a movie. Maybe go see Disney flick. And then make out what's going on. Or we could go to an amusement park if there's one and ride the roller coaster. Ride the Ferris wheel. Long we're together enjoying it. And then we go to restaurants, depending on whether where we would feel like going, whether fancy or inexpensive. But this one was fancy.
And middle of
The
this.
one I put together
Yeah.
for Stacey.
That's the thing.
We enjoy each other's company and the food. It can be candlelit, because that is part of fancy. But we're just getting each other's eyes lovingly, there's hearts between us. And then you
In
just,
Poland.
you just grace me on the way to the park. Where we can enjoy, where we can slide down the slide. I can push down the
Oh,
slide,
Germany, give me some more of that good, old-fashioned steer.
enjoy the moonlight. Romantic moonlight. And find a tree and make out.
Appeasement, so that
And
everybody's
then when
peaceful.
it comes to the apex of our evening, I can take you up to our car and then take you back home. And then if you want to, we can go back in there and really make love. Oh, with protection.
By protection. Yay.
Because
Thanks.
I love you.
And
I
that's
care
good
about
to
you
know,
very much.
Chris.
Really good to
More than
know.
anything. I need you. I need you, Jacqueline.
Yeah, you just wanna
I
fuck.
don't
We
ever
know.
want you to leave me. I need you. I want you so much. I don't ever want you to leave me, because if you leave me, that would just leave me very sad. It'd be so much heartbreak. I'd be down for well over a month. I don't even want to think about it. Don't even want to think
It's
about
not
it.
worth it.
But I love you, Jackie. I love you. I love you, Jacqueline Romney. Come to me, or I will come to you, and we will enjoy.
That sounds
we
like a
will
threat.
dance the night away, or hang the day away.
Come to me, or I will come to you.
And see where it
Okay.
goes from there. You make me jump.
Don't be weird,
You
bro.
make me jump.
We all know he really can't help it
I
at
love
this
you
point.
so much. Can't stand it. I really can't stand it.
And she's
Nothing's gonna come between us, sweetheart. It's you and me forever. I love you.
He soon after made another video, confessing that he no longer hated the Xbox. There are some
Well.
loud moans heard in the background at several points in the video. Some have theorized that it was his father, Bob, in poor health at the time, but it is uncertain.
Captain's log, stardate September 13th, 2010. I am making this video to make a public statement. I no longer have any angst, or hatred, or anything, any beef against the Xbox. It is a good console, a very good console. About equally as good as the PlayStation 3. Yeah, it cannot play Blu-ray, but it is still a good console, and it is just another gaming console. Just like, you know, I guess just like PS3 is another gaming console. Another Wii, or a Wii is another gaming console. And you notice there's a depreciation in the number of gaming consoles in the center.
I'll tell you some more of that garlic bread.
The gaming edition is gone.
I'm surviving on snacks alone this fine day.
I
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think once in a while I can get away with it.
the hoarded system.
Yeah, I need to
systems
rearrange my
and
pipes
games
too,
that
so
are
they're still
open.
gonna be in the way.
I have hoarded the number of years. And also, I would like to make another statement. I have no hatred or anger towards the gay men.
Are you sure about that,
None
Chris?
at all.
Are you sure?
No questions. Straightforward. I'm cool with you gays, you know.
with you
What you want
gays.
to do,
All right, folks,
No.
you heard it here first.
keep it to yourself.
Indeed. You gays, you can
That's all.
okay.
We're all
Chris, you're so
equal
special.
people. We have every right to live our lives free, however each of us individually chooses. So
No,
there.
you don't say. You don't say, Chris.
Oh, shoot, that was another thing. Another thing. Anyway, that's essentially that. Oh yes, I just remembered the other thing. I remove all hexes and curses to every single person I have ever around the world that I have ever left a curse on. So consider yourselves cleansed.
What the fuck
You're
is
all
going on in
forgiven.
Ethiopia?
Every last one of you.
They're having a civil war.
Forgiveness.
Yeah, but normally Italy is there to, you know, do
And
war
with that,
things.
I bid you a good day. A safe one too. All of you.
It seems like Italy
Goal
is...
That same
Jam
day,
versus
Chris sent
Ethiopia.
Jackie a drawing of her naked
Italy,
self
aren't you
being
involved in
ejaculated
this?
upon by Chris and 3 other naked men, one of whom
Yes,
was
you
black
are.
and another was devoid of color entirely. The scene was depicted from the black man's pubic region's point of view.
I have no real course of
In
action
response
to
to his
take
video
that makes
concerning
me
their first
that I
date,
can
Jackie
see
was
that'll
pleased
make
with
me
his energy,
fascist. So
but
instead, I'm going
disappointed
to
with the
reinstate
amount
the
of screenshots
monarchy.
used from his Little
Oh,
Big
not
Planet's
bad
date
either.
level, which he had
Well,
originally
Germany's
made
gonna stay
for
fascist
Julie.
this time.
She
for once.
requested that he make another video, this time singing over the Crash Test Dummy song with his own lyrics, while dressed up as her favorite character from the anime series, Dragon Ball Z, Mr.
Trigger
Popo,
warning.
since her favorite holiday, Halloween,
Racism.
was coming up soon. On
This is
September
bad,
16th,
guys.
Chris fulfilled Jackie's promise.
Hello. Are your glasses for a genie?
Jesus Christ, Chris. You really don't know when to stop, do you?
Just take a good, strong look at it.
I do. I'm seeing it, and I would really, really wish to say that I'm surprised at this point that he would go that far, but honestly, I'm not even surprised any longer. I'm just sitting here like, yeah,
It does not even register in his brain that he may be doing something problematic.
I know, not at fucking all. Completely beyond him.
Mr. Popo. I
Jesus
tell you a
Christ, Chris.
story. It is a good story. You will enjoy story. Once there was this boy who was born with some autism and yet made a few friends, but after his high school years, he lost his friends and was so tortured by bullies who were jealous of his material things. No. Ain't no sayings of the fiddle. No sayings of the fiddle like this.
No.
Ain't no sayings of the fiddle. No sayings of the fiddle like this. I saw your day wah wah. Ho ho hey ya ho. I saw your day wah wah. Ho ho hey ya ho. Ain't
Oh,
no
Chris,
sayings
oh,
of the
Chris.
fiddle. No sayings of the fiddle like this.
Ain't enough
Ain't no
drugs.
sayings of the fiddle.
Yeah, I don't think there are enough drugs. Honestly, I could take reasonably and still survive.
I
And
saw your day wah wah.
Yeah,
Ho ho hey ya ho.
oh god, what a special creature that is! Jesus Christ.
Happy loving between me and Jackie. I love you, sweetheart.
On the day he finished his Mr. Popo video, Chris told Jackie about an email he received from someone whose name was Robert Paulson, who claimed that he was her boyfriend and attached a nude photo of her. Jackie stated that she didn't know who Robert was, but revealed that her ex-boyfriend, Lars, was the only person who possessed that picture. She vowed to make him pay for not deleting her nudes. In addition, she asked Christian to make one video for every day in October for a so-called contest called Jacqueline's Naughty No Trick All Treat 31 Days of Halloween contest. In each video, Chris would have to dress up as a character of his own choosing and reveal some information about himself. She stated that simple 30-second long videos were fine. If he completed the challenge, they would have sex on November 1st. If he failed, then he would have to wait longer for another chance for them to meet up. He replied, stating that he thought the contest idea sounded fun, but he declined to participate since there was already so much personal information about him online. Jackie was hurt by his refusal, clarifying that she was interested in learning simple, little things about him, such as his favorite food. Since he declined her challenge for sex, she allegedly cried, having her night ruined. Chris apologized, becoming more open to the idea. He also fulfilled another request for Jackie. He attached a collection of photos of his room, offering a near 360-degree view of his personal space. She was thankful for the pictures and clarified that he did not have to come up with elaborate costumes for the videos. She also wanted to get back at Lars, but had no way to directly contact him, so she asked Chris for advice. On September 22nd, Christian and Jackie had their first chat on AOL Instant Messaging, during which they discussed in depth his trolling experiences and his sexual activities. The following day, Chris talked about his idea for a specialist task force to stop trolls called Trollbusters. There are people around the world who for their own individual reasons seek cruel laughs, fun, or comfort in making fun at other people's expenses, all celebrities included. I, Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, United States of America, have fallen victim of these cads, these scoundrels, these scumbags of the Earth's soil. As the years passed in the story creation, I later discovered that I was being bad-mouthed behind my back in November of 2007 by individuals who hide behind the mother skirt of the internet, who are referred to as trolls or cyberbullies. Their groups and icons include that of 4chan, the Pedo Bear, the Epic Smile, Chargin Malayzer, the list goes on. They all think that they are of a high and mighty rank above everybody around the world, including and especially every individual who they make dark mockeries of. These trolls not only put in their own twisted, evil thoughts on the innocent people they pick on, but from everything the innocents put on the internet, from typed, quoted text, drawings and photographs, YouTube videos, etc., etc., etc. And even worse, the trolls deceive and blackmail us innocents by establishing online relationships, making us open up emotionally to them, to confide our private truths, photographs, videos for footage. Their hacking prowess is unknowingly powerful, depending on who is in their organization for their crass lulz, which I personally define as laughs under lucrativeness. I tell every person who has been, as well as not yet but will be, tormented and found by a troll/cyberbully. You all can protect yourselves by simply practicing the safety advice from me here, as well as other cyberbully prevention organizations found on the internet and in real life. Google these places. Chris offered a list of precautions to take to not be trolled, which included not giving out personal information over the internet, not posting private photos which you may not want others to see, keeping a close watch on people around you in real life in case some trolls follow you around, and having a good, happy reputation by being generous, kind, and caring. If you are a victim of trolling/cyberbullying, and you know who the person is and where they are in real life, there is a good chance you'll be able to legally sue them. Talk to a legal attorney for more information and details on how. And if you are a troll or cyberbully, and you know who you are, you'd be doing yourself a favor giving up your ways, because you will be found and punished. Like the Trollbusters, Cal and Dee Dee of Quickville, Virginia, who always catch the troll in the act. You can do your part in stopping the trolling and cyberbullying. Soon after, they had another AIM chat in which she discussed her tumultuous relationship with Lars and the constant fights they had. Jackie revealed that Lars had a large collection of toy boats, many of which were constructed poorly and many others remained unopened in their boxes. This characteristic was conceived as a parody of Christian's own obsessive patterns. Lars had been bothering her recently, laughing about spreading her nude photos to other people, so Jackie wanted Chris to make a video targeting Lars to scare him away from contacting Jackie ever again. She sent him a link to one of the model boats he possessed, a miniature-scale replica of the Titanic, as inspiration for his video. Chris suggested that he could build the Titanic out of Legos and sink it as a way to intimidate Lars. Jackie specified that she wanted Chris to say the phrase, "Consequences will never be the same," an infamous quote uttered by the father of mass trolling victim Jesse Slaughter.
Consequences will never be the same. You lying bunch of pricks.
She wanted him to upload the video on September 25th, which would have been their anniversary. Adhering closely to her wishes, Christian delivered the video on September 25th, as requested.
Good afternoon. This message goes out to an ex of my dear beloved sweethearts, who goes by the name of Lars, who had an obsession with model boats, and here is a Titanic-like boat.
Titanic-like
He is
boat.
balancing it. Let's see what happens to his boat. Oh, look at me! I'm sailing in my Titanic-like boat that was originally for my girlfriend, who is now Chris's girlfriend. And today was our anniversary, this 25th of September. Oh no! What's this? A sideburn! Yeah!
And it died. Poor Titanic.
It gets better, you know what? Because
Oh yeah, step on the label,
here
please.
comes the demolition team that finds the remains of the sunken ship. Boom!
It's not gonna work well.
Oh, and here's the captain of the ship. What remains of him, anyway? Weak as dirt. The consequences will never be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Lars, you are no match for me and my muscles.
Soon after, Chris uploaded a video in which he sings over the song You've Been Trolled by 8-Bit, which he first saw on Flipnote Hatina.
Go, you've been trolled, you should probably just fold. When the only winning move is not to play. Like if you keep on trying, endlessly replying, you've been trolled, have a nice day. This video, portraying and projecting the anti-troll cyberbullying movement, has been brought to you by My Nation Racers and Oil of Olay brand bars, soap, and other things. Softer, smoother skin in a week or so.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, it gets you clean and it makes you smell good. I just use it to wash my hands, and I use it in the shower to wash myself vigorously. I certainly do
I'll
not
believe that.
use any animals, my own
I have
kids,
some
or anything else
distrust in his
other
statement
than
there.
Oil of Olay
Just
brand bar
minor.
soap
Minor.
and
I just don't
body
believe
wash
Chris washes vigorously.
and shampoo
Really not, no.
and conditioner. Available in
Gonna be
anti-dandruff.
a very short, quick number
But
every
anyway.
single time, I'd imagine.
Oil of Olay. Softer, smoother skin in a week, and makes you very clean. Have a nice day!
In response to the ship sinking video, Chris received an email from Lars McNulty himself. Hey Fatso, you the fat loser my Jackie wound up with? Whoa, I must have done the number on her. If she'd be so traumatized she would sink as low as you. You know what ain't sinking? My resolve, Don't you ever be showing my boat sinking. You're just lucky that wasn't one of my boats. If that had been one of my boats, I'd have whomped your pasty fat ass, you wonky dweeb. Jackie's gonna be mine again. You just wait and see. This shit ain't over between us. Just look at my pic I gave you. You see I mean business. See how fierce I be. The consequences ain't never gonna be the same. Smooth sailing, Lars McNulty. He attached a photo of a black man, which according to him was a picture of himself.
Well, yeah,
Thinking
we got
that Lars used a photo of a black man to hide his true identity, Chris made another video attacking him.
Hello, Lars. I got your email, and I got to tell you, you're a dang loser for hiding behind a picture of a black man. A dang photograph. Anyway, it's over. It's over. You've lost. Your history. You're kaput.
Don't even try to speak German, man. That doesn't work for
had
you.
your chance with Jackie, but you lost, buddy. You lost. You kept concentrating on your dang boats all day and all night, ignoring her needs and her desires. Now she's the real man. I will satisfy her needs
Sure
and
thing,
her
Chris.
desires. And if you ever
He
want
was
to be
a
happy with
real
yourself,
man.
you grow
He
up.
really believes that.
You grow up. And you
Chris,
stop
don't
thinking
tell
about
people to
yourself.
grow up,
Yeah.
please.
You grow up.
Come on.
Stop thinking about yourself. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Man, that guy really, he's special. So fucking special.
You mess with me and her, you're gonna have to deal with me, definitely. Down to the last sweat or breath.
After watching the video, Jackie informed Chris that it was actually Lars in the photo. Upon this revelation, He stated that he was fine with her having a black partner in her past, largely thanks to seeing many interracial couples on television. With his relationship with Jackie still holding steady and promising, the introduction of an ex-boyfriend provided a new foe in Chris's life, which encouraged him to release his inner emotions in video form once again, adding more excitement to his internet presence. For while he may
Good
not have
idea,
been
that
aware,
movie.
the trolls were the screenwriters of his life, inserting love interests and villains as they wished, in order to entertain a very peculiar audience of a man unwittingly starring in his own show.
He's not even the director of his own life. Not even that.
I mean, he's definitely the star in the show.
That he is, but he's not directing the show. Not that
What
fucking
made
more.
him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
I can only imagine what's gonna happen when he actually takes control.
On September 29th, 2010, Jackie claimed to receive a toy boat from
Start
her
working on
ex-boyfriend,
banning
Lars,
communists.
made out of popsicle sticks and a condom functioning as a sail. She talked about this with Christian through AOL Instant Messaging and asked that he make another video targeting Lars to intimidate him. After exchanging some creative ideas, Chris uploaded a brief, heavily edited version of this video the following day.
Oh yeah, one more thing, Lars. You know,
Yes.
you sent her the dang little boat made out of bicycle sticks and a weak condom wrapper for sale. You know what she did with that? Mr. Buck.
Come on.
Threw that piece of shit away.
Stop hitting
That little piece of
your
cheap
stuff,
as shit.
bro.
It was
Good
so
camera,
cheap,
every
cheap as
single
that
time.
paint dispenser. I'm out. Peace.
In the
Good camera.
meantime,
Why do you
he
suffer
told
so
Jackie
much?
that he would have an interview for a position at McDonald's at the end of the month and wanted to use the job, if he got it, as an opportunity to improve his social skills. After the interview, Chris talked to Jackie about it, saying it went well. She asked him to clarify what he meant when he stated on his resume that he had been an employee of the game place. They both established that his tenure there as an assistant Pokemon gym leader was akin to babysitting and volunteer work, though Chris still considered it as a legitimate period of employment. She then inquired about his reasons for being banned from the establishment, with Chris giving multiple possible explanations, such as screaming at children when they were disruptive, and writing, "Michael Snyder loves the fiddlesticks" out of Mary Lee Walsh on a cardboard box there. She wanted him to make a video apologizing to manager Michael Snyder, admitting that the ban was Chris's own fault. Since he and Jackie were going ahead with the plan of Christian making one video wearing a different costume for every day in October to prove his devotion for her, she allowed an exception for serious videos such as this. He made his Michael Snyder apology the subject of his first video for October.
Alright, well, listen, it's October 1st, 2010, and we're gonna go a good change of pace here. I have come to terms and realization with the help of my sweetheart, Jackie. Anyway, I want to apologize to Michael Snyder and everybody at the game place for blaming them
Was it called again
for
like me, Jew?
well, all the trouble
start with
because,
that?
you know, things have transpired that led up to me getting kicked out was very much my fault. But most of the time I was just either super stressed out. I only shot out loud outbursts twice ever. And yet even that shot Michael. And I apologized for writing that message on the cardboard box that Michael is aware of, out of anger in response to not being allowed to hook up the Wii so I could distribute the Electiva, the Magmorton, and Surfer Pikachu to the other Pokemon League members to their Diamond and Pearl games. But anyway, I do not blame any of them. I am to blame for my getting kicked out of there. And I am sorry.
You should be. You still don't really mean it, but
Have
you
a
should
good
be
day.
sorry.
Soon after, he wrote an
Right.
email to Jackie, stating that even though he was very tired, he mustered up the energy to make the video, and also wrote her a poem. Jackie complained about the content of his video, and also that he still stayed up late until an unreasonable hour, and so was tired during the day. In honor of his interview with McDonald's, Jackie told him to make his next October video dressed up as the Hamburglar, a character often used in old McDonald's commercials. Even though he liked her idea, Christian's video for October 2nd was instead a tribute to the film Mary Poppins, in which he sings and dances like one of the chimney sweeps while wearing the hat he won for participating in the Parappa the Rapper video contest.
Yo, Governor, don't mind me much. I'm just a chimney sweep on shore leave. Da 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 da. Step in time, step in time, step in time, step in time. Every reason, every rhyme. Step in time, step your time. Kick it easy, step in time, kick it easy, step in time. Every reason,
Painful.
every rhyme. Kick it easy, step in time.
Very painful.
Round the chimney,
He
round the
really
chimney,
hasn't
step in time,
any sort of
round the
talent for
chimney,
music,
step
but
in
he
time,
still
step in
continues
time,
doing it.
step in time, round the chimney,
Kinda impressive,
step in
actually.
time. Over the railing, over the railing, step in time, over the railing, step in time, every reason, every rhyme. Don't need to be a good jumper. Keep it time. Enjoy my
Jesus
puppet.
Christ.
Enjoy my puppet, step in time. Enjoy my puppet, step in time. Every reason, every rhyme. Favorite movie of all time. Step in time. Step in time, step your time. Link your elbows.
Wait, time to develop a plane because I don't have
Link your
one.
elbows, step in time. Link your elbows, link your elbows, link your elbows, link your elbows. Good day, guys.
Soon after, he uploaded the uncut version of his video for Lars, after realizing that he edited out some key scenes in his original upload.
Yo, Lars, listen up, yo. I got a bigger message to tell ya. I mean, I've been telling you before, I've been kind of simple, but I gotta yell it out to you. Jackie is over you! You jiving turkey. And I'll tell you something else, yo. She left you because of all the goddamn votes. And I read to you what she told me, and I quote, "You wasted all your money on all of them stupid votes, and she left you because she would never treat her right or take her out anywhere because of it. And she got fed up with all the goddamn votes all over the goddamn apartment. Half of them not even taking out their baggage because you just bought them for the sake of buying them. I mean, you mofo, you even bought ridiculous paint and accessory kits for boats you didn't even own. You paid for a whole bunch of useless stuff you're never gonna use anyway, you jiving turkey. Yeah, I call you a jiving turkey, mofo. And that's what you is, yo, jiving turkey. Jiving squash, shoot that old turkey.
Why is he turkey though? Can we eat him? And so he takes off.
Down the drive with your old self, mofo. I'll tell you something else. You ain't never gonna get her back. She's been long over you, boy. All day long and all week long. She's not gonna be... I'll be tapping that sweet ass of hers. I spank her ass because she wants it. She asked me for it. And you know what? You ain't gonna get that request no more, mofo. Jive a turkey. You ever go near us, I'll beat your ass. Beat your ass to the whole side state of Texas where my dad went to, so for a while. Oh yeah, one more thing, Lars. You know, you sent her the dime little boat made out of bicycle sticks.
The next day, Chris delivered the video in which he dressed up as the Hamburglar.
Hey, folks, rubble, rubble, rubble. And the hamburger here, big fat man, rubber here, rubble, rubble. I'm with you, we got big up there, rubble, rubble, rubble. You know, you're big, rubble, rubble, rubble. Oh,
Rubble, 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 to be funny. Rubble, 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 rubble.
This is quality content, folks.
Very quality content, yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
Continuing with the McDonald's theme, for the next day's video, he made himself a costume of commercial character Grimace out of construction paper.
Hello, I'm a Grimace, I'm not sad. I'm not feeling sad. I was picked on in my childhood. Everybody thought it was different. Seriously, folks, I was treated differently because I was autistic too. I was autistic and I was very, very shy. The teachers that taught me, they picked on me, they beat up on me, they recorded my dreams. First tag life for me is a Grimace. I hate being treated differently. I don't like being treated differently. Nobody likes to be treated differently. People should be friendly towards each other. People, please, be friendly towards each other. Do not laugh, because laughing is sad. If laughing at other people's expenses makes them sad, it makes me sad. And don't make the Grimace sad.
Don't make the Grimace sad, but you can make me glad, but not.
It really was a terrifying Grimace outfit.
Pretty much, yeah. Scared me. Go ahead, brother.
Let me sing a little song. It might clear things up a bit.
Well, of course.
He then sings the song Don't Laugh at Me by Mark Willis.
I'm a little boy with glasses, the one they call the geek. A little girl who never smiles, 'cause I've got braces on my teeth, and I know how it feels to cry myself to sleep. I'm fat, I'm thin, I'm short, I'm tall, I'm deaf, I'm blind. Hey, aren't we all? Don't laugh at me, don't call me names, don't get your pleasure from my pain. In God's eyes, we're all the same. Someday we'll all have perfect wings. Don't laugh at me.
Okay,
Seriously,
I'm not gonna laugh at you.
Don't laugh at me.
At least not in the moment.
Please don't
I
hurt
won't
me.
laugh at you either. Nobody is perfect.
I feel like this is how you got fired from Wendy's.
So quit trying to pick on us for our pain. And also for your information, there is a woman named Jackie.
Sure,
It is
buddy.
not some name
Sure
I
there
give
is.
into my console.
I do
and
believe
I do
that.
not hump my console at all.
You have done that.
I only
though.
did that one
Indeed,
time
you
because
have.
I was blackmailed. And I would
So
never
you're like, I'm
do
not
that
doing it, and
to
he's like, I
any
did it
animal.
once.
Bestiality is wrong. And don't believe any rumors you hear about me. Especially an obvious one like, detaching a vagina from a sex doll and putting it onto a PlayStation 3. Or an Xbox. Too incredible to believe. It
Too
is
incredible,
false,
eh?
no matter how you imagine it.
It's a choice of words there.
It is indeed.
So there. Have a good day.
On October 5th, Christian filmed a video of himself dressed up as Clyde's Cash, but after a power outage, he wasn't able to turn his computer on and upload it. He emailed Jackie via PS3 about his troubles. She scolded him for spending money on new games and Blu-ray movies, and even on a new fan to keep his PS3 running smoothly, while completely neglecting his PC. They agreed that he should film a new video every day and upload them whenever he got his computer running again. He managed to successfully boot it up on October 7th and uploaded the 3 videos he had made up until then. First was the Clyde Cash video.
Hey, folks! It's me, Clyde Cash. I am the ruler of the internet and the internet trolls. I am an adulterous
The fuck are you wearing, my dude?
a self-righteous idiot who
spends his time wallowing and trolling the one Christian Weston Chandler and making up a whole bunch of fang-gone rumors all over the internet. I am a phenomenon! And you know what? I am a spot of space, so I got what I deserve. Nothing! Nothing
Okay,
very
stop
good,
it with
nothing
the-
good, nothing decent. I have no
With many things,
sense
actually.
of
Jesus.
pride for
Jesus.
myself, because I got everything handed to me on a silver platter. I raped his Australian girlfriend, and then married her, and now I have a 1-cent daughter.
What the fuck is this?
I am an idiot!
How is he an idiot? If what you're saying before.
There's a fucking full. I guess I just answered my question.
Seriously, take me down! I want you to kill me! Flycast, kill me now! Kill me now! I don't want to live this life of being a spot of Satan anymore! Ah!
In the next video, as per Jackie's instructions, he impersonates Paul McCartney while singing the Beatles song A Day in the Life via the game Guitar Hero.
Hello, loves. Good evening there. I'm Paul McCartney, and I'm going to sing you a song. It's a day in the life. And it is a good day for the life. Yes, good day for living. It's a beautiful day over here in Virginia. Rock on, England. Good evening, loves. I'll read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. They had to count them all, and they know if they hope that they'll never go. I love to turn you on. There, Jackie, I'd love to turn you on too, girl. Longest time you ever heard, huh? I wish it would end already.
For his third video
Me
of
too,
the day,
buddy.
he pretends to be Alec Benson Leary, though halfway through, he switches his mocking impersonation to Liquid Chris.
Heyo, what up? This is Christian Weston Chandler here. No, I'm not really Christian Weston Chandler. I'm not the creator assigned to, because I live in Philadelphia. I was born in Philadelphia. At least as far as I know. I don't know my own originality, or I get a point because I never put up a page for myself. In real life, except I only mock this new Christian Weston Chandler in Virginia. Except now, I am mocking Alec Benson Leary. I pretend to be Alec Benson Leary. Oh, look at me, I'm Alec. I draw everybody. I draw everything in squares. I think homosexual images in the background. I
What the
kill
fuck is the
everybody.
homosexual?
I got gore over the gore, blood all over the place.
He's
I
in the
killed
middle of a
Christian Weston
breakdown,
Chandler.
I
I
think.
even killed the original. I even killed the second dude to pretend to be the original. Anyway, I'm Christian Chandler. I live in Philadelphia. I also have a girlfriend. Her name is Daisy, except we're married now. And she could have the real Christian Weston Chandler, who lives in Virginia. Except I'm just a Christian Chandler who lives in Philadelphia. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean Philadelphia. I meant to say Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Where I pretend to be the original Christian Weston Chandler and ran movies from Blockbuster and Pennsylvania.
Okay, that's his interpretation of his own faker. It's horrible. That really is horrible.
I got an info on my head. I know.
The following day, Jackie encouraged Christian to film a video hiking through the Blue Ridge Mountains in honor of his Cherokee heritage. She also revealed via email that she was once pregnant with Lars's child, though he did not want it. Lars forcibly aborted her baby by lacing her coffee with a special potion that he supposedly got from his relatives in Haiti. She used this story to push Chris to make the hike video, since she fondly remembered hiking with her parents through the Blue Ridge trails when she was a little girl. Touched by her troubled tale, He read up on the history of the Cherokee on Wikipedia and made a video wearing alleged makeshift Cherokee garb the following day.
The noble Cherokee man,
Uh-huh.
I come to you with a brief bit of introduction to our Cherokee clan. We were a peaceful race.
And your camera is
We were so
trash.
peaceful that we found
is.
war activities to be a polluting activity. And we had a whole, before it was revoked, we had purity sessions of which our priests of our clan purified the warriors and went out into battle before they come into the village and resume life there. And we had a whole bunch of medicinal substances that were created within our times by our witch doctors, which I happen to have a witch doctor. His name is on my thing there, but I forgot to memorize it. Which he comes from the Chandler
Very good
clan on my
start.
father's side.
Hard-hitting stuff.
It was a good union, though, between my father beating my mother, but she comes from the English clan. But we were here in America first, and we had our own tortures. And through a whole bunch of trials and tribulations, we ended up walking the Trail of Tears. Which, as we walked the trail, some of us wandered off the trail to be hidden from those that have considered us slaves. Unfortunately, thanks to our gods, slavery has been abolished altogether, including the black slaves. Though I cannot say that it was of any consequences, but hey, we're with you on this one, we're with you on this one, dudes. I mean, we were slaves as well back in the day. But we managed to collect ourselves, and there are only a few of us left within this America. And mostly there are only partial breeds of us. But there are organizations of us Cherokees within states like Oklahoma and Tennessee. More information on this, as well as our history, on the Wikipedia. And also, we did go out in battle after that practice was abolished, which we had purified our warriors before they could return to our village. We were fierce, though. We were very, very fierce. But anyway, with that, don't mess with us, for we will shoot you down.
Soon after, he uploaded the video of his hike, though instead of going to the Blue Ridge Mountains, Chris elected to venture through the Saunders-Monticello Trail in Charlottesville.
3:15 now. I'm gonna be making my way up a mountain trail nearby the Monticello. I'll check back in about a quarter of an hour. Got my off and got my camera here and my phone. Be okay. Just a few minutes into my little hiking trail, so I walk off course to visit the little Woodland Theater of Palmer that my congregation and I visited one past Sunday.
Very Cherokee. I see.
Another trail has gone unexplored by me, so I'm gonna take another look off the trail and see what's up this way. Checking in a bit, it is quite a mysterious forest along the mountain beside the Monticello. A tree that has been uprooted by a past weather event along the side of this path,
Yep, that
leaving
does
the
happen.
chasm that forms a river, which could be a river if there was more water in it.
What is it then?
Look at that. A tree pit formation with moss on the wrong side. But it got twisted and turned. That's why it's on the wrong side, isn't it?
I mean, it could be. I couldn't really tell because your camera still
Another
sucks.
tree falling.
Quality-wise.
Free fall and... Got up chucks.
Imagine like running into Chris.
Well, look at this.
Like in
Bit of
the
an open
woods.
field.
That
The
would be
other is
creepy as
open
fuck.
For play by one animal or two or so. Quite possibly many more. I think we go this way in the
I
fork
mean,
of the road.
just imagine that. some sweaty overweight guy
Get away
running
with me.
around.
I'd just start
I'm not
walking
ready to head
through.
back
I'd
just
get
yet.
fucked this trail. I'm just gonna walk through the woods.
Quite a
Just
chasm
to get
down
out of the
there.
way.
Take my
That
chance with
water?
the fucking
It probably would
bears.
be a river.
Probably the
Big
more
one.
pleasant alternative, honestly. Jesus, that's not an experience you want to make.
I think we've reached the end of our trail. Not too many ways to go yet. We have reached a dead end. Oh. Or a commentary note, if you will. For down that B trail at that major fork with the clearing, we find an overlook. So let's take a look over.
You get it?
Vast, glorious view from here.
Very,
As was
yeah.
portrayed and enjoyed by a Carter family. Signing off now, y'all take care and be.
On October 10th, as per Jackie's instructions, in honor of the release of the video game Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Chris made a video in which he transforms into his Chris Chan Sonichu form, like in his Sonichu comics, with the help of face and body paint.
Hello, folks.
Oh boy.
And now for something completely different. Electric Hedgehog power. Pew! This would be me in my super mode. If I actually had the superpowers.
Oh yeah.
But I don't in real life.
It's
But
just as
guess
bad
might
as
be
I
some new way
imagined.
to, I don't know, just to say something or just to have fun. Anyway, live an honest life. Don't curse. Don't badmouth people. It's just not cool.
Don't tell me what
You
to
know,
do.
don't torture me. At least I am doing this, and I have myself a woman, so there. So she will appreciate this very much. She appreciates everything I do for her, especially these videos. Jackie, I love you. I want to hold you in my arms, sweetheart. You come out over here, and we'll do each other right. Sweet times.
Looking at that and hearing that, I would be like, no, fuck you.
Amazing.
Right, anyway, stay in school.
Jesus.
Stay well.
I mean, Jesus has left this conversation a long time ago,
No.
but Jesus
Just
fucking
live life
Christ.
Just live life peacefully. Don't be angry at people. Don't be mean. Okay?
I'll try my best.
Alright.
That's my absolute worst.
Take care.
You got
Continuing
it.
the daily costumed video theme, Chris's next offering was an impression of Fred Flintstone from the cartoon series The Flintstones.
Yappa dabba doo.
Now he's back to not even fucking trying.
They're the Bard Stone Age family. From the town of Bedrock, they're a patron out of history. When you're with the Flintstones, have a yappa dabba doo time, a dabba doo time, have a gay old time.
And now for something delightfully different.
Dabba dabba doo. Simpson, Homer Simpson, he's the greatest guy in history. From the down the Springfield, he's about to hit a chestnut tree. Ah!
This was soon followed by his impression of the main character of the cartoon series, The Cleveland Show, Cleveland Brown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cleveland Brown. And I get my computers from Circuit City. Circuit City. There's one left. Come find us. Oh, and also, you know, between Roberta and everybody else in my family, we bought e-machines and Dell computers. And guess what? We were able to enjoy them so long, they end up falling apart quickly. And then we used the parts to put together our own little car racing devices and everything. Yay for the gloves and substances! We drew our own drag race car in the race! And we did all this fun stuff. Because we're very much American, that's what we do. And I'm not saying that us Americans are bad, but this is where we are, and this is how our minds work these days. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba.
So come on. At least
I
try
apologize for
fucking
today's
costume
video
for
being very
once.
bad. Or
Jesus
weak
Christ.
considerably. I didn't have an idea at the
It was
time.
full out for fucking Sonichu, but then when it's kind
I
for his favorite
apologize.
characters, he's like,
I
nah,
apologize
can't be
for-
asked.
This considerably weak video. Have a good day.
On that same day, Jackie sent him a lengthy email giving him more ideas for future videos. These included pretending to be the President of the United States, putting on a puppet show featuring Sonichu babies, another video mocking her ex-boyfriend Lars, and a demonstration of his physical strength via video of Chris doing 20 pull-ups. For the
Oh
pull-up
boy,
video,
20
Christian
pull-ups.
went to a children's playground to perform the exercise using the
Nah,
jumping
he
jack.
ain't gonna fucking make that
Embarrassed by his
happen.
poor performance, he sent her the video privately.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, my friend. Yeah,
I'm fine. I can't do a pull-up. At least I tried.
we come on at least one, for fuck's sake.
Can't do it.
Not even expecting any miracles here. Come on, good ones. Not even one.
Following Jackie's
Oh, boy.
instructions, Chris recorded a video in which he dresses up as a wizard in honor of Harry Potter, but it was uploaded onto YouTube a day late due to his ongoing computer troubles.
I have been in the world of Hogwarts, and I have learned the spell too, and I shall cast ye spell. On all ye vandals out there who have cursed my name, for I am a straight man, and you all are the homosexuals, because you mislabeled me and misjudged me. And now you shall be dispelled and be spelled. You speak ill of me and you speak of bad judgment, you shall have a pain in the leg. Hericus, Trollosis, Erixus, busted us!
At least it is creative interpretation, I suppose.
Jackie and Chris then had
That.
another AIM chat, in which he lamented again that his PC was being problematic, and that he needed more money to buy a new motherboard.
Over here
or a new
crushing
computer
nationalist
altogether. He
Spain.
then revealed that there was another functional computer in the house, but it was blocked from
Yeah,
access
apparently
by
this
a
time they
large pile
really
of items.
don't get it.
Jackie got upset with him because
There's
he
been no
would rather
secondary
spend money
revolution.
trying to repair his broken PC
Yet.
instead of spending a little bit of time clearing away some pieces of junk to reach the other one. In addition, she asked him to make a video mockingly parodying Lars's behavior during his and Jackie's past webcam chats. To better emulate the role, he required a bandana and a bottle of Kahlua liquor. Chris stated that he did not have enough money to buy the alcohol, apparently running out of disposable income 10 days after he received his SSI payment. He revealed that he spent $50 on video games and $30 on a season of The Cleveland Show. Jackie angrily demanded that he buy the Kahlua and make the Lars video the following day. Christian did as he was told.
Hey, yo, Lars, my man. Word on the street is, y'all. Word on the street here is, y'all trying to misjudge me with that dang old
Hey,
jiving
she didn't
lingo
fucking
that
die.
the troll's been using.
I mean, that's
you call me a
something.
goddamn homosexual. And tell you
Happens
what,
rarely,
bro,
honestly.
that ain't the truth.
She just
I'm
doesn't have the
straight,
best
man.
of luck.
I was born straight. I loves my woman. I loves the pussy.
I loves the pussy. See this shirt that I have that he says, "One
This
woman."
Chaka
Yeah,
coffee and
pretty
drink.
much.
Huh.
I think
Tell you
he
what,
needs a shirt. He
If that
is
be a- if that was
oozing
a
Whatever it is you
desperation.
need, I want that.
to
I want that
Chaka
shirt.
Chaka
I'd wear
milk.
that shirt.
I tell you, that's jive,
I mean, to be
man.
fair, me too.
And
Just
that
for the
your
lols.
drink. That's your drink, man.
woman.
You driving. You
But seriously,
driving.
he doesn't even need the shirt.
mean,
He's
if
quite
you
literally
had
oozing
enough-
desperation at every fucking turn.
Come on, man. You go and dang. Put your boats
A good
over
way to scare off the
Jackie
woman.
like that.
Being
Let
just
your drink
desperate.
Down, yo. Thumbs down. You ain't got nothing.
Gonna do
bro.
wonders for him.
You got nothing. So quit trying to win Jackie back with them goddamn lies that trolls come up with. You know what? That just makes you one of them. And they be throwing you back. They throw you back, dog.
No, the
think
revolution will be
about that.
ready soonish.
You think about that jive-ass turkey.
After she watched the video, Jackie thanked him for it, and told him to make a video in which he would pretend to be pregnant and give birth, inspired by her uncle who strapped on fake pregnancy weight around his stomach to support his pregnant wife. Because he was in the middle of switching between computers, he continued to make at least one new video every day, but did not upload them until he got his PC set up to work on October 18th. The first video of that day was his pregnancy recreation.
Oh my god, look at me. My girlfriend reverse impregnated me. He came over and got into me when we were having sex.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
my
what?
gosh.
What?
Goodness.
Oh my goodness, it's a big one. Oh. Let's breathe. Let's breathe.
Why are we back with those fucking videos again? This is actually worse than the sex talks.
Well, congratulate me. I gave birth to a little beautiful baby bear.
I do
And
not
she's
know.
female.
Yeah, there's really not much you can say about this, honestly, apart from what the fuck.
Wow.
Why is he still playing along with that?
He just wants to have sex so fucking bad.
Fucking pay a prostitute already, it's gonna be a lot cheaper in the long run. You will at least keep some of your dignity.
You want someone that wants to have sex with him.
I don't think that's going to happen
This was
anytime
followed by a
soon.
video in which Chris raises awareness for breast cancer while having his sports bra artificially enlarged to imitate the appearance of large breasts.
Seriously though, folks, there is something else that you should be aware of, you know, breast cancer. You know, it affects both males and females, regardless of size. Anyway, make yourselves aware of this. You should feel your tatas. Feel your breasts. Check to see if you got any lumps. They could be breast cancer. You never know.
Thanks for telling me, Chris. Thanks for telling me.
Go get yourself checked out with a doctor. Breast cancer awareness. Pink ribbon. Hey! Hey! Eyes up here, buddy.
The next video was a recreation of a scene from the TV show Gilligan's Island.
Ba-dum-bum-bum. I asked to be or not to be a rogue or peasant slave is what you see. A boy who loves his mother's knee, and so I asked to be or not to be. That is the question that I ask of me. I am curious where I should be and what is our community.
Why can't this guy sing for shit?
To fight or flee, to fight or flee. I ask myself to be or not to be. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Still, he continues fucking
His fourth
singing.
video uploaded that day was a reenactment of a famous scene from the TV sitcom I Love Lucy.
Hello, friends. I'm your Vitamin Benjamin Man. Are you tired? Run down, listless?
Chris, you suck so bad. You're just draining on the soul.
Vitamin Benjamin contains vitamin,
Yep.
meat,
I mean, seriously,
vegetables, and
how can you
minerals.
be
Yes, this vitamin Benjamin, you can
that
boom,
bad at everything? It's impressive in one way, because, you know, it just takes a lot. Who that is? I was waiting for that. Now we have a proper Spade Civil War.
Tomorrow, that's Vitamin Benjamin.
I was kinda waiting on that.
His final video of the day was a hypothetical speech to the American people if he were to ever run for president.
Good evening, friends. As your presidential candidate,
Oh, please
I will
don't.
now state how I feel what we can do to improve these nations, these states. For one thing, we got so many poor people out on the streets.
I got too many poor.
We have soup kitchens, and we have soup beds. We
Soup
should really
beds.
combine the
That
two
sounds good.
into soup hotels. So then there would be a bed for every homeless person until they can get back up on their own feet. Also, lower taxes.
Yes. Almost by pretty much
Lower
everyone.
taxes, and we shall not have to pay so much. And we will not cut off any benefits for the old people. They are good. And we shall give them plenty of money so they can afford their medications and services to keep them alive. We pay to stay alive. We do not pay to die. And speaking of which, too much violence goes on within these city streets. I will propose only gun distribution to the official authority, which shall be within the police department.
nowhere else. And all guns owned by local community people shall be taken away.
Ooh,
At least the bullets.
strong
When
statement.
the bullets are necessary,
That'll go
or
over
when there is
well.
an
Oh,
outbreak
yeah.
of violence from
That's gonna go over
another
really well.
nation or planet, then we shall issue the bullets. And also, we will be okay to have the gays within our community. In all states, there will be gay marriage ability for every state within the United Nations.
Well, look, that's actually
I mean, keep it to
actually a
yourselves
nice
in your
statement for
room.
once
Just don't
about
force it upon
them evil
everybody.
gays that you
Because
hate so much.
What may be right for you may not be right for most, or some. You take the good from the bad, and then you get an opening statement like mine.
Congratulations, I still don't feel like voting for you.
Appreciate life, so we
Just
will not
buzzwords,
have
the campaign.
face death.
Basically.
I lost my train of thought there, but that's okay. I am only human. We are all human. I am a noble, honest person.
You fucking liar.
No matter what
You are
everybody else
not.
may say, even on the internet,
You're
and
neither
my
honest
opponent,
nor good
Senor
person.
Cache de Clyde. He tells lies about me.
Yes,
So do
and
the
you
trolls
tell
that
lies
have
a
controlled
lot.
me over the internet. I stand strong. I stand firm. I am a noble leader.
Jesus Christ.
And if I am elected, I will do my best to keep our America strong and sound
But without bullets.
and not go down the drain. I'm sorry, Obama. I did vote for you, but I gotta agree with my father. You are bringing us some of the situations downhill. But I have nothing against you because I did vote for you, and I liked your documentary on A&E. I would shake your hand at the first opportunity I would to meet you, Mr. President. And therefore, I shall conclude my opening statements in the candidacy of the President by saying, I will do my best, and I am not lazy. Thank you. This ad
The lies
is not
continue.
real. I'm not going to be elected president, but I tell the truth nonetheless of what I would do if I were to become president. Thank you.
As he edged closer to entering the third decade of his life, Christian was seemingly putting in more creative effort than ever before, showing exactly what motivated him. A chance to lose one of the things he loathed the most.
His
A thing that he
virginity.
felt cursed him, but also defined him. His innocence.
It's called virginity in this case.
It is indeed.
It's the one thing he loathes the most and he wants to get rid of. Fucking harsh. No matter the cost. Or the consequences. Everything be damned. Ah,
What made
Chris.
him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On October 19th, 2010, after Jackie complained that his pregnancy and giving birth video was poorly lit, Christian remade it and uploaded it onto YouTube.
My goodness, look at this.
Oh god.
I
You're
had
gonna go
just
through
one
this again?
girlfriend,
Oh,
and
for
it
fuck's
backfired on
sake.
me. Can't believe this. Her egg went inside one thing, and now it's been in me for like 9 months. Ugh. Man, I'm gonna get these stretch marks in a little while. Dang.
Oh, here it comes. Oh. I think it's coming up the butt. I think it's coming up the butt. Oh, wait, look at that. I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl bear.
Thanks, Chris.
Bang.
No,
That's
no
what we
babies,
wanted
not this
all
time.
along.
Yeah, you enjoy that, don't you? Remember, a little girl. Hmm.
I mean, nothing against ass and
Soon
titties,
after,
to be
he
fair.
uploaded a workout video in which he performs exercises, dances, and fight moves with a stuffed sports bra set to the song Ass and Titties by DJ Assault. The accompanying video playing on the TV in the background was a compilation of characters from the game World of Warcraft dancing to the song. His routine features
Yeah, you
punches,
do you really
jumping
have to rape
jacks,
WoW now
kicks,
too?
and stretches.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Give me some mercy here. You rape German, you rape fucking WoW, what's next?
Feel her
Jesus.
boobies!
The following day, Chris and Jackie had a chat over AOL Instant Messenger, in which they
Chris,
discussed his
give me
ongoing
a
computer
break for
troubles,
once, please.
his efforts at finding a job, and an article she found on the Quickie discussing his involuntary excretions and how he dealt with them whenever
How
that
can he be
situation
such a
struck.
special
As she was talking to him
fucking
about
bun?
it, Chris
Jesus.
defecated in his pants, stating that it was probably brought on by stress from an earlier topic. He told her that they must have shared a psychic link with each other, since he involuntarily excreted as they were discussing that very occurrence, and both agreed that it was romantic.
What?
Christian ended the conversation
The
early
fuck?
because he had to go clean himself up in the bathroom. As the days went on, he continued to make at least one new video every day based on ideas given by Jackie, but persistent computer problems prevented him from uploading any of them. It was soon decided by the Chandler family
Stop
that it would be
it.
best if Chris bought a new computer for around $500. On October 25th, he went to the University of Virginia's Alderman Library to upload 14 videos. The first was a puppet-like show called Sonichu Babies, featuring Sonichus and Roastus in baby form, inspired by the 1980s cartoon series Muppet Babies.
Ooh, Sonichu babies, we make our dreams come true.
Is everything alright in here? Yes, Danny.
Sonichu.
See, I almost prefer that.
Yay! Okay, beginning our show.
It's still better than seeing him do shit.
We're having fun today
True.
in the
An
room.
improvement.
aren't we?
So, you know, his art has brought something good.
Nice, Danny. We're
What?
having fun in here. With Wild and Bubbles, Punchy, Matty-chan, Angelica. Even
Time for some
Blake.
armed neutrality.
Hello.
Tasty.
What?
Armed
I'm the weird
neutrality.
Compare me to Gonzo. I have black hair though.
Hey, Rosie, let's just do something fun. What do you want to do now? I want to do that thing that we saw on that TV show. You want to do that again?
Yeah.
Alright.
Boy, ever since they watched that kissing scene on that episode of The Young and the Restless, they've been making out all the time. They look overjoyed it. Little Sonny has been noted saying she tastes like applesauce.
Hey, kids. I gotta go out now. And my husband's coming with me.
That's right. We're going out shopping. We're gonna bring back some delicious groceries, and we'll be back in a little while. Wait a minute. Who's gonna mind the baby? Oh yeah, you're right. You stay home. Oh yeah, you're right. I'll stay home. You go out and get the groceries.
Alright. See you later.
See you later.
Time to do
Alright, children,
suspicious
y'all-
things in the
y'all be
Swiss
careful
Alps.
out here.
Yes, suspicious.
I'm gonna keep the door open. You just give me a shout if you need anything.
Okay, Papa C.
Sir.
Yeah. I really like Bubbles. She's so pretty. She's so bubbly. She's so fun. I'm just the weirdo here. I'm the one that gets left out. It's not because of my color. It's just because I have
I
my
was
own
about to say,
opinions.
you gotta
aside
make
from
this
theirs.
point, aren't you?
I do things for myself.
He just couldn't
Sometimes I like to read, even though I don't know how to read
Actually
yet.
not.
I'm different.
I would have been
I
disappointed
think myself and things.
if you didn't go
I play
there.
too sometimes.
Ah,
I bring danger along. I bring danger with me sometimes, and
yeah, we
that
know,
makes me
because
shine,
of your
you know.
color.
They can't appreciate me even
Shit.
though I'm having danger. Listen to Blake over there.
Fuck's sake.
Keep on going on and
Fuck's
on
sake,
with his
really.
self impulses again. Yeah, always talking to himself, huh? And I don't know. Seems kind of weird. Oh, will you shut up? We all talk to ourselves at one time or another. Sorry, Blake. Yeah, sorry, dude. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, what lovely things I read in the Bible. Lovely things in the Bible. Good story.
What stories are you reading about there, Angelica?
Oh, this one I'm reading about Genesis. The story of Adam and Eve.
Ah, yes. And then the apple gets bitten.
You spoiled it for me!
Unless you gotta tell me who gets thrown out first. I won't. I'll just give you respect there.
Thank you. Oh no, Eve gets out first?
Nah. Well, at least we women grew into power eventually. Yeah.
I need more German planes.
Chris then shows several more scenes involving the babies, including Sonny and Rosie pretending they are a married couple, and established that she would go out to work in journalism while he would stay at home and take care of the babies.
Want the show?
Why not? It's a puppet show.
Yeah. Alright, time you babies. Yay!
His next video offering was a Lego roleplay of an average day for Christian and Jackie in the future.
Okay, here's another story. No, it's Love and Glory. Alright, this is me. This is my sweetheart. These are our children. That's, Reginald. This one's Crystal. Reginald's baby, younger brother. This will double as table and beds at their respective times. So, on with the show. I'm at home.
Yo, Germany gave me some planes.
Hi, honey, I'm home. Oh, hi, sweetheart. How you doing? How's your day at work?
Putting out fires all over
I'm happy to see
fucking
you, May Home.
Spain.
Yes. Anyways,
I always love how messy that gets. First it's just, you know, the nationalists are like, fuck
what
this.
happened today?
But then you have the, fucking,
My article got printed.
And
communists.
everyone decides that they want to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they laid off Wilkerson at work.
First you have to
They
fuck
laid off
off
Wilkerson.
nationalists, then you
What'd
have
they
to
do
fuck
that
off
for?
fucking
Really?
communists, then you have to fuck off fucking Carlists, you're fucking everyone there. Hey, Spain actually keeps going. You should probably that they still hold that much land.
So how are the kids? They're doing okay.
Quite impressive.
You know, they're just playing. Actually, Crystal is doing her preschool homework, and Reginald's been a messy little baby child. Made his little peeps and poops, and he went we all over the bathroom. It was a terrible mess. So when dinner be ready? Yes, dinner will be ready in about 15 minutes. So you can go put your things away and come to dinner. All right. Dinner time. Nom.
Yeah, sure. Publicity denounce everybody. That sounds like not a good idea.
Blue one's Reginald, orange one's Crystal. And Reginald needs a booster seat. So anyway, we just finished up there. That was delicious, dear. But thank you. It was a specialty I have learned from the Food Channel. New recipe: chicken calzone and mashed potatoes and green beans. Too bad little Reginald ended up going up at some places.
Daddy, can I go in my room now? I want to read something at home. Go write my diary and then I'm going to be ready for bed soon.
Okay,
You're
sweetheart.
tapping it another fascist in there.
Crystal, you go take care of yourself.
Thank you, Daddy. Biddy.
I'm slowly turning fascist. Ever so slowly.
And I'll take Reginald off your hands, and you can take care of the dinner table and all that. Okay. Alright, so I take care of the dishes. But then a little while later, I go upstairs to tuck the children in bed.
Daddy, that was a very lovely story. Nice story you read to me.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Crystal.
Daddy, do you know what I might be when I grow up?
No, what do you think you might be when you grow up?
I think I want to be a ballerina dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Either that.
Or a police woman.
Police person.
I'm still undecided.
Nah.
That's alright. You take your time, make up your mind.
Make up your mind. Happening.
Bye. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, little girl.
Good night.
Now we tuck Reginald in.
Gibba.
Well, you sleep tight, little
Wait,
partner.
are we in this?
Don't be making no cries tonight.
Hey, baby, baby.
Well, he's sound asleep already. I hope he stays that way for the rest of the night. And then I meet my wife in bed.
What the fuck?
So what's up for tomorrow? I got another case to report. Well, they got me doing a trial with against some dude who murdered somebody. It's supposed to be really big, so take it up on that. All right.
Okay.
Tomorrow's shopping day. I had
Let's
to deal
make it
with
some
little
demands.
Reginald crying in the backseat, but at least Crystal will keep him calm. That's good. So you want to do it?
Yeah, why not?
Just randomly.
Oh, yeah, you do it good.
What are you doing, Chris?
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Stop touching the dolls.
Oh, good. Oh, good. You
Stop
did
touching the
good.
fucking dolls.
Yay. Good night.
The end.
His third upload was the short clip of him pretending to smoke a makeshift peace pipe, namely a ballpoint pen with a roll of paper stuck on one end, honoring his Cherokee heritage.
Yeah, smoking peace pipe. Find your peace.
Next was a set of 9 videos of Christian giving a tour of Ruckersville and Charlottesville while driving in his car, which seemed to have numerous concerning faults with it, such as a routine oil change, which at the time of the recording was 19 months overdue.
Hello. Today we are going on a drive-by tour of some of my favorite places around town, here and there. So we're going to go in my car and I'm going to drive around. And coming up on first on our trip, we go north to Ruckersville. And right over to the right, we see the new McDonald's that has been built recently. We'll get a closer look at that shortly. And over to my left is the new Walmart that has been constructed, has been finished for over a month now. Got everything in there. It's practically supersized. There's the new McDonald's. Small in its stature, though it can stand to improvement. Because you basically have to go around the building twice just to go through the drive-thru. Other than that, the Walmart is just fine the way it is. This here is the Burger King, and my father goes to practically every morning for breakfast, and sometimes I join him as well, but not every day. Sometimes.
Very important distinction.
I'm not a fast food addict. And
Of course
I
you're
am
not.
not that big, though I can stand to lose a few pounds. Next up, in our drive-by tour, we are in the shops of Forest Lakes, where we have the Target, where I sometimes walk around in. They have a comparable selection, possibly prices lower than Walmart sometimes, but not all the time. Also in this neck of the woods, we have a Five Guys restaurant, the Quiznos, I think there's a Subway around here, and of course one of the many GameStops, TGI Fridays. TGI Fridays over there, there's a GameStop here. And a panoramic sort of view from a standpoint, this here is Fashion Square Shopping Center, at least the front of it, where there are a great number of stores in there, including a whole bunch of clothing stores. But the choice ones got the Sears, Belk, JCPenney. Yes, there is a GameStop in there, Spencer's, and a Toys R Us Express, which actually gives good appeal back to the shopping center, because they lost that appeal when they closed the KB toy store that used to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there are the shops at Barracks Road Shopping Center, which, oddly enough, there's another GameStop over there as well. But there's also a Barnes & Noble, as well as a FedEx Kinko's, and another Harris Teeter, another Kroger over there. I'll be highlighting other locations short in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Coming up in just a little bit, we will be passing by an old playground I used to play at quite often. which includes a wading pool. When I was just a little itty thing, I thought it was a swimming pool. I guess to really call it a swimming pool, it would need to be deeper. Anyway, we're gonna drive by now. Take a look at the pool there, and you can tell it needs to be deeper. There's the old playground. They need to update that. It's a bit rusty. Update the playground fixtures. Anyway, on our next drive-by, we're just gonna get a few little glimpses of the downtown mall. Y'all have seen it before, as I have.
Very peaceful drive-by he's doing there.
To that considerably parkour thing, even though I guess you couldn't really count it as a parkour ride. I tried, I did try.
I tried.
You did try. Jesus Christ.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a snack real quick.
Yeah, you do that. Probably need one.
Anyway, just a few peeks down the few alleys of the downtown mall area.
Well, shit. I was stuck in a fucking peace conference.
Pretty much on our final segment of this tour around Charlottesville and some of my favorite choice places. We're going to take a drive down the corner.
Well, now we're stuck.
And the UVA, the University of Virginia.
Yes, we'll be stuck for a while then. There's quite literally nothing we can do at this moment.
A few causes of rape around here lately, which is kind of sad, really. But, at least the students are more aware. And I'll just turn you to my left now, where you can see some of the campus
That really
buildings.
fucking sounds horrible in this car.
Some of the buildings of the University of Virginia. The campus grounds and all that. Don't know much about them, except for my father was a guest star on a radio on WTJU here one year. When they were doing the Jazz Marathon in 1989. I remember the year at random just now.
Good of
Please
you.
forgive the reflective sunlight. Well, I'm going to pretty much wrap it up here. This has been a fun little tour on a day out with me. Thank you very much. And have a good
He then posted a video of himself checking his weight. This video also shows that the bridge of his glasses broke, so he mended it with Crayola Model Magic clay.
Here is the official weigh-in on Sunday, October 24th, 2010.
And still nationalist Spain holds on. It never gives up, just keeps fighting. Can't let it civil war in too early now, can we?
It says 216. Currently I'm 216 pounds.
His final video of the day was a cover of Everywhere You Look, the theme song from the TV series Full House.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, even TV. Did I get sleeping here? Somebody tell me please. The whole world's confusing me. How as mean as you ever seen.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Really, it's brightening my day. Oh, shit, Christ. Please stop
Think of all the
singing.
things you could be doing with your time right now.
Fair enough, yeah. Imagining all the things I could listen to. There are many good things. This is certainly not one of them. Yeah, somebody
On
who
the
needs
same
me.
day, Jackie emailed Chris with another list of demands of video ideas for the final days of the month.
She really likes
These
making
included
demands,
cooking
doesn't
a
she?
romantic spaghetti and meatballs dinner, and drawing the promised revised ending for Sonichu Issue 10, replacing the graphic execution scenes of the Asperpedia 4 with a parade in Quickville thrown in their honor to celebrate Christian's forgiveness of them and the fact that Alec Bensoliri and his cohorts were not trolls at all, but only wanted to help him and become friends with Sonichu. She also asked him to go to the Alderman Library every day so she could see his videos on the day he filmed them. Chris replied, stating that driving to the library would take a lot of time and gas money, which he wanted to save for his new PC. Jackie expressed her anger at his laziness and unwillingness to put in the effort to make the videos as she requested them. He He wrote back saying that he had to put up a lot with her as well, singling out her demands. He elaborated that he was not the type of person who put out daily videos, and was reluctant to do so in fear of his parents finding out that he was making even more videos where he revealed personal information about himself. Chris revealed that Jackie was still a secret to his parents. He then stated that he could not make the spaghetti video since his mother had cluttered up the stove and he didn't want to move any of the items blocking it since he didn't know where to put them. As consolation, he would make videos showing off his hair after not being washed for 3 days, and then the result of what happens when he washes it. I have put up with your tough love and aggression in our past discussions, which would be misconstrued as arguments by other people, and I have been and still devoted and loving and caring for you regardless. And I've told you time and time again that you, as a person with feelings, care and devotion to return to me, I care a lot more about you than some high scores from any video game on any damn console. I dare say, it is your turn now. If you break up our relationship over some crappy videos and whatnot, then it will only show that I've misjudged you. You think about that for a while. On October 30th, Christian drove back to the Alderman Library to upload 13 videos. The first of which was addressed to Gulliver, a supposed relative of Jackie's, who had a problem with defecating in his clothes.
Hello, this is a video dedicated to a Gulliver. It's a shout out to him, a relative of girl of the woman I'm singing. You know it's okay to be different. You know, sometimes we have our accidents, we poop ourselves. Yeah, then we end up with dirty pants. Hey, I know I've had.
Why? Come on. Oh god.
You guys want to hear it again? I kind of want to hear it again.
Fine.
A video dedicated to a Gulliver. It's a shout out to him, a relative of girl of the woman I'm singing. You know it's okay to be different. You know, sometimes we have our accidents, we poop ourselves. Yeah, then we end up with dirty pants.
Sometimes we have accidents, we poop ourselves.
It happens, you know? It's just natural. I mean, everybody does it, doesn't they?
I mean, it just happens to everyone.
I had a near.
Surely. That must be
near
it.
accident. I mean, I just really felt it bad in my gut. And I'll tell you what caused it.
Just go to the fucking toilet, for fuck's
sake. My girlfriend here because of
Not that hard though, is it?
things, because of minor differences, especially
everybody
me
gets it done.
Me being unable to get on the PC because it's been busted. Looking to get a new one, and I am going to get a new one. But anyway, almost did. But fortunately, I was able to make it home in time. But there was another time where I actually did have it where I put my pants in public. It was just stress issues, and it couldn't be held. It just came out quick.
Please stop
talking. It was a very
Please
uncomfortable
stop talking,
home that day.
my dude.
But
Why do you talk so much about defecating
Get
yourself?
myself out after I got back home. So, not really big a deal. I mean, the only way that people might notice is possibly from a weird way you're walking, or otherwise a stench. But yeah, don't think of us as different. It's just something that we gotta take care of ourselves because we can't right now. But we will take care of it right when we get back home, or when we get to the nearest restroom. And if you're tall enough, Gulliver, just squat over a commode in the men's room, then wipe yourself.
What?
Maybe wipe your underpants too. I have done that before myself. I actually done that in the public restroom. I mean, if you can't make it home in time, and can't make it into the restroom either, you can always just squat and clean yourself. That's the best thing to go for there.
Ah, damn it, Chris.
I mean, at least
Just
their faces
stop
are not fucking
talking.
orange like a certain Cashy Clyde that I know. Stay tuned for an execution of him in a future video.
Next were 2 videos showing how Chris cleaned a small part of his shower.
Focusing on this one stain right here in the shower wall.
Jesus.
For now.
That's one hell of a stain.
Shower shine.
What the fuck is that stain?
That must have taken a long while to get to that part.
Let's make it look better.
What's with the rest?
Alright, here we are.
That does.
Take a look at that.
That looks.
Stain is gone. Big stain is gone. And give me more time, I can have the rest of it down. The rest of that mess off too.
Please get started on this. This is fucking disgusting.
Let's concentrate on the one spot.
Jesus fucking Christ, I would want to take a fucking shower there.
Next, in lieu of an actual cooking video, Chris filmed himself miming making spaghetti.
For this presentation, I was going to make some spaghetti live in the kitchen. But unfortunately, I don't have access to the stove because Mama put a whole bunch of crap away.
Oh, is it happening again?
I am going to mime it. Here's the pot. Put it on the stove. Set it to the boiling temperature. In time, the water's boiling. So we take this pot of spaghetti noodles, open up the pots, and
Look at that. He's cooking. In his dreams, maybe.
Right.
click, 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 click.
I mean, he's very imaginative about it, admittedly.
Noodles, smell so good. Hey, look at that. Trippy, no stiffy. I offer you some non-stiff trippy.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah,
hot right
thanks.
now, so that won't weigh well.
Or what we just called
Hey,
a fucking
before-
spaghetti. Everybody else.
We drain the water out. We get some plates. Oh, wait a minute. We're serving two. I'm just kidding.
Let's see, what does France demand?
We don't want any noodles left behind.
What does Spain demand? Everything else.
Yeah.
We'll rinse that out
France
later.
took what it could.
In the meantime, here's a
Understandable.
good jar of
France now
marinara
has a
sauce.
boot. In Spain.
There we go, I popped the seal.
You're kicking quite literally into Spain. Gonna bap. Understandable, I would do the same, considering the trouble they cause for everybody.
And now,
Very nice reaction.
some grated mozzarella. Oh, no. I gotta pop the seal.
Okay, let's distribute some more weapons.
And we add other spices.
Because after all, I only
My
have
forest
militias.
collection,
I don't
which
have an
includes
army.
Rosemary, garlic, parsley, whatever. And you can make your own meatballs with processed meat and putting it on a tray or something, letting it grow, and then rolling it all into balls. But they're not so good, not as good, are they? So what about that? Well, you can buy your own meatballs. We had
Would
this
you make your own
package of
meatballs?
Swedish meatballs. Cooked it in the microwave already, so they're warming up already.
Ah, yes. The Soviet Union is breaking apart. Against
Wonderful.
itself.
And in the end, on one, at least one of the two plates,
The
you get something
SSSR.
like this.
Chris presents a microwave spaghetti dinner on a paper plate.
So now we can sit down and eat our spaghetti. It is so delicious. It smells so good.
Hmm.
You
Smells
want
so
a bite?
good.
Okay, you want a bite? So good. You better take a bite, because you know what? What's this? What's this? You watching?
Why the fuck are you doing this? What was the
I'm
point?
just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you for real life.
The lulls?
That's fine.
Question mark?
Does he even understand the lols?
Hey, at least my head's not fucking orange. Like a certain cashy type person I know.
This was followed by Chris's attempt at belly dancing to the song Kajirare from the Bollywood film Bunti Aur Babli.
Thanks. That's gonna be pleasant.
It's surprised that Chris is familiar with Bollywood movies at all.
Probably a pretty random find for his, honestly. I haven't finished it yet.
You're loving this sucks, Jackie.
What?
You're loving this, Jackie? Question mark. I somewhat doubt that, but you know, if Chris says so.
Next was a video done in the style of his old official video books, wherein he shows and narrates the unfinished replacement pages to the conclusion of Sonichu Issue 10. Rather than the parade of forgiveness that Jackie had requested, Chris came up with something else entirely.
We the jury find the defendants guilty times 4. I agree. I hereby sentence the 4 of them to residence in an Amish community. No technology access whatsoever for the rest of their lives. Court is adjourned. 1 month later, in the Amish community. Good day, neighbor Mal. Good day, neighbor Alec. How are you today? I had pleasant night's sleep, and my mandatory chosen wife, she has fixed a good bacon and eggs with biscuits for breakfast. That is good. Yes, it is.
Doesn't sound that bad of a life.
Wham!
Suppose not.
Well, neighbor Sean has hit himself with the rake again. Yes, he has been doing good being the village idiot his whole life. I agree. I am looking forward merrily to today's barn raising. Mrs. Baisley is making her famous beans and bread. Oh,
Nice.
Mrs. Baisley is making her beans and bread again? I enjoy her beans and bread greatly. I enjoy her good food with her delicious milk, freshly squeezed from her teeth. Yes, her bovine breasts give the best milk around, Neighbor Mal. Neighbor Alec, you are mistaken. I am Neighbor Evan. Oh dear, I am in error. Where is Neighbor Mal? He has gone to the store for victuals. Country General. Good day, shopkeep. I would like 2 pounds of black-eyed beans, 10 carrots, 50 pounds of grain. Have you seen my pussy? She has run off attached to the teats of my lovely wife.
Do you want to question
And
that?
then the end of the story. And those are the replacement pages for book number 10. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
The following video was a short clip of Christian
What?
blaming the trolls for his lack of creative output.
Well, you trolls and Flycash, I hope y'all are
Oh
happy.
boy.
You quit.
boy.
You put me down so much and belittle my creativity and my artistic capabilities. You pretty much made me scared. You pretty much made me nearly scared to draw and think creatively. You drained me.
That would have been for the better, though.
You drained me,
Honestly,
you
would
damn
have been.
idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Sons of bitches.
But instead he comes
Next was a
back.
video requested by Jackie, a recreation of the trial scene seen towards the end of the 1972 exploitation film Pink Flamingos, with Chris portraying the role originally played by the lead actor, drag queen Divine.
Hello, folks, and darlings. This is Divine Babs, you know. We are going to go on a trial now to go against our culprit here, Mr. Clyde Cash. Say that in the audience, Clyde. I ain't got much to say, huh? Well, that's a shame. You spoke to me a lot earlier before the trial here started. He stands accused of being a troll, a bully, and especially doing all these things against one Christian Western Chandler and his Sonichu and Rosechu family. We bring in a witness here today, of which we will put that against Mr. Clyde Cash here. Alright, Sonichu. But you still seek the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so if you got? I do. Alright, then will you please point out the guilty party in this room that has done all the trollings and trollings and all that, and even personal threatening and whatnot against
boy.
Mr. Christian Weston Chandler? Yes, Divine. He's right over there. Mr. Clyde Cash.
One more day for more
I have reviewed
militia
all the
troops.
case files and whatnot, and in this kangaroo court justice, I hereby pronounce sentence to Mr. Clyde Cash.
I
He
can't
is
believe I ended up with
guilty
a
of
whole
all
ass boot
charges.
and fucking spray.
And on the lawsuit
Yeah.
here,
You just kicked your boot down there, go like, well, mine now.
he will be shot to death.
Does look impressive, doesn't it?
And one son daughter will go to a better.
I just kicked their door in. They're in the Civil War. Just, bam, need help?
Like, people of France. What? We're in
And then
Spain.
Yeah, just kicked it in. Viva la France!
Dragged it. It was like, you know, getting angry at each other in Spanish, and just suddenly France man comes in like, People of France. And everybody looks at you, what?
And
What
now,
are you doing?
now we just can't afford to get the door fixed, so there it is.
Yep. I'm just gonna have to live with that now. At this point, there's no way around this.
Like, at whatever point this campaign ends, if I've still got the boot of France, do we call it the boot of France or the boot of Spain?
That's a good question, actually. Technically speaking, it's the French boot
Spanish.
in Spain.
The Spanish French boot.
Very.
Like,
But it will be classic. I'll actually take a nice little picture of that to remind myself of that.
it looks more like a boot than the fucking Italian peninsula.
Indeed. A lot better, actually. I know. They have a good artistic sense
That's how you
there.
make an actual fucking
Outside of
boot.
his family,
Yeah, I just wanted to show up the
one woman
Italians.
provided for her by law,
That's a boot, boy.
somebody within her local reach, but not from the state of Virginia.
Oh, Austria's also losing. Shit, I didn't even see that.
But anyway, the punishment is death for Mr. Clyde Cash.
Probably not important, it's just Austria.
Mr. Christian Weston Chandler. Case dismissed.
Who cares about Austria? They would have been Anschluss anyway.
Execution, Mr. Clyde Cash.
Oh, the next civil war. Portugal.
Well, at least my face ain't fucking orange. Goodbye. And that was another fine episode of the Pines People's Court. Y'all have yourself a good day. And remember, the vine is
And
the
nobody was
filthiest,
surprised.
dirtiest person in the world. Even though I am temporarily dyed my hair brown, it's usually blonde.
Germany's justifying.
While he still had his face paint
Ah,
on,
shit,
he
yeah.
quickly filmed a
Also,
video
Germany's
paying
at war
tributes
with
to
fucking Italy,
Juggalos,
apparently.
the fan base of the rap group Insane Clown Posse.
And also another thing. We
But they are fighting down there now.
Gangsters paradise. Da, 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 da.
That's interesting. That's not how that is supposed to play out.
Always be a member of the Juggalo family.
Oh, Mussolini is not in power.
Juggalos roll.
Next was a pair of short clips comparing the state of his hair before and after a shower.
I have been a few days without a shower because the shower has been inaccessible to me. So my hair is currently in that situation where it was past quoted as oily and stringy. So, and I'm about to get ready to take a shower and use some of the Good At's shampoo conditioner with anti-dandruff. Yeah, so you'll see a difference a little later after I washed it and it dries up. Well, it's been a while after my shower. My hair's had time to dry. Now look at it now. Not oily, and looks more fuller. Not so stringy either.
Well, nice.
And I used Axe Armor, anti-dandruff shampoo and conditioner.
Okay, we now have
Use
the
it
Kingdom of
to
Portugal.
put a shine on your hairy head. Like all
Right
the
to
jokes
Portugal. You have become completely fascist. So,
And I'm
Spain
also
saves
military
itself,
recently.
and Portugal becomes fascist in
That I
turn.
can't do when I'm on a
Oh,
mess.
fuck me sideways. This is totally getting out of control again.
Here's a fun spooky dedication.
Germany just fakes.
A fun
Italy,
spooky dedication.
Mussolini is displaced.
For his next video, Chris sings and performs the Ghostbusters theme song on the PS3 game Rock Band 2.
Christian name in your head. Who are you gonna call? Mr. Fred. He wants the bed. What you gonna do when Mr. Fred wants the bed? Yeah! He wants the dang bed.
For his final video of the month,
You shit your
Chris pleads
pants.
for Jackie to not leave him.
Listen, Jackie.
Not literally.
I gotta tell it to you straight. I mean, yeah, I have been doing these videos and everything for you. I've given you so much time and energy. And I want you to know that it is all good. I am being honest with you. I have been honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I have misspoke. But you are more important to me
than anything. Believe me. I swear, hand to God. And
Really
I
hard
know
to
I
believe you,
told
though.
for it.
Because you're really dishonest.
Yeah, look. Hand on my Bible. I swear to God. I love you more than anything, Jackie. I love you more than anything.
Mm-hmm. I would really love to lose your virginity finally. I know.
And
We all
plus,
know.
I'll be able to make you
One fucking
laugh,
secret.
make you more
This is
happy,
true.
make you smile a lot more after we meet, after we get together. I mean, hey, look, this is fun. We can feel each other up, you know? Hey, look at that at my cleavage. Come on, I'll make you smile, make you happy. You know I will. Because I love you. I love you a lot.
Doesn't mean shit though.
There ain't nothing else in the world except outside my family. You know, because I gotta respect my mom and dad. But no video game, no high score, no dang console is going to go over you. Because I love you so much more. You can return the feelings and emotions. No dang non-living object can ever do that. I swear.
Uh-huh.
We'll be very happy together. I know it. I will make you happy. As much as possible. And when you're feeling down, I'll make you feel better.
Come on, Germany, hurry up and declare war and start this
I
world
love
war.
you.
I am planning on going to bed eventually.
Despite how Jackie treated him,
You have your own
to
war now,
Chris,
don't you?
she was
The
his
French
best
Commune just
chance at
declared on you.
fulfilling his desire to lose his virginity and refused to let her
Who
go.
the fuck is the French
Though Christian
commune?
realized that her instructions for his
Some
videos were
communist
often
assholes,
very
basically.
demanding and unreasonable. He didn't have much hope
Okay,
for
where
finding someone
the
else,
fuck is the
and
French
tried desperately
commune?
Up
to convince
north,
her that she would be
in
the
mainland
one,
France.
in spite of, or perhaps because of, his flaws.
Ah, there you are.
Kind of people that really don't like you.
Alright, next part of Chris Chan. This video may be inappropriate for some reasons I'm aware.
Well, I mean... For fuck's sake, of course it is. It's Christian, of course it's inappropriate. We know.
What made
Jesus,
him swear?
game. Game. Jesus, YouTube.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated?
Still,
This
morbid
is the story
curiosity. It has not changed from the
Chris
beginning. Stop asking that question. You know the answer. God damn it. I need to appease the people, but I can't. Too little nerve for little power. Actually, no, I don't. I just please them.
What?
Free Friends was annexed.
On October
How did you
30th,
manage to get
2010,
annexed?
After watching all the
I
videos
don't
Christian uploaded that
know.
day, Jackie sent him an email giving a
How the
detailed
fuck?
breakdown of how he took the easy
Are
way
you
out
not a French
on nearly
commune?
every video effort he made, when he stated that he would do all that she asked for him. For example, he only cleaned one small part of the bathroom rather than all of it, and drew something completely...
Okay, let me pause this. Give me a second.
I
What the fuck?
Let me observe.
Hey, you've
What
become...
is it now? The whole thing is the French commune.
Yep, you've been completely ousted. You're now in government in exile, basically.
I don't exist.
Yeah, I mean, you're quite literally at the best, you're in the fucking government in exile, because apparently the French commune managed to completely kick you out. How the fuck did they manage that?
And turn 3 armies. Like 3 fully... Well, 2 fully staffed and 1 almost fully staffed army.
Yeah, I do wonder how that worked.
I'm currently observing things through the Germans' eyes, and they're just at war. Are they at war with Italy?
Yep. Mussolini has apparently disappeared and was replaced by Dino Grandi, and, well, Germany apparently took offense to that. They're invading Italy at this point.
They'll also be invading fucking France soon.
Let me guess, you have been given asylum by the fucking Germans.
No, I'm just observing.
Okay, just observing. Strange. It shouldn't happen.
No, yeah, no, I haven't been given asylum by anyone. I'm all remnants of France
I mean, because
are just gone. Everybody decided to recognize them.
people were like, yeah, you know what, French commune sounds far more legit. And they were like, yeah, you're absolutely right there.
I don't know if it's just because they just so happened to touch Paris.
I mean, it's one of your core provinces, yes, but it shouldn't.
There was still lots of country there.
Yeah, it should actually not be that easy to oust a fucking huge country like France. I mean,
And
as Germany took over
their capital isn't even Paris.
Yeah, it's Calais. Because that's where they started. And since, well, they now have taken control, but they are still, technically speaking, French commune. Well, Hungary joined the Axis. That's gonna be fun. And Hungary renounced the Treaty of Trianon. How the fuck does that happen? And Germany goes for Czechoslovakia to Germany. You're going to try to spread yourself through the hidden again.
Germany's going for everywhere.
It seems that way, yeah. They're now at war with Czechoslovakia, Romania, French Commune. Yep, Germany's really overdoing it. I'm just sitting here, I'm being neutral, I'm sitting here like, blah, 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 no problems.
Just sitting here watching, looking like did the French Commune just get all my armies?
I'd assume so. I mean, they're 100%.
Because if they did, then the 6 divisions that they're sending into France ain't gonna be enough.
Addition of the 200.
I'm interested to sit here for a minute and see how this plays out before I go off to bed.
Sounds fair. I probably watch this shit show unfold a bit longer. Because this is gonna be turning into a shit show. And I'm just sitting in the middle.
Germany's making fucking. I guess I can keep the Christian way.
Different than
Germany's
the
making
requested 10 pages
headway.
of forgiveness for the conclusion of Solitude 10 that she was looking forward to.
Hey,
I have to
basically
bring up
everywhere.
once again that this whole contest was a compromise. My compromise. For you. You won't get rid of your stupid video game for me. So rather than let that break us up, I decided to come up with this contest instead. That way, you could keep your precious video game, and I could still see some proof that you love me. But what do I get? You failed to upload videos on time. You wouldn't even make a drive to the library to upload them for weeks, until after the 100th time I asked you to give a shit about giving me my videos. You cut corners in your videos. You refuse to do any video that causes the least bit of stress, despite the woman you claim to love asking you to do it for you. You won't make the parade comic for me. It's not even about fucking Alec. It's about me! I am the one that wanted it in the first place, not him, and you still decided I wasn't worth doing it for! Jackie then revealed that her ex-boyfriend, Lars, had contacted her and told her that he wanted to get back together with her. He claimed that he had preemptively burned all his toy boats because Jackie meant more to him than his toys. As Jackie became increasingly doubtful over Chris's lack of devotion for her, she gave him one more chance to prove himself by having a conversation with Lars over the phone to see who was more worthy of being with her.
Oh yeah, I
Chris
accidentally
agreed to
watched
take
that part of that.
He also confessed
conversation.
that he reprogrammed his mind to hate Alec Benson Leary
Oh,
less,
boy.
though he still refused to draw comic pages of himself throwing a parade for Leary. In addition, he admitted to having some problems with his thought process to explain the poorly executed videos. It has come to my attention that I end up pausing to keep my
Attention.
train of thought going from time to time.
Yep,
And confidentally, I
attention.
realized with that,
He's
I'm
in
mentally
France.
slow. Or to put it in the other,
Oh,
more
French is
insulting
getting
to me term,
fucked. French
retarded.
commune, bye-bye.
Big whoop-de-doo reason why I
I
take
could
time
have
thinking about
stopped it.
details
I
of
don't
things.
think they got the
I have in the
armies.
past hurt myself metaphorically
Yeah, now they probably
and hurt
lost quite
others'
a bit.
feelings because my
Taking
instinct
over.
responses were not all the best chosen.
They are getting
But
just
I am a
Jesus.
smart person and I am well educated. Also, I looked up to Sonic the Hedgehog as
Well
my lifelong
educated,
hero
uh-huh.
because he's not only cuck in the feet, but also in the head. I may have missed a detail or two when I made the videos, but I still made them. It took me
They
time to
can't-
think
Germany
on how I was
can't
to
get
make
into
them.
Prague
But I still
for
made them for
nothing.
you because I
Yeah,
care a lot
Germany
about
just
you,
marches through there
Jacqueline.
like no one's business.
Also, this may be a bad idea to bring this up, but after thinking about it, I feel it is in your best interest out of my care for you to bring it up. Lars has hurt you before, Jacqueline. He OTC abortion drugged your coffee and killed the first growing life inside you.
You know
No
your
longer
lens.
have
You
the
went back
correct
to him.
game state.
He may do it again, or even worse.
Let's try rethinking
Plus,
that, shall
he may
we?
be lying about burning his boats. He may have said that, but he may only be saying it in an attempt to one-up himself over me. You
See
told
what the
me so
game
yourself
says.
before. Lars is no good. And as your caring boyfriend, I have to agree and remind you in warning. I will still have the phone conversation if you still feel it is for the best.
Okay, you're
I
loading.
worry and care about you
How
a
is this
lot,
going to
Jackie.
work, though?
I love you. Jackie
You don't have a
continued
country to
grant him a
return to.
liner, citing how he kept changing the
my
reasons for
game
why his video
state.
efforts were not done to her satisfaction.
What's your game state?
behind.
I
Yeah.
arranged a time for her to call him and have Lars join.
That's
but
it.
Chris
I'm
missed it,
out.
writing an email in its aftermath, revealing his inner thoughts about their relationship.
Fine,
Okay.
I'm
I care all-
pause this as well.
Yeah.
And then is where I'm going to end my stream. I am going to bring yours back up on the PC, and then I'm going to pop an earbud in and then listen to you on my phone while I lay in bed.
Sounds fair. Sleepy times.
And if you are still doing your thing when I get up in the morning, I will see you then.
Yeah, we'll see if I manage to hold on that long. I'm still hopeful. Yeah, have a good night.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much. How long is it actually? Another 7 hours? Yeah.
It's just a work day.
Just another work day. After the rest.
Just one more work day.
I'll get this done. I promised
You can
so.
do it.
I will. I still have I was careful, you know, with the dosages, but I changed now from coffee to energy drinks. That kinda helped a bit. I'm pretty sure I can get this done.
You tried meth.
I mean, that would have been a more efficient option, but kinda wasn't willing to go that far.
I mean, you would 100% be up for the full 24 hours.
No problem there, yeah.
And then probably more. 4 hours.
Probably more, yeah. But no, I think I'll manage this on just caffeine and tobacco alone. I can do this. Been a while
Well-
though, to be fair, since I tried staying up that fucking long. To be fair.
I know. I believe it.
When was actually the last time? At least a couple of years or so since I tried something like this.
I'm gonna point out your stream is now you plus a window of you, both windows play.
I'm basically having a stream of myself
You've got
playing.
some streamception here.
I
You're
get it.
streaming yourself streaming.
Indeed. Look at that, I'm streaming myself streaming through the eyes of the Chronos. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? I think I'm going to kindly change over to my own version of Christian and watch that shit show unfold while I watch this shit show unfold.
Yeah, because now you and me are you're about caught up to you are caught up to me anyways.
So I can basically continue watching that call again with Lars. That's gonna be fun. The second time. Ugh, the boatman.
Yeah, the call with Lars is that's an experience.
I must admit, you were
I'm
actually
gonna
right.
smoke me another bowl before I go. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you go and you'll put your shit back on now, and I'm
gonna do
like I
this.
said, I'll be listening in on my phone whenever I retire to the quarters of bed.
But I must admit, though, to be honest, not bad. The 30s do keep getting better. Better.
Yes. 30s are far better. It was about like 34 or 35 that I decided, like, nope, I'm not going through this by myself anymore.
Having a companion
I'm going
alone
to
is good.
subject others to this, and I'm going. So this way, nothing else, I have someone to talk about with it. And
Fair point.
so then me and Jimmy pretty much just watched in my stream, in my not my stream, in my Discord for a while, and then I got around to like part 43, and whenever I was finally like, yeah, I'm taking this to Twitch, and then started part 43 on Twitch, and immediately went, there's too many questions that I can't answer. Like imagine just starting this series on like part 30.
Yeah.
You started it on part 10 and we had to just talk you out of asking questions.
Yeah, you just have to sit there and take it for a bit. You'll figure it out after a while. And you'll be like,
No. By the mid 40s, there is no like, no, you'll figure it out. Like, no, bro.
I know, it's like you get the basic idea of, okay, this is really not gonna end well. And then you're like, okay, I'm just gonna see where this goes. You stop asking the questions. You let things just work.
Too many people come in and asking like, honey, what's the context? Fucking no.
Let me not try to explain this to you, because that is no.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I'll give you the context for this situation if you don't ask for the context that you need to understand the context.
Honestly, the best advice you can probably give is, if you really, really want to know, get yourself a few friends, lots of alcohol, start watching from episode 1. You'll need the alcohol. Actually, stronger drugs would be preferable, honestly, at this point. Jesus Christ.
It would be fun to make a drinking game out of Chris Chan.
Yeah, but you would probably end up dead considering the amount of alcohol you would ingest. Honestly.
Probably.
Take a shot every time Chris is dishonest. Oh boy. Every time he tries.
Take a shot every time a troll forces Chris to do something. Boy, boy, from episode like fucking 9 to 13, you're just gonna get fucking blitzed.
Yeah, you're not gonna wake up from that slumber.
There's a short frame there where there's a lot of troll activity. Oh.
It really exploded there for a while, honestly. And it calmed down a bit.
Only one of them made him shove a medallion up his ass.
Quite literally, yeah. I mean, that's something you just have to swallow. He just did it.
No, he didn't swallow it. He shoved it up his ass.
No, you just have to swallow the fact that he did that. I mean, you know, that's not what you would normally do. There's a point where you go
the fact
just
that
fuck
there's
it.
video footage that you can watch of him doing it.
I know, that's the sad part. He just did it. And he commented on it. You know, going like, yeah, this doesn't feel good. You don't say. You don't say. Christian is so fucking special. That's amazing.
The more you know.
And all of that for what? PSN account? For
Yes.
sake. Oh. Shouldn't your dignity be worth more than that? Technically speaking. Oh.
Should be, yeah.
I mean, you know, what would a normal person, what would you do if somebody is like, I'm having your account, I have your Twitch account. Shove a fucking, I don't know, thing up your ass and it'll give it back to you.
Go through the account recovery process myself, but that's just me.
Precisely. Precisely what I would do too. Get into contact with Twitch, go like, hey, they've hacked my account, can you help me? I can provide information on who I am. Here. Now please help me.
Oh my god, it's not hard.
Worst case scenario, I'm just gonna be like, well, fuck it. I can make a new account, I don't give a shit. There could be far worse things than that. I'm not gonna start shoving fucking objects up my arse.
There you go, I've got your Twitch account. Okay.
Yeah. Basically like, okay.
What are you gonna do with it?
Yeah.
I'll delete it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. I'll just I'll make a new one. Worst case scenario.
I can just make a new one and
And explain the situation to the people. Because this, you know, what else can I do? Use the other social media that's available to me.
I've got a few hundred followers, but I don't really get a lot of views.
I mean, even if it would be something really big, I'd just be like, okay, so no, no, no game. Sorry. Only in Christian's world is the PSN account so fucking valuable that he would, without even much resistance, just fucking do it. Because he really wasn't resisting much.
Because like legit, all you'd have to do is just like contact PSN.
Yeah, you talk to them, you explain the situation, like I was hacked, shit happened, don't know how. Can you cover the account for me? Because I can.
Well, I 100% know how he got hacked.
Probably, yeah. But you know.
We're using the word hack very, very loosely here.
Yeah, it's more like he probably gave his account
in all
information
reality,
away.
Not even, honestly. In all reality, he just probably made his fucking passwords to everything insanely easy.
That too. And also, you have seen how easily he lets himself, and willingly he lets himself get tricked. If some woman asks for his account details because she wanna play around with it, he's probably like, yeah, sure, here.
Like, they were all variations of Sonichu 1. Sonichu 1, 2, 3.
I really wouldn't be surprised.
I promise you, at least some of them had to have been that.
Oh man. And then, you know, part of me still is like, I really want to feel bad for him, for all of the shit that's happening to him. I really want to feel bad for him. But I just can't.
Nah. Nope.
Really
not
can't.
Even kind of.
I mean, I'm trying, you know, I'm trying to be like, okay, yeah, this is really bad. And still, it's like, no. Still feeling bad for him, though. He really makes it hard to feel bad for him. Really, really, really hard.
No. Not the only thing I feel bad for in this whole adventure is that we didn't get to play Project Zomboid.
Good point, actually. We have to figure out why the fuck that happens. How are we gonna fix it? Because if that happens when I use the game capture, the normal one, that's not playable. That's not playable in any way, shape, or form.
I'm gonna boot it up.
Because, you know, I don't want to play in a fucking preview window. That's not how it's supposed to go. Okay, I think I'm quickly gonna get myself a new energy drink and then I'm going to let Chris run again. We're gonna watch the shit show unfolding in Europe. See Germany, well, declare the Second World War against everyone. Because, you know, let's not be the pussy and wait. Yeah. It's like, let's not even wait for the Brits to come in and protect Poland. Fuck that shit. We're just gonna declare everyone prematurely and go get it over with. Fuck that. Okay, excuse me for a second. I have returned. Phew.
Yeah, it's definitely something to do with the existence of OBS.
I think maybe we have to change that from the game capture probably to the window capture, or otherwise just a screen capture.
I didn't even have it I didn't even have it capturing Project Zomboid. It wasn't capturing anything. I just had OBS booted. Like I booted up Project Zomboid and it worked fine. Like the issue I was having was resolved, and then I closed it out, booted up OBS, just turned it on, didn't change anything, didn't set it up to capture Project Zomboid. Turned on Project Zomboid, no longer had a mouse.
Maybe it's an option thing in Project Zomboid. I'll have to look into that. Otherwise,
Same, because I know it'll happen if I'm in full screen or borderless windowed, because those are the two settings I've tried. So I haven't tried regular windowed.
yeah, we have to be experimenting there a bit. I can see that much.
Yeah, because like I streamed a little bit of Project Zomboid last night and like didn't have this issue.
I also did at least 3-4 episodes with Project Zomboid in the past. I don't remember having that problem. That's new. Not new and exciting, but new and very much annoying.
Yeah, because I was starting to get the hang of things and starting to kind of enjoy myself.
It's a fun game once you get a bit into it. Once you learn the basic which ways of dealing with larger numbers of zombies, then the interesting part comes, because you have no end goal. The goal is to survive. There is no end goal aside from the ones that you set for yourself.
I feel like it would be. I feel like it's one of those that is definitely a lot funner if you even have like a couple of friends to semi-regular play with on a server.
The best option, honestly. Otherwise, what you have to do is to basically set yourself a goal you kind of want to achieve. I remember one episode I was like, I want to get my hands on a nice car. Got one of the what's it called, sports car, basically, a 2-seater Challenger or something, and I drove it basically to the largest away end of the map just to see, how long that would take me. Took me a while. That was fun to see the border. Because basically the story is that it's a quarantine zone, basically, so of course once you reach the border, there's barricades and stuff like that. Pretty cool looking, honestly. I liked it. That's how you keep yourself entertained. If you set up a group of a few people all on the same server, you can achieve a lot more. You can really fortify a whole base and do cool shit from there. There are also some secret places, I know. There's a secret military base that you can go to. It's a bit hidden away, but pretty cool place. Gives really nice equipment. Cool shit. No stuff like that.
I've recently learned the value of a baseball bat.
Oh yeah, especially ones with spike. If you learn a bit of carpentering or you make a few spikes in there. Basically just nails, baseball bat. Nice weapon. Very nice weapon. Breaks easily. Fucking annoying. But just make 10 of them and be like, yep. Here nothing. Or a bit.
I haven't even started dealing with anything in the crafting system.
Yeah. I also never got into that crafting that much, honestly, but enjoyable nonetheless. Techboy really got into it. He did a lot of he spent basically days just in front of the TV. It's like, I can't go out, there are some TV shows I need to watch in Zomboid, so that my character learns a bit more carpentry. And it was like, but where's the fun in that? There seems to be fun in that.
The fun's whenever I need to craft something.
Yeah, then he built a greenhouse and stuff. Pretty cool shit. He started collecting rainwater, and once the energy goes out, because that happens after a while, and the water supply of course then dries up, because no water from the tap any longer.
Right.
Yep, really happy to have somebody around who can do all of this crafting shit then.
Whenever we get this fucking issue figured out, no, I'm definitely down for us to start up a little server.
Me too. Play around a bit with the settings, maybe do a bit of the XP up for the skills, because otherwise it really takes forever to learn shit.
Right.
Maybe set it to 4 times or something like that. I think what I played with kinda helps a bit, because otherwise it's really downgrade punishing, especially if you then die with a character who has some skills and you're like, okay, now I have to do 10 hours more to get back there. Pain in the ass. Yay. Bit of a pain in the ass, yeah. Maybe depending a bit on how you want to play this, you can either let the respawn on, which means that any cell that is basically not seen by us will respawn zombies all over and all over. Or you deactivate that you can actually potentially clean out the map. So the game's like, okay, I give you 1 million zombies, now if you slay all those, well that's it, you just ended the zombie apocalypse.
Good job.
Good job, good job. Pat yourself on the shoulder, yes, very good. And now, well, now I have nothing to offer you.
Now, fucking, I don't know. Play another game, I don't know.
Yeah, come back later, play something else. Until then, set yourself a new goal.
I still can't believe that just like fucking communist France, which just popped out of fucking nowhere.
They did. They ousted you fucking immediately. Swoop. How the fuck?
And I banned communism.
I was just, I was like, okay, there's the little commune. I could quite literally, see them doing their first little steps out, going towards Paris. I was like, it's no problem. The Cronus has armies, he's just gonna send them over there. No problem, no problem. Look to the side, bam, dead. What did that happen?
I sent the army that was stationed on the Italian border. Because I was like, I don't need to bring one of the big armies from the German border, because Germany's getting ready to declare war.
Yeah, and as you can see, Germany followed through on that. Because Germany was like, I don't give a shit if it's French, normal, or French, communist.
Communist French, democratic French.
I mean, that is basically the German perspective. It's like, it's the Frenchies. We don't care.
If anything, communist French is worse.
Indeed, because at that time, basically, the main evil in the world, according to most German politicians, was the Bolsheviks anyway, so, they are French and they're Bolsheviks. Oh boy, that's a declaration of war right then and there. We don't even need to talk about this. Right, literally. To be fair.
Yeah, they're kicking the shit out of them.
They are. Let me enforce it on level 2. Just the Germans can roll. They had war with Czechoslovakia, they had war with Yugoslavia, they had war with Italy, and they had war with the fucking French commune. They're gonna beat the French commune on the mainland. Easily enough, I think.
I'm surprised they're not at war with the Kingdom of Poland.
That's the one they're not at war with. Now I have Case West. If I would get involved with the war, I'd actually get something out of that. But I'm fucking Switzerland. I'm not supposed to be in the war. I'm supposed to be neutral. Let me look at my thing here.
Send volunteers? Question mark.
I can't. I'm Switzerland. I literally can't. I need to go through most of my focus tree. Down this line here, the right line. Yeah, the right leg is for the right wing, obviously. Basically, I go Case West, which means I now have a stake if, France gets uppity. Then I go German industrial investigation, military exercise completed. And then I go closer ties. And then I can amend my neutrality. Then I can, technically speaking, I can become a puppet of Germany if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I can join the Axis on the other side. That's basically where I'm going for. Because you were like, I'm going to be fascist this time. And I was like, okay, I'm going to join the fascists then. Man,
yeah, no, doing a good job about it too.
I
was making lots of decisions that were boosting fascist ideology.
Well, look at that, I'm 71%. I'm a bloody fascist at this point.
But, I guess I wasn't moving near fast enough because Germany wanted to fuck me up.
Yeah, it's historically pretty accurate that after the First World War, Germany really wanted to fuck Frenchies. Because, that whole humiliation thing, they didn't really take that well. I mean, imagine all of these old Prussian elite militaries going like, aha, we're humiliated. Now, according to my logic, that means we need to strike back double, twice, 10 times as much. They just needed a fucking justification. And they got one. Well, and then they made the most terrible mistake of thinking like, yes, we can control Hitler. If we just put him in a position, if we puppet him a bit, that's gonna work splendid for us.
Germany ended its war with the French? No?
On the way.
I don't think so. It just looks like they stalled the fuck out.
Well, they're moving slowly. Okay, to be fair, we had 2 times speed. If we go to 3 times, it should become more apparent. Means they have three wars already going on. Technically 4. Look at it there. They're making small progresses. Yeah, that island is gone now. They have freed up some troops. The ones are gonna go down here, deal with that shit. Czechoslovakia is holding, but that's mostly because Czechoslovakia is fucking mountainous down there. It's cancer to go through. Yep. How long will franchise be able to resist that? Distinct feeling not very long. Oh yeah, they're gonna lose Calais. Shouldn't be able. Yeah.
Like they were able to hold out against the Germans longer than I was able to hold out against them.
Fair point. No, Calais is lost. This is Dunkirk. The Germans now open another attack vector towards Italy. That is also gonna be a pain in the ass for Italy. Because it's like, hello, the Germans.
Don't understand what the fuck happened. Like what the fuck happened? I had an army marching, a battle-tested and experienced army marching on the French Commune, and then they just like stepped foot in Paris, and then all of a sudden, you know, around a few 100,000 men just decided, look, game over.
Yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
As we all know, that really shouldn't happen. Oh, Germany. Germany is doing surprisingly well. Mostly, what is fucking Britain doing? I'm not getting involved in this. As long as the Allies actually don't get involved, Germany has pretty damn free reign on the fucking country, the continent.
Of course, Britain's not getting involved. Everything that all their alliances were with France, not the communist French.
What an ideal situation for Germany, isn't it? Germany can just now freely move and go like, okay, Italy has been uppity because, you know, Mussolini was not there to be friends with Germany, so Germany's like, nah, screw that. We're gonna attack them now.
Communist France came in and fucked everything up.
They did. I mean, they're gonna lose the mainland. They still have all of the fucking colonies, though. Which is a pain. I always hated it. You beat the Frenchies, then you're like, okay, I need to go to Africa and do it all over again. And Africa. Moving through Africa.
Unless you are the Frenchies, and then you just lose.
I mean, that does happen sometimes. I mean, your boot is still alive, but it doesn't look well for your boot. And they have capitulated. Yep. Now Germany will pull all of its forces towards Italy and Czechoslovakia. Heyo, it won't with anybody else.
If my France had still been around, I'd have had the UK involved. Fucking Germany would be smashing against an iron wall.
Yeah, that would have probably happened. And I would just be sitting there right in the middle as I'm doing now and go like, I have no problems. I'm friends with everybody. And quite literally, I have a menu here that's like friends. Okay, so I'm kind of ruining it by getting ever closer to Germany, which is a breach of neutrality. Let's see, Czechoslovakia hates me. I don't care, Czechoslovakia is almost dead anyway. Like, really, game, why should I care at this point if fucking Czechoslovakia hates me? And considers what I do a breach of neutrality. It's like, aha, that's fun. Wait a second. I should probably do this like this, shouldn't I? Yes, I should, because I need more guns so I can pass them out so my militia gets stronger. Because I actually don't have an army, I can't recruit. As you can see, any normal infantry, I have militia troops. And special forces. That's all I get. How you're supposed to be fighting a war like that? You don't. You're quite literally not supposed to go to war. That's the secret of Switzerland. Quite literally.
The key to neutrality is to not go to war.
The whole thing is, I find it kind of interesting. It's really slow play, especially if you're used to the actually fast and hard. I go to war and I basically never stop again, that you usually get from the other nations. In this case, your whole spiel is to basically not piss off anyone. You balance it all. You balance France against Germany and Italy, who are usually the classical fascist one. Later on you have to deal with the fucking Soviets being pissed off of you. And basically, you really try to... You can't be too friendly with them. For example, every time I buy fucking fighter planes from the Germans, everybody else is looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? And it's like, okay, yeah, let's forget that and appease them, use all of my political power for that. Oh, you know, I could denounce that, but why the fuck would I do that?
Right.
If I deliberately piss anyone off, I think in my last game, when I actually managed to get some gains, land-wise, from the Frenchies, it was because the Frenchies got so pissed off, they considered what they did a so harsh breach of neutrality, it's actually declared war on me. But like, no, you're not neutral, fuck you. Luckily
We're
enough.
not neutral, and we're going to war. Get fucked.
Yeah, the good point was, though, at this point, Italy and I think a few others said I could I could ask them to give me guarantees. That basically kicked off the World War. The World War started because the Frenchies didn't like the Switzers any longer. Instead was like, no, stop that. Ah, those fun times. It's all around.
You enjoy this. I'm going to leave now, and I'm going to go lie in bed. If I can ever, well, yeah, my earbud's already next to the bed. Lie in bed, listen to you and Chris Chan, and play Mario and Rabbids.
Sounds like a fair deal. I'm going to watch this unfold and try to stay neutral. I'll keep you posted once that fails me.
See you later, my friend.
We will indeed. I'll be around probably. That shift is not over yet. Yeah. Have a good rest.
Indeed. Later, my friend.
Later. Fascism, peace fascists. Yeah, peace the fascists. Yeah, it's a good decision. Before we continue, we're gonna restart. Chris.
Ours is no good. And as your caring boyfriend,
Ah,
I have to agree
totally
and
fine,
remind
isn't
you
it?
and
Now
warn
I
you.
have to watch this
I will still
alone.
have the phone conversation if you still feel it is for the best. I worry and care about you a lot, Jackie. I love you. Jackie continued to
What am I
brand
gonna
him
get?
a liar, citing how he kept changing the reasons for why his video efforts were not done to her satisfaction. They
Probably
arranged
you.
a time for her to call him and have Lars join, but Chris missed it, writing an email in its aftermath revealing his inner thoughts about their relationship. I care a lot about you, Jacqueline Romy, but this relationship appears to be on its rockiest of riptides to me. Mainly, it is up to you on the decision of staying with a considerably slow-minded, honest man who would show you a ton of care and affection, or going back to the exo-killed zone seed in your womb, and may do worse than that. Granted, there are other details about that relationship I may or may not be aware of. I'm feeling really down and crestfallen
It's
on
Katyushka,
myself
isn't
right
it?
now.
It
You
is
think about
Katyushka
it
song.
all, and do not respond or send me another email or call if this is really the end of our relationship between you and me, and you go running back to
Johnny.
Lars, or you're going to say, maybe we should see other people. Later that day, Jackie
Sure.
called him on the phone and introduced him to Lars.
Oh, hi, Chris. It's Jackie. How are you?
Oh, Jackie. Hi.
Well, I got your email.
Yeah.
Sorry I missed you last night. I just didn't
Why
know
does
if
she
you'd
sound
be
so
around.
excited?
Listen, I'm gonna
Jesus
turn you over
Christ,
to Lars
Jackie.
right now, and I'll be listening. So you
Oh.
two boys play nice, okay?
Okay.
Lars.
That's gonna be special.
Yo! Fish with my dinner!
Hello?
Yo. Who this that? Yo, dog. Yo, who did it? Yo, this be lies and shit. Who did?
This is Christian.
Yo, Christian C. How y'all doing, dog?
I'm staring out. How are you?
Doing alright, nigga. Shit. Yo, I'll be honest with you, dog. I ain't want to do this call and shit at first, you know? But then my girl, Jackie, she be all like, bitch, you best be doing this call, else I'll be breaking up with y'all and shit. So I'll be like doing the call and shit. Yo, dog, what you want to talk about?
Shit. At all.
Well, I know what you did do to Jackie
Jesus
while
Christ.
back. You spiked her coffee and killed the unborn child.
Yo, dog. Yo, my bad and shit. I own
My
up to
bad
that
and shit, you.
That's in the past. Y'all know
Oh,
what that
Lars
be like
is a
and
special
shit.
character, isn't
Y'all
he?
ain't be no
Jesus
adult
fucking
and shit,
Christ.
you know? Ain't ready to take on no adult responsibilities.
Adult responsibilities.
Yeah,
I don't regret it
sure.
and shit. But you know, shit happened. Shit be in the past though. Shit, I'm a new nigga now. You dig? You feel me?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
I hear you.
I really don't.
So I ain't be burning no baby fetus no more neither. I'm ready for baby now. I got a job and shit. I got rid of my stupid boats and shit too. Damn.
Yeah, I heard you burn those boats.
Got rid of all of them boats. Not just my boats neither. Got rid of my boats. Got rid of my expansion packs for boats. Got rid of my paint kits for them boats. Shit, you know, dog, I've been going through my closet and shit. I got paint
Sounds
kits for boats I
horrible.
ain't even own, nigga. I got boats in the closet. boats in the yard, boats in the living room, boats in the lawn.
Okay, so you've taken your hobby to the
Boats on the
extreme.
roof and shit. Shit be taking over my house. Like a bad habit and shit. Y'all feeling it?
Yeah.
Y'all got any nasty habits and shit there, Chris?
Okay, well, I did have like a whole city made out of Legos that I pretty much tore it down. And
Come on, Germany, give me
y'all
more
done
of
got rid of your
that.
Legos and shit? Man, I feel you.
Come
That's
on,
gangster.
Germany, where's my steel?
I felt all righteous
Germany,
and shit, getting rid of my
Germany,
boats.
where's my steel?
I don't know, feel like a new nigga and shit. Feel like a whole new day be starting for me. You ever have a feeling like that, dog?
yeah, I have felt that way before.
Tell me all about it, dog.
Well, I pretty much felt like a big time star and all that when I had a good number of friends back in high school. And then I graduated
See,
and
that's
had
gonna
to
work out.
leave Chesterfield County where I was going to high school and moved back to Ruckersville. And then it just pretty much went downhill for me, and I didn't have too many friends.
Shit. Dog, I hear high school be fun and shit. Oh no. Dropped out halfway through 7th grade and shit.
Yeah.
Trying to go to high
I'll take
school and
this.
shit. Ain't no niggas in the school system be wanting no nigga up in the classroom. Y'all be playing kick the nigga and shit? Shit ain't gangster. They be straight busters and shit.
What's of this conversation?
Y'all know about getting tormented and shit, ain't you?
Yeah.
What
I
even is
got
that
pretty much
supposed to be?
tormented for my
Ah, for
autism
fuck's sake.
and considerable slow-mindedness that
What?
has happened to me before.
Oh, y'all be a slow in the mind and shit then, huh? Like that Down syndrome or shit. My cousin got that shit. Ain't got no neck and shit.
Yeah, I
Fucking
got no
shit.
neck, eh?
Nigga can't fit no
Yeah.
shirts. Dog, you seem like a nice nigga and shit. Man, I ain't think this call gonna be
This
pleasant and
conversation
shit.
is so
far, we
fucking
be doing
cancerous,
good.
it's not even
I ain't know
funny.
why Jackie be coming back to me and shit when she got you. Says she ain't happy with you. Why we gotta be talking?
Why
Why
we're suffering
Jackie having
years.
us do this shit?
Oh yeah,
She
right,
ain't
because I
explain nothing
brought
to
it up my myself, didn't I?
Yeah, she and I, we had
To be fair.
our devices built, but my computer went all on the fritz, and I wasn't able to get back out, get back on. And it
Mhm.
looks like I can't afford to get a new computer right now to replace the new computer tower. And we have not been able to possibly trace
Well,
through
Germany,
AIM,
you seem to be
and
stuck.
she just kind of felt the neglect on that. And also she requested me of making upload videos to YouTube for her, which I have done.
I know about them videos and shit. I've been watching that shit. Man, I've
Yeah.
been wondering what that shit all about. Then I find out Jackie be asking y'all to do shit. Why she be mad and shit? You be doing what she asked, right? Something about some comic she was bitching about the other day.
Yeah,
I watched
thinking
that
about
comic
that.
video. You scribbled some shit. Maybe because you ain't colored and shit. I don't know.
See how Germany actually manages.
Yeah, well, hell, I ain't
Should
got
have
to
the
tell you she's
resources
not
to
colored. She's
deal
like
with
me.
this now.
That's all the color she need. I guess she wanted more color from you, though. I heard it'd be something about you pick fights with artisans and shit, other cartoonists. You be like trolling them and shit, starting gang wars and shit.
I have been having my fights and bouts against internet bullies, cyber bullies, trolls.
Who
They
this?
just they get a whole bunch of shit footage from me, and they just twist it and turn it their own way, and just smear my once good name in the mud. Makes it very hard for me to get a job of my own with the background checks. I mean, pretty much you Google my name, and all you
Okay,
get was
can we
pretty
get
much within
some
the first
points here?
10 or so results is damn quickie and damn encyclopedia Jamaica, and that's just a whole bunch of wavy downs right there.
I
They
feel
feel
you.
bad about me.
That fucking man holding a nigga down. Shit, I've been living
Yeah.
that shit whole life and shit. Damn. Fucking niggas trying to hold a nigga down. Yo, dog, let me
Oh,
go
for
back. Let me
fuck's
ask you. Y'all say you be drawing comics and shit. What kind of comic you draw, dog?
Cool
That's
comic.
essentially combining Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu, calling him Sonichu. You guys all know adventures and whatnot, similar to Sonic and whatnot, but he's got like electric powers and he still runs fast and everything. And he hangs around, goes out with his girlfriend.
Chris,
and,
why do you go
eventually
ahead
get
and
married,
explain
and,
this
they
in
have
such
children.
detail? Just
Shit, be like Archie comics.
shut
and
up.
Shit.
Well, I mean, essentially that would be what it would have been, but then I kind of like lost track of when the trolls
We
and
need
Playboys, they
more
laid me
political
down.
power.
And then, you know, the expression, too many cooks spoil the broth. Well, they just been on my mind so much that I end up drawing them into my comic books, making them into villains. And, yeah, originally it was supposed to be like, you know, ages 7
So
and
yeah,
up, but then
Hungary
I end
is
up
gonna
going
get
into
fucked, isn't
content
it?
where there could be like considerably,
Germany, you might have
definitely,
overstepped a bit.
considered adulterous. Even some naked things I have I just up and did.
Just a tiny
You
bit.
know,
You ain't be drawing the comic because these white niggas will be hating on your work. They be drinking all that haterade. That's why you ain't be drawing. I see.
And
Yeah, shit, dog. That's why Jackie asked you to do the comic and shit.
They managed to actually
Shit,
push
they all
through.
fall together now. Last puzzle piece in place.
Oh god.
Cracker, you know if you stop that,
The giant
means
will
they
not be
win,
sleeping
right?
this time.
Y'all
America
gots to
is
get
waking
on that
up.
comic and shit.
Looks around the world and is like, what
Yeah, I
the
really
fuck?
do
Where's
need to get back
France?
to drawing more comics and pages. But I just haven't been able to find the inspiration. They weighed me down
Fair
so
point.
bad. They just
Fair question. Fair
affected
question.
me in the back of my mind and my subconscious.
Dog Jackie be telling me she thought she'd be your inspiration and shit.
Hmm.
Ain't that the case and shit? What be going on there?
Yeah, she gave me the idea of like for one dude who originally was definitely not originally part of the comic scene, but then he did
Well,
tragedy
Germany.
against me,
You're stuck as fuck.
in his comic he portrayed killing me and everybody having the world go against me, and he agreed with this guy who pretends to be me, and
Suck ass.
just a bunch of more shit right there. Anyway, she wanted me to show that guy a parade in my comic scene. I mean, like, you know, he fucking just shot, he fucking just a whole bunch of bullet wounds and run gore on myself, and I got throw him a parade on that scene and whatnot.
Yo, I feel you angry and shit, dog. I feel you furious and shit. You furious at this.
Seriously,
nigga.
Greater
I feel that, I
Portugal.
really do. And shit, nigga. But y'all got to
Jesus
stand up to your woman and shit. Damn.
Oh, Greater
Woman
Portugal.
Telling you to do shit. You ain't just be lying to her. You got some
Taking
problems with your
Spain.
woman. You ain't lie to her. Then all you got is 2 problems. You dig?
Yeah.
How often you get laid, dog?
They did. I'm sorry, what was that?
How often you get laid? Pussy.
How often do I get laid?
Yeah, when the last time you cut some trim and shit?
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
actually
what's
a
with that
virgin.
special
Oh,
speech?
shit, dog.
Is that really
Blame that anger
necessary?
and shit. This be why you angry at them trolls.
Yeah, among
Shit,
other
dog.
things.
See, dog, you be lying to women and shit. It ain't like that. Man, you ain't want to do what no
Ooh,
woman
Germany,
tells you what to
breakthrough.
do. You just tell it straight up to her face. But you ain't lie to him and shit.
I did not mean to lie to her, but I did tell her straight up that I had no intention
Gonna fuck
of
up
throwing that to the
Czechoslovakia, eh?
parade.
No, dog, I be looking
I
at the email.
respect that.
She said throw him a parade. You say you're gonna do it. You say alright. But you ain't mean alright.
I said all right in drawing the replacement pages.
You said alright to the whole email, though. You ain't pick out bits and pieces and say yes to this and no to that. That's why I'm confused. I'll be confuzzled and shit. How much y'all love Jackie and shit?
I care and love Jackie a lot.
How much you love him more than what? Put it into quantitative terms and shit.
Yeah,
I'll be like
quantitative.
every night, I'll be like, Jackie,
Yes.
I love y'all ass more than the moon and shit. I would throw away the moon and shit. Death Star that shit. Fuck. Ain't need no tides and shit. All I need is my Jackie. Feel me? Damn.
Yes.
Yeah.
What y'all
A
give up?
lot of things, Lars. A really lot of
I would
things.
give up
None
that
of them are
thinking
good.
for Jackie and me to be together.
Yo, dog, she ever asked you to be giving up shit for her? She asked me to give away my boats and shit. I'll be all
Germany.
like refusing and shit first time around. Shit be what burned our relationship. That and the whole fetus thing. Shit. Bitch ain't never gonna let me live that shit down. Be all hopping on me. Every time she served me dinner and shit. Sucking my dick. All I hear be like, you killed my baby. Fucking bitch.
Yeah. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what,
that was kinda
I'd be
funny.
giving up the planet closest to the sun for Jackie.
Yeah,
Mercury.
that was kind of funny for a moment there, Chris.
Shit, nigga.
Technically speaking,
That
Lars.
shit be all dwarf planet and shit now. They be cutting 3 inches off that planet dick and shit.
You're thinking of Pluto, the planet that was farthest away from the sun. This is the planet closest.
I see. Yeah, space be black and shit, but don't let that confuzzle you and shit. Ain't no
Yes.
nigga going up in space, I tell you what. Fucking
Yeah.
man gonna keep a nigga down, keep a nigga on the ground, keep a nigga from flying, keep a nigga from trying. Shit.
Yeah, shit. That's
Finger on the
precisely what
trigger,
I
niggas
think when I
wanna
have
lie.
listened.
Living in the city, it's do or die, nigga.
Shit,
Y'all feel
lots
me?
of shit, yeah.
I know y'all feel me. Y'all be my nigga and
poor
shit.
Henry.
Who my nigga?
Hungry,
Come on, nigga,
you
dog.
tried so hard. You got nowhere, but
I'm
you
your
tried,
nigga.
I guess.
You're my nigga. Alright. I feel you. Let's go back to the metaphysical
about
question
Greater
of
Portugal?
the evening. What practicalities and realities be you giving up on shit?
I know that
Get in the
feeling.
here and now.
Just difficult,
What be
isn't
down
it?
here ain't no planet. What y'all giving up for the bitch?
I'd be giving up my video game time.
Y'all be getting rid of them video games and shit. Yeah?
I got rid of a lot of video games I've been hoarding over the years.
That PS triple and shit. Damn. Should be like $800 and shit, right? Should be like a money sink. I feel you, dog. Be good you get rid of that shit. You saw that shit off yet?
No, I have not. No, I have not sold my PlayStation 3, and I
You
have
shouldn't.
invested a lot into it ever since
That's
I had
the
it.
shit. Y'all be like playing stocks and shit? Y'all talk about investing.
Yeah, it's just I downloaded a lot of stuff onto it.
Yo,
No.
dog, I be downloading a lot of boats and shit too. Ain't see me keeping no boats, and I'll be burning all my boats. Ain't no investment, be a curse and shit.
Yeah.
Very much
Ain't Jackie be worth
perspective,
on
isn't
PS
it?
Triple and shit? Jackie cook a mean steak dinner and shit, all the fixing. Throw some grits on there, some Starburst, a little grape soda on the side.
Sounds nice.
I tell you, if I can't sell my PS Triple, I'll tell you something.
Are you really gonna do
nothing I could
more
definitely get rid of
Germany?
Jackie. I
Can't
get
you
rid of
just
a whole
focus on
bunch
one
of
thing?
the
Not the claim label.
Transformers I got.
Why can't y'all get rid of that PS Triple though, dog? I ain't be understanding this shit.
I downloaded over $4,000 worth of content, and face value, it's not going to get me back $4,000.
Obviously
Shit,
not.
dog. Ain't about the money and shit. Shit be about getting rid of addictions and shit. You know how much I drop on boats and shit? $45,000. I got like 6 credit cards for that shit. You know how hard it is for a black man to get 1 credit card? I got 6. 6, nigga. That's how dedicated I was to them fucking boats. Them boats was my life, nigga. Them boats was my life. Shit. But I'll burn them boats. Ain't get no money back for that shit. But I'll be an honest nigga now.
Alright, listen, I would not need to sell the console in order for me to not spend any more. I just would just swear upon my Ocarina's grave and my family, the life of myself and my mom and my dad.
Very
my
graves,
family.
that's a good
I would just
start.
not spend
Because
any
let's be honest, you're not gonna keep that. No, you're.
more download for the PS4.
Ain't Jackie asked you to not spend and shit on that a while ago, though? Ain't that what she said? That what she be telling me? Bitch be telling me she up on that PS nigga and she check your trophies and your
Seize the gold of
accolades and
democratic
shit.
nations.
Nigga be getting all new trophies
Ooh,
for new
that's a
games and
soulish
shit all through the
decision.
month.
No,
Ooh,
actually,
that's
those
a
are new
soulish.
trophies from games I had already owned.
So y'all be having games you ain't even played for months, but you still buy them shit? Shit be all addictive and shit. You feel?
Yeah.
Ain't about just the money. About the time, nigga. About the effort, nigga. All that time and effort. Going to some volunteering and shit.
Join the
Work at
X's.
the hospital.
Yeah, I guess I have to put on here if I want to join the
You're
X's.
asking me why
Some
I be
point.
putting all my
Into bed
my
neutrality.
video games instead, like going out
Join the friendly
volunteer
neighborhood
work
Germans.
or stuff like that.
True that, dog. True that. You be feeling
Mostly,
it.
yeah, I be feeling you. Yeah, but mostly, on one point, it's like I would not know where to look, and plus, going out for a job after
Germany,
the
you're gonna
control's been weighing me
get
down
pushed
since
into that.
November 2007. Hear my name in the
This conversation.
my
Special.
never.
That's all I can say about it. It really is fucking special.
Damn, dog. Nigga, you ain't spend no time up in the joint. Your background check should be golden shit. Y'all ain't got no problems and shit.
Yeah, but also I do have a police
Jesus
record
Christ.
on file for a couple of offenses. I have.
Dog, you be fighting the man and shit? Shit. Tell me all about it, dog. What you be doing? You be taking down Popo? Fucking 5-0 and shit? What you got?
Random fascist.
It'd be essentially just having bad time and disagreements and whatnot with this dude down over at the game and hobby place. He just
Listen,
be having his own
more
grudge
political,
against
yeah,
me, and
that's
he
something I
looking
would
for
actually like.
excuse to ban me from his store, and then he did, so he banned me from
Why
his
don't you
store.
just say like,
But he
yeah,
wanted me to
for the
come back, and
popo,
I come back
hard
like
times,
a year
be
later,
done
and
with
let
it.
me ask if I come back, and then he don't let me come back. Then,
Ah,
so I leave it in that, and
yes,
just come back
please.
next year, and then same thing again with worse. He actually puts it on officially on police record.
Alright, dog, alright, I feel
Just
that.
once in a
Just
while,
all
he should
dirty
just,
and shit
you know,
like that.
shut
And
up.
plus, also, I have like past the accusations of quote-unquote soliciting. When I was out in my
That would
early
actually
days
help
of
his
my
case.
sweetheart search, looking for a woman of my own, be using a sign like, I'd be like, for an 8-year-old man, looking for an 18 to 38-year-old woman, be my sweetheart and jump. Didn't misinterpret that. They think I'd be looking for just for the booty call. But no, I ain't looking just for the booty call. I'm looking for the long run, the emotional attachments and everything.
Okay,
They
that's a
just
chick in
misunderstand me.
charge.
They handcuffed me a number of times to drag
Now
me around.
including
And they even dog pound me one time, rubbed my head on the
These
carpet.
guys.
I've been bleeding out Left side of my forehead that day. Took me in the damn cop car, and I get attended by the ambulance where they see that blood-soaked stain, egg wound from that carpet burn on the left side of my forehead there.
Czechoslovakia considers us a breach of neutrality.
Y'all be trespassing off this here nigga
Public
property.
appeased
You
them.
be sticking it to that
Appeased
man.
them.
That be what I feel? That be what you doing, dude?
Could we not
Yeah.
have this conversation, please?
Alright. So you
be feeling me, dog.
So you all go trespassing.
Of course not. We're gonna have to
you know
continue
you
this
ain't welcome
conversation.
and shit.
Suffering
And y'all-
must
Y'all be
continue.
like, fuck that shit. I own that store. I'ma go stick that place up and shit. I'ma fucking bust a cap in his ass.
Yeah, I be popping the cap in that old Michael Snyder ass. I tell you what, if I had me a real life gun, but I don't have a real life gun.
Why don't you go? Why don't you go to this level of conversation, Chris?
And not much else going on there. So it's like I don't really have much of an offense as much as a defense, dog.
Let me ask you, dog. You're gonna take some nigga, and you're gonna say like, bitch, this nigga be going down and shit. And you pick this nigga at this game store and shit. Why you pick this nigga to pick a fight with and shit?
He picked a fight with me first. He just had his own gripes and scares against me. He be thinking I'd be like
Germany.
niggas who damn sort of label a pedophile on me, damn whole bunch of shit off of
Fucking
him.
overdid it.
He be throwing all them labels on me and just looking for a damn excuse to kick me out of that store and ban me forever. And then he did find the damn excuse and the damn happened and they all trespass and everything.
Yo, dog, so you say you have a weakness with the offense, but you be good with the defense and shit. So let me ask you. Some nigga come up in your house and shit, and he be all like, dude, I want to come up in here and shit. And y'all be like, shit, nigga, this be my house and shit. Y'all ain't coming up in here without no invitation and shit. And he be like, shit, nigga, I do what I want. I'm gonna come up in your house. What y'all gonna do?
I'll be his ass. I'm very
Let's
strong.
promote that guy.
I'll give him an old clock.
Just one more fascist to go.
Shit, dog.
That be the case. But I make sure that I be cool, dog. You know, I make sure I start that, like, you know, he throw the first punch. If he throw the first punch, then I defend, and then I will punch back in defense.
Then y'all be filing trespassing notices and shit on him. Ain't that the truth, nigga? Y'all
Okay,
be
Germany.
salting the wounds.
You really are overdoing
putting
it.
a criminality record
Don't have the
up on
truth
this
for it.
nigga.
Why the fuck are
Now,
you
I
getting
ain't
involved
never
with
filed no
Portugal as
trespassing
well?
notice on any nigga what started
Idiot.
shit with me. See, I'll be a
Yeah,
black man.
it's so
and shit.
fucking special
The
sometimes.
police, you ever call the police when you a black man? They come and shoot your ass. They ain't giving no fucks. You be white and shit. You can use the system against the system and shit. Y'all see what I mean and shit?
Yeah. I hear ya.
Yeah.
A bunch of the damn racism that they've been
Probably
gone
good of you
through
to stop
on,
training.
and I ain't like that. I have respect for my black man. And I have respect for you, man, because we cool.
Y'all be feeling
I'm
your
your
fellow
nigga.
nigga and shit, dog. Shit.
Yeah,
And
shit.
I enjoy the videos I get from the black man, including the Jeffersons and Bill Cosby and Sanford and Son, all them. All that
Sanford
good
and
shit.
Son? Bitch, I know you ain't bring up Sanford and Son. Fucking sharecropper shit. Goddamn Uncle Tom and shit. Shit. Traitor to his race and shit, dog.
Shit,
All
yeah,
that
shit,
spoon jockey
shit,
shit,
shit.
blackface, bamboozle and shit.
Yeah, I don't mean to jump no jive, man. I just been giving a few examples of some of the shows I see, but I watch other shows too, where they make good examples of the black man
He
and the
can
black
sound
woman.
real. You wouldn't believe it.
400
Here
years,
is.
dog. 400 years.
Yeah.
Oppression. Yo, dog, this shit be all about Jackie and shit, though, dog. Now, Jackie ain't be happy with y'all and shit. And Jackie ain't sure she be happy with me and shit. So, bitch, be all like, you be lying to her and shit. And I feel that. I feel why she pissed about that shit. And as I've
Yeah, too bad
advised
I can't.
and
It's the thing between
cautionary to
multiplayer.
you,
Can't use fucking
y'all ain't be
spot.
lying to no bitch. Y'all can smack a bitch. Y'all can punt a bitch. Y'all be like, bitch, I ain't doing that shit. All up in her face and shit. But y'all ain't be lying to a bitch. Cause then the shit roll downhill. Shit be like a hydra and shit. You cut one head off that bitch, two head grow back, you be lying to her. She catch you on that shit. They always do, nigga. Indeed. Shit. So what y'all gonna do to win Jackie Hart back and shit? Y'all gonna burn that PS triple and shit. See, I've been burning my addiction. Y'all got to burn your addiction too. Y'all ain't got to do it literally. Y'all ain't got to do it. I know white people be afraid of fire and shit.
The
See,
Swiss
black people,
Confederation
black
cons-
folk, we like fire.
We
We
are
all be
just
like
people
living tribal
now.
in the
Stop
Oomabungas in
considering
Africa
us.
and shit. We all be using fire, keep
What
tigers
because?
away and shit. Tigers, man, damn. Tigers be racist and shit. Fuck
Yo, I feel you,
shit.
man. I'm part
So-
Cherokee.
Oh, dog, y'all Cherokee? Y'all be part of them,
Yeah.
them red niggas and shit?
Hmm.
Shit, I feel that, dog. I ain't know that about you. What casino you from?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand
special.
that.
Shit, all them red niggas, they be all up in the casinos and shit. Is that right, dog? What casino you from? From that
The
That's
best
like a-
casino.
From the
My
Blackjack
own.
tribe, the Whitejack tribe, the Polka tribe, the Hold'em tribe.
Hold'em
They
is
got no
also
other tribe,
poker.
but Y'all feeling what I'm getting at.
Easy
Yeah, I feel
trust.
you, man. That's just a dang old stereotype. I am not a casino owner. I am no rich man. I mean,
Y'all
we
be
use
unemployed
up
and shit. Y'all ain't be no
Yeah,
like
not-
casino nigga and shit.
Yeah, I ain't no casino
Jeez.
nigga.
Is
Yeah, my
going well for
background,
you,
we be at the
Germany.
real Cherokee for the Trail of Tears and all that. That's
I wasn't
my
able to take Madrid.
Shit. Fuck. We be talking about, oh yeah, dog. It's coming back.
Yeah.
What y'all gonna be doing to win Jackie?
Stop
Y'all gonna be
it. Stop.
metaphorically burning your PS triple and shit.
Once the French communist
I'll be
not dead.
wishing you luck, dog.
Right,
I'll be
bet.
wishing you luck. I'll be ramrodding Jackie and shit every night and every day. But I respect you like my nigga. You are my bro and shit. I want you to get what you deserve and shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
So y'all gonna
I
be
feel ya.
get rid of that PS triple and shit.
Yeah, my mind be slow and I be uncertain of everything here. And I definitely feel you. And I'm not gonna say that I'm better to you. I'm not gonna say that. You mean you be a big man? You burn all your boats, dog. I tell you what. But I mean, I spend my money. I ain't gonna get that much back. I ain't gonna just kill it all by burning the dime PS3 because I pretty much essentially did that.
Shit. I feel her pain and shit. I feel her commiserating and shit. Ain't no PS triple. What got no poontang? I tell you what. Shit. So why y'all pick a PS triple over my Jackie triple? Why y'all be doing that?
Well, now look, okay, dog. I would still be able to talk to Jackie through the email with the PS Triple. Anyway, I'll be getting a new computer soon enough, and I'll be able to talk to Jackie to AIM again if she'd be willing to.
But let me ask you, dog. Now your PS triple be gone, and
fucking
soon
Xing
enough
me,
means like a
dog.
day. But your computer, your
Getting
means
cancer.
of communication with Jackie and shit, that be gone. But soon enough, that amount to like months and shit. That'd be like the whole trimester of a pregnancy that what passed by and shit. Shit, I ain't even let this much time pass by before I evacuated that fetus in her belly. Shit. That'd be a bigger decision than PS strip, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you know, I'd be having the woman next to me, and I'd be treating her right, and investing more time into her right next to me instead of being over the internet, because I ain't got no power over the
You
internet,
get pushed
really.
back,
I'm
little
scared to go on the
Germany.
internet, really, because of the damn trolls. It's real life or best for me, dog.
But dog, okay, dog, I'll be feeling that. Damn internets, they be scary places, shit, especially for a nigga. But Jackie,
Yes, apparently everything is.
Jackie, she be all like, Chris, I know you know I want you getting rid of that PS triple and shit. Shit be like a black hole of addiction and shit.
Stop
Sucking up your life.
fucking talking,
See,
please.
what I don't
Just
get
stop
is why
fucking talking.
y'all ain't get rid of that PS triple.
Feel
Because
like I'm
that
draining
shit
somewhat
is
fiercely.
no good for you. And you get rid of that shit. And even if Jackie ain't existing shit, then you get rid of that PS triple, you a born again man. You a new man for getting rid of that shit. See, I burned my boats and shit before I even called Jackie.
Very
because I knew
fascinating.
even if Jackie be all rejecting me and shit, I'll be a new man to get rid of my addiction. I'll be a strong man and shit. Show me your strength, nigga. Y'all be feeling me?
No, I'm not fucking feeling
Word,
you. At
y'all.
this point, I'm really not fucking feeling you.
Yeah. Listen, we'd be having a cool conversation.
I'm not feeling a
It's
bit
been
of
good.
drink on, to be
let's talk
fair.
to Jackie for a little while.
See if that bitch be around. Yo, bitch! Bitch, where you be at? Yeah, hold on, dog.
Yeah,
Checking the
Germany,
kitchen and
that's not going good for you, is it?
Oh.
And I'm surrounded by fucking
You know
Italy
what
at this
we haven't done
point.
and shit. Bitch can't make
Not
meatloaf and
feeling
shit,
good.
steak and shit at the same time. Damn. Use that bitch anyway, but poontang and shit. Oh, fuck that smell. Oh, shit. Fuck. Bitch, I told you to not go to that Taco Bell and shit no more. Shit ain't gangster. Oh, shit. Bitch be all like making number 2 and shit right now. Bitch ain't coming out for a while, let me tell you that shit.
Uh-oh.
See, now, dog, y'all got to feel my pain and shit. See, y'all just be hearing about it. I got to smell it and shit. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I get, I hear you. Be all.
Y'all know how strong the sense of smell on a nigga is? Y'all be a white nigga and shit. I'll be a black nigga. Us wide nostrils. We smell like 3 times what you smell and shit. See, my nostrils, that'd be like my PS triple, because it's triple the smell power of your thin, wide nostrils. Shit.
Yeah, well, I hear you, dog. I know what crap smells like and how it comes out.
Why y'all ain't gonna get rid of that PS triple for Jackie and shit?
To be honest, I just don't know. It's pretty much, I have my mind is so slow, and I just be fear of change, and it's just really hard for me in my mental capacity to go through a whole bunch of change so quickly.
I see, because that Downism and shit.
Not Down syndrome, autism.
Yeah, the Downism. That'd be what
Yeah.
Anyway, dog, so what y'all saying is,
this is
you
all
got
special.
your video games, and Jackie,
This
she'd be
is
like a
really
woman
special.
with a poontang and shit, and a meatloaf and steak dinner, and y'all be afraid of that. Y'all stick with your video games, because that all ain't makes you afraid like a woman do.
What? No, I am not afraid of a woman.
Y'all ain't want to give up PS Triple for a woman, though.
This debate is so fucking special.
Nigga, you grunting or some shit. Shit, dog. Y'all be at Taco Bell and shit too, like my Jackie?
Yeah. No, I did not go to Taco Bell today.
Why y'all be grunting, dog? Shit, not be settling in your stomach and shit?
I don't know.
So, dog,
You should
all
know
right,
if your stomach is
Let's get back.
walking
Let's get
on
back.
the way it's
Y'all
supposed
say
to
you
or
ain't
not.
afraid of no woman, and y'all want a woman, but your actions, and even what you just say to me now, show you want a video game more than a woman. And I guess I feel that shit. I lost my virginity at the age of 10 and a half, and ever since then, I'll be all up on the poon dang. I'll be like a poon hound.
Nice.
Shit.
Finally
Yeah, I ain't
time
playing
to
no
edit
video
those
games since like
fucking
Atari
settings.
and shit. Shit be old school. Back then, everything black and white, not just race politics. See? You feel me?
That was a bad joke.
So dog, my first time be scary and shit. I only make that bitch come like 2.5 times. See, I be all like performance anxiety and shit. But I got through it.
I would comment
Y'all
on
got
that.
to be a man
But
and
honestly,
shit. Man up.
Just would
Y'all be a
really
man.
but
Y'all
it's
be a
worth
boy.
it.
What y'all be?
I be man.
Oh,
What
this
I'm feeling,
conversation.
And rightfully, righteously, righteously,
really
I should not be
don't
telling
do
you
that.
this.
Like I
Because this
said,
hurts
I knew
my
it from the
chances
start
and
it would end like this.
But I will tell you, in the
Oh,
interest
shit.
of birds before hope,
Oh, shit, indeed.
that if you got rid of that PS Triple, you got rid of it and you never buy another one, I'll be out on the street, and Jackie be on your doorstep first thing tomorrow morning. Shit.
Yeah. I hear you. It's a lot.
Yo, dog. You know what I'm doing right now? Holding
What?
up my fist, dog. Solidarity. Peace, dog.
Yeah.
Shit.
Alright.
So y'all got your video games.
Shit.
Jackie, she be up in that toilet like another hour or two. Shit. I tell her to wipe her ass and then come jump on my dick and shit. I'll be all up in that poontang. Y'all write you an email and shit. Tell you all about that poontang.
Yeah,
you
no,
write me an
thank
email,
you.
tell
I
me
would
about your
really
video.
not like
That way
to
we can
hear that
exchange
particular email
and
read
learn
out
from
loud
each other's
too.
culture. See, because
I really would like not.
I'd be like with a woman and shit, and I can tell you what that'd be like. And you'll be playing video games, which I am familiar with, and then you can tell me what it'd be like to be playing video games in your room all day.
That's pretty relaxing,
I'll let
actually.
you go
Pretty
sleep,
cool,
because I know
pretty
you're
sweet,
tired and
yeah,
shit.
kind of
I know
enjoyable.
white people like to go to bed before midnight. Let me ask you something. Y'all be honest and straightforward with me. Tell me, my nigga.
I mean, at this point in
Y'all
fucking
really want
time, I've
Jackie?
been doing
Or
this
not?
for fucking
Oh, y'all want your video games more than you actually want Jackie.
far too
if
many
you want
hours.
Jackie.
I want
You
Jackie,
know.
and I want to be able to keep my video games.
I can't actually be able to
Shit,
say
dog,
much
that ain't
about
always an
fucking,
option. Can't have your cake and eat it too. Or as we say in nigga culture, can't have your grape soda and drink it too. Because see, black people don't eat cake. It's a devil food cake.
They're
That'd be black.
like orange soda.
Yeah, orange soda. That'd be like a white people thing.
You remember Keenan and Kel?
What
That was a fun
fucking
show, that was a fun
nonsense
show.
for
Fuck Keenan
conversation.
and Kel. That the nigga that owe me money? You tell that fucking nigga give me my $15.
I'm talking about the show that was on Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon? The fuck would that be? That'd be one of them nickel and dime theaters from the 1920s and shit. Fucking flappers and shit. Women with short hair. Shit.
Alright, well, that's good. And it's been cool and real hanging with you.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah,
y'all,
can we
I'm
end this
out.
conversation
I'll
now,
talk to you soon. I'm gonna go
please?
fuck Jackie now. I'll talk to you soon, dog. We'll be in touch and shit. Nice meeting you and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, nice,
night,
nice
y'all.
meeting you.
Alright.
Yeah, very
Good
nice.
night.
Yeah, nice.
The following day, Jackie emailed Chris apologizing for not being able to return to the call. She was impressed with the maturity of Chris and Lars's conversation, and was also delighted to
Yeah,
hear that he was
maturity.
going to
There was a
redraw
lot
the
of that in
conclusion
there.
of Sonnet 2 Issue 10 the way she wanted him to, featuring a parade. In Christian's reply, he once again confirmed that he would redo the comic pages, and asked that in return, they would finally meet up and start dating, for a chance to prove himself in person. The next day, he found links to records of private conversations between himself and Jackie on the Quickie, and shared them with her, worried that she might be getting hacked. Jackie didn't show much concern. On November 11th, someone took a photo of Chris at a local supermarket and promptly shared their findings. Meanwhile, he continued to converse daily with Jackie via email. He revealed that lately he had been under much stress due to all the psychological tormenting the trolls had done unto him over the past 3 years. Chris told her that he still went to his pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, for counseling and support. He highlighted that she recently helped make him think of himself as slow in the mental relays of ideas and thoughts to actions and such, rather than retarded. Jackie questioned Rocky's methods of helping Chris, since from what he told her, his counselor tended to make Chris feel good about himself and put others in the wrong, without taking any proactive measures to improve himself. Jackie also criticized him for taking everything Rocky said to heart, but hesitating greatly when it came to taking advice from Jackie herself. After a few days of silence, Christian messaged her, declaring that he felt like he was not ready for a relationship yet, especially with someone who he had not met in person, and needed more practice socializing beforehand. Jackie interpreted his email as friend-zoning her, and claimed that she was fine with it, and that they could still remain friends.
How nice
Chris in
of her,
return wrote
isn't
that
it?
her use of the term friend-zone bothered him, having been friend-zoned several times before, and clarified that he was mentally prepared and willing for sex, and that he wanted to keep that option open. He then elaborated on his intentions to legally take down the head trolls to put his mind at ease. 2 days later, Jackie wrote him an extended email detailing his numerous flaws. She first pointed out that no self-respecting woman would want to have a friend with benefits, and those who did had psychological problems and low self-esteem.
Well,
She
you
was
don't
also
say.
offended that after all their efforts to establish a foundation for a relationship, Christian confessed that it was ultimately too much effort for him, and that he was largely only after sex.
Wow,
Jackie then
surprise,
explained that
surprise.
women who were after sex would seek out men who were good-looking, manly, muscular, and/or had large penises. Jackie told him that he did not fit those criteria. She went on to give examples of his pettiness, vindictiveness, and hypocrisy. She asked again what good Rocky has done for him, pointing out that she only reinforced the notion that all his problems would go away if the trolls were dealt with. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email and reread it, over and over. Read it again each day, so the shock can fade but my message can sink in.
That
Because you
doesn't
really
sound
need this
healthy.
message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. In his reply, Chris stated that Jackie's description of women with self-esteem and psychological issues described him perfectly, and that he was not overweight anymore, and his penis was longer than previously photographed and no longer bent. Perhaps spurred on by her harsh email, Chris made a brief YouTube video announcing that he would once again leave the internet.
Attention!
again.
Read my lips. Online socialization is a bust. Socialize in real life is the tops. And also, no more videos! Fuck you most, and fuck you social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
His most recent correspondences
Very
with
believable.
Jackie made it clear
Very
that the troll
believable
behind
indeed.
that persona made great efforts to make Christian realize that he was to be more responsible of himself if he wanted to change for the better, and that his
Great,
main
Mussolini
source of
was killed by
support,
fucking communists.
Rocky Shoemaker, only further encouraged his current way of life. No matter how great or small the possible changes he could make, Chris felt great discomfort and was reluctant to take his life into his own hands.
Italy, you're still fascist, aren't you? At least that hasn't changed. Very good start. Very good start indeed. And to be fair, I don't think I'll be in time to actually help Germany save something here, because Germany is getting fucked by Italy. Royally. We have to reconsider joining the Axis, because the Axis is kinda imploding.
What made him this way?
Yep.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
I don't think Germany will win this war for some mystical reason. I think they're gonna lose. Ah, a little bot. Well, I haven't seen a little bot in a while. That's kind of interesting.
On Thanksgiving 2010, after writing to Christian several strongly worded emails criticizing him, Jackie sent him a short, simple greeting asking about how he spent his holiday. He wrote back saying that he had a pleasant Thanksgiving and that he disapproved of her way of telling the truth, which hurt him, stating that she was exceeding his hurtful truth level. In response, Jackie sent a lengthy email rebutting his claims of not being egotistical and selfish, and complained about his negative opinions concerning socializing over the internet, when he made no effort in making friends in real life. You've just written a large email telling me that you basically want to forget about me because email is inconvenient and because I don't kiss your ass enough. Once again, sterling display of reciprocity you show there, Chris. Everyone is supposed to be nice and sympathetic to you, but you don't care what others think or feel or need. So anyway, if you want to go your whole life without having to face the truth about yourself, that's fine. Just accept that you won't be respected as an adult and that you won't be getting a girlfriend or sex, ever. After this sour exchange, there was a 2-week gap
Still
in
question, why
communications
not
between
just
Chris
take
and
a fucking
Jackie
prostitute
until
then?
December 7th, when she wrote a brief email asking how he was getting along and whether he had made any progress in socializing in real life or if he was still sitting at home playing video games all day.
The United States declared war on the French Commune.
Hey Jackie.
Right.
Well, currently, I'm not making much
Turning into
progress
such
in
a
making new
fucking-
friends, but I have been going out more. I'm still
Jesus.
frozen and clammed up in mass public.
It's
For your
amazing.
information, I said socializing on the internet was bad, not the whole internet in general. Yet while I do sometimes play on PS Home, a social gaming network, I still am frozen in that public setting with my avatar, and I mainly focus on the single player exploring and play. How are things with you and Lars? Stay safe and well. Christian. Jackie informed him that Lars was still in addiction counseling, but was doing well, and suggested that Chris should return to the social media site Facebook to socialize by joining a group, since it was apparently near impossible for trolls to bother him there. After this correspondence was another break in emails
Yes,
until Jackie wrote to
Facebook
him
is
again
safe,
on
of course.
December 19th, asking about his current situation. After not getting a reply, she sent him 2 emails a couple of days later, sarcastically implying that she thought that he was too busy socializing to respond to her. She then sent him a link to the online dating website We Waited, which catered to virgins who sought other virgins. Since the site had a very strict identity confirmation process, Jackie said that there would be no way for trolls to set up a fake account on it. The following day, Chris finally replied, stating that he still had trouble socializing in real life. In addition, he told her that his avatar on PlayStation Home was being followed by trolls. He added that for Christmas, he wished that both the Quickie and Encyclopedia Dramatica completely disappear so then he wouldn't be portrayed as a monster anymore. Christmas of 2010 came and went without anything of note occurring. By the start of January 2011, organized trolling efforts had all ceased. However, trolls continued to observe and record Christian's video game spending and playing habits via his online gaming profiles, noting that he spent a considerable amount of time playing DC Universe Online and Little Big Planet 2. Also, during the first
Is anybody
month
surprised
of the
at this
year,
point?
Chris
I'm not
plans to
surprised.
attend the music and gaming festival MagFest in Alexandria, Virginia, and meet up with someone who was possibly named Rebecca, an online gal pal portrayed by the same troll who had previously played the parts of Emily and Kim Wilson. On January 15th, he wrote a lengthy email to her, letting her know that he had to cancel his plans because he was pressured to do so by his parents. Yesterday, in a final, childish attempt, I gave my mom and dad the autistic treatment. Silent, deaf, and no eye contact, which wrecked a family outing to country cookin' that afternoon. After getting back home, she came up to my room and in an angry, sad tone told me sarcastically, "Go on your trip, but at least take 2 blankets with you to keep warm." Then she left crying. Then my father came in a few minutes later, telling me of us 3 being a whole, and what would happen if one leaves, and informed me that due to the crap on the internet against and about me from the trolls and what I uploaded, as well as my real events between PVCC, the mall, the cops, and all that shit, plus being psychologically matched to the high school and college dropout who shot the people in Arizona, and the great number of people locally and worldwide who hate and loathe me. Legally, I am a sitting duck. Auntie told me of Mom saying she was going to pack up and leave the house. Then I ran downstairs, finding her on the couch. She was so miserable and sad. She talked of wanting to die. You don't even have to change my clothes. You can just bury me in what I have on. I was so sad and crying and so sorry for the way I misbehaved. We hugged and made up a bit.
Let's make this a bit
Then
faster.
I went back upstairs and told
We can
Dad
see where
she
this
was
is
lying
going.
on the couch. Then I opened my DS-sized notebook app and drew up a 3-circle pyramid diagram of me, Mom, and Dad, analyzing all 3 aspects, and I felt more sad. I saved the app, turned the handheld off, turned off the TV, grabbed my quilt, wrapping it around my head, and I sat up to my scrunched sleep position on the couch. But I did not go to sleep. I cried and cried some more, which led me to move to my bed, still with quilt on my head. I laid face down into my pillows and cried a lot more. I felt very miserable and realizing that at this point my only reason for being was to keep this falling apart family together. And even worse, I lied to you in the email I sent to you post-father and pre-notebook writing. I called up Rocky and talked to her about the situation because I needed someone to talk to immediately, pre-quilt. I felt worse than shit. A few minutes later, Mom calls me on my cell to check on me. I tell her how miserable I was. She came upstairs. I was on the bed, in fetus position, with quilt on my head. I did not feel like showing my face. She sat by my side, rubbed my back with one hand in comforting attempt, confiding in me moments of similar events that happened to her. I eventually sat up with her, and we shared a good, long cry with tissues. Then we went up to Walmart for groceries at about 8 after finishing our cry and recovering. Points are, my family and I do not have any friends and outside family to depend on. Mom and Dad's relatives gave us constant cold shoulders, thinking they're royalty, when really they're no better off. And any friends were either dead, left behind in Midlothian, or alive and giving us cold shoulders too. They will never feel at ease with me going anywhere more distance away than Charlottesville or Ruckersville, not unless they actually know and have met in person any people of my acquaintance, including you. I am very sorry, and at the Destinaton, unless they are sure it is okay and safe for me to be around or stay at, I'm still a legally sitting duck, troll setup paranoid and such. And also, Mom treated me to have payment of a copy of DC Universe Online to make up for not allowing me to go. Even after that, I still feel low as shit. I'm so sorry to you for lying to you about the recent sickness and making destined to fail promises. But family does come first, and it does say in the commandments and Bible to honor thy mother and father, and I must further insist on you and my parents meeting in person and talking in good faith and confidence. After this email, Chris withdrew himself even more and failed to pick up incoming phone calls from supposed gal pals, out of shame and also out of fear of talking to possible trolls. On January 23rd, he wrote an email to another gal pal who was portrayed by the same troll, apologizing for not talking with her over the phone. He explained that he was still feeling miserable over his scrapped travel plans and was falling asleep and waking up very early. He added that he recently volunteered at his church, which was at the time providing accommodation to the homeless as part of the Paysum seasonal homeless shelter program. He loaned out his Sega Dreamcast game console for the evening so that the homeless could play it. He also helped serve food to them. Chris told the gal pal that he would have volunteered again the following day, but couldn't bring himself to go there again due to his depression and extensive gameplay of Little Big Planet 2. He noted that the game was encouraging him to think creatively again, coming up with new storyline ideas for his Sonic 2 characters in the form of playable levels in the game.
You're getting very close there.
He remained doubtful of being worthy of talking with her over the phone for the time being. In early February, Chris got a urinary tract infection, causing him many restless nights. During this time, he treated himself with antibiotics prescribed by his doctor while being forced to stay at home. He mentioned in an email that his mother was quite helpful to him, who on at least one occasion brought him cartons of orange juice and chocolate soy milk to make him feel better. When he felt healthier, Chris continued to work on his Little Big Planet levels, which included a series of movie-like animation levels talking about his life and autism, for which he would provide a narration track. On February 9th, he completed his animation showcasing his collector's case system on Little Big Planet 2.
Hello, and welcome to the tutorial of the collector's case in Little Big Planet, originally created by Christian Weston Chandler. I'm your host, Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, and today we are going to tour the collector's case, which was originally created in Little Big Planet and now being revamped in Little Big Planet 2.
You really can't stop.
If you recall the arcade level in Little Big Planet 2, which is the first level in the final zone of the game, you'll notice the arcade machines, where if you play the mini games a little bit, you would unlock a prize, which is dropped from the top of the machine. That's essentially called a drawer system. And I use that technology
Never does he stop.
in the
Comes back every single
Class 2
time.
version of the collector's case. Okay, before we go up, we'll talk about the individual parts. Dissolve parts, dissolve shells. Put your number of bowls behind these, and you can drop them down all at once. You can either put the bowls in up top, or remove the front temporarily, by moving it forward, and then sticking it back after you put the bubbles in place. One bubble for each square. And the shells here made up with a thin layer on the front, a thin layer on the back,
Jesus
and
Christ,
inner
Chris.
outward switch, which you
Just wish at some point you would learn.
check the tutorial on that. Okay, so we are in the boxes. Yep, we're gonna go look at the boxes. Yep, press button, any button. There's a key. Pull a lever. Anything you want.
I mean, of course he does not.
Put your box together. Hold with it. Swing around. Collect the bubbles. Bubbles all down. You miss it. Make them drop. Drop them as you go. So anyway, that's essentially it for the stuff. So yeah. You can also back these up onto your hard drive or open the internet. Do what you want.
Come on, go over there.
Everybody have a safe day. Enjoy yourselves and the collector's cases I put together for you.
German Republic. Well, Germany has been reimagined, eh? It's a democratic country. This is a very different outcome to fucking World War II.
Christian finished a 6-part so-called autism tutorial, a selection of animation-based levels in Little Big Planet 2, in which he talks about autism and his personal experiences with the condition.
Hello, ladies
Jesus.
and gentlemen. My name is Christian Weston Chandler, alias Christopher, and I am autistic. I'm functionally autistic. In this animation, with Wikipedia facts and book diagrams, and in my own words and opinions, we will look into autism. What it is,
Thanks.
possible
That's
causes,
what I
and
need.
treatments and cures, and how we autistics should be treated and respected in real-life social situations.
Oh boy.
First, autism. What is it? In a nutshell, it is a malfunction in the neural development that impairs social interactions, communication, and restricted or repetitive behaviors. But facts also state that autism occurs pre-birth, sadly, in mutated genetics within the chromosomes, which can happen when a pregnant mother smokes, binges, takes drugs, or certain meds, and other non
Yeah,
or
it's
real
gonna take a while to reinforce, isn't it?
factors, such as car exhaust. Ladies, get off the drugs now. Another factor lies in the father's age upon child conception. The mother's age is not a factor here. Dude, have your children before like 40 or 50. Common symptoms of autism include and should be observed to notice little to no eye contact, malcommunication with delayed babbling, unusual gestures, low responsiveness. Try calling their name. In that young age, they seldom respond if they have autism. As well as unsynced, atypical vocal patterns. They also would have lack of intuition of other people, lack of attention to social stimuli, and little to no smiling. A controversy began when they blamed mercury and MMR vaccines, but it was removed from all vaccines in early 2000, and yet the autism rate still grew over the decade.
Interesting, isn't it?
Going back to what you can do for your autistic child, you can do a number of things, but of course the most important thing is to positively, emotionally encourage them.
Thank Chris.
And give them hugs anyway, even if they don't want it.
Okay, we almost used all of our manpower available to us, but I should just restock the people into actual armies.
And of course there's also therapy, psychiatry, and special autism places. I highly encourage mainstreaming them. Letting them be
Yeah,
normal.
extensive
try to fit in with
construction
the
would
normal
actually feel
places,
pretty well
like
at this point.
Like high school and middle school. I fit in perfectly after I so did. But never ever send them to a mental institution. It's just wrong. It's a dark, evil place.
Mm-hmm.
I was almost forced in there once, but my parents would not have it. Back in my teenage years at Manchester High School of Midlothian, Virginia, I really felt emotionally rich because I had a great number of friends. The closest and majority of were some sweet girls. My circle of gal pals was the best asset and blessing anyone could ever ask for. They understood me, and I understood them.
Man, you got a few points down
We
there.
hung out, conversed, and hung out within our classes. Those were the best of times. Pretty much. And I even had a high school sweetheart like most would. And the quality throughout was great. And would be most appreciated by any person, autistic or not. Sadly though, about my high school years, of which I can only complain about, were two things, and I did not realize
Section
these
is actually
after I
that.
graduated.
Don't think it's gonna happen, or is it?
Actually, one I realized mid-graduation, but after graduation, I realized that I was naive on the subject of dating throughout high school. The mandatory sexual education class is good for after date number 3 and so, but how do we even get to date number 1? That's my question. I really would appreciate a mandatory dating education class alongside sexual education.
Yeah, I don't think I can continue this guy.
Abstinence is a joke. The virgin breaker needs to happen before adulthood arrives. Because being an adult virgin sucks. Even for us autistics and mentally challenged. And the second thing about my high school years that I would complain about is my high school graduation ceremony. It was a very depressing day. It was raining, it was dark, it was dreary. Anyway, I went up and got my diploma, and I did not shake anybody's hand. I mean, there were important people
King
there.
of Romania,
I did not shake anybody's hand. I just grabbed my
Soviet
diploma,
Union,
cried,
Spain,
ran off
Yugoslavia.
the
Well,
stage.
against
Back room,
that.
set a table by myself for a little while. Then my best gal pal, Tip, met up with me, and she made me feel a little better. I would love to see her again, at least hang out for a little while. My high school years were the best and most emotionally encouraging for me. But after graduation in 2000 and moving back to Lane Ruckersville, it was all downhill for me. My adult years suck, and I'm soon to turn 29.
Well, that sucks.
I left my heart
Jeez.
back at Manchester High in Midlothian. I also graduated from Piedmont, Virginia Community College with a degree in computer aided drafting and design. But that graduation went better for me because I did not have so many. I did not have.
And what,
many
dear
friends
Chris, have you
back
made
then.
of that
And plus,
degree you have?
Mary Walsh just plain hated me.
Oh what, oh
She made
what?
it apparent that it was illegal to find true love in the state of Virginia, and that Virginia was a state for virgins.
Italy. You now do the same thing as Germany did, eh? Just fight everyone.
She still tipped me off of me. Even after I apologized to her for portraying her the way I did in my book,
It worked out splendid for Germany.
she would not accept my apology, and she banned me from the grounds of Piedmont, Virginia Community College. That's a one hell of a thank you for an apology, or an apology accepted. Obviously, she did not accept my apology. I hope she gets fired.
Very nice of you, Chris. Very nice of you.
And I also hope that the Game and Hobby place in Charlottesville burns to the ground, along with Michael Snyder.
God damn it. We're back at this again, are we?
And that's all my ranting for right now. The expensive mall of downtown Charlottesville houses a number of small businesses.
Equals
as
more
well as
businesses.
Show stopping
Mhm.
pavilion tents and the Paramount Theater.
This, as well as the Faction Square Shopping Center, should both be social watering holes, but for me, sadly, they are not.
Hi Mike, color me surprised.
Anywhere herein, even
Color me
including
fucking
the bars
surprised.
and events like Fridays after 5, nobody will even look or say hello to me. And of course, the internet reputation I have against me, sadly, thanks to those gross people that have taken my information and strewed it around in their misconceptions and weirdness, twisting everything. I've already gotten into how bad that has affected me and how emotionally scarred I have been. Back to social life, the autism increases my shyness, so I hardly have even the basic instinct to just say hello to anyone, or even open up so easily with trust. Allow me to make it perfectly clear about who I am, so that I am not misunderstood erroneously with the internet that's against me. My name is Christian Weston Chandler, high-functioning autistic artist. I am kind, caring, empathetic.
You lie out of your ass again, Chris.
A good friend.
You never fucking
A
stop.
loyal friend. Cautious and weary. Trustworthy. Mostly honest. I do not like to lie. I would only
He's like,
lie
mostly
to
honest.
protect
Aha,
the
so
other
at least
person's
admitting now
feelings
that you
out
have
of
been
care
lying.
and respect.
Congratulations.
I am not a monster. I am a caring, emotional, feeling, heterosexual human being. And I should be
We're
treated
back to being
equally
straight. Very
and
important.
respected as such. At least I do have one friend who cares about me around here. Unfortunately, she refuses to go beyond just friends.
Oh, wait into first,
But
eh?
I care about her just the same anyway. Because that's the kind of guy I am.
Chris's friend Mick shows up to inform him that she has a friend that she would like to introduce to him. The subtitles depict their conversation.
Wait, we're gonna read it. It's gotta end up again, so. Right, what dimension?
In the next part, Mick introduces Christian to Nonette, who is described by him as a pretty woman.
Now, understand, this is what I'm talking about for us autistic people. We are too shy by default. But on earning our trust, or if we feel comfortable or like the other person on our individual instincts, we will open up. And to start us right, we need either A, the other person to approach and talk to us upon their own will, or B, have our own trusted friend or family introduce us to other people of our respective
So everybody
ages.
ever who has ever been shy is basically an autist, according to this. Because, you know, it's a nice excuse you've got there, but
A, she
Jesus
is a
Christ.
single woman without a boyfriend. B, she is pretty and easy on my eyes. And C, this woman I could feel comfortable with and feel a good and honest aura from her. From this, a good friendship and hopefully a long relationship will stay between us for the long time. Do not bring me down here, naysayers and haters.
Oh, can't I?
But a few
Please.
other scenarios are similar to opposite results. Obviously, most women, easy on my eyes, good-humored, sweet, pretty, black, white, Asian, Christian, Jewish, Buddhism. I have no care about skin color or religion.
Fucking liar,
Whatever.
Jesus Christ, Chris.
I will be kind.
How
to
often
all
have
of
you
them,
particularly
respectful and welcoming them, to have them in my circle of friends.
He's getting so
Let's
fucking
do
desperate for
two.
pussy. He's like, I'm even going to forget about my
Just don't
fucking
get on
past
my
racism.
backside here.
Them blacks are now okay, at least as long as I can fuck them. I get it, sure.
Kind, on the other hand,
Ah, fucking hell,
I
boy.
would feel most hesitant towards.
because I've had fewer male friends in my life, and I have had mostly bad experiences around them. If the individual,
Sure.
however, offers a friendly gesture and does not make me angry or make me feel most uncomfortable or ill at ease, I will
Really
be glad
turns
to
into
give
the
him
Great
a
One, eh?
chance and welcome him as a friend and nothing
Italy
more.
joins the Allies with Great Britain.
However,
They
going
stay
back to the
fascist.
mean
They got
people
Mussolini.
of the internet, upon meeting
How does
one
this
of them
even work?
in real life, and I will be able to recognize them, I'm sure enough, at least with basic instincts, I will not hold back my endured rage. Just ask this crying Clyde.
Chris's character then proceeds to beat up a caricature of a masked Clyde Cash.
Physically and mentally challenged
The
individuals
Soviet-British Pact.
will vary more. Good results upon if they are easy to look at, if they are able to speak clearly,
And it's the
even
SSSR, okay.
slowly.
That makes more sense, because I was about to say, you had war with the fucking Soviet Union. How is a Soviet pact gonna work then?
And now the other part, the other side. Whoa, back off. I'm spooked if you are ugly, seriously disfigured, especially in the face, that you mumble more than you speak, you're hard to understand at all.
Oh, fuck you, Chris.
It is nothing
Because you're such a master of your language,
I
eh?
apologize for anyone who feels at unease after hearing what I just said. But
Oh,
it's just
Jesus.
the way I feel. That's all. Another thing about us autistic people, we do not like to be alone, quote unquote, 24/7. We need the emotional support of a true friend constantly and in person.
Which means you're basically a
Also,
child.
another note, apparently government funding goes more towards physical health over mental health. The brain is a part of our body, and not just any part, the most vital part. Why do we treat the rest of our body parts, which essentially alone are brainless, better than our one actual central processing unit that is not brainless? As
This
a
is
part
such
of
a
the
mess
body,
of a war.
funds should be
Fuck's
equally
sake.
distributed or equally divided between both physical and mental health. So then the cures for mental illnesses, including autism, can be found. It just makes me feel sad and furious at this time. I, for one,
Jesus Christ. Oh
actually
no.
appreciate
Not
a
even
true
going to pause. No, I'm just going to swallow
equal
this.
friendship.
There's
Yet,
just no way
in a
to
world full of sick-minded people,
comment on this and staying
one can
relatively
only
sane, isn't
detect.
it?
I feel so paranoid
Jesus Christ.
of a number of people. And I feel uncertain of most anyone I could ever trust or feel at ease around. The social phobias I can no longer tolerate. Which is why, unlike the autistic people who pitifully accept it as a forever lasting curse, I for one seek a cure.
Yes.
A resolution to reestablishing all connections in our brains with thorough corpus callosum repair and such. I, Christian Weston Chandler, will be there among the first in line to take the life-changing autism cure I have desired for so long.
And where will you find that cure?
A quicker,
Where will you find your cure, my friend?
a great sense
Nowhere,
of
that is the answer, because
self-esteem,
there's no fucking cure for that, is there?
a great
Oh,
sense
for
of
fuck's sake.
self-reliance, a great sense of self-confidence, total independence, and freedom from the thorns of autism of any kind or sort. The life only an autistic person can ever dream of. I am Christian Weston Chandler.
Stop it. Just stop it. Your justifications are weak, annoying, and all out. No.
His autism tutorial was followed by a special bonus animation made in the same vein.
Just fucking
now,
no.
ladies and gentlemen, because apparently you decided you wanted to watch this part after watching the autism tutorial.
Yes,
we have
yes,
a
we've learned many
special gift
things.
for you today. Please put your hands together for a reasonably facsimile of Mr. Hans Asperger.
Pretty sure he would feel insulted by that.
I'm your host, Christian Chandler, on this short talk show. And this is
Great.
Mr. Hans
Yes,
Asperger.
fucking great.
Now, let's talk about him for a bit. Now, apparently, Mr. Hans Asperger, from the Vienna University Hospital in 1938. Oh, how recent.
Oh, how recent. Yeah, you don't say.
He gave a lecture in Germany on autistic psychopaths after investigating a mild form of autism. Isn't that right, Hans? Yeah. And also, apparently, this
Yeah.
separate
Stop ripping my
diagnosis,
language, please.
as it is quoted, was not recognized until 1981, only 1 year before I was born. Although coined from your name, Mr. Asperger, apparently a Mr. Leo Kenner took the study much further and established the term early infantile autism. Do you applaud Mr.
Italy,
Kenner
you're
for
getting
his
stopped
work?
just the same as Germany, which means this could return only you, doesn't it?
I see. Now, in my feeling alone, possibly mutual with others,
Yes, it's not
the
gonna
name
work out well, is it now?
Asperger, it strikes me badly, and I feel offended just by hearing the word.
So you're offended by your last
Do
name.
you feel
Great.
I have the right to my own opinions and feelings as an individual person, Hans? Yeah. Thank you very much, good sir. Do you feel
You're
bad
quite
about
literally
having a
speaking
name
for a
that
dead
sounds
man
like
that can't
a
defend
bat and a
himself.
cow meat? Yeah. Do you feel that I, Christian Weston Chandler, do not deserve any blame or punishment for having an opinion of a single word, such as Asperger? Yeah.
Stop
Do you
doing
have a
that.
understanding about how I feel about you now? Yeah. Are you positive you really understand how I feel about you, Mr. Hans Asperger? Yeah.
Stop
Yeah.
doing that, for fuck's sake, please.
Yeah. 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 Baka, I feel dislike towards you for selfishly putting your ill name in association with autism.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
And
his
with a name
fault.
like Asperger,
Oh, come
I
on.
feel it only makes us autistic kind sound even worse.
Really are you going to fucking...
Left it as it was.
Jesus Christ.
Autism is autism. And in your research, you linked it up with psychopath. I feel even more offended at that. Now get out of my sight.
I think nobody cares about what you're offended about, because
Yeah.
Jesus.
I apologize if I came off as bad to anybody, made them feel bad for the way I acted. But then again, I do get emotional and carried away sometimes.
Oh, you don't
Thank
say,
you for
Chris.
watching.
Oh, you don't fucking say.
And have
You
a
get
good,
it
safe,
carried
and
away,
blessed day.
eh?
On February
Poor
25th, Jackie
Asperger.
sent Chris an email wishing him a happy birthday
Suffer for
and
that.
inquiring how he was getting along. He sent her a reply a little over a month later, in which he revealed a revelation about his identity. Whereas a tomboy, who was a girl who possessed male features, fashion sense, and demeanor, Chris dubbed himself a tomgirl, a man with girl-like sensibilities. Whether or not this reimagined look
What?
and sense of self were entirely of his own choosing and without chosen influences is uncertain.
What the fuck?
In a nutshell, I have grown my hair out and continuing to let it grow. I've learned the best term to describe me.
What?
Tomgirl. close parentheses. Yes, I am a tom girl, and I am damn proud of it.
Are you
I have
fucking
embraced
kidding
and
me?
appreciated my feminine side. I am still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I also have had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my
What the
birthstone,
fuck's
recently.
sake? Jesus
I've been more
Christ.
self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair, and wing flirts, and I'm greeting women left and right. Hello, close parentheses. Also, here's another way to consider me. I am a Ken doll any Barbie can dress in her clothes, and I would feel most comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come
This
shopping
is
with me,
taking a
sweetie.
fucking turn.
Close parentheses. He sent her a small collection of photos of his new look, which he had only shared with one other party, Linnea, a gal pal portrayed by Kim Wilson. Jackie finally sent a reply to Chris on April 18th, in which she confessed that she got aroused by his photos, and that she also shared them with another friend of hers. Chris was bothered that his pictures were being shared, but since he didn't find them on the quickie, he felt that it was still fine. They further continued communications, with Jackie revealing that she was no longer with
Oh,
Morris,
for
and
fuck's
would
sake,
possibly
this
be
is
interested in
gotta
meeting
get
up with
even worse,
Christian
isn't
if
it?
given enough time. Chris then told her that his mother was quite unsupportive of his tomgirl ways for the first
no
few
surprise
weeks,
there,
but then
isn't
settled
it?
into this new fact. Barbara became bothered again when Chris started putting on makeup, with her fearing that he was turning into a homosexual or a transvestite. He also remarked that she thought it made him look like a prostitute. Chris further shared with Jackie that his father was recovering from colon cancer surgery, and that he was putting a strain on Barbara due to his constant argument starting. Barbara also quote-unquote got some monkeys off her back while confiding in Chris during this stressful time. She brought up the final day of Christian and Bob moving back to Ruckersville from Chesterfield County in 2000. That night, she offered them a spaghetti dinner, which they both declined. Angered by the situation, she refused to cook for them from that point onward. Chris then told Jackie that the following month, he was planning to get himself a belly button piercing and a tattoo on his lower back, which would consist of planetary symbols and the phrase, "Tomgirl forever." Toward the end of April, the PlayStation Network was hacked and personal information of users was compromised. On April 30th, Chris discovered all of the Tomgirl photos that he had shared with Jackie and his online gal pal Dana on the quickie. He wrote emails to both Dana and Jackie, doubting their legitimacy as true and honest friends. He announced that he would no longer share photos with Jackie until she earned his trust. Jackie responded angrily, upset that he would call her a liar when he himself had lied to her.
Apparently, yeah.
She also suggested
This
that
was a
perhaps the
fucking
photos he
shot out
shared
of
with Dana
blue.
via the PSN were saved onto Sony servers, and that was how the trolls got a hold of them. After 2 days, Christian formulated a reply, apologizing for accusing her of being in league with the trolls. He clarified that the photos being made public was devastating to him because now trolls knew of his new appearance, and worried that he might become a target of real-life trolling once again. On
Would
May
anyone
5th,
be
Chris
surprised?
handwrote an 8-page letter to Sony concerning the PSN hacking. He also typed it out and sent it via email to both Dana and Jackie. In it, he stated his full name and town of residence, and requested that Sony and the FBI track down the real identities of all the trolls who have been bothering him since November of 2007 while investigating the hacking. He added that he was the creator of Sonichu and had hand-drawn the online comic book series of his adventures, but along the way, trolls became aware of his presence and thoroughly spoiled his comics. He clarified that despite what some people may say online, he was in fact heterosexual. He admitted that he was partly at fault because in his past immaturity, he used to continuously respond to trolls, quote-unquote, egging them on. In closing, Chris denied that Sony were responsible for the hacking, and that these trolls, cyberbullies, and hackers should bear the full brunt of this incident and be sued. Throughout the month of May, Jackie and Chris continued their email discussion on a near-daily basis, with topics ranging from spending habits and financial troubles to the interpersonal relationships between Christian and his parents. He theorized that he wasn't hired by Walmart or McDonald's because of his background check, which would have revealed unwanted information about himself on the quickie. In addition, Jackie created some original pony characters inspired by the cartoon and merchandise series My Little Pony, so that he might feature them in his comics. Chris declined the offer, stating that ponies did not belong to the universe of Sonichu and Rosechu. 2 days later, he revealed that Barbara had gotten upset with him again because of his tomgirlish ways, and feared that he might kill her. In her emotional rage, she threatened to kill him. After a short while, she called Chris downstairs and forcefully cut off 2 inches of his hair. In his shock, he called her a bitch, and upon realizing that that made him a son of a bitch, it hurt him even more. He gathered up clumps of his hair and fashioned a charm necklace out of it to promote
calling your own mother a bitch is a
He also got
good
himself a
start.
wig, which he wore out in public.
Ah,
During this
fucking
time,
Chris.
Christian continued to further embrace his femininity, singing songs such as Teenage Dream by Katy Perry on karaoke nights and buying women's clothing. He confessed to his online gal pal that he was feeling uncomfortable using the men's bathroom while dressed up in his typical feminine garb, and asked her if it would be out of line for him to use the ladies' bathroom instead, stating that he would have no issue if a tomboy decided to use the facilities for men. While Chris is coming out as a tomgirl, it have come as a shocking surprise to many observers. The signs were obvious to those who watched him the closest. Many theorized that his curious case of homophobia was due to his own repressed desires, stifled by his conservative household. And for those who wished to delve deep into his past, Chris's future changes in identity should come as no surprise at all.
Really? I'm kinda surprised though. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, maybe. It's one explanation. Then again, this guy has done so many fucking strange things already, so far outside of the norm of anything. I'm feeling somewhat uncomfortable trying to apply a decent amount of logic to that guy. This point, seriously. Because, Jesus. I did definitely not see it coming. And I'm assuming this is gonna get
What made him this way?
wilder from here, eh?
What is the attraction?
Let's just run for a bit.
What keeps us fascinated?
Jesus Christ, though.
This is the story.
God fucking
of
damn it.
Christian.
I think I'm gonna change over to a bit more WoW at some point in the future, because this was going, well, nowhere fast at least.
On May 26, 2011, Christian was directed to a troll-created forum site called Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia. He signed up under the username Cookie Dashy, using the character Apple Dash from the cartoon series My Little Pony Friendship is Magic as his avatar, and made an introductory post. Even though he did not explicitly reveal his true identity, his unique writing style was unmistakable. Hello, fellow Tomgirls, close parentheses.
Yeah, that's gonna
Y'all may
backfire on
address me
you.
by my screen name in the board talk. I like music, makeup, dressing up in my mini, having fun, and hanging with my girlfriends. Karaoke, video games, crafting, and art.
Yeah,
I'm also
that's-
empathetic, so I can understand other
That
people's
is indeed
feelings
the
as well
writing
as my
style
own.
of Chris.
I am a dynamic, complex individual.
Mhm.
I do not have many dude pals because I have my own mental hang-ups against the majority of them. Nothing
Yep.
personal.
Sounds like
I have
Chris,
a history
alright.
of being bullied by some mean brutes, as well as homosexuals over the internet. Cyberbullies/trolls/anons are a hot button with me. I prefer not to discuss that issue further, and I'm an all-around good, friendly, honest, heterosexual tomgirl. Thank you all for offering me respect, as I respect each of you and your opinions on the board. Later that day,
Just not
he
if
made
you're
a post
fucking
about coming
Eleanor.
out as a tomgirl to his parents,
Yeah.
revealing that his mother told him that she didn't raise up a daughter and that his father called him a fag. Chris then revealed that he started using the ladies' bathroom, saying that it felt good and right. But after 4 visits to the women's facilities, a woman complained about him to a so-called brute male, who accosted him, embarrassing him. He was nevertheless determined to continue to use the women's bathroom as long as he wore a skirt. Also on that same day, forum user Danielle the Riveter began organizing a Tomboys and Tomgirls meetup for July. Chris suggested that they could meet up in Applebee's in Charlottesville, which was his frequent hangout where he sang karaoke on Mondays. Even though the forum looked promising, he was still wary of users' authenticities, as revealed in an email to Jackie. Despite her encouragement, he refused to engage with them in real life. He also said to her that he began to think of himself as a lesbian. Chris then stated on the forum that his mother had tried to bribe him into wearing male underwear again, but he relented. He continued to make sporadic comments and posts on the forum throughout the month. On June 10th, Christian uploaded a new animation on Flipnote Hatina, in which he complains about the program not being made available on Nintendo's latest handheld console, the Nintendo 3DS, which he had recently purchased.
Of course he did.
Nintendo 3DS. The update, eShop, and internet capabilities are available today. Everything! Yay!
Flipto Studio should also be on a 3DS, but it's not available in the eShop. You cannot transfer it either. Don't make us wait. We want to play with our studio now. We don't want to wait for a new memo. Give it to us now by putting it in the eShop. Nintendo, we know you can do it. We want to rock and play in our studio on 3DS.
Well, yes, of
Give it to
course.
us
They
now.
could, but they
Do
don't.
not make us wait too much longer. Please and thank you. Today!
9 days later, he uploaded his last flip note on the platform, a 3-second looping animation of a hippo running around in circles. At around the same time,
Really
Chris
wonders
made a
what's the
post
point
on
of
the
that, but
Tomboys
well,
and
okay.
Tomgirls forum, lamenting over his current lack
Bit
of
done into
friends.
question.
He commented that a friend of his told him that it would be difficult for him to find women who would want to engage with him sexually if he had no male friends. But due to his mental hang-ups against the male population, he found himself incapable of building friendships with men. Hence, he asked the forum members
Well, in
for
Germany,
advice.
seems like you have a second
After numerous
chance, eh?
contributors told him about the benefits of using Facebook to keep in touch with their friends, Chris told them about the dangerous possibility of talking with trolls or cyberbullies who are pretending they were someone else, gaining their trust and seeking private information. He offered a couple of accounts of such occurrences as examples. Take for example
Great
the author
idea.
of the comic book series featuring that yellow electric hedgehog, Sonichu, if I remember correctly. Before a time,
God's
the author
sake,
had a clean
Chris.
history. Then cyberbullies and trolls attacked him greatly. Now Googling his name will result in over 1 million results of hate and name soiling, especially from the blackmail and deceptions he had to endure. I, myself, had a page on Facebook. Things were good for me a while. Then I was attacked in 2005 by the trolls. They pretended to be my closest friends. They got a number of incriminating photos and details from me. They also hacked into my Facebook.
In Germany
It took me
does it
over a
again.
week before I was able to reset my password and email address.
And Germany's
And
just
upon
a fight
reflection,
against
I
me.
closed my Facebook
This
account and
is-
left the online socializing
Oh,
for
this is
years.
such a mess
It
up
is
again,
real,
isn't it?
And they are vicious, crazy, wickedly smart people. Throughout June, Christian and Jackie were trying to organize a meetup on the 4th of July. Jackie planned to go to Washington, D.C. then, and wanted Chris to come as well. He was hesitant regarding the long travel distance, and that his parents would most likely protest against the trip out of fear of him getting tricked again. After agreeing upon a financial arrangement, Jackie asked if her parents could call him so that they could get a better idea about what kind of person he was, though no such call ended up formulating. 2 days before the planned excursion, Chris finally revealed his plans to his mother. She disapproved of his motives, believing he was making the trip for the sole purpose of sex, and also made the case that the family cars were very troublesome and may break down along the way. Heartbroken by the news, Jackie suggested a compromise. She wanted him to dress up his inflatable sex doll as herself,
Jesus
with a picture
Christ.
of her face covering the sex doll's face. She requested that he take out the doll on date sites, such as McDonald's, and finish the day with Chris and the sex doll enjoying the firework display in Charlottesville. Jackie wanted him to film the entire ordeal and share it privately with her via a file-sharing website. Christian told her that he wouldn't film any possibly incriminating videos, be they public or private. He added that they could still meet up some other time in Charlottesville. Jackie was crestfallen by his refusal, and that he would submit to his mother so easily. She highlighted that he didn't even consider getting a bus to her location. This resulted in many days of email arguing between Jackie and Chris. Jackie was bedridden in a state of uncontrollable sobbing, while Chris reflected on what it means to be in a relationship. After they reconciled and established that they both wanted to meet and advance their relationship forward, on July 11th, Jackie sent him a list of requirements for videos which he would film the following day. These were largely the same in concept as her previous proposed 4th of July date
Can I
videos
ask you to
with
the
a
food
sex
guarantees
doll.
at this point? Because I'm
He
kind of
made
getting
4
it.
videos, which
Let
he shared
us get
privately
here.
with her. In the first video, Chris dances with his sex doll in his room.
And now, Jockey Pie, I'm gonna go ahead and sweep you off your feet.
Please
You know,
don't.
right now, you're sitting down.
Why, Chris? Come the fuck on. You have learned this so fucking many times. You had so many opportunities to learn, rather. And you still fucking do this shit again. By the literal fuck, honestly. Are you fucking insane?
Next, he took his blow-up doll for a drive.
And after having picked you up, Jockey, and given you a good dance and song, we are now heading out to the restaurant. We're gonna have some fun.
Can we please not, Chris? Come on. Just once.
Very, very good. Yum, yum.
Also, that new look is Put a smile there. I mean, considering what we've already seen of him, it's actually not. It's not actually disturbing, you know. It's the thing.
The next scene was supposed to depict the McDonald's parking lot, though it was actually filmed in his yard.
Okay, so Jackie and I, we're here at McDonald's parking lot. We are sitting on top of our car. We just enjoyed some apple dippers and Happy Meal.
Yay for Happy Meal. Never had what I like for eternity, but hey, anyway.
My professor here fed me some of the apples. And I enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
It was very enjoyable. It was very good. So, Jackie, what you want to do now? I give you my gap. And then see where it goes from there.
Okay, that's gonna be done and over with. Czechoslovakia gonna be gone. Yugoslavia the last bit too. A little bit down here, left of Romania, which is also not much. Which only leaves the fucking Soviet Union. Not even though they've lost two. Jesus Christ. Map is cleaning
The final
out.
clip depicted Chris and his sex doll in lieu of Jackie having sex in the Chandler's bathroom.
Here we go.
Why do you feel the need to do this again, Chris? You know that is not a good idea. You've had any chance, many a chance to learn that. And he still fucking does it again. Impressive.
Upon reviewing the videos, Jackie requested that he refilm the last clip of him having sex with a blow-up doll. In addition, she specified that she wanted Chris to act like a porn star with her and repeatedly ask, "Who's your brony?" as he humped her. She also asked him to draw a cutie mark inspired by the special cutie marks found on the haunches of My Little Pony characters on his backside. Christian did as he was told.
Hello.
Why? Why do we have to... for fuck's sake.
Who's your pony? Who's your pony?
Ugh. It really gets wild after the 30s started, doesn't it?
Who's your pony? Who's your pony? Take it out. Take it off. Take on. Here's your brony. I'm your brony. I give you the brony now. Delicious.
Can we please not?
He then filmed a short
For
clip of him
once.
flashing his bottom to reveal his cutie mark, but due to the lighting, nothing could be seen.
Whoopsie doodles. I forgot to do the other favor. That's good enough.
Thanks, Chris. That's all we ever wanted to see.
For her next video request, she wanted Chris to do a sexy tomgirl dance in Walmart, complete with hip gyrations, twirling, and throwing glitter in the air. Chris was hesitant to do the deed in public, citing the previous times he had been arrested. On July 14th, he filmed the requested video in a Walmart changing room.
I ain't gonna do it. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm not gonna be able to do it in the aisles today. What probably not. Anyway, enjoy the 2 minutes in the dressing room here.
He then pulls up his skirt to reveal a cutie mark drawn on his butt cheek.
I don't want to see that. Come on. Oh, fuck's sake. That's really nothing you want to see. Jesus.
Check your progress.
After he sent her the video, Christian apologized for having filmed in the changing room as the Walmart was too crowded, and for forgetting the glitter. They also exchanged ideas for a future video called Cake Farts, inspired by a shock website and video, during which he would fart onto and then sit on a cake. Chris apparently came
Why?
up with a way to get more air inside him so he
Why
could
the
expel more
fuck?
farts during filming. He also wanted Jackie to come to his house and meet his parents before they have sex. On July 16th, he had a supposed phone conversation with Jackie's drunk father. There is no known recording of their phone call. She then specified what he should do and say during the cake farts video, including writing the phrase, "awesome sauce," on his butt cheeks. On July 18th, Chris bought a $9 chocolate and fudge cake from Walmart. He cut off a slice and ate it, and also the chocolate candies placed on top of it. After he took a shower, he filmed his cake farts video.
Hey, Jackie Pie. You know what I like most? Secrets.
Why? Stop it, please. For the love of fucking God.
Let's get this done.
This really doesn't do well for me. Oh, I don't want to.
What the hell am I doing here?
Well, thanks for the question. Very wise question, Chris. Let me ask you the same.
What the hell am I doing?
What the fuck are you doing? I would really like to know that.
$1 for this cake. That's a lot of yen. Hawaii.
You're not kawaii.
Japan.
On July 20th, Chris's secret alias and public posts on the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum were shared on the Quickie. He used this opportunity to reveal his true identity on the forum and discuss his troubles concerning the website and the trolls. My Tomgirl and Tomboy acquaintances, I feel it is time I introduce myself better. I'm more than just a Tomgirl. I am the high-functioning autistic person who was heavily emotionally damaged, artistic inspiration lost with paranoia, deception, blackmail, and plain hurtful words from those bottom-feeding trolls. I am the hand-drawing original creator of Sonichu, Rosechu, and the city of Quickville, Virginia, USA. I am Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. I had joined this forum with the opportunity to associate with my own misunderstood kind of people, commonly mistaken for amongst the gays and lesbians. I concealed my identity on here reasonably, prayerfully not to be found by those trolls. For years, I have fallen victim to their treachery. I've tried within my own limited knowledge and technology to counterattack those fiends. I've mostly failed, and as a result, my reputation on the internet fell deep into their treacherous exaggerations, lies, and crap. If I had any knowledge or technology, I would have hacked into and destroyed every one of their web pages and whatnot long ago, but I did and still do not. All I could do in the end was hide in the old-fashioned, as it would appear to be now, world of real life, off of the internet. Yet I'm one who does not like to be left behind in the modern world. Also, because of them, it has been impossible for me to get a job. Damn negative background checks. And I would appreciate reducing the results of my full name from over 2 freaking million results back down to less than 100. Now that they have found me on here, y'all have been dragged into my darkness. For that, I feel deep shame and regret. And I'm really sorry about that. I'm not the disgruntled, mean, or perverted person they have mislabeled of me. I am only a normal, heterosexual, good-natured, high-functioning autistic tomgirl, and I want to be treated like a normal person. And I wish I do not have to be paranoid of those fiends and their hurtful web pages.
For once, like
Some
a normal
members of the forum
person,
claimed to possess
don't
family
do this
members
shit
or acquaintances who are
all the
allegedly
bloody same
qualified to
time.
help him, and offered their services to track down and
Yeah,
reveal
that
the
would be
true
nice, wouldn't it be?
identities of all of his trolls. At the same time, during his email correspondence with Jackie, she let him know that she was grounded by her parents, unable to go out to meet him for a date. Chris was understandably disappointed by the news, but noted that she was much better off than him since she had a job. Chris then told her that he made a new Facebook account with high privacy settings so that the trolls would not be able to access it. He asked her to send him a friend request. He also sent her photos of his erect penis and his self-proclaimed cleavage.
Thanks, Chris.
Let's go, girl.
6 days later, Chris notified Jackie
Thanks,
that he was still
indeed.
working on a new album from Robbie Sonny and the Tomgirls,
Phew.
a musical effort made in the same vein as his previous Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums. The songs featured many tributes to Jackie and being a Tomgirl, after revealing to Jackie that Sonichu and Rosechu's child, Robbie, was in fact a Tomgirl himself. The album would eventually be leaked by trolls.
Well, obviously.
He also made mention of his ongoing scheme to take down the trolls, citing an article he found on the Hook website, which stated that the owner of the game place, Robert Lightfire, was a convicted sex offender, and hoped that he would be able to find similarly incriminating information on the manager of the store, Michael Snyder.
It's
Chris
always
told
Michael
Jackie that
Snyder.
only she, his parents, and his fellow tomgirls and tomboys from the forum knew about his plan. After compiling falsified information provided to him by the trolls from the Tomboys and Tomgirls forum, Christian began a campaign of intimidation, which would become known as the Calling Out Saga, during which he would give out hints at trolls' presumably true identities in an attempt to get them to come out of hiding. On August 6th, he made his first calling out video, directed at Surfshack Tito.
Attention, citizens of the internet. I
Yes,
am
we
making
are
a return.
attendant.
Y'all should know me by now, if in case you don't. I am Christian Weston Chandler, the original creator of Sonichu and Rosechu and the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon. And with that, I will now continue with why I am making my return. I am ready to initiate negotiations and payback with the trolls and cyberbullies that have been defiling me within the past 5 years.
Why do you feel the need to come back, though? Very great decision on your part, Chris. You prove the point.
Of such trolls and cyberbullies, of which, at that point, if I released them, they could be easily trolled back by anyone. And the first among the Shining Rock I would like to ensue, Surfshack Tito, or should I say, Don in Michigan. And I'm not saying that he's a total fat person, but he would make the really big Buddha look like a supermodel in comparison.
Oh, the only war going on is the British-Iranian war. Iran, Netherlands and Dutch East Indies against everyone. I guess we can officially declare the world war over then.
Of the photograph.
Well, that's a new one. Turkish-Iranian war.
Now, Don, let's talk business.
Doesn't seem like much of a threat going on here.
Photograph, or any of the remainder of your information of which I have upon
Honestly?
my possession, you will follow my demands.
Yeah, this has always worked good in the past, just demand.
With your participation in PlayStation Network hackings directly to Sony Computer Entertainment America and Sony Computer Entertainment Japan with a live video, unaltered. You will apologize to Sony and myself for hacking into the PlayStation Network at all, because I know you are responsible for that.
Yeah, sure, it is.
And also, I would like you to, within that same video or in a separate video, apologize directly to my ex-girlfriend and her family. Because I would like to have peace between my past friends, because I don't like there to be bad things and ill tidings between people. And I know it was partially my fault.
Chris, stop doing that.
But anyway, moving on with my demands.
Really stop doing that.
I would also like you to send me via U.S. mail $1,000 cash, American, unmarked bills, snail mailed to my home address in a long, small white envelope with your home address clearly, legibly handwritten on the envelope in the return area. And lastly, from this point, after you have done these things, I would like you, Dawn of Michigan, to leave me, my life, my family, my friends alone to be, for the rest of our lives, in peace. Expect another video in the near future of another troll that I am well aware of. Thank you.
Later that day came the second installment of Chris calling out the
Still
trolls.
alive, has been to Switzerland.
Master Thorg, Thorg, or as he known in real life,
Jeremy within Canada. He is a pizza-faced atheist.
Oh
You
no.
find him possibly in a video game store. I leave the specifics disclosed at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And here is a sample of his photograph.
Uh-huh.
Because I know and I am well aware that you have photoshopped me into that damned gay bar and uploaded it, you had it uploaded upon the billboards in New York City.
That's probably not
within
uploaded,
some
but
time
probably he
ago.
paid a
I
company
would
to
like
make the
you
advertisements.
to make a public apology that it is a correction that I, Christian Weston Chandler, am straight.
Oh yeah, we're
and
still
I
going
have
for the straight
never,
angle, of
ever
course.
been in a
Never
damn
forget the
gay
straight angle.
bar
It's very
ever.
important to point that out.
And I want that uploaded among the New York City billboards, and I want them left up there for 1 whole week.
I'm sure if you
Stay
pay for
tuned
that.
for another revealed troll, or slightly revealed, as I am on the payback. I win.
Don't try to
His final
outsmart.
video of the day was a short clarification of deadlines concerning the 2 trolls he had just addressed.
I almost forgot. Between Don and Jeremy, also known as Surf Shack Tito and Thorg, my demands, I would like them met before August 31st, 2011, the end of this month. And
New
if
look he's
my
going for
demands are
really
not met
doesn't
before
do
then,
well to my
I'm gonna
drive
reveal
bind.
your respective real-life photographs, as well as the rest of the personal information of you two, respectively, that I have within my possession. And then you
Very
two
threatening.
will each be trolled by your own trolls. And the police
Don't think
will
that's
catch up with you.
gonna happen that easily.
3 days later, he came out with his next calling out video, this time directed at Alec Benson Leary.
The one called
Bulgaria
Alex
declared war on
Benson
Bulgaria.
Leary is not
Bulgaria
who
joins
he
allies.
appears to be, and he certainly is not
Of
an
course.
original creator of Asperchew. In fact, he is not even Aspergian. He does not have Asperger's. And he's another fatty, fat.
Oh, Chris, could you please
He
stop?
also has ties with the human hobby place.
Makes it so hard to not every single time go like, you are the last person to say
Of
that.
which I have another expose about the gay place. First,
Don't get me started on
here
that shit about, but I just have a few pounds. No, that's not just a fucking few pounds.
oh yeah, his real name is Christopher. So, Chris, let's talk business now.
This I don't know.
What I would like from you
You're probably amongst the last people I would
actually
talk business
a
with.
live video apology for all the wrongs you have done to me over
Quite
the internet,
literally.
including the copyright infringement on my sideshow with your cheap, poor excuse of a 9-year-old Asperchew, you immature jerk. Also, on that note, I wish to
I do try
make
to
a
say,
correction
but what about
to my
you?
demands
You acted
with
so
Don
much
and
yourself the
Jeremy.
whole time. Why do you try to make it difficult for me, Chris?
Esteemed
Why?
colleague, associate, that apparently it is extortion to request mucho dinero, and plus the billboard is no longer in effect. Anyway, going back to Christopher. By the way, I know you're in Texas. You're in Texas, you fatty fat. He has been donating to the troll cause as such over at the place, the Game and Holly place, of which
Well,
we are
Iran is getting
fully
fucked.
aware of and have grown to love and such. But there is more to the place, and it's
I thought
three
that she's in
associated
these.
stores located only within
Yeah,
Virginia.
the Dutch is almost done.
And I know from cold
That
hard
wolf.
facts, the 4 stores, their owner, a one Mr. Robert Lightburn, is
a child molester and convicted sex offender in Illinois. And think about this. The place in Charlottesville is located right across from a school. Parents, children, associate families. I do not think you would want anybody who is a minor or even under the age of 10
Iran,
to go
you poor,
into such a place that is owned
poor
by
country.
a child molester. And I'm sure that in association, even though he is married, Michael Snyder has his own child molestation skeletons in his closet.
Poor
He
Michael
probably
Snyder.
even molested his own daughter, for all I know.
Rechtländer.
I do not have concrete facts, so therefore that is just theory until I am corrected.
Oh, that's just Slender.
Stay tuned for another
Real
troll
bloody
special
evil Slender even.
Later that day, he uploaded an unusual video in which he goes out into his yard and replicates a scene from the 1990 film Silence of the Lambs, and mimes digging his dog Patty out from the ground. The exact origins behind the creation of this video are uncertain.
Sure is cold out here. Could really use some keep me warm right now. Some food.
And that was only one place. Well, so much for the Dutch East Indies. Basically one fucking naval invasion away from completely losing it.
There we are. All nice, snugly warm. Cozy. Thank you, Patty. Now we are together forever.
Oh, you felt the need to do something that disturbing.
Fuck me, 789 Chen? I'd fuck me.
To meet Christian's demands before he revealed more information about the trolls, a falsified response video from Surf Shack Tito was soon created, using the bare belly taken from a video by YouTuber Mr. Pregnant as the visual element over a voiceover allegedly provided by Tito himself.
I'll get you the money. I'll get you the $1,000 and the interest. Just don't release that video with the picture of me. Just don't do any more, man. I'll do anything. I'll be a slave for a whole week if I have to. I got people after me. I can't have them finding out who I am. Just...
On August 10th, Chris recorded a video responding to Surf Shack Tito's response.
You made a wise decision, Don. As long as I get the money before the end of the month, I will withhold the photographs and the other information. I can promise you that. But this is the deadline, and you certainly don't have to be my slave for a week. I mean, aside from the slave laws and everything. Anyway, apparently I have learned from my esteemed colleague that Lord Master Jeremy is still not convinced that I mean business. Well, just to show you, Jeremy, that I mean business, I'm gonna reveal a little bit more about you.
Yeah, go right
Here is
ahead.
a close-up, another close-up of that photograph zoomed in on your pizza face. And we know that the atheist does not like having his mind changed about God.
He's an atheist. I don't think he really would appreciate having his mind
Is
changed.
all-powerful. How do you think the Earth was created aside from the Big Bang? Who had to put the Big Bang
Just like that.
together? God.
Yeah.
And I know from my Bible, my hand on it, that between him and Jesus, they're pretty powerful. They're pretty powerful individuals. And I believe in them. They have, I mean, Jesus has done a lot with his miracles before he had to weigh the cross. which I just empathize with him on that. I mean,
Must be heavy, eh?
it's like I could feel the thorns
Not
that
like
were
you could
trudged
carry
or
that thing
trudged
anywhere. Probably.
plowed through his hands and his feet. Or crowns. Empathy
Jesus
is a
Christ.
powerful thing.
For fuck's sake, shut up. You don't even know how to
I
write
certainly
fucking
would not
empathy.
want to
Quite
be an
literally not.
atheist, 'cause if I don't have
I don't think this
God or
even a
Jesus
second.
or
He's
myself
as
by my
dishonest
side,
as he has always
I would
been
be
about this.
more lost than I was considerably beforehand. Atheists are the devil's spawning, as it would seem.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly would not want to be amongst them when they are run out of town with the pitchforks and the haste and the fire.
You do aware that you would
As a
also be
believer,
run out of town at that moment.
I would either be a peacemaker, I would more likely be the peacemaker, but I certainly wouldn't mind being one with a pitchfork, following the crowd and pushing the atheists out of town.
But don't worry. Even if they would do that first, they would turn around and push you out of town too.
Your move.
Quite
If
literally.
you don't respond by the 31st.
Why doesn't he understand that?
I mean business.
Anyone who interprets the Bible in a
Check your privileges.
more direct way
This was soon
will
followed
look
by a
at this
video
and go like,
clarifying the
no.
supposed ex-girlfriend's
No,
status of the
fuck
wallflower,
you.
brought about by a reference to her in an earlier video.
In the recent
Yeah, that's
video
precisely what would happen.
where I mentioned that was my
And he doesn't even
ex-girlfriend,
fucking realize it.
I did not mean that the way it sounded. I meant the term loosely, as in that she was a girl and that she was a friend of mine.
Uh-huh.
But then because of what happened soon after, or near the end of the friendship, she dumped me as a friend and doesn't want anything to do with me ever again. And also,
And
just
still
a short
Iran
note
is fighting.
to Don over there.
That poor son
If
of
he
a
wants
bitch,
to keep
seriously.
me updated more quickly instead of recording new videos, he may still contact me at my AOL address, of which him as well as the majority of the other trolls are aware of. Yes.
I think they're all aware of that.
I'm losing my seriousness here. Lost it there. But I am very serious on getting justice. What I've been waiting for the past 4 years. Anyway, with that, I also would like to mention that I rarely do not check my voicemails. Pretty much I check them when they exceed like 10 or so, because I'm still paranoid of people abusing me over the phone lines. Yeah. So I just leave y'all with that for this.
Why have you returned to the internet?
Have a good day.
You could have fucking
On
stayed
August
away.
12th,
Just
Chris made a video
existed.
exposing what he believes to have been Thorg's true identity. The person showcased was in fact Finnish internet user Kimmo KM, whose likeness was used in a popular internet-based image macro.
This is his trolling persona photograph.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, here's the full photograph, of which I have shown previously in full, dressed in full persona. Troll alias Thor. Real name, Jeremy Sloan White. Resides in Vancouver, BC, Canada. Occupation, employee over at GameStop over there. Age 32. He is a single virgin. He was responsible for linking the tomboys and tomgirls of Virginia to the public through the quickie. Photoshopping me into a gay bar, which Clyde Cash uploaded to a billboard in New York City, New York.
I'm
His participation
actually out of
in the
words.
trolling train, he contributed bad things into my
He never
mailbag
even suspects
on
that
the
he's still
Wikipedia, and
playing
general
right
YouTube
into their
quickie
fucking ends.
trolling and support roles. And following that, we have two more photographs of Master Jeremy Sloan White. What an ugly son of a bitch. Really ugly. Eh. And then here's a more recent one, where he plays atheist against me. Everybody,
Please feel free to troll Mr. Jeremy Slowwhite, age 32, in Vancouver, BC, Canada,
Also,
at
yeah.
the GameStop at which he works at.
Doxing people, that's
Atheist,
always
be gone!
good art. Was a good spirit.
And then right after that, everybody can stay tuned for next trolling.
It's not so much trolling as just outright doxing. If it would actually be true.
Which, now if you excuse me, I'm gonna go fix my teeth with a bottle of Jack.
On that same day, he recorded a video of himself reciting a poem he had written for Jackie.
Okay. Anyway, the red-maned deer, from me, written yesterday on the 11th, came to me while I was waking up. The red-maned deer is quite an elusive, majestic creature of any forest of this planet Earth, and even of the universe. Her dazzling coat not only keeps her warm, but beautiful with sexy flair. She has eyes of green, like a slice of lime. Her snout is so cute, like a bunny or a kitten, and her smile and voice truly cute and sweet like a lute. I trekked after her for months, keeping observation and camouflage. She has an interesting family, including her birth mother and a father a step away. They treat her sadly like a Cinderella, keeping her from seeing her prince. One day, as I followed, too much my surprise, she turns her head and looks directly at me.
Just like, what the fuck is that?
For a moment, until she spoke in my language very clear. Come out, my dear watcher. I have been very aware of you all these months. I've watched you as you rested and dined out the forest roots.
Give up your rain. It's over.
Stroke my coat and mane. Allow me to admire your face close to mine. I approached with erect elation. Her coat smooth as silk. Her mane brushing my fingers
imagining
like
yourself
spring
fucking
breeze.
deer. That's
I
not
looked
good.
into her eyes and she into mine. Entranced with her temptation and beauty, I was truly surprised when she kissed me deep. Damn. And then I kissed her back, and we made truest sweet love. This was in fact not an act of bestiality, for you see, the red-maned deer I have been communicating with and tracking is really my womanly sweetheart named Jacqueline Rami. I love you.
Well. Still sounds like you're a deer fucker, if you ask me, but well. Yeah, for fuck's sake, stop.
With Chris's recent re-emergence back into the internet spotlight, trolls and onlookers felt like they were experiencing a return of old norms. Yet another sweetheart saga, alongside another ploy to defeat the trolls. But little did anyone know, his colorful online presence would be suddenly cut short by a tragic event that would drastically change Chris's life.
Look at that, no wars left. Everything is at peace. What a nice, isn't it? Oh, what a nice state of affairs. Switzerland has stayed neutral through all of it. Quite literally, we have achieved the highest goal the Swiss can achieve. We stay out of trouble for that bloody long. Yeah, I think this is a good point to change over game-wise again.
What made him this way?
Yeah, probably some more war, honestly. Probably not a better year.
What is the attraction?
Randomly grant some shit. Probably not.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Question is where? And where indeed?
On August 16th, 2011, Christian uploaded a YouTube video in which he demonstrates how he puts on makeup.
Now it's time for makeup tips. I like to start by putting on some of the old foundation. My
I go with my own skin tone, which was recommended to me by the woman who served me over at the makeup parlor known as Sephora. It's on my hand. Carefully applied to the majority of my face. Pardon me while I powder my nose.
In this case,
Definitely
actually
close
quite
the
literally.
shine, and you don't want a reflective nose. Like some mascara.
This is gonna hunt my
I mainly
nightmares.
like to focus on the upper eyelashes because the lower ones are more difficult to do, really, at least for me. And then I like to apply the old eyeshadow, but first I gotta apply some primer onto my eyelids. And optionally, you can use eyeliner. I should have done that before I applied eyeshadow.
Just it.
It goes on the edge of the eyelid, and that's where it's concentrated at.
And the battle net.
And lastly, I like to apply some.
Change you to the rule of Warcraft.
This is a no-brainer.
Come on, overload. Takes forever to overload sometimes. It's like, yeah, sure. There's a good side of the launch, it takes forever to load.
Just apply some lip gloss. And that's that's pretty much a basic way of applying makeup.
Thanks.
Tom Kaka sent ya.
This was quickly followed by a video in which he calls out the troll, Jack Thaddeus, after he had been falsely told by supposed tomboys and tomgirls with tech-savvy friends that the man behind that persona was in fact Ahuvia Harrell, a transgender in mid-transition at the time, who, like Chris, was labeled by online communities as a lolcow, or a person who often executed laughable antics in public and online, and in turn was mocked and ridiculed.
I felt it was appropriate to dress in my feminine attire as you can see fit. Because I am definitely calling out one Jack Thaddeus, and we happen to share similar common interests, a few of which. We both accept the adjective of being called trannies, except for him, he's just going through the whole gender changing
take your
operation.
Time. We wanna do anything.
Popping off his dick and putting on the old and getting it tucked in. I would never do that. I would never do that. Never have a such change operation. I'm proud to be a male, and I'm even more proud to be a tom girl. And we both are into femdom, which is female domination. Oh yeah, I'd like to get smacked by my woman. Yes. In his case of him having his operations and going through it, I feel that he would definitely not be considered any at all a woman whatsoever.
There we go.
He just only fashionably
Took a while, but
looks
we're
like
back.
a woman with the parts and whatnot, except he does not have he would not have a uterus. And he would have no reproductive
Need to shape
organs.
again.
I mean,
Do
I
this.
want to have children someday. Obviously, he don't. And also my associate that gave me the information on him, he pretty much just pointed out calling him a tom girl. But you know what? He's not a tom girl at all. He's just a full-blown gay. Everybody who is a homophobe, go ahead and call him on it.
Why, Chris? Why are you doing this? Why are you quite
A
ditched?
goddamn homo.
Homo. I'm a homo. You can't get her. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Jesus
I want Mr. Ahuvia
to make the public apologies for all the things he has done against me. Shoot, I forgot to run down. But he knows what he did. Among which he has pestered me and on the phone and blackmailed me
Wow,
into doing
where
a
to go
few
next?
things.
Didn't have to look.
Anyway, 25-year-old
Didn't have to look at the
Pahovia.
quest list. See if I had a few names that
Homo!
I'd actually like to go for.
Pretty much it.
Would probably be a good
We
idea.
agree on being cross-dressers.
He then shows a small portion of a photo of Ahuvia's face.
Yeah. Anyway, he just does a terrible job in quote unquote cross-dressing. Cause I mean, look at that stubble on his face, and then look at me all over. I take the time to shave myself.
Okay. We're gonna start by flying over to Thunder Bluff.
So yeah,
Nice
Ahuvia,
request there.
make your apology
Steal
video. Leave the internet.
something.
Leave me, my family,
Is
my
it
friends
snap?
at
Is it
peace.
snap?
You have
Remember
till
that
the
to be
10th of
good
September
around
of
this level. Or
year
good, I say.
to
And
upload
usable at this
your
level.
video
Yes.
of apology for all the wrongs you have done to me, which I will list in the description a little later. Good day.
4 days later, he made a video directed at the troll known as Thorg,
And then we
in which
can
he
go
raps
into the
about
keep.
wristwatches,
Yeah.
possibly making fun of his supposed obsession.
Here's a little something dedicated to Master Thor. Wrist, 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 I said the wrist, 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 I said the wrist, wrist, I said the wrist, 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 I said the wrist, wrist, wristwatches, wristwatches, wrist, wrist.
What's wrong with wristwatches nowadays?
Wristwatches, wristwatches, wrist, wrist, I said the wrist, wrist, I said the wristwatches.
After this video, Chris was told that Thorg decided to permanently retire from the internet. On August 23rd, Chris recorded another video.
I have heard that I have not seen any response
course he does
from
it.
Mr. Dractadius, as also is known as Ahuvia. So therefore, I will reveal a little bit more information about him, starting with another portion of this photograph. He was definitely responsible for hacking the network accounts.
Sure.
We had a hand in that blackout a few months ago.
Very realistic
He
scenario, of course.
blackmailed me into humping my console. And
Why would you
he
admit to that
created
still?
the disgusting ads on the Wikipedia, as well as other trolling schemes within the past couple of years. Oh yes. He is a communist, and we do not like communists within this country.
Well.
We are Republican, Democrat, or neutral. And I am neutral, so I can go either way. But I do not definitely
Jesus.
care much for communism. We do not like to stand under one ruler. It is very unruly and stupid.
Technically speaking, since you're standing under one president, aren't you already standing under one ruler? I mean, I know what he means, but still. I don't think he could actually explain that concept, could he now?
And he's
Doubtful.
definitely never going to be a female, truly, in that sense, in female dominance. He has to get a real woman to come in order to do that. He still lives in Pennsylvania. Still homo. 25 years old.
Fascinating.
Ahuvia!
The video was soon removed from YouTube for hate speech. In response, Ahuvia
Finally.
Harrell himself made a video addressing Chris's remarks about him.
You know, I'm happy. I'm happy to be Ahuvia Harrell. You, however, you're not happy being yourself. You can't be yourself. You keep being locked into this idea that, you know, it's the straight male-female binary way you have to live, or it's no way at all. As someone who's a male-to-female transgender and who is pansexual,
Why is this
which
going
means,
so
Chris,
fucking...
I
This is
love
going so many
everyone
ways.
regardless of their
I'm
gender
part of that
identity.
and taking this all in.
I love everyone. That's something you are incapable of doing. because you have shown the world you are incapable of tolerating these differences.
His next calling out video was directed at the troll behind the Julie and Blue Spike personas, wrongly believing that they were portrayed by gaming lolcow David Harlow, also known as Ness Helper.
Many poor people will be very confused watching this, like, what the fuck is this guy wanting from me?
The winds guide you.
And that's who we are calling out next. The
Walk
person
with me,
who
Earth.
pretended to be
What's
adult
that?
woman,
Now we go
but
over
yet
to
was
Camp Terrano, go down,
little
finish
brat.
up a few of the
He
dwarven
was
quests, I
also known
think.
as his alias Max and Blue Spike, but his real name is David, and he lives in California. Don't know as much as his age, but he's at least 13 years old. And guess what? He is confirmed to have Asperger's. And
Asperger's.
and I do not care to be associated with them, and I do not accept the scientific fact that autism is linked to Asperger's at any time. And of course, he was
Of course you
responsible
don't.
for that Julie fiasco, making me
It'd
drive
be really
all the
nice
way
to see him
Cleveland,
actually
Ohio.
change, you know, but
And
he's not
setting up
really
one of the
changing.
setting
He's
up the
staying the
second
precise same.
metal,
Impressive in a way.
and
But the other side of the argument, he really should change. Oh, he should change fucking hard.
and he likes big rooms,
And
and he has no job, and he is also a gamer. Here is a close-up, featured from his photograph. Look at his buck teeth! Or at least a gap between his teeth. That's a big gap. Look at how big that gap is. Huh? Gap teeth. Buck teeth? Perhaps. But definitely a gap.
Fascinating.
And, Mr. David, you have until September 15th to come up with the apology video and leave me and my family and my friends at peace. Oh, and also in the apology video, tell everyone to stop making phone calls to me that says, Julie! Julie! And get rid and make sure that nobody ever calls me Ian Brandon Everson ever again, because that is not my name.
You don't say. You don't say.
You have until September 15th.
This is going to work splendidly. This is really going
This
to work
video too
splendidly.
was removed for hate speech. The final video of the day
Of course
was
it was.
dedicated to an unknown person who gifted him a laptop.
And now at this moment, I would like to express a note of gratitude to a fan from the state of NC for sending me his or her
What do you need?
old laptop computer. Second hand, but it works
Be
very
safe.
well. I had it checked. And it contains no viruses. But still, I upgraded it. And it is better. It is like brand new. So thank you very much, fan from North Carolina, for sending me the laptop.
The laptop, eh?
And if anybody else wishes to contribute towards the execution of trolls and cyberbullies so that nobody else will have to be victim, you may feel free to contribute in any way that you see fit. Generously and pleasantly. Thank you very much.
On August 28th, Quickie user Dinglebear leaked an unreleased video from Chris via the YouTube account Quickville Productions. In the video, Christian plays the metal version of the theme song of the video game The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim by S-Beast on Guitar Hero, and acts victorious, possibly over the allegation that Thorg had quit the internet. How Dinglebear acquired the video is uncertain.
Very good question. still not fucking any way, shape, or form better. That whole music video. I mean, to be fair now, the sheer consistency kinda is nice in a way. Things seem to change. They don't. They stay the precise fucking same. Like, okay. Can I get used to it? Great Lich exists to troll you. What were you expecting? Ah, Chris.
The next day, Dinglebear released another video from Chris. This time, a response to Ahovia Harrell's response to his video.
First off, you know, I am heterosexual. I am straight. That's just the way I am. It's not a have-to situation. I've rarely seen it that way. I have at one point, but guess what? I've seen the other viewpoints, and they did not fare to me so much. They mostly grossly out. Therefore, that is what I am, and I am happy to stay that way, and I want to continue to be heterosexual. I am happy with myself there. And I will admit that with other people, there are differences that I feel most uncomfortable about and around, such as, yes, gays, well, gay men anyway. I like lesbians. Smokers, definitely the smokers.
Yeah, you probably like the lesbians, but not for the right reasons.
Stupid? I don't think so. But that does not define me as an uncaring and cold-hearted person. I have empathy.
So you claim
in other people's shoes
all the fucking time, and you never ever actually acted in an actual empathic way. You pretend to care,
and yet
but you don't.
And while you may or may not have empathy as well, Ahuvia, I feel you to still be a typical, non-understanding pig. I would travel outside of the state or wherever if I could, but my parents are both old. My father is ill. He's sickly. He has feet bloatings.
What brings you here?
Ailments that doctors are unable to determine, and at this point he's now certified as a forced shut-in. He cannot get out so much because he feels so ill and sickly in his feet. And I do get out of my house. I go out here and there and everywhere, so don't tell me that I don't get out. I'm free as a bird, and this bird you cannot change. Yes, that's from Leonard Skynerd, and I like that song. And listen, I want you to listen to me here. I am all for equality, but there is a limit. I do not want to be forced or intimidated into or bullied into lifestyles that I just not am of or feel comfortable around. But I'm still gonna feel most uncomfortable around homosexual dudes, regardless. And just most other males in general. Hell, I probably won't even have a bachelor party because I don't know so many males. I'll probably be having a bachelor party
there's another quest there, I think.
With those within my congregation who I'm
This is
only
fun.
acquainted with like one or two of. Hell, I would even appreciate having a bachelor party where I had all my gal pals come and hold it for me. I'd rather have a bachelor party where it was... Shoot, I'm trying to think of the word,
Well,
you know.
time to go hunting, I suppose.
Well, anyway, with mostly women. Because I feel more comfortable around women. Platonic, that's the word I would use. The party would be platonic. So I would say, good luck being a fake woman because you'll never be able to achieve true femdom. And you'll always be a dang homosexual male because you were born that way. You're gonna stay that way pretty much, even if you have your dick either chopped off or tucked in. People are still gonna look at you so ill. In the majority of this country.
You think people will look at you?
Anyway, that's my
Sir?
response for now. Damn homo.
The following day,
Move to hate
Dinglebear
speech.
leaked one last video in which Chris reveals what he believes to be Alec Benson Leary's true identity. Christopher Paul Whitney, better known as morbidly obese YouTuber Fat Man, who made videos of himself eating copious amounts of unhealthy foods while shirtless.
As I have not heard anything from
That's a great
Alec
habit to
Benson
get into,
Leary,
surely.
also known as Christopher, and the due date has been reached. It is time for total revelation. Alec Benson Leary. His real name is Christopher Paul Fat Man Whitney. San Antonio, Texas. Age 36. Unemployed and on welfare. His interests include hot tubbing, video games, retirement, Xbox, folk music, theft and fraud, milk, comics and dips, and eating online. Yeah, he's that famous hot tubbing fat man on YouTube. Making fun, and guess what? Eating online. And recently, he ate a whole block of cheese. A whole block of cheese.
It's actually kind of impressive.
Yeah. Si Darcy. Si Darcy. Si Darcy. And now for the song.
You don't make yourself many fans, are you?
For the once time, this time, the villain. We are here at cheese stuffed microwave pepperoni pizza and a can of cheese. Let the feast begin.
I'm kinda dying here.
He proceeds to eat a pizza on camera.
Thanks for telling. Never would have figured it out without your advertisement. Ah, Chris.
That was good. Oh yeah. Si Darcy. Oh yeah. Si Darcy. Oh yeah. But big difference. He's fat. I'm thin.
You're not thin.
And believe it or not,
Might not be as fat as him, but you're still fucking overweight. Why does he have such a problem with just admitting that? And I can admit that I have most definitively viewed once too much recently. I still don't see a problem in admitting that, Jesus Christ.
So live in peace. Master Pito. Christopher Paul, your big fat balloon has been deflated. Stay tuned.
At around this time, Chris produced some more videos meant for Jackie, which were leaked at a much later date. One featured him performing a cheerleader routine for her.
Rah, rah, ree. Kick him in the knee. Rah, rah, run. Kick him in the other knee.
Thanks, Chris. I feel motivated now. Mostly to end my suffering, but you know what they say. Sometimes the suffering, this eternal suffering is kinda... That's a thing. It wouldn't be fucking eternal.
In
Get away
another,
with
he
it.
performs a stripping routine set to the song
Like
Fuck
I
the
need to
Pain
go down
Away
a level.
by electronic artist Peaches.
Little tomboy blue, come blow my horn. Something on my city like you wanted me, calling me all the time. Like, check out my creepy find all the time. Like this on the beach.
Thanks, Chris. Really thanks, but could we stop? Could we skip this, please? I mean, you know, just for once. I don't think it's gonna
In early
work.
September, Bob was rushed to Martha Jefferson Hospital for heart complications. It was later revealed that he had to be placed in quarantine due to numerous bug bites all over his body caused by an infestation in their home. On September 4th, he celebrated his 84th birthday in an intensive care unit. On September
That's not
6th,
good.
Christian posted a public note on Facebook, which functioned as an online attraction sign, using the social media network as his form to seek out females. His specifications for a potential partner included being 21 to 29 years
Nothing
old,
has
cute,
changed. We're
pretty,
back to the
beautiful, or
fucking
hot,
attraction
between
sign.
4 feet 10
For fuck's
inches
sake.
and 5 feet 10 inches, and well-informed to expert in sex. On that same day, Bob Chandler passed away from his heart difficulties.
What?
On the
No,
7th,
come
a
on.
bereaved Chris wrote an email to Jackie, trying to make sense of what happened. This is the last publicized correspondence between Jackie and Chris. I cannot get to sleep. My heavier cries for my father's passing is really getting me bad. Suffice to say, I'm feeling through multiple emotions. I, like my mother, cannot believe he is gone. In a dream I had years ago, the Grim Reaper made an appearance. I asked him directly. I understand my dad does not have long to live, but I have to ask while you're here, when will you be taking my father? He informed me that he would not claim his soul until the year 2015. So I've known since before 2005 that Robert had a good number of years left. 2015. Damn you, Reaper. This is 2011. I was promised that we'd be blessed with Father's presence for 4 more years. I was promised. Sigh. Upon assuming his responsibilities of household finances, bill paying, and helping my mother, I started reading his payment plan binder, figured out his chart organization, and got started okay with a better informed mind. I've been emotionally comforting to my mom and keeping her straight as she is still feeling drunk-like weird, lonely, and sad. When I have my moment, I'm able to share a smile with her. Currently, she's sleeping in comfort up in my room, with a CD of big band romance tracks my Aunt Harriet offered to Robert for his 84th. At least now I have finally confirmed that you, a shorter than me woman, can crash on my couch and I would take the bed without having feet hit me. I mean, I'm uncertain my bed is wide enough for 2. I'll check in again later. Love you, Jackie. Chrissy. Also around this time, Chris had a phone conversation with a troll, possibly with Jackie, throughout which he cried and sobbed, talking about his father. The call was recorded, but the trolls involved decided not to release it out of respect, and now the recording is either still kept in secret by a select few head trolls, or lost entirely. From the 10th to the 19th of September, the Quickie closed down, and redirected to a page which simply stated, Robert Franklin Chandler Jr., 1927 to 2011. Back at home, Barbara and Christian collaborated in writing an obituary for Bob, which was published in 2 local papers. He was born on September 4th, 1927, in Texas, the son of the late Robert Franklin Chandler Sr. and Jean Holloman Chandler. On June 7, 1980, he married Barbara Ann Weston, who survives, and the couple gave birth to a son, Christian Weston Chandler, who survives. Also surviving is ex-wife Patricia, and their shared children, son Dr. David Allen Chandler, survives, and daughter Carol Suzanne Chandler, survives. He graduated from Auburn University with a degree in engineering. He served in the United States Army Seoul, Korea in the Signal Corps during the Korean War. He worked for General Electric as an engineer with steels, plastics, etc. He also had patents for the controls of plastic molding machines. Without him, we would not have even a simple plastic funnel. Also surviving are granddaughter, Savannah Chandler, the daughter of David Allen Chandler, and his wife, Kimberly. A funeral service will be held at Monticello Memory Gardens in Charlottesville, Virginia, 10 a.m.
Kinda sad
Monday,
about it, actually.
September 12th,
Bob was pretty much
a memorial service to follow
cool
on
guy.
a later date at Wesley Memorial
Kinda
United
wanna
Methodist
say.
Church.
Did a pretty
Instead
good
of
job.
flowers, you may make monetary
He failed
donations to his
one
widow,
very
Barbara
miserably,
Chandler,
but you know.
and son, Christian Chandler. During the funeral service on September 12th, it is known that Dr. David Chandler, Bob's son from his first marriage, came to pay his condolences. Chris gave presents to him and also for his daughter, Savannah. Bob's daughter Carol, however, was not present for the service. Robert was cremated, and his remains were placed in a columbarium niche, with plans for Barbara to share that space when the time came.
One more
At around this time,
nitroglycerin.
a person aware of Chris Shan took a photo of him while he was returning to his car. This was quickly shared on the Quickie. Meanwhile, a troll submitted one of Chris's earliest Sonitude drawings to the publisher of the comic Slylock Fox and Comics for Kids. and was printed in thousands of newspapers on September 25th as a hand-picked featured example of a budding child artist, credited to Christian Weston Chandler, age 9. On October 16th, Chris listed an old CRT TV set for sale on the classifieds advertisement website, Craigslist. In the description, he described it as being an optimal television for watching sporting events, movies, television shows, and more on. He wanted to sell it for at least $250. It is unconfirmed if anyone bought the TV set.
Well.
On October 28th, possibly while out shopping, Barbara and Chris happened to cross the Game Place, which had a banner placed across the top of the entrance, which said that the store had come from the new ownership of Mike and Madeline. Wondering if the Mike in question was in fact manager Michael Snyder, they went inside to have a look. They spotted Snyder, who promptly asked them to leave. Chris took a picture of Michael and the interior of the store with his Nintendo 3DS. Snyder accompanied them back to their car, wherein Chris took 2 more photos of him. What happened next isn't quite clear, but whatever transpired resulted in both Christian and Barbara getting individually charged with a Class 5 felony, failing to stop after hitting Michael Snyder. It is thought that the 2 felony charges meant that one of them was driving the car when they hit Snyder, then Chris and Barbara switched seats and struck him again. They tried to flee the scene, but were stopped by police. They were questioned about what had happened and were about to arrest Christian, but his mother tried to stop them, which earned her another felony charge, assaulting a law enforcement official. They were both promptly arrested and sent to jail. They were bailed out the following day by Chris's pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. On November 1st, Michael Snyder filed a civil suit against the Chandlers and was later granted a preliminary protective order against them.
I have to go in there again,
prohibited from engaging in any
Actually, before we
threatening
continue,
behavior
let me
towards him.
change the
3 days later,
category
Chris uploaded the
again.
3 photos he took of Snyder onto the Quickie and added captions mocking his weight and calling him a child-molesting Jew, with the word Jew crossed out and then replaced with Gentile. On November 7th, Barbara and Chris appeared in court to be formally charged with the 3 felonies, in addition to 2 misdemeanors committed by Chris, which were assault and battery, possibly against Snyder, and
You
trespassing.
really
While in church,
can't
Chris was
stop
recommended to
yourself,
hire
eh?
politician Rob Bell,
Oh.
Republican member of the Virginia House of Delegates, to be their defense attorney. It was later revealed that Bob had left his family with an inheritance of tens of thousands of dollars, but Barbara
Nice.
decided to spend it all to hire Bell as their lawyer.
Why would
On the
you?
19th, an audio advertisement for Sweetheart, which Christian had made over 3 years prior, was discovered and shared online.
Oh,
Its
for
exact
fuck's
purpose
sake.
or intended use is unknown.
My name is Christian. I'm
We
currently
know.
26
Oh
years
boy, we
old.
know at this point.
I'm looking for a boyfriend-free woman to be my sweetheart from the ground up. Preferably one who's, well, just, never mind about preferences, but anyway, definitely
not expecting
smoke-free,
anything else, eh?
non-alcoholic, and, yeah, but, you know, just an honest, good girl to be my sweetheart, be a sweetheart quality. So, yeah. Send me a message, if you're interested.
Sure.
Have a good day.
Oh, Chris.
A troll
You
under the
never
guise of a
change.
court-appointed
Not.
psychiatrist called Rocky Shoemaker
God, for
and
sake.
discovered some previously undisclosed information about the Chandlers.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Is this Shoemaker?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Bear right now. I was wanted by the court to give an assessment of Chris's mental health. Have you been aware of any of this?
No, I don't have any authorization to talk to anybody about this.
Oh,
Probably not,
he
no.
suggested that we give you a call. You've been his pastoral counselor for some time.
Yeah, but I would have to see something in writing simply because I have been getting a lot of unauthorized phone calls.
No surprise there.
From this office?
From people claiming to be part of it.
They then begin to discuss a possible meeting taking place at the Chandler residence.
He, well, I don't know. He's requested that we liaise there, and Mr. Bell seems to have gone along with this.
Oh, he is meeting you at his home?
Yes.
Hmm.
Now, like I said, it was a little unorthodox.
it not only would be unorthodox, but I think you'll have a very difficult time getting anything done in that home. Simply because of things I know about the conditions of the home.
Personally, I wouldn't have a problem with even seeing the address itself to get a kind of understanding of the perspective from Christian's angle.
They are having an infestation problem in that home.
They do.
And yeah, and the health department has already visited there, and it would probably not be a real wise place for you to go.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good now, does it?
They've taken up alternate accommodation because according to Mr. Christian, they were still living there.
Yeah, they are still living there.
Well,
But the infestation.
That shouldn't be at all.
No, it shouldn't. And the social services and the health department have been a part of that.
I'm not happy to hear about this infestation problem, though, especially with Christian the way he is.
This has been a situation ongoing over many months, and
where's that thing I need to steal?
Christian seems to feel that he has stayed away from it, but that requires him to stay just in one room.
Probably there.
I don't
I had to
think
take an educated
Christian
guess.
would be comfortable with me coming there.
Personally, I have no problem going down there myself. I'm sure I've seen far worse places, whatever kind of infestations are going on. But I was kind of hoping that we could have counted on your support to come along, if only to sort of handle the introduction in a personal way with somebody that Christian knows.
Okay, that's not gonna work well now, is it?
I would not think that would be a good place to do the interview. They're going to be defensive. They're going to be trying to protect you from the nurses that went out there found that a very difficult place to try to work with them.
Yeah, we'll probably have to retreat here.
Public health nurses.
How long ago
Once.
was that fairly recent?
That was.
See, that's why I didn't plunder everyone, because I knew that could happen to me. Never a good idea. Oh shit, I forgot about those two cunts. Okay, that's a pain. And you might die once. Well, can't expect it that much. Well, to be fair, my reaction time has been somewhat suffering. To be very fair.
He had
It could be worse.
bug bites all over
Could be worse.
Good God. Well, that's alright. I think the best way to proceed, if you could speak with your church outreach group, if you could try and find
I think we killed one or two. We could do, all the better.
just until
That should be doable.
case is over, and we can perhaps see if we can get the state to fund a cleanup or something in the property, because that's quite horrendous.
I really doubt that they would receive that offer at all. They have not received help from social services.
Well, you can understand why it would be in Christian's best interest if you could do that, because if he was to go to the court and they were to present an assessment that he was living in such conditions along with his mother, then it would not fare well on him at all, and they would have to be completely evicted from the property, and that wouldn't be in their interests, even in the least.
Yeah, I can see your point, and I'll certainly talk with Mr. Bell about whether he would rather see Christian in such a situation.
Perhaps we could do that. All right, I've got to be getting off, but thank you very much for speaking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
God damn. I was not expecting any of that.
With his father's death,
Mhm.
for the most part, Trolls decided to leave Chris completely alone and
Very
not
nice of them.
intrude in his affairs, silencing his online world. But his run-ins with the law caused many eyes to turn their gaze back onto him, and whether he was conscious of it or not, Christian would soon show that the internet spotlight was too alluring for him to stay away for good.
And nobody was surprised. Not even a little bit. He will be back, of course. And it will probably be still getting worse, isn't it?
made him this way? What is the attraction?
A question for the ages.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
What a story it is indeed. What a story it is indeed. A suffering. Quite a bit of suffering we go through to
On January
get through
5th,
this.
2012, Barbara and Christian Chandler appeared in court to face a hearing for their criminal and civil trials to account for their actions against the new owner of the game place, Michael Snyder, on October 28, 2011. Their case was granted a continuance by the judge until April 16th. On January 11th, Chris made his Facebook account public and made a post about communicating with his real-life friends. At the time, he was connected with 5 people, which included his longtime real-life gal pal, Anna McLaren, and
probably
the troll,
cleared it one.
Kim Wilson. After this, he began using Facebook very frequently, writing out his thoughts and sharing them with his supposed friends and onlookers. On the 19th, he made several posts expressing his loneliness and his regretful naivety during high school, which prevented him from acquiring a girlfriend. He feared that his lack of a partner would cause a premature death. After posting on Facebook on a near daily basis, talking about his lack of friends and his autism tutorial on Little Big Planet 2, on January 26th, he made a string of posts about Michael Snyder. I just am really pissed off with that Snyder advertising the place, not of Seaville, as misrepresented in the place's renaming, during this court crap Mom and I are having versus that b****. And in 2 pages of this year's NBC 29 Check Us Out mailing. It is so offensive to me.
Yes.
He may as well be going out against his own restraining order by standing on my own doorstep with a video player, showing his cheap TV ad, waving a blow-up copy of his 10% off coupon like the US flag, and chucking a mud pie in my face. The place is nothing but a meeting place and breeding ground for the perverted trolls and cyberbullies that have been torturing me the past greater than 4 freaking years. I want to see that place burned to the ground. Anna then interjected, commenting that it may look bad for him if someone found his words and brought them up in court. On January 30th, he updated his profile photo, asking if he still looked attractive. Kim told him that he looked like her supposedly favorite actor, Jeff Daniels, and shared a still of him from the 1994 comedy Dumb and Dumber. Chris replied, stating that he had an ugly mug, and that the photo did not make him feel better about himself. Kim then offered him some advice. Chris, please don't be so negative. When you're negative like that, especially to people you don't even know, it radiates to those around you. It makes you seem unfriendly and unapproachable, whether you intend for it or not. If you're happy, friendly, and have an open mind, people can tell. It's like a type of sixth sense, and are more likely to approach you. Those parentheses. The next day, he told his Facebook friends to download his photo onto their phones, or preferably print it out and show it to women, asking if he looked cute or not. And if they ask, tell them I am single, and if they ask how am I still single, do not hesitate to inform them. He is very shy and high-functioning autistic. Tell them not to Google my name, or just leave my name out of the conversation. Kim seemed to be the only person to allegedly do this by showing his photo to her girlfriends, and informed him that they recognized him from the mall, and suggested that he would have more luck if he approached women instead, though Chris thought himself too shy to ever attempt that. 2 days later, obese YouTuber Fat Man made a response video to the August 2011 video in which Chris accuses him of being Alec Benson Leary.
Fat Man here again, and I just want to say
that you're fucking fat.
Whatever his dumbass name is, and they're dumbass. And he's a dumbass, and he thinks I stole some Sonic Shoe shitty characters from me from Alec Benson Leary, but I ain't no Alec Benson Leary.
Okay, how are we gonna do this without fucking dying constantly?
I live in Rockmont, not San Antonio, Texas. This guy is taking fucking dumbass from me, okay?
Gotta make it special.
So he's including Chris Collection Channel as a dumbass. And he should stop being a fucking idiot.
I mean, that's a very fair statement, honestly.
Awesome. Bye now.
You should definitely stop being a complete dumbass.
On February 4th, Chris read his horoscope, which stated that he should keep his business only to himself and his associates, or run the risk of being encouraged ad nauseum. He interpreted it as needing to return to the fashion square to resume his sweetheart search quietly. When he went to the mall, he brought with him up to 50 copies of a 10% coupon from the game place, which he had altered to say that it was a breeding ground for trolls and cyberbullies to discourage
God
customers.
fucking damn it, this again.
He would place the warning cards at various places as he went. He then wrote up an account of an encounter with security personnel. I took my normal once around the mall before settling down to hang, but I impulsively decided to leave a few photos as I walked.
Please stop attacking
I
me.
settled for my hand at a table of the S-Box kiosk. I called my mother to check in.
Obviously
While
talking to
ringing,
Taylor to
a
do this.
jerk-op wandered into my space. I saw one to a handful of my warning
No, I
photos
need something
in his
easier
right
to do.
hand. I felt shocked with surprise. Mom answered. I played it cool with her, while I started to get up and walk away. We finished the chat. She hung up. I hung up as I walked. Then I looked back. The jerk-op following me said something. I started running into the JCP. I hid in the back for a moment to catch myself. I thought it best to leave and return another day. Set to
it's
exit
so
by
easy
the
to
one
do.
with the salon, he and an accomplice intercepted me. You're not in any trouble, the jerk-op said. The hell I was not, or why would the son of a bitch be chasing after me? I exited via the south exit instead. I veered my way around the eastward to the Mitsu I was driving, far east from the East Belk entrance. I started along the outer edge of the parking lot. I was spotted by the accomplice, but I was too fast for him, and I was tactful hiding and weaving around the parked cars to get to mine. I see the ACK catching up as I was close to my car. Those dumbasses probably thought to search for my escort, not a Mitsubishi. The jerk-op called out to me by name once during the mess. I was not going to associate with anyone without my familiarity of him/her. Cheap internet fame is just not worth a shit! I got into my car and escaped swiftly, leaving behind a confused accomplice. Now I rest at an McD with an Arnold Palmer tea and apple slices, rehydrating myself and resting while typing my story up. My mother does not need to know of what happened.
Why are you posting it?
4 days later, Jacqueline Romy created a new Facebook account to Chris's delight. He then posted a photo of himself and Jackie lying in bed, represented by Lego pieces, happy that they would rekindle their relationship and re-establish contact. After having some conversations about what women like, he began working on a new dating education comic and shared with her a preview
That's
photo
gonna
of a
go
new
well.
page, though it was difficult to decipher due to the low quality of his computer's camera. In early February, Christian participated in an event in Toys R Us, in which he built a lemonade stand out of Legos in support of the childhood cancer charity Alex Lemonade Stand. He also learned that he could register to host his own personal lemonade stand and contribute his earnings to the charity. He decided that he would run his lemonade stand in June and quickly set up a page on the charity's website under the name Quickville Helps. He wrote that he would do it in honor of his father, who he claimed died of cancer. Chris set his goal to $50, which was quickly raised through online donations from trolls. On February 13th, he was caught showing the middle finger to a law enforcement officer by his mother, which upset her, and in turn, upset him as well. On February 18th, Chris asked anyone on Facebook for the current whereabouts of his former friend, Megan Schroeder, because he believed that she was the seed of the smear campaign against him on the internet. He wanted to bring her in before his attorney, politician Rob Bell, for questioning. He then posted a photo of her and her brother John. The thing with Megan is a major lot to elaborate. In short though, I had little knowledge and understanding of details when I thought she was a victim. The trolling started before November 2007. Conversations between her and Mr. Snyder were overheard by my mother. I was, from her perspective, weird, different, my good intentions greatly misunderstood, stalker-like, etc. Put it all together. She is the seed of all of that evil. Both my parents knew. I was ignorant for the long time up till now. 2 days later, he shared her last known home address on Facebook.
Oh, why would you do that, boy?
On February 24th, the day of Chris's 30th birthday, the YouTube channel, The Quickville Library, leaked over 10 previously unseen videos from Chris, which had been originally made for Jackie. These included his date videos with his sex doll, a censored version of Cake Farts, and his dance video filmed in a Walmart dressing room. Also
remind me of
was a
that
more
too.
recent video that he filmed at McDonald's, focusing on his mother, Barbara.
You got your digital camera. Yeah. Just a little something there. What do you take pictures of? Just you. Oh. Because I love you. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably would need to get a few more Zoro shots.
We have fun.
Over here anyway.
pretty. You're always pretty.
You're in trouble now.
You know, we were having fun.
What? Yeah. The shirt I picked out from the other side.
That spell isn't ready yet.
I am free
Jesus
as a
Christ.
bird, and this bird you cannot change.
See, the situation is not improved.
Yes.
But now we're missing
On
one
February
cool character.
27th, he expressed his hatred for a recent YouTube video from Sega, in which the video presenters showing the prizes up for grabs in Sega's Free Stuff Friday competition passively mentioned Sonichu.
This is on its own?
Sonichu?
No. Our licensing group gives us stuff to give away, so this is actually available for purchase somewhere, and we'll track that down.
Throughout March, Chris continued to express his loneliness in the form of updates on Facebook. He also revealed that he and his mother wished that Bob were still alive, but they felt his presence in the house, and Chris sometimes spoke with him in his dreams.
That's a healthy
On March
habit.
24th, Chris and Barbara traveled to Washington, D.C. to attend a live show version of the popular Discovery Channel series, Mythbusters. He took several photos with his handheld console, the PlayStation Vita, which he had recently gotten for his birthday. He had a myth-related
Fucking
question
Vita.
prepared about camel milk's effectiveness in curing autism for the show's question and answer session, but was ultimately not selected to contribute a query. 3 days later, he made a post about his carnal desires. I need some sex. I'm no different from everyone else on that topic. I get horny. I think about it often. I'm dreaming of inserting my rod A into female slot V, followed by some lost genetics. Being an adult virgin sucks! Abstinence is a joke. I'm lonely.
Oh,
I'm
abstinence
tired of
is a
being
choice.
ignored and overlooked in public
You don't
by
have a
women.
choice, my
I need some
king.
sex.
Very see.
4 days later,
Quite
he
literally
elaborated
not.
about
You
his
do not
concerns
have
concerning
a
his impending
choice.
court date.
Would really
My
be
court
nice if you
date is
just
coming up,
fucking
and there is a
accept
risk
that.
of me either having the charges from Snyder dropped or me landing in jail. And if my destiny is jail, I will starve myself.
I wanna
do
see
not
that.
want to die a virgin either. I need help immediately. Please send her my way in person. Time for polite conversation and getting to know optional. Anna replied with a joke about him losing his virginity in prison. Chris didn't seem to notice. These recent desperate proclamations of wanting to lose his virginity encouraged an unknown person whom he trusted to arrange to have Chris's virginity taken by a prostitute.
Oh.
They offered him with some phone numbers of a few viable candidates they had found on the website Backpage.com. Evidently, it seemed like he got his wish fulfilled, as on April 4th, Christian simply wrote on Facebook, I am not a virgin anymore, and declined to elaborate further.
You could have had this so easy,
he wrote a
couldn't you?
detailed account of his experience to the person who gave him the list of prostitutes to choose from. I arrive at the predetermined destination of the intersection of 29 and 250.
It's also done there, isn't
Therein
it?
lies
Yeah.
over 4 hotels, including the nearby English Inn. I stay assumed with the Days Inn. I try again with Riley, and I
This
shot
is
for
nice.
Christy. Riley did not answer at all. Kristen stated, I'm very busy now. So, in my cell contacts, out of the ones you have provided for me from the back page, I call up the one I had assumed as a long shot because of the enclosed image of a company logo on her page. The one called Mia Hamm. Hamm is not her real last name, and IMHO, it does not do her justice. She deserves a better name than that. She answers. I introduced myself, told her I found her on the back page. She sounded mature in her voice, down to earth. I arrive at her door and knocked 3 times. It's about 4:30 p.m. She opens and invites me in. Unexpectedly, but not surprising, I was also greeted with the smell of aged smoke. She had done the weed. I complained a
done
little,
the
and I
weed.
sniffed up a small handful of hand sanitizer. It quelled it down for me. Mia was very nice, likable, and down to earth. And she was 24. I forgot to mention, she greeted me in a black lace negligee. She had an average figure. Her breasts were a C. She had a lip ring bobble, tongue ring bobble, and ring bobbles in each of her fine
Why
nipples.
you feel the
We
need to
casually
explain
stood
in
for
so
each
much
other.
detail is
We communicated good
beyond.
throughout. She was fixed, but she insisted I be protected as well. She offers me a green, apple-flavored condom. I lie on the bed naked. She was naked. She had the condom in the edge of her lips. She mouths it onto my most erect penis, and she gives me a very good BJ. Her tongue bobble was a very delightful and stimulating bonus onto my hard one. As she blows me, I place my hands on her shoulders. After she was done, she laid beside me. Her pussy was wet. We handled
Yeah,
each
no,
other.
I don't think I'm gonna
Her
battle
vaginal
cells
opening
needles just
felt
yet.
really good, and
I'm
I
gonna
found
save
her
that area for
clit.
later.
Yet she was very clear about me keeping my fingers outside. I respected her request. Then we roll into each other. We make out, no tongues, with peckings and open mouth.
Probably
We
a good
touched
idea.
each other. Her skin was very smooth. My 5 o'clock made my chin a bit rough. Her long, black hair was silky, smooth, and shiny. Her blue eyes smiled at me, and so did she. I gave her a sample of my strong-handed massage that my mother enjoyed in the past. Mia really liked that. Then, I felt and informed her that I was ready to go in. I requested cowgirl, with possible missionary later, but that did not happen. Her pelvic thrusts were amazing. Her pussy was tight.
Why
Even after pushing
do
2
we have
daughters out
to
of there
listen
years
to this
ago,
in
and I
full
supported her
fucking
thrusts with my
detail?
hands on her knees, weaving back
There's
and forth.
never any need for
I also gave her
that
breasts a good
fucking
thrusting. I felt her
details.
front pelvic bone, which really made the top of the game. She came and I came, but on my coming,
Sick.
it was only half felt, and the semen that was mostly outside, but a smidge on the outside of the condom
Fuck that.
confirmed it. Then I washed my dick with a washcloth I brought with me, and dried it off with a towel I also brought. I
Thanks.
was really satisfied. Then we conversed the rest of the $150 hour. It was very pleasant. She is a mother of 2. They're staying with her mama. Papa Bear dished Mia. It is very sad. She goes from town to town, and she is getting education for a better future along the way. Her individual escort service is a quick spot of cash for her. God bless her and her family.
Why do
I
you
also
feel the
told
need
her
to
a
be
bit of
that
myself here and there,
communicative?
including the troll/cyberbullies. Mia is also half Cherokee, so that was an unexpected good bonus. I told her a few funny bits, informed her of what I knew of the weed from Family Guy and that one episode of South Park, medicinal fried chicken. We had a few good laughs. Then her clock
Fascinating
chimed,
indeed.
alerting her that her next appointment was arriving, so we hugged another time, and I got out of her hair. I promised I would call her later. I did, about 6:30. She
How
had
may I
already
aid
finished
you?
with the next fellow,
Goodbye.
who was a disappointment to her. His was smaller than mine, a wiener in a hallway situation. She really enjoyed my dick, and my personality. I pray the best blessings for her and her daughters. Plus, I may well likely see her again another month, when she's in town, and if I'm not in jail. The whole thing felt natural to me the further it went. I was also surprised that I did not have premature ejaculation. It was awesome, pleasant, and
Fascinating.
so good. Worth it. Only you,
Fascinating,
until my girlfriend comes
fascinating.
around, knows the story. But as for everyone else, all they will ever get to read from me is, I am not a virgin anymore.
Why would you still share
4
that
days later,
much?
he
Oh,
shared some
you
more details
really
about his
don't
experience in a
fucking
private post on
learn.
Facebook. He mentioned her Cherokee
Getting
heritage
painful
and
to
that
see
he
him
enjoyed his
repeat the
penis.
same shit
Chris added that he
again.
had given her a
The
gift
fucking
basket as a
again, and the
token of his
fucking
gratitude.
again.
He explained in a later email to an online gal pal that the gift basket contained 3 apples, a lavender air freshener, breath mints, a 4GB flash drive containing the setlist originally played during Bob's guest appearance on WTJU radio in 1990, and a Hello Kitty pest dispenser. He revealed that he had told his mother that he and Mia met at Walmart, had a pleasant conversation, and then
Yeah, sure.
exchanged phone numbers.
Mm.
On April 9th, Chris and his mother went to visit some of Barbara's relatives in Red Oak, Virginia. She planted fresh flowers at her father's and her sister Karina's graves, and enjoyed some time away from their stressful situation back in Ruckersville. The church next to the gravesite displayed a mannequin of Jesus Christ, of which Chris took a picture. 4 days later, he posted some pictures of his weight loss journey, claiming that he weighed 223 pounds and continued to lose weight. The next day, he met up with Mia Hamm again and recounted his encounter via email to a gal pal,
Oh,
portrayed
for
by the troll who
God's
plays the
sake.
part of Kim Wilson. I have also hung out with Mia again today, treated her to a pleasant and good lunch and another good amount of conversation. We got to know each other a little better.
How
Then,
pleasant.
after returning her to her hotel room, I gave her another little donation towards her funding and gave her the missionary. I am naturally really good, a lot better than had thought before. If I may state, you really missed out on having this bad boy that has felt tightness within a pussy that gave birth to 2 girls beforehand. I'd say that Holly would be loosing all of the doors off their hinges with my penetration, relatively speaking,
fuck's sake.
referencing the Robot Chicken sketch with the woman tossing a wiener down a hallway in front of her boyfriend. Look it up on YouTube.
I think I will
On
decline
April
looking that
16th,
up.
Chris and Barbara appeared in court before a grand jury. They were indicted on their felony charges, and their arraignment was scheduled for July 10th. Afterwards, he posted a tweet on the social media site Twitter, wherein he complained about his lengthy court appearance and wished that Michael Snyder died from stress because he needed to sleep.
Yeah,
At around
I'm
this
sure
time,
that's...
Christian began visiting the Quickie forums, an offshoot of the Quickie which focused on user discussions about him and the things he did. He registered
It's
under an
okay.
assumed name, and in the comments he made, he tried
where
to
are we
portray
gonna go
himself as a
next?
remorseful troll and would defend Chris's actions. His unique writing style made it obvious to other forum members that it was actually Chris in disguise. His posts on the forum are thought to be lost. On April 25th, he revealed his supposed plans to go to Charlottesville's Fashion Square on the 28th to resume his sweetheart search in earnest over Facebook, hinting that he expected trolls to show up as well. On that day, he posted on Facebook again, victoriously announcing that he outsmarted the trolls because he had no intention of going to the mall, for he had been banned from entering the Fashion Square. I had no intention, purpose, or ability to go to Fashion Square at all on today, the 28th. Do you want to know why? Oh, you are all so impressionable. On the 31st of March, I was really having a bad day. What with the upcoming court date on the 4th of April and all. I was feeling very irritable then. I was walking the mall peacefully, but with the stress in my head. I answered a few calls from a troll or two, just to give you all a piece of my anger. Yes, yes, laugh and scoff all you want. My answers were cursory and loud, overheard. Yes, I was chased by jerk-ops, but I did not receive the yellow slip until the 25th of April that said, banned. So, I later decided to pull a prank on you all. The elaborate Facebook note, letting you all shoot yourselves in the foot more by prank calling the mall and their latest manager, Mr. Wiener. His name was on the slip, next to manager. I too scoffed at a small sausage name. All I had to do was stay at home with doors locked and let you all argue and fight it out. I read your posts and laughed at everything you thought was true or what was false, theories and mistaken facts. You all think you know me, but you really do not. And you all just do not and never will understand me at all. And as long as your purpose of knowing me consists of that gossip columnist or worse, trolling, bullying, cyberbullying, abuse, or anything of malcontent, I do not want you to know me ever. In the end, you all have played right into my hands, like me overlooking the battlefield and picking up / placing you all one by one into the bombing range center. I am a lot more intelligent, wise, and knowledgeable than your puny minds can theorize. I am not stupid, nor am I a moron. And you know what? You all have made me this way. Crazy and paranoid, with loss of peace of mind. I'm watching each and every one of you fallible trolls, and rest assured, I know where each of you live, and I'm coming after each of you all. Yes, it was me, and those posts were real. A day later, he posted a screenshot of another member's post on the Quickie forums, and revealed that the inspiration behind his trolling persona Jenkins Jinky's elaborate childhood backstory was inspired by a quote from the adult cartoon series Family Guy. On May 1st, he further explained how he fooled the trolls by getting banned from the mall, and revealed that he had sex with someone he found on the back page. He closed his post by stating that he had made over 200 screen captures of the Quickie forums, intending to possibly use them as evidence in court. On May 9th, feeling lonely, Chris encouraged his Facebook friends to help him find a girlfriend by asking them to talk about him to women in Charlottesville. Kim Wilson left a reply, politely refusing to introduce Chris to random women, and would continue to supposedly talk about him with her own girlfriends. 3 days later, he posted the photo from 2007, which Daniel Mims and Lucas from The Game Place posted on the internet, and practically began the entire trolling campaign against him. Chris angrily declared that Mims ruined his life, and wanted his life to be ruined in return, by asking that someone kill his girlfriend. After Kim asked him what Mims' girlfriend had done to him, he reinforced his stance that Mims did not deserve to have any love in his life, because Chris had none in his. He wished the same unto Megan Schroeder, but felt like she was further outside his sphere of influence. After Anna contributed to the conversation, stating that it was a bad idea to publicly post death threats while he was involved in an ongoing trial, Christian wrote that his previous comments were solely meant for trolls who might read them, so they would in turn treat Daniel Mims poorly. However, according to a tweet from the following day, he still wished for Mims' girlfriend to be killed. He soon conceded that she didn't have to die, and simply wanted for Mims to become emotionally distraught. Later that day, Christian revealed on Facebook that under Barbara's wishes, they both had driven to Fredericksburg, Virginia, to pick up 2 beagle pups from a puppy farm. They were named Clover and Snoopy, and Chris shared their photos online. During the second half of May, knowing full well that Chris lurked in the Quickie forums, trolls on the site decided to devise a plan of printing out and placing defamatory posters of Christian throughout Charlottesville on June 2nd. in order to get him banned from every possible establishment and ensure that he is found guilty on all of his criminal charges. From May 26th, some trolls allegedly began warming up for their plan by posting photoshopped images of posters put up in some select locations across Charlottesville and custom signs branding him a sexual deviant. Chris found these pictures and reposted them on Facebook and asked his friends to confirm if they were real or fake. Anna commented that they were all fake and told him not to get tricked by them so easily. She also ousted Jackie and Kim as trolls. Chris did not react to this comment.
He
A
should.
couple of days later, he asked that someone infiltrate the game place and see if they had any of the posters on display, because he suspected that Michael Snyder may have had a part in the poster scheme. In addition, based on information he read on the forums, he requested that one of his friends go to the bar
Snyder
Club
cares
216
about this
in
shit.
Charlottesville,
Fucking
since
hell.
that was an
Just
electric
wants to
meeting
run his
place
business
for
in
trolls.
peace.
On June 2nd, the so-called Tea Day, Christian woke up at around 6 a.m. and began observing his immediate surroundings from his home and kept a close eye on local news, all while making numerous Twitter and Facebook posts about his concerns over the poster and flyer campaign. He asked his friends and anyone else who was reading his comments to go out and try to catch trolls in the act. According to the phony information he had read on the Quickie forums, some of them would be dressed up as clowns, Ku Klux Klan members, or picklemen. He also feared that
Pickleman
some
returns.
of them may have come armed.
Great.
At one point, he believed that the trolls had hired a skywriter to write a defamatory statement about him. Chris angrily scolded
could
his
actually be
friends
smart.
for not
Interesting
responding
move.
to his pleas for help. Kim soon left a reply, informing him that she had just gotten home from work and was not able to respond to him earlier, and that she also drew a blank and couldn't think of a thing to say. Anna left a more detailed reply. Here is my reason for not saying anything. I know that it's all fake, and that you've fallen for it once again. Nobody's out there posting signs or protesting or anything, but if I say that, you won't believe me. And you have 11 friends on Facebook, many of whom do not even live in the Charlottesville area, and so could not check on things for you. And
point.
the rest may not have been on Facebook yet today, and those that have might not be subscribed to you, so they may not have seen your posts. Chris
All
retorted,
good options.
I'm probably an idiot for asking at a time like this. How do you know? Do you have some intel of your own? Did you know a detail I did not? Please explain, Anna. Anna wrote back, You're not an idiot. I know because people are still messaging me on Facebook telling me so. People who are still your fans. And because it's extremely obvious to me that the pictures of the posters hung up in places are fake. I've gotten very good at spotting the difference between real and fake over the years. And by using logic, it's easy to see that nobody's going to spend money on a plane ticket, /gas, /hotel room, /taking off work, just to come torment you for a day.
Well,
2
maybe
days
they
later,
would.
Christian published a Facebook note announcing that he had apparently informed the authorities about the flyer and poster ploy against him. He then lashed out at the trolls for lying about the poster campaign ever taking place, and revealed that he was reading the Quickie forums using the account Trombonista. On that same day, Chris wrote an
Nobody
email
is
to his online gal
surprised.
pal, sharing his doubts about his future.
It did not
I am
work
so
out.
tired from stress. It is harder for me to maintain focus in thought. I feel like I just want to
Yeah,
go
what
ahead
was I
and die
about to do?
naturally, unless the
Oh, yeah, I
stress
wanted to do
kills me
some
first.
fishing in National
And I'm not going to commit
Reserves.
suicide of any sort. At least I don't have to worry
I wanted
about
to go to
dying
bank first.
I feel like my dream of starting up a family with my future sweetheart and having our crystal daughter is not going to be realized or come true. We do get
How
out.
did you
It
figure?
was just for June 2nd that I had to stay at home to remove me from any suspicion by the damn jerk-cops. We have no respect for the local police.
Jesus
I slept
Christ,
most of the day away after staying awake for a long while worrying. I crashed at about 8 a.m. My only great purpose now is for my mother, our 2 cats, and our 2 puppies. No girlfriend / sweetheart as freaking promised from multiple dreams for Christian Weston Chandler. Only hatred, fear, discrimination, and a whole wide world of extreme, unjustifiable shit lies in the wake of my once good name. Nobody really, truly
Once good
understands me.
name, sure.
I am sad.
When was the last time you had a
confused,
fucking
lost.
good name?
I do not
You
understand.
were fucking 9 or so.
Stay safe with peace. Christian W. Chandler. Sent from my iPod. On June 8th, Chris expressed his loneliness after witnessing a young man nibbling at his girlfriend's ear. He said that he felt like a supervillain because he wanted to make the boyfriend as well as all males between the ages of 21 and 50 disappear. by
Well, that
sending
would
them
disappear
to
me
a
too. I
different
would rather
dimension.
not you do that.
2 days later, he set up his lemonade stand to support
For
the
the
Alex
whore.
Lemonade Stand Foundation. His original plans were to host it outside his home and have it on for 3 days. but instead, he decided to move it to his church and run it for only one afternoon. After it was finished, he wrote that he raised $50 for the cause. On June 14th, he complained about a McDonald's employee who got angry with him for swearing and posted her photo on Facebook. On the 27th, Chris had an explosive outburst on Facebook, ordering all of his trolls and cyberbullies to quit hating him, discriminating against him, wanting him dead, photographing and photoshopping him, among other demands. Anna suggested that he could solve the problem by withdrawing himself from the internet and changing his phone number. He claimed that he couldn't change his number because it was linked to too many things and contacts. Plus, it was on his business cards, which also listed a QR code connected to his Nintendo 3DS.
You're such a
On that
smarty,
same
aren't
day,
you?
he complained about a woman at McDonald's who allegedly discriminated against him. He took a picture of her and shared it on Facebook, asking his friends and followers to throw a newspaper in her face.
Sure.
On June 28th,
Sounds
Chris
reasonable.
expressed his diminishing will to live from having a dead soul. He wrote that he had taken his Transformers Megatron pistol and shot himself in the head to symbolize how internally dead he felt.
Yeah, that's gonna have much of an effect, I'd imagine.
The next day, he wrote a lengthy post about his loneliness and hatred for the trolls, and also passively mentioned that he had recently been banned from 2 McDonald's establishments.
Okay, we're gonna go
I
to
have
the
been
river and have a
encountering
nice
people who
session of
started
libido
hating me
fishing.
in
Oh, you
reference
should
to the
relax for a
recent
bit.
ban from those 2 McDonald's.
Calm me down a
That
bit.
now makes 5 places I have been and am banned from around here, counting Fashion Square. Damn that manager. Piedmont,
Manajerk.
Virginia Community College. Damn Mary Lee Walsh. And the place. Children fucking damned Michael Snyder. I seriously have been publicly invisible for years. The damn trolling stupids have manipulated me, smeared my once good name through the worst mud, muck, and bodily fluids, mentally and emotionally raped me continuously, made the worst imaginable reputation of me on the internet, and relate that onto offline life in gossip, rumors, and presidentially grand
totally
fucked up
didn't
campaigns.
take any
My
part in
mind
that,
is
eh?
comparably as worse off as a
You
terribly bad
fucking
drug addict,
idiot.
constantly blank,
Jesus
irritable,
fucking Christ.
untalkative, ignorant to most social cues, lost in life, yada yada yada. Except I do not do any of those drugs or smoke, and I just do not understand most people and a lot of shit in life. It was
Yeah, as
possibly
we all
around
do.
this time that Chris wrote a brief Facebook post praying that someone plant a bomb in the game place and have it destroyed, along with Michael Snyder. He quickly deleted these comments. On the final day of June,
He
he
should
asked for his
stop
Facebook friends
doing
to
that.
help him with a power outage caused by a tree that had fallen on the power lines. On July 1st, the tree was removed and power was restored to Chris's house and his neighborhood.
Nice.
On July 10th, Quickie Forum users Cyan and Indigo attended Christian and Barbara's arraignment at Charlottesville's Circuit Court and later gave their own accounts of what had happened on the forums. Barbara was the first to go. When the judge began asking the usual questions, such as, do you fully understand the charges you face? Barbara asked if she could have Belle answer for her. The judge wasn't very patient with her, and Barbara seemingly attempted to protest. Barbara simply answered yes to all of his standard questions, pleaded guilty, and sat back down.
Fair point.
Barbara looked as though she had lost significant weight, and another older woman was with them. It's been confirmed that she's Rocky. Meanwhile, Chris was busy completely disassociating himself from the situation. He fiddled around with his sunglasses, making a few noises when they collided with the table every now and then, played with his ring, and didn't seem like he was paying much attention to dialogue he probably ought to be listening to. The
Yes.
prosecution got to have a speech before it was Christian's turn to take the stand. I can't remember everything they said, but the important parts were that Snyder didn't want Chris and Barb to be stuck with a felony charge, and that he hoped that the plea bargain would be accepted by the judge. Bell took a turn to speak. He surprisingly introduced Chris as high-functionally autistic, which is an outdated term and not part of the autism spectrum. At one point, he called Chris an adult autistic child. This drew a notable reaction out of Chris. He went so far as to change his facial expression from severe pouting to as close to outrage as he dared show. He nearly interrupted his lawyer, but must have thought better of it and quieted whatever he was going to say into an intelligible mumble.
Yeah, because
He
it
also
probably
made
would have
note that if
fucking
the
ruined
plea
it.
bargain was accepted, Chris would be assimilated into the world, taught how to contribute to society, and would get psychiatric evaluations and treatment. Chris mumbled something and seemed really distressed by all of this. When Chris was brought to the stand, he stress-sighed first thing. He then repeated his mother's earlier question in hopes to get Bell to speak for him. The judge shot him down the same way he did his mother and proceeded to ask the questions. This is where the things got amusing. Do you understand that you're to be charged the court fees should you accept the plea bargain? Yes, my mother will be taking care of that.
Of course.
Do you understand that you're to pay Michael John Snyder for his medical expenses? Yes, but I don't think that thieving liar deserves a red cent.
You're making it...
Oh yes, folks, I kid you not. Our beloved mayor of Quickville committed public slander in a court of law.
Clever.
I expected a harsh reprimand for such egregiously bad behavior, or perhaps even for his plea bargain to be denied. But alas, the judge pretty much let it go and continued on. Welp,
Probably you just not
another
like
free
a
pass for
happy ass
Chris,
of this
brought to
one.
you by the autism card. And finally, when asked if he willingly pleaded guilty and was his own conscious choice, Chris hesitated for a good 5 seconds. Yes. Barbara Chandler and Christian Chandler were both found guilty of fail to stop at the scene of an accident, and Barbara was charged with assault on an officer. Barbara was sentenced with community service and 2 years of probation, and Chris was sentenced with community service, 1 year of probation, and must comply with all psychiatric treatment and evaluation. If he fails to do so, he faces jail time. Cyan provided his readers with his depiction of Chris in court. The next day, Chris went to Facebook to write that he knew that Cyan and Indigo were present in the courtroom, and that his lawyer, Rob Bell, confronted them. He then clarified that he did not call Snyder thieving and lying, but rather bribing and lying. As his frequent court
You still do
appearances
public
subsided,
slander in
Christian
a
showed
fucking
no sign of
court.
stopping to express his hatred against the owner of the game place, or his burning desire to escape his current real-life situation. For him, the social media site Facebook offered an easy way to voice his innermost thoughts to his friends and foes, and continued to do so, because despite
isn't
what
it?
he had been told, he felt that his constant monologuing and reaching out to others offered him an avenue to some of his most sought-after things: love and validation.
Great idea to continue in the same vein as before. Yeah, it's not gonna backfire at all though. It's just gonna be splendid. That's 37A. Oh. How can one being so unwilling to change even just a tiniest bit? Because you know, that whole claim of being high-functioning autistic doesn't really work that way if you're not actually functioning.
What made him this way?
He's quite literally not functioning.
What is the attraction?
Many, obviously,
What
visible
keeps us
ways.
fascinated?
Fucking fascinating, honestly.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
What a story has it been so far? Jesus Christ. I don't think I'll ever get this shit out of my head any longer.
On July 12th, 2012, the online newspaper Houston Press published an article focusing on punk musician Rex Neighbors III's efforts in raising money for the video game-related charity Extra Life. During the interview, he briefly mentioned that he had made an album called Cholsta's Paradise, which consisted of cover versions of songs that Christian had covered and lyrically modified on his Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums. Neighbors revealed that he donated all the proceeds of the album to autism-related charities, since he considered Chris as quote-unquote blackface for autism. On July 20th, Chris wrote a Facebook post concerning his trial 10 days prior. He clarified that he had not yet been assigned any community service, and also reflected on his lawyer Rob Bell's comments about him. When Rob introduced me to the judge as an adult high-functioning child, I did make a silent comment between me and my mother in response. That statement was an oxymoron. It isn't valid. I mean, I am an adult. Do not call me a child. The statement should have been high-functioning autistic adult, individual, or person. And anyway, I still feel like I have lost, because Snyder is getting paid indirectly from me and my mother through our insurance. He won! That goddamn bribing bastard. I wish him dead from either a heart attack or gunshot murder. On that same day, he let his Facebook friends know that he was keeping himself busy by building 4 different Lego buildings, and decided that he would use pieces from those sets to make a grand house for his future self and his sweetheart, portrayed by the Lego character, Olivia. He confessed that he had been manipulated into destroying his Lego-made city of Quickville by Jackie. hinting that their relationship by this point was over, and he knew that she had been a troll all along. 5 days later, he posted a photo of his Lego self and Olivia next to their completed dream house, adorned by some custom stickers and accompanied by customized pieces representing Sonichu and Rosechu. Later that day, he entered his 2 new beagle pups, Clover and Snoopy, in a Dog Days of Summer photo contest held by the radio station
Probably gonna need to get me
Z95.1.
another energy drink
His
soon.
entry was soon discovered by trolls, who left him pleasant at surface level comments about the dogs.
That is getting...
On the final day of
He's so
July,
tired.
Chris lamented that the Christian page on Encyclopedia Dramatica was still up. He expressed regret about putting Sonichu on the internet and making all the videos on YouTube, which he was coerced into filming, and that they did not reflect who he truly was. Possibly sometime in early August, Chris created a paid profile on the dating site eHarmony. On August 17th, he shared the existence of his profile on Facebook, asking for the reasons why he had failed to speak with any women so far. On the 27th,
Also, I didn't
he
know at this
further
point,
explained
Jesus
why
Christ.
he was feeling low. I'm okay, just faring well. My mom, dogs, and I all have our good health still. I do not want to sound like a cry in the bucket by repeating myself with how I feel emotionally. I'm still feeling low. I am unable to get out of the house, aside from bringing home food and running errands. I have my responsibilities. I'm never going to run away or deny it, but the multiple stress inputs, past and present, seriously get to me emotionally and mentally. And no woman is contacting or replying to me and my paid membership on eHarmony. Constant boredom and loneliness is daily to me, and all I can do is wait with low faith in my future. I wish I could travel back to 1999 and make me and my family stay in Midlothian to change my future for the better. How is this my life? Sigh. On September 5th, Chris notified his friends that he got a message from a woman on eHarmony, though after checking her profile, he suspected her to be a troll since her interests lined up too closely with his. Anna McLaren left a comment, agreeing that it was clearly a troll. Kim Wilson interjected, writing that she felt like it was just a normal person. Anna called Kim a troll, who then proceeded to defend her words of encouragement for Christian. Anna and Kim then had a small bout via the comments over being true friends with Christian. In the end,
What a
no firm
debate.
resolve was established between them. 3 days later, he said that he recently felt increasingly more retarded, brought on by stress in his life. Chris considered including his slowness of thought in his eHarmony profile.
More
On
retarded,
September
eh?
11th, he reflected that it had been over a year since his father Bob had passed away. His loss had resulted in increasing stress for Chris, which manifested itself in allegedly unnatural-sounding belches and mental griefs. He further highlighted that no women replied to his messages on eHarmony, angrily asking if he looked too ugly. In closing, since it was the 11-year anniversary since the felling of the World Trade Center Twin Towers, Chris reminisced that on that day, he was out shopping with his mother and bought himself a pack of Pokemon cards. On the 23rd, he stated on Facebook that he had tried messaging the Wallflower, but got no response. Throughout October, Christian continued to write Facebook posts
Why would we
expressing his
return to
profound
that?
sadness and
Why,
loneliness
Chris?
brought about by numerous factors, such as his father's death, bullying from trolls, and a seemingly futile search for a sweetheart. On October 8th, he sent an email to Kim Wilson, writing about how the Chandlers were considering bringing their 2 beagles to a professional dog trainer with whom Barbara had flirted, as the dogs were in need of proper training. In addition, he told her that
Because
he
the
put
idea
his
to do
mind
it
at
himself
ease by
never
building
occurred.
Lego structures, playing video games, and meeting once a week with his pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. He also feared that his Facebook account had been hacked into, so he promptly changed his password. On November 2nd, Chris wrote that his foray into dating via eHarmony had not worked out as he had intended. He further reflected that he was not suited for online socialization, and that supposed damage and missing links in his brain prevented him from excelling in public as well. 5 days later, he posted a photo of his custom-made Lego watch, which was supposed to represent himself, and added several punsom statements about the watch. On the 26th, he wrote on Facebook that he was feeling down again, missing his father. He also expressed his hatred for the entire male population for taking all the women and leaving him with none to choose from. 3 days later,
I don't think that's
he
really the
revealed
problem,
himself
is it?
through a captioned photograph of himself that he was a true American and also a brony. When Kim asked Chris about what a brony was, he told her that it was a male fan of the cartoon series My Little Pony. On December 11th, Chris also came out as a gamer publicly on Facebook. The following day, he informed his friends that he had recently gotten a new gaming device, the Nintendo Wii U, and subsequently donated his old console, the Wii, to his church. He then requested that if any of his friends also get a Wii U, they should send him a friend request to his username in Nintendo's online social space, the Miiverse. He scoffed at the trolls for not discovering his account sooner. On December 20th, as a Christmas present, he offered a free download of the recording of his father Bob Chandler's guest appearance on WTJU radio in 1990, plus an additional 3 hours of jazz music. A few days after Christmas, Chris lamented again that he felt very lonely and almost wished that the world indeed ended, referring to the popular conspiracy theory of the time that the end of the world had been prophesied to come on December 21st, 2012.
I need to get closer.
On the final day of the year, he commented that his New Year's resolutions for years have been to find a woman to make into a sweetheart, but sadly, that wish had yet to be realized. On January 1st, 2013, Christian left a comment directed at his friends. Stupid comment. If there is anyone in my friends list who knows any slender woman in Charlottesville, Virginia, who can introduce me to other women in Charlottesville, Virginia, of which are very likely to be single, smoke-free, slender, honest, and true, I would be eternally grateful. Yep. The next day, he wrote again that he felt depressed and that his life was like a nightmare. He posted 2 photos of a Lego figure representing himself. First, standing upright, and then lying face down. He soon made the Lego figure his new Facebook profile photo. On that same day, he posted the photo of him accepting his graduation certificate at Manchester High School in 2000 and expressed his regret for not shaking anyone's hand and running off stage crying. He stated that his mother had told him that his actions brought shame upon their family. On January 10th, in an email to one of his gal pals, he revealed that pranksters sometimes threw eggs at the Chandler's house and their cars. He also told her that he felt great difficulty in opening up to new people because he believed that anyone he may meet in real life, even police officers, might turn out to be trolls in disguise. After sympathizing with him, she let him know that she would be attending the gaming convention, Madicon, in nearby Harrisonburg, Virginia, and asked if Chris would be interested in coming along. After several discussions with his mother, Chris stated that he was allowed to go to the convention for 1 day. However, in order to limit the number of people there who might recognize him, he planned to wear a costume fashioned like the one seen in the 1997 film Eyes Wide Shut. At the end of the
totally
month,
not suspicious.
at the suggestion of a fellow churchgoer, Christian created a profile on the online dating site, Match.com. When he was setting up his account, he found that someone else had used his email address to create an obscene profile, which he quickly wiped clean and personalized, and set his username as Quickville Guardian. On February 4th, Chris posted a recently discovered photograph featuring Daniel Mims from The Game Place, the person who helped spread Chris's 2007 photo on the internet. He asked if anyone knew of his current whereabouts, so he could either send him or hand him a letter expressing how strongly he felt against him and his friend, Lucas. A couple of days later, he posted about his enjoyment of the 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series and attached a photo of his Lego TMNT figures, revealing that he had drawn breasts onto the female turtle, Venus de Milo. Not long after, Christian made a Facebook post shared only with Kim Wilson, showing that he decided to shave off his eyebrows and was evidently not pleased with the result.
Yeah, obviously you
After
wouldn't
receiving
be.
some suggestions from her, he decided to start using a smudge-proof eyebrow pencil and custom shape his eyebrows. On Valentine's Day, Chris asked her if she knew of any record dealers or collectors in the area, because he and Barbara were intending to sell Bob's extensive record collection to pay off their debts. On February 25th, a day after his 31st birthday, Christian wrote an extensive complaint on Facebook, focusing on a short YouTube video featuring the voice actress Tara Strong, playing the part of her Twilight Sparkle character from the series My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, performing a parodic troll-related rap. While I do respect her voice acting in MLP FIM, and she does a good job at portraying Twilight, I feel distraught in hearing her voice not only in promoting trolling, but linking Twilight with the act, even as to dare mark the now Alicorn a mascot for trolling. As a lot of people are aware of me, I have been a grave victim of
Yes, you
trolling
think a
for
lot of
over
people are
5
aware of
long
you.
years. I've been emotionally
He had
and
absolute
mentally
confidence in
scarred
his
by the
own
troll's
fame.
deceptions, lies,
It's fucking
blackmail,
amazing, honestly.
slander of my once good name, and so forth. Now I'm like a black sheep of the world for the wrongest of
The
reasons, and
fucking
people are
last
afraid
time you had
and
a good name
misunderstand
was maybe
worse
when you
of
were
me and of who I
fucking 9
am
or
and
so.
was.
Come on, fucking
So,
Chris,
I address
stop.
you, Miss Tara Strong. Did you have any knowledge or
Stop.
acknowledgement of what trolling was and
Fucking
is, and how these
stop,
horrible
please.
people have and continue to mentally and emotionally damage innocent people with their twisted, sick, demented, and evil ways alongside Anonymous
Jesus
and 4chan
Christ,
behind the
woman.
veils of the internet? How do you stand in the name of protecting innocent people from being emotionally and mentally damaged from such bullying? And what were you thinking at the time when you recorded your voice for Black Griffin's meme, which obviously depicted and promoted trolling? If you had absolutely no regard to the consequences of the people, including myself, who were, are, and have been the tragic victims of the bullying trolls, then I see a lot of disappointed Twilight Sparkle fans and bronies ready to boo at you. Please prove my theory wrong, and make a statement directly from your person, and in the good name of Twilight Sparkle, Bubbles, and all of the characters you've given your voice to. One of his readers decided to forward his message to Tara Strong's own Facebook account.
Oh, nice.
She addressed Chris's post the next day. I don't think I've seen anyone put an ugly spin on something this outrageously for their own attention. Anyone who follows me knows that I'm on a huge anti-bullying platform, and even wrote and produced a song about it. All my trolling, as we on Twitter call it, is completely adorable and makes people smile. Christian's article makes me angry and disappointed. Hope I never meet the guy.
Hey, he got his wish.
The next
Finally,
day,
for once he
Chris
was
defended his
recognized
comments on Facebook,
by
calling
a
out trolling as bullying and denouncing
famous
Strong's
person, I
involvement
guess.
with the short.
I mean,
In early March,
not
Christian
for my
dyed his
point of
hair
view, I
back to
suppose.
brown after admitting to Kim that his blonde hair did not bring him as much attention as he would have liked. On Saturday, March 9th, he attended Medicon held at James Madison University,
surprised about
where he
that,
met
eh?
up with Kim and also 2 of her female friends. He showed interest in one of them, but Kim told him that she already had a boyfriend. After he got back home, he wrote that it was his most enjoyable day in a very long time, but his good mood was soured when he found out from the Quickie forums that one of his most suggestive pictures that was leaked to Jackie was featured on the MTV show Philosophy.
Jamie? Yes. Who do you date? Who do you room with? Who do you call the cops on?
Okay, room with bacon guy, because I love bacon and I can steal his. Definitely
Yeah, George.
put that guy in jail because that's a really ugly couch in the background.
Chris left an angry comment on the show's Facebook page. From the one woman's words, Jamie Lee, I don't know what is worse, that she would not date me, or that she would put me in jail over a freaking couch. My once good name was actually jailed because of the setups.
You
Those
don't
anonymous,
understand
lousy,
when somebody
shit-faced
makes a fucking
trolls.
joke.
At least I was more clean, sexy, and gung-ho than either of the ugly, grimy freak shows I was compared with. If I did not have a very good day beforehand today, I would seriously be calling my attorney on your damn show's ass.
Oh, well, we'll see that
On March
case
18th,
being brought
Chris
to
wrote on
top.
Facebook that he felt it spooky and creepy that other autistic males he saw looked just like him. 10 days later, he complained at the increased talk about legalizing gay marriage on the news at the time. I mean no personal offense, and I am for lesbians being together and their marriage, but I'm really offended with the damn homosexual males altogether. So I am like 50-50 on the current topic in the newspapers, but I am
That's not how that
100%
works.
sick, tired, and disgusted of having to read at least the headlines in the Post. Talk about something else already. Anna left a comment. It isn't right for you to be okay with lesbians and not be okay with gays.
Yep.
Chris then defended his stance. Like it is not right for me to prefer women over men for attraction and companionship, or a number of women not liking women over men for their catty attitudes. Kim also contributed to the discourse. Huh, that's weird. You know, the gay women are taking potential girlfriends away from you, and the gay men are keeping other men from taking potential girlfriends from you. So, you've got it backwards. Anyway,
Actually,
you
an
know,
interesting point, isn't
some
it?
people might be against autistic rights, you know? What if people are offended by you and say you shouldn't have a girlfriend? Chris then replied, well, I do not like the majority of the male population regardless. The straight ones take the women away. The damn homo males not only try to push their gross ways onto me, but have emotionally and mentally devastated me in their shit troll/cyberbully
Yeah,
ways.
because those are all
They have
gays,
mislabeled
of
me
course.
and stoned you as such. Damned males piss me the hell off. Kim closed the argument with one more comment. Huh? But that doesn't have anything to do with the original post.
No,
but yeah,
but you need to
nah,
focus it on.
they're not
He
actually
needs to
trying to
focus
push
on
their
himself, otherwise,
sexuality
you know.
on you. They just know that you react to it and took advantage of that.
Precisely.
They're almost certainly not gay, and probably many of them aren't even men. You've really got to cut down on the sexism, Chris. Women find it unattractive.
Yeah, you should probably stop
On the
that.
final day of March,
You
a letter
should.
written by Chris concerning his displeasure with his church was leaked on the Quickie forums. He originally had sent it to his counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, who was instructed to print it out and spread it around amongst the parishioners. The exact date at which it was originally written is uncertain. I feel that ever since Reverend Elizabeth Foss left our church, it has greatly gone downhill for me. Ed Winkler banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness,
Well,
and great
surprise,
stress.
so fucking
Only the
price.
people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age, or even in their 20s, gives me much to do, or include me in their conversation. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time. And in public, I am constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking
How can
out
somebody
gets me
be
absolutely
so
no attention. I
self-focused?
continue to be
It's
paranoid about
amazing.
everyone, because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I am forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic mental and emotional mess, and there is very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees
Such a
fit for some
fucking
hateful
crazy
beings to continue to
idiots,
curse me
Jesus
as a jinx.
Christ.
And so, the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. On April 4th, Chris made a post about wanting nothing to do with Michael Snyder or the gameplays. In a private post made public only to his friends, he further elaborated on his hatred for the place, and singled out Megan Schroeder as the prime queen of the trolls, for conscripting Snyder, Mims, and everyone else at the game and hobby store
Yep.
against him.
That's
He
precisely how
wishes
that
to
works.
exact revenge on her, and have her jailed and beaten up for allegedly being
Oh,
a
you're
vile,
so fucking
wicked, traitorous bitch.
absolutely.
On April 20th, Christian posted
Away
2
from it.
photos of himself holding up paper signs. One stated, "I'm my own free bitch," and the other read, "Haters to the left," with an arrow pointing at Chris's left, but the viewer's right, which unintentionally ended up pointing at Chris. Anna fixed this error and posted an altered version of the photo in the comments. He allegedly made these pictures for a girl who he was introduced to by Kim Wilson. 2 days later, he shared a photo of his cat Lucy sitting on his belly, which he called his shrinking mound. On May 15th, Chris went to Facebook to express his disgust for an upcoming spin-off movie of the cartoon series My Little Pony called Equestria Girls, in which the main pony characters are reimagined as humans. Chris claimed that this movie
Gets
would
worse,
invite
isn't it?
pedophiles into the fanbase, which according to him was already polluted with so-called horse enthusiasts.
Horse
On that
enthusiasts.
same day, he reported that his iPod had fallen out of his pouch, and while still functional, its screen was cracked. 4 days later, he displayed his new invention, which allowed him to store a couple of Apple devices neatly in one place. Necessity is the mother of invention. I'm glad I crafted the idea for my idea bookcase. Photos taken with new iPod Touch 5th Gen, out of duct tape. The front and back covers are lined with bubble wrap. The inner spine loop can hold as thick as a charging cable, or most pens. There are holes for the cameras to see through very well, and the corner holders are very successful in holding most iOS pod/phone devices. And there is also the Velcro clasp. iPhone 8 gig for calls, business and internet. iPod 32 gig for entertainment with videos, music and all. I
You
keep it safe with
definitely
the
have
lanyard
too
strap
much money
and
to
tucked in my
waste.
bosom. On May 23rd, Christian made his first appearance under the username Painting a Tree on the Quickie forums in a thread about possible server migration. Even though the conversation itself had since migrated onto another site and no longer available in its original layout, the content remained the same. In his short comment, he wished for the Quickie forums user Marvin, who was also the man in the pickle suit during Chris's date with Emily and one of the leading
interesting.
members of the private villa of corrupted citizens trolling group, to die, along with the rest of the forums, so he could live out his life in peace. He inferred that he was in fact Chris himself, though other
course.
commenters did not publicly acknowledge this fact.
She was
2
getting
days
tired of
later,
not getting his
in the move
attention.
to seemingly get the best of the trolls, he posted a link to an image album on the site Imager, consisting of most of his past Facebook posts, many of which were private and shared only with a select few friends. Whether this was truly Chris's act or someone who hacked into his Facebook is uncertain. On May 30th, Christian complained on Facebook about his mother being displeased with him playing video games like Resident Evil in front of her. My mother has been really getting on my nerves. I really need my girlfriend so that I can get away from here now and then. And I cannot even go downtown now because it wastes so much gas and gas is so costly. And to make guys on my mother's concern for gas costs, that is one reason why I have been on my sabbatical from my church. I have had more freedom when my father was alive, and I end up losing it when he passed away, because now I got to serve my mother and protect her and everything. And I can blame that son of a bitch, Michael Snyder, for taking and wasting the money that my mom and I had soon gotten from my father's passing, because he had to go send us to court for all the goddamn shit of his. Michael Snyder is a bastard to me and my mother. For taking us to court, he essentially stole a lot of money from us indirectly. In early June,
that's
Christian
one
began
interpretation.
playing the PS Vita game, Tor's Friend Network, which was connected to his Facebook account, and frequently automatically posted updates about his activities on his profile. On June 22nd, after finding out that he and his mother were not invited to his half-brother Cole Smithy's wedding 3 months prior, Christian recorded a video targeted at the musician who performed at the wedding, John Kyle, who was also Cole's stepbrother.
Hello, John Kyle. This is Christian Weston Chandler, Joseph Cole Smithy's half-brother. We share the same mother, Barbara Ann Weston Chandler. I understand that you have performed recently at his wedding a few months ago. I have just learned this. Yeah, so he finally got married. Whoop-de-doo for him.
Yeah, pretty good for him actually.
And thank him for the invitation that we never received. We would have RSVP'd sooner and actually come to the wedding had he actually invited me and
Would
our
you
mother.
really consider inviting Chris
Anyway,
to your wedding?
I'm sending you this video
Because I would
response
fucking not.
because I wish to inquire about his
Just saying.
current address so that my mother and I can at least be able to write to him personally.
Probably not a good idea to give him the
She
address.
does miss him very much. I tried time and again to get him to contact him and get in touch with him, and my mother talked to him. He never responds.
Well,
Never responds. He
whoop-de-doo.
should love his mother. She misses him. Nearly 72 years old. She does not need to be treated like a piece of dirt. She is a lot better than that. Regardless of what anybody has lied to Cole about. Everything he heard from anybody outside the house, even Jerry, his father-in-law, or Jack, I think was the name of his real father.
You were well informed.
They all lie to him about about the kind of person Barbara Ann is and was. So at
Sure
least
they do.
have the common decency to reply to
Yes,
us,
yes.
brother. It's been like what, over a decade since the final ever family reunion in Red Oak. Everybody hates us there now since Karina died.
You blaming your dead aunt for everybody hating you
Anyway,
now. Oh,
if you know his
Chris.
address, John, please refer to me,
Oh,
relay it
Chris.
to me, and you may share this
Why?
video with Cole as well next time you talk to him. Thank you, and have a good day.
At a later date,
Would have
John
stopped.
Kyle was made aware of this video and left a comment. He stated that he was sickened by Chris equally as much as the community surrounding him, and that Cole had never even mentioned Christian to him. 2 days later, Mary McLaren, Anna's mother, metaphorically sent Chris good energy via Facebook and asked him to enjoy each day by finding joy in the small simple things that give him pleasure. He left a comment on her post. Whoopee! That'll bring pretty, single, well-organized women around to make the first move on me. Open parentheses, :0. On July 7th, he shared via Twitter and Facebook that he liked the movie My Little Pony Equestria Girls on YouTube, despite his initial staunch criticism. A month later, Chris went to Facebook to praise the high school Lego set and said it should win an award for Best Toy. On August 6th, Chris posted a photo of the newspaper onto which one of his dogs had recently urinated. He felt that the resulting puddle bore the image of a girl. The next day, one of Chris's Facebook friends, William Elliott Waterman, made a lengthy post on the social media platform addressing the trolls. After finding out that his comments on Chris's posts were also being archived onto the wiki forums, he lashed out at the trolls, expressing that he felt that they were no better than Chris, and despite having a job, neither was he. He angrily pleaded for them to stop bullying him and treat him like a human being. Sometime in early August, Christian began tracking down as many people as he could from his Manchester High School class of 2000 on Facebook and sent them friend requests. After they connected on Facebook, Chris sent them unknown gifts, for which they thanked him via post on the social media site. He apparently had trouble finding Tiffany Gowan, one of his closest gal pals, so he asked on the Quickie forums through his Painting a Tree account about her whereabouts. He failed to gather any useful information. From August 15th, he started uploading seemingly random pictures on Twitter and Facebook. On the 17th, he revealed in a graphic that each of those images was linked to one another in some way, and asked if his readers could solve the riddle and determine the missing picture in the sequence. After getting annoyed by the lack of people trying to contribute an answer, Christian went to the Quickie forums under his Painting a Tree alias, irritated by the trolls' silence regarding his riddle. He explained how a couple of the other images related to each other, and encouraged them to try solve it. He deleted the riddle 2 days later, and returned to the forums to give one more clue for the riddle, which involved a photo in which Chris wore a hat, with branding promoting the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team. He expressed his infuriation at the trolls' stupidity, and questioned why he still followed them. On August 20th, possibly with the help of another party, Chris started a page on Facebook called Braziers for Males. His aim was to encourage and normalize the concept of men wearing bras, giving multiple use cases, such as to prevent chafing, offer support and relief, flatten the wearer's chest if they develop enlarged breast tissue, or even to express their sexual identity. The profile photo of the page was one that was snapped by a troll, and originally depicted Chris out in public, wearing a sports bra, onto which "Want Woman" was written. However, the iteration on Facebook was altered to remove the text on his bra.
Thug thug!
On the 23rd, he uploaded a photo album onto the page, showing a collection of male breasts. He later on updated another album, wherein he edited all of the photos with what was likely Microsoft Paint to make it seem like the men were all wearing bras.
Yeah,
also on
very
the 23rd,
good work there, Chris.
Christian shared a post on the Breast Cancer Awareness Facebook page, and revealed that his mother, Barbara, was a breast cancer survivor. He soon after uploaded a photo of his mother with her dog, Snoopy. The following day, Christian started a discussion on the Quickie forums titled, "Christian Weston Chandler is straight! You goddamn pinheads! I have already told you. Chris has told you. The riddle's answer was the fucking Pittsburgh Pirates! Christian is not a goddamn homo! Christian is straight! He gets hard over women. He vomits at males. Get
That's
it through
not a
your
natural
goddamn
reaction.
demented thick skulls, you goddamn pinheads! I should know very well, because I am Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, himself.
Mogra!
You goddamn males make me vomit, sick and
For
shit.
the Horde!
On September 1st, Christian shared his custom-made online flyer for a supposed reunion of his high school class, due to take place in 2015, and asked
I guess
if
I don't
anyone could
really
help
need
him track
much.
down his gal pals, Tiffany Gowan and Miranda Mitchell.
Yeah, we're gonna
The
hunt
next
him a few more
day,
lovely
he reported
sisters
that he
just
got
to
into
do a
an
bit more
altercation
farming.
with a so-called female manager at Walmart. He shared
That
her
should be
name
an
and
easy
email
enough job.
address, and requested
If
his
in
followers
this
to let
state.
her personally know that no one should bother autistic people who are currently
But I need
depressed,
some-
in a foul mood, and
That's
hate the
strange.
Xbox line of game consoles. His friend William Waterman tried to reason with him, and advised him against sharing people's email addresses on a public forum like Facebook. Chris in return reinforced the story that the event happened because he was in a bad mood, and that the female security officer spoke harshly to him. He confessed that his actions were immature, dumb, and irrational, but he had mental problems. He further elaborated that he was in his present condition because of the actions of past managers and Megan Schroeder, and demanded that she return his Sailor Moon DVDs that she allegedly had conned from him. He closed his rant by calling his attorney, Rob Bell, a major wuss, and complained about the thousands of dollars that he and his mother had to pay him. Not long after, he reposted his original Facebook post on the Quickie forums under his Painting a Tree alias, once again seemingly pretending that he was not Chris at all. He encouraged the trolls to harass the security officer. A day later, he wrote what he called Quick's Hallmark Negative Life Events, which was a chronological list of events and people in his life that negatively affected him. These included his childhood babysitter, Roach, the elementary school principal who attempted to molest him, his high school graduation, Michael Snyder, Megan, and the online trolls. 2 days later, Chris had his final court date in relation to his crimes against Snyder nearly 2 years prior. All his felonies were reduced to misdemeanors. He received a 2-month suspended jail sentence, was requested to be on good behavior and stay away from the game place. On September 6th, Chris angrily took to Facebook to declare that he had been banned from his nearest Walmart because of his actions on the 2nd. When asked by his friends as to the reasons why, Chris wrote that they banned him for drawing on in permanent marker an H and E in front of an Xbox display in the store, making the sign read, Hexbox. Despite his followers trying to reason with him and tell him why it was a justifiable punishment for defacing the sign, he still could not come to terms with it.
One more energy drink.
The next day, he announced another encounter with law enforcement.
At least wake me up a bit.
God is giving me the middle finger yet again. I backed up and scratched a car in El Agave lot. And she's a damn smoker. Now the damn jerk-up is giving me a hard time because I am screaming up at freaking Emmanuel God. I want God to just kill me now if he is going to keep giving me middle fingers and a damned difficult life.
Welcome to reality.
After this event, Christian decided that police were not allowed to be in Quickville, Virginia, and that law within the town could be upheld solely by the psychic Pokemon team led by Magichan. On September 10th, he shared his Braziers for Males page on his personal profile. Later that day, he wrote a post dismayed about a decreasing friends count on Facebook and pleaded for his friends to not leave him. He regarded all members of his high school class part of his family and desperately wished for all of them to come together for the reunion. On September 11th, he posted a photo on the aforementioned Braziers for Males page, which showed that he became offended by witnessing the DVD cover for the film Magic Mike and had drawn on bras on all the shirtless actors on the cover.
Why would
he
you
soon
do
after
this?
uploaded a photo gallery of men wearing bras. Also on that day, a troll who went by the name Martin Wilson posted a video on the page, allegedly thankful for Chris bringing awareness to the subject and speaking in a manner not unlike Christian.
So this is what I wore before he told me to go to Walmart. I used to go with a white tee, and you see the duct tape, the tape in the background? Yeah, I used to, cover my nippy slips, nippy slips.
Nippy slips, yeah,
So
sure.
Thank you to Christian.
You have another
Chandler,
expert
the
coming up, don't
founder
we?
of this page, and anybody else involved in this movement. I feel like this will go really far, and maybe we need to take this to President Obama and Michelle Obama. They seem like sensible folks who will help us realize our goal. So thank you, group. I feel very welcome.
On the 17th, Chris discovered a DVD of the cartoon series Sonic Underground, which he spotted on the grass in his front yard. He supposed it was a gift for him from either a fan or a troll, and had been lying on the ground for quite some time, since the front cover had gotten warped and wrinkled from being out in the rain. He then went to Facebook to demonstrate how to and how not to bring him presents, with the help of some demonstrationary imagery. On September 24th, he showed off 3 Lego characters meant to represent Megan Schroeder, Mary Lee Walsh, and Michael Snyder, all upside down and contained inside another transparent Lego piece. He confessed that when he felt especially angry, he would shake the vial, treating the figures like voodoo dolls, taking out his anger on the people he believed had wronged him.
Oh yeah.
He further explained
Happy
that during his
habits.
friendship with Megan, she often requested that he buy items from eBay for her, and apparently did not reimburse him with cash, but instead merchandise from her own collection, such as anime, manga, DVDs, figurines, and a mixed bag of Legos. On October 3rd, Chris received an email from one Rebecca Bentley, a troll who posed as one of his Manchester High School classmates. She expressed her disapproval of his constant negative comments against Megan, highlighting that their interactions happened a long time ago, and that possibly she could have changed as a person since then. She wanted him to admit that he played a part in the downfall of their friendship, and that he could channel all the hateful energy he had against her into something more productive that could make him happy.
He could.
Throughout
quite
early
literally.
October, he continued to make hateful Facebook posts against Megan, claiming that he would only forgive her if she apologized to him face to face, gave him back his Sailor Moon DVDs, and when all the negative words against him on the internet are gone forever. On the 5th, he allegedly received an email response from Megan, though it was likely to have been penned by an impersonating troll.
Nobody
I
is
didn't
surprised.
conspire to destroy your life! You did that enough on your own, with your ridiculous webcomic and your war against ED. As for the touching thing, I don't like being touched by men who aren't in a relationship with me. And all those things you did for me, I thought you did that because we were friends, and I was grateful. Do you know how much of your crap I put up with? The touching, the rants, the being creepy, all that. I never set up that ED page. It wasn't me who told Mims and Lucas to do stuff. I didn't get you banned from the store, and I sure as hell am not responsible for the death of your father. Do you know how bad that picture made me feel? It scared the hell out of me. You are the one who should apologize. Didn't you consider me a sweetheart? Well, for all your other sweethearts, you made those stupid videos. So if I still mean so damn much to you, why don't you make a video apologizing to me?
Oh,
And
that
maybe,
stick again.
just maybe, I'll consider emailing Lucas and telling him to take some stuff down. On that same day, Christian posted 28 photos on Facebook, seemingly depicting a narrative in which the Lego incarnations of Chris and Megan fight each other, and Chris ultimately defeats her. Without much interaction from other real-life people, Christian's imagination took over, fueling his unquenchable rage for the people who he saw as his enemies. Even when his friends tried to convince him otherwise, he refused to let go of the idea that he was a widely persecuted figure, hungry for revenge. So he sought comfort in the things that could not disagree with his thoughts, those that could help him realize his visions of vengeance, the games and toys around him.
Of course he goes there. You know, I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised. Not even really disappointed, honestly. At this point, I'm just taking it in, going like, yep, this is precisely what I'm expecting to happen. Oh, I was that close to leveling up, eh? Didn't even fucking realize that. Shit. Must really be getting so much tired. Also, we've had that new energy mint does immediately give me a bit of a little boost. I say now, standing up this way also helped probably.
What is the attraction?
You wonder
What
every
keeps
single
us
time.
fascinated?
But morbid curiosity is the only answer you're gonna get.
Of Christian.
Because let's be honest, what else is there? I mean, really, what else is there? I'm sorry to say, but Jesus. He is such a narcissistic little bitch that only cares for his own narrative. He doesn't give a shit.
2013, Christian's Facebook friend, William Elliott Waterman, changed his Facebook profile picture. Chris then left a comment, accusing him of making fun of him by allegedly trying to look like him. 2 days later, Chris began showing his support for the video game-related charity, Extra Life, by liking a video concerning their partnership with PlayStation. He soon after published his charity page on the Extra Life website, hoping to raise $200 for UVA Children's Hospital so that he could carry out a 25-hour gaming marathon on November 2nd. Those who successfully raised $200 would receive a special branded t-shirt promoting the
I can
cause.
tell you, it's difficult
On
that
October
long of a
11th,
time.
Chris complained on Facebook that someone pretending to be him was sending out an email to his contacts, which concerned his alleged troubles in the Philippines after being mugged. He clarified that the message was falsified since he was still in Ruckersville, Virginia.
Of course he is.
2 days later, he announced that he had already surpassed his $200 goal for the charity. On the 14th, he reported to his Facebook friends that he developed a squeak in his jaw and self-diagnosed himself with TSJ disorder, which he believed was caused by his mother's constant complaints about her troubled finances and her scabies caused by flies. He also started to consider going back online to meet a woman, one who could save him from his situation.
Again.
He soon after received an email from Rebecca, a troll posing as his high school classmate. She urged him to go to the doctor about his mother's scabies, which could get a lot more serious due to barbarous age. 2 days later, Christian told her that his doctor confirmed that he had TMJ, and encouraged him to do some jaw exercises and take Tylenol. He seemingly did not mention the scabies situation, and informed Rebecca that his mother had been suffering with the miniature flies for a few years, and had tried a few methods to get rid of them, such as freezing them with ice packs or frozen peas, and manually picking at them. He claimed that the problem was close to being resolved, and that she had gone to doctors before about her situation, leaving them dumbfounded. He also expressed his desire to establish contact with his half-brother, Cole Smithy. He addressed his thoughts about returning to online dating by detailing the past failed attempts at meeting women he met over the internet, and then asked her if she was single. I am a Cinderella and Rapunzel, trapped with the moral obligations and stress of caretaking and guarding of my small family, and often being stuck forcibly due to financial problems and paranoia of the terrible people, causing me nightmares at times with school bus trips resulting
That's
in driving
the
off
main
the high
problem,
freeway
Chris.
edges, flying to dive towards a cliff, water,
It's not
another road,
like you're
or
quite
whatever.
literally, do
I'm
not
troubled
ever change your
emotionally
fucking
and mentally, and I
approach.
desperately, but still picky, require my destined. God continues to mock me by not letting me have her in my life, or not for long, or ever. Sweetheart to see me long after the eventualities. And if I don't find her soon, I may as well be one of those worthless, lack of purpose premature death cases. It all really taunts and hurts me. I just do what I am able to help me and my mother get by one day at a time. Rebecca replied, stating her confusion at calling the causers of the scabies flies, when they are really caused by mites. She advised him against his mother picking at the mites or freezing them, since the only reliable way to get rid of them is through an exterminator. Chris then replied, letting her know that his mother had an ointment for the scabies, and had an extensive knowledge of her condition. On October 18th, Chris claimed in a Facebook post that a troll had sent him a Back to the Future themed Lego set as a present, which he greatly appreciated. Kim Wilson did not believe his claim, though he still maintained his story. Soon after, he made another post, this time claiming that he got a figurine of the character Eyebrawl from the video game series Skylanders as a gift. Kim refused to believe him and demanded answers. 1 week later, Chris filmed a video in McDonald's in which he showed off his Lego-built recreation of Manchester High School, which was constructed using multiple different Lego sets. His pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, acted as the videographer.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler, Ruckersville, Virginia, and I'm here to present something very fantastical that I have worked over 3 hours on, over 30 hours on.
Yes, sure,
October
correct yourself.
18th to October 25th, 2013. This lovely high school. Yeah, and I tell you how I tell you more about this. I was inspired to do this starting from last August when the Fred's High School came out. And this thing was built with 8 of these sets, a summer riding camp, Olivia's house, 1 cafe, 2 of Stephanie's dance classes, and then a whole bunch of improvising for my parts. The building of this is dedicated to Manchester High School in Midlothian, Virginia.
Why did My Little Pony advertisement?
On that note, I was further inspired for my high school from the My Little Pony Equestria Girls movie. I mean, I tell you, that's a really great movie. Available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital copy.
Good to know. I'm never gonna watch it. Now that you have advertised for it, even if I had the tiniest interest, which I didn't because I know far too little about this particular franchise, it would have been gone down the drain about now. Yo, Planetary, welcome back.
This thing is
I'm still doing my thing. How about you? Had a good night's rest, I hope? Because I can tell you, I did not. I've been sitting here the whole day. Playing.
Anyway, welcome to this.
It's actually doable because I'm actually doing something I do enjoy to some degree, but I reached the point where complex commanding of my character has become very difficult.
And here's a lunch table. Pretty much which I used to
Yeah,
sit in my high
correctly it
school
would be
gal
like
pals,
3
Tiffany and
hours, 25 minutes, roundabout. You're gonna have to keep a watch on it because, as I said, YouTube is a bit bitchy about that. I'm gonna set an alarm in an hour or so I don't forget to actually not overlap it too much, basically.
And look, Michelangelo's eating a pizza.
No. Yes,
And
Chris.
Venus Delino is practicing her cheerleading moves. There's the principal, the infomaniac from Lego Island. Not in way
Thanks for the information, Chris.
corresponding or whatever to.
I've also reached new heights in the Christian saga. I've reached points
Peter Cosplay.
I have given up, basically.
And there's my dad.
Just take it in.
Negotiating with the principal.
Literally, I have given up.
Because What's one way to make friends in high school? Negotiation. Here is the home economics class. There's the music.
Quite literally, you reach a point in this whole story where it's just like, you know what, I just give up. He's incapable of changing for the better. He's not even trying, and if he has a feeling that things are not working out the same specifically bad way as before, he deliberately attempts to put them in that way again. That's not stupidity. That's not incapability. That's deliberately acting weird. We're at episode 39 at this point. So yeah, I've been watching this for a long time now. As I just pointed out, you know, through another one, we played a bit with the Hearts of Iron mod Equestria, what I want to say? Yeah, probably. Basically, My Little Pony mod for Hearts of Iron. Actually pretty well made, which gave me so much cringe, it's not even funny. But now that Christian has advertised for My Little Pony, I kind of feel even less interested in learning about the franchise. It might be a bit unfair, honestly, yes, but I feel like I will make a large move away in any direction that is not going there. Because, I mean, this guy has read pretty much all the things. Spoke some German at some point. I feel dirty now. Chris. You make my life so difficult these days.
My mother's teaching it.
Not enough now.
Just a tiny bit.
Abraham Lincoln.
That also might be because I'm a tiny bit tired.
7 years ago.
To be fair, that might play a tiny role there.
What are you trying to do? Cheat off your partner for a test?
Is that it? See, even when, you know, a short while ago, this nice little saga of ours here, Bob died, and that was actually sad. Even though that was saddening, and the only good thing about that was that they actually got some money from, well, basically what Bob left there behind. They immediately lost it for being fucking stupid about it. And instead of accepting that and just, you know, trying to live the quiet life now, he starts bitching and moaning. When the trolls actually stopped trolling him, because even they were like, oh shit, he died, Bob died, so that's, you know, we need to stop now. This is enough probably. Take a break. Then Chris goes ahead and motivates them to go fucking back and start this whole shit again. He provokes them into starting again. It's fucking amazing. Because he constantly next goes, but my bad experience in the past, but the trolls. And he tells everybody. Okay, where did you leave off? You leave off when Chris is still pretty damn normal, quote unquote, on his endless quest for love quest. So what has happened since then? Okay, so first things first. Bob died. It's the next major main event. Bob died. He left behind a lot of, quite a lot of money actually, for Barbara and well, little sunny Chris boy here. And well, they managed to get into a bit of a problem because, well, they managed to have a bit of a car accident, as in, you know, pretty much driving over a certain Snyder. And Barb also got a bit of an extra charge for being especially nice and pleasant to a police officer. So basically, you know, resisting the law, not a good start. Went to court, and instead of, you know, just accepting the fact that you're fucked because you did fucking wrong, they used all of the money basically that what your friend left behind on a fucking pricey lawyer. So basically now fucking themselves to hell and back just because they want to be in the right and they want to get their quote-unquote right, which they had no, there was no way to get away with that. Basically, it ended up with them pleading guilty, having paid an ass a lot of money for a fucking lawyer, and Chris bitching and moaning about the lawyer, calling him a fucking child, basically. It's also when he starts using Facebook, and it's also the time when Chris starts becoming increasingly strange because he suddenly is like, I want to wear makeup now and I want to feel like a girl. And you're sitting there and watching this and go like, oh fuck no, please not that too. Well, he of course, you know, will once again not stop stating politely that he's absolutely straight. And even though he wants to dress and look like a woman, he still would like to fuck women. So, you know, no penis go away. Therapy or operation, of course. Then he goes into a forum specifically for that. That is, of course, set up by the trolls. Because, you know, since Chris couldn't shut the fuck up, the trolls came back after Bob's dead. And, well, so then he basically gets some fake information about the true identities of some of the trolls of the past. He makes a fucking asshole-ish amount of videos gloating with his revenge, which of course, you know, if you know that he's getting fucking trolled again, is highly amusing, to be fair. And yeah, we watch him turn ever more into a very strange looking man that is now learning things. It's also when he starts doing shit for Jackie again without questioning anything. She asked for videos of him, what was that one thing? Cake farting? I don't know if that actually is a thing, but it's a very disgusting video that he did where he basically farted on a cake and then sat on it. And I was like, why? This is gonna hunt me in my dreams now, isn't it? Yeah, same as usual. Yep, lag. Same as all before. Same as all before. We've seen what he's capable of doing just by getting asked, so nothing new there. And what else? Well, I mean, he constantly drifts up, and he now has found fun with Facebook, I suppose. By bitching and moaning about Snyder and everything involved with that, and still claiming that it's all the other's fault and not any fault of his own, and that he never did anything wrong, and that he's just an innocent victim, and he never gets tired of mentioning the fact that there are trolls and there are evil people, and on and on and on it goes. And somebody just lose the fucking motivation to even mention it. I've seen this guy do fucking horrible things now at this point that I really don't feel comfortable with, honestly. He still has that habit of describing things in excess detail to a point that it's not funny, and the sheer willingness to do things that every other person, and pretty much every circumstance, apart from maybe if somebody holds a fucking gun to your head, would not even consider doing. And he's just going with that, and then he complains. And well, now we come to the highlight of his life. He lost his virginity. It's gonna get worse still, yeah. But hey, he lost his virginity. By prostitute. As no one is surprised, he could have saved himself so much trouble by just fucking going ahead and fucking doing that years ago. But no, it took him until now, and well, he then, of course, wrote another very descriptive post of the sexual act that he had committed with said prostitute in great detail and length. And I was like, please, stop it. Please, just stop. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, me too. He was like, yeah, she was very pleased with me. Chris, for fuck's sake, she's a prostitute. She's quite literally gonna say it's good even if it's the worst she ever had. It's kinda her fucking job. Jesus fucking Christ. It was such a nightmare to listen to. All of these times when it gets to that point, when it becomes sexual, you know, normally people might be like, yeah, I did the fuckies, okay. Like, yeah, what a nice blowjob, okay, I can get behind it. Do not fucking go ahead and describe in excessive details what the fuck was going about there. And then, of course, you know, he once again realized that he still has no sweetheart, so he's still looking for one, and now he's trying to rope his old high school people in there because he's painstakingly trying to look them up, going so far as to posting names that of people he couldn't find on Facebook to the trolls to make them find his old high school people to get a fucking class reunion going. And I will bet you fucking good money that his only goal in that is to try and get somebody to bang on a more regular basis, because I don't think this guy has any idea what a fucking relationship would even be. Bitching and moaning the whole time, like, how hard it is that he now has to care for Barbie. It's just like, fuck's sake, it's your mom, of course you need to care of her, especially after your dad died. It shouldn't be seen as a fucking extra burden. Normally that doesn't even keep people from doing their fucking job. And this guy doesn't have a fucking job. He has all the time in the world. He doesn't even make fucking comics anymore. He has literally all the time in the world. Oh. So yeah, well, this is just one of the latest things where he was basically out of many assets. Also, there was a time when he did another video where he fucked his doll and was like, who's your brownie? And I was like, so that term didn't have a bad enough connotation in my mind already. Now we have a new one. That happened. Honestly, you know, military, if you have a lot of time and a lot of morbid curiosity in you, watch the whole series up to this part. You will not be disappointed. You'll be shocked. And you'll be scarred for life, probably. Because Jesus fucking hell. I mean, yes, we all know. He fucked the little love doll of his, to make another video, because he, you know, never learns that making a fucking video of yourself doing fucking stupid things is not a good idea. The fact that they're leaked out is obvious. Precisely getting ordered to be like, asking the doll, who's your brownie? And you're sitting there like, Chris, come on, man. Come on. If you actually got the fucking driver's license, which means you're not completely retarded. I know, brony, as in, you know, that term associated with, how did he pose, what was the term he used? Pony enthusiast or horse enthusiast, something like that, in regards to the more, apparently rather large community of people being very much sexually aroused by the whole My Little Pony franchise. Interesting. Interesting indeed, but, well, that's very much on a side note in this whole nonsense going on. I quickly realized about, probably about 2-3 hours ago, that I was not capable any longer of doing enough control to do normal questing, which is why we're running around again and killing laughing sisters. Because that is actually something at this level I can do, well, yeah, basically without thinking, because they really can't do enough damage to me. And this is probably how we're gonna spend the last, the next hour or two, and then I'm probably going to, I don't know how I'm gonna spend the last hour, honestly. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. Do not expect much, a change in content. Why is any longer? I've kind of reached the edge of what my mind is capable of handling in that regard. But hey, I'm still up for conversation, yeah. It might take me a while. But yeah, have I missed out anything else? I mean, there was that one time where he was like, I've created a thing myself. It's gonna be sucky. It's gonna be somewhat sucky, especially because Monday starts a new job, so I mean, since I basically already did a stream with the Chronos today, I'm kinda going to, probably stop at the 24-hour mark, then I'm probably going to somewhat drag myself more into the evening, probably by going out and taking a nice little jog or something, to keep myself awake. And I'm gonna go to bed quite a bit earlier, so that my sleep somewhat aligned at least with tomorrow, because I probably have another normal 8-hour day tomorrow. But well, I did promise, and I'm gonna keep my word, that if we get this done, I'll do a 24-hour stream. And honestly, since I can't really tell you when the next time will be, when I could reasonably manage this anyway. What are you gonna do after stream? Probably go outside and do a bit of, you know, nice little jog around the block, basically. Get some fresh air. Then probably a nice cold shower, and then just trying to pass a bit of time. Cleaning a bit around the house, stuff like that. Nice and relaxed stuff that keeps me moving so that I don't actually fall asleep. And then probably around 6 or so in the evening, I'll probably just lie down and be like, fuck this. Should still end up with probably enough sleep for tomorrow. Might be a bit sucky, but meh. Could be worse. Yeah, try not to go to sleep. Yeah, I mean, the very moment I lie down, I'm probably going to fall asleep. Oh. Actually, good advice. I should drink a bit more energy drink, otherwise I'm going to fall asleep while doing this even. Ah, thank you, little Terry.
My mana is low.
Yeah, let's indulge a few more episodes of Chris. I'm almost in the 40s. I think there's like almost 60 or 60 or so episodes of this. There's just a bit more to go.
Not enough mana.
And honestly, it's still gonna get worse. The fact that after all I've seen, I can still reasonably sit here and go like, yeah, it's just gonna get worse. It's fucking horrible, honestly. To be fair though, this is most definitely the person, at least to my best of my knowledge. This is truly the most documented person by his own work, not to one degree, and by the work of others. He's probably really the most documented person on the internet. Not only does he share everything, well, at least 90+% of what he has ever done has been recorded or captured in some form, either by himself for different purposes, or through some trolls, which is amazing. And still, it's just too much information. Okay, click the play button again. And try to zone out a bit while doing more murdering.
Have a good day.
See, at least since this is a job I actually did precisely like this, and I was a lot less happy and lucky with the drops for the pages last time I did this. So this is a job I can do in my sleep. Quite literally.
That the email was a trollsome fabrication in order to get Chris to stop bothering his classmates. A lot of us were surprised, even shocked to see how much Christian had changed from the way we remembered him in high school. He was just this awkward, slightly odd, shy kid back then. A lot of the special ed kids got picked on, but for some reason, Christian seemed to get it much worse than the others. And I let Christian hang out with us, mainly because we felt sorry for him. He sort of latched onto us, like he expected us to protect him. He was like a lost little boy. Sometimes I think he saw us as sort of mother figures, which seems a little creepy now. But Christian seemed harmless enough back then, and we didn't mind him hanging out with us. As far as socializing goes, we didn't really hang with him outside of school, except for the time we went to his 18th birthday party. I'm also really creeped out that he's still obsessed with and he's actively looking for her. She's well aware of this, and she's taken steps to make sure that she's very hard, if not impossible, to find. A lot of people became friends with Christian because of the reunion, and also because a lot of them still felt sorry for him. Some people are having second thoughts though, after seeing that awful picture he drew of his friend. A lot of people stopped feeling sorry for him and started ignoring him after they saw that. I was shocked that he could draw something so gross and depraved. The thumbs up sign really pissed me off for some reason. The whole thing was very sexist, disrespectful, and, above all, damn creepy. Chris went to Facebook
and they still expected something that's not creepy from him. Oh, that's fucking cute.
Bullied in high school. He denied ever looking at his gal pals as mother figures and apologized for his Facebook post not being considered normal. He clarified that he wanted to find Tiffany Gowan because he was lonely and sad and needed closure. He then added that this revelation made him consider committing suicide, but decided against it because of his mother and his dogs, and that a premature death would leave him
That's
in
a
limbo
fucking
in the
excuse.
afterlife.
You're just looking for the fucking
On
attention
Halloween,
at this
he
point.
changed his profile photo to
You
his
bitch
Lego
boy.
incarnation in zombie form, since he felt like he was emotionally dead. He also
See?
requested
He's
that
really
if any of his
inattentional
gal
at this
pals
point.
wanted to apologize to him, they should come directly to his house and do so in person. On November 4th, Christian returned to Facebook to address his She Came for Quick drawing, which depicted him sexually satisfying Megan. He revealed that he had ripped the picture into little pieces a long time ago and regretted ever drawing it. However, he defended himself by pointing out that many people before him had featured naked people in their artwork. He then fully forgave Megan Schroeder, Michael Snyder, and Mary Lee Walsh for all the
Again.
wrongs they have made against him.
Let me point this out again. He again forgave them. Again. He did say that. He's very sorry about what he said. He's gonna start cursing them again fucking soon, isn't he? Oh, did you jump around? Yes, you did jump around.
high school on his YouTube account. Quick.
Where were we?
Getting the websites down, and so I can find in the video, but failed to recollect the specific details behind its intention. He also wrote that he had a lot of missing links in his attempts to get it much worse than the others. As a sort of mother figures to his 18th birthday party, as she's very hard, stopped feeling sorry for him and started ignoring him. Disrespectful and, above all, damn creepy. Chris went to Facebook in disbelief, posting Sarah's full email, and countered her claims that he was often bullied in high school. He denied that a premature death would leave him in limbo in the afterlife. On Halloween, he changed his profile photo to his Lego incarnation in zombie form, since he felt like he was emotionally dead.
Most people
He also requested that if any of his gal pals wanted to apologize to him, they should come
that
directly
have
to his
worked
house and do so
with
in
nude
person.
art or
On
very
November 4th,
graphic art.
Christian returned to Facebook to address his she
I mean,
came for quick
basically what I
drawing,
did
which depicted him
during
sexually satisfying
first part of
Megan.
Cronus' stream,
He
you know,
revealed that he
taking a
had
very,
looked
very
at
explicit
original
picture working
pieces
with
a
that.
long time ago
That's
and
not
regretted never
creepy
drawing it.
at all.
However, he defended himself
It
by
is
pointing out that
degenerate,
Megan
yes, to
before
some
him had
degree,
featured
but it's
naked
not
women
really
in
creepy
her
at all.
artwork.
Now if I were to
He
sit
then
here,
fully forgave
draw a
Megan
fucking
Schroeder,
sister,
Michael Snyder,
draw a picture of my
and
sister, my
Melody
mother,
Walsh
whatever the
for
fuck
all
have
the
you,
wrongs they have made against him.
just pick
The
them
next
in
day,
a sexual
he
way and
uploaded the
then
video
make a
tour of
fucking
Lego High School on his YouTube
start
account
working on that
with
picture.
no guardian,
Yeah,
and
that
revealed
that
he
would
made
go
it
a
for
bit
competition
farther,
to
wouldn't
get
it?
Lego's attention.
Chris really fails to understand
On
the
November
differences
12th,
there.
a supposed Manchester High School
Really,
classmate
the
sent him
difference
an
there.
email after watching Chris's 2009 video in which he inadvertently insults the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
Oh yeah,
He
that one.
expressed his distaste for the video and
How
demanded
the
that Chris
fuck
explain
did we
himself.
forget about the
He
9/11
replied,
video?
writing that he did not intend to cause any offense in the video, but failed to recollect the specific details behind its intention. He also wrote that he had a lot of missing links in his brain and was still gravely saddened after learning about the supposedly true nature of his friendships in high school. I am most unable to get any act together because I have some ADD and OCD in my brain. It becomes difficult for me to concentrate one thing for an extended amount of time unless I really think hard about it. I'm not a smoker. I have not had any alcohol in months. I'm on prescribed anxiety and blood pressure medications. My father has been dead. My mother drives me crazy sometimes. I have my responsible obligations at
See?
home. I am very lonely.
Everything is
No
at
one
fault,
outside of my house
but
will
not
give me
he.
the time of day
Not-
or in person
not
for
Chris.
consultation and comfort.
Chris is the
And you
good
and
one.
everyone
He does
else wants
nothing
to
wrong.
judge me based on
Ugh.
impulsive stuff I made during the bunch of years I was being bullied in attempts to get even with them, getting the websites down, and so I can find emotional peace, even though there are considered shooting myself in the foot moves. God damn it all!
No,
Sent from my
God has
iPhone.
left this
Stay
room a long
safe.
time ago.
Christian W. Channel.
Jesus followed swiftly.
On November 19th, he posted
I
a
would still
photo
call
of
his
a
name,
phone
Lord
note which
Jesus,
attempted
please.
to describe
Please
his
deliver
hardships
us for
and
this
also
at
offered
least
a
one
depiction
time.
of the state of his heart. 10 days later, Chris sent Rebecca a brief email wanting to know Sarah Bevel's phone number because his mother Barbara wanted to speak with her concerning her so-called textile abuse against Christian. The next day, he announced on Facebook that the rumors about him and his mother spending Thanksgiving in a soup kitchen were false, and that they spent the day at home. On December 11th, Alec Benson Leary released a recent video in which Chris films a tour of his house. The
Fuck's sake,
exact date of
Chris.
which it was recorded and the means of acquiring the video from Christian are uncertain.
And he does it again, see?
Just seen was the living room.
He has learned nothing. Last time he had to shout and scream and it never disappeared.
Walked off the other side of the. Actually, that was the family room in its entirety, both halves, but their half, the second half was.
Of course he does
locked.
another video of the
And then the
house.
bathroom down here, and pretty much the. It's pretty much the utility room, the laundry, and back door. Back to locked. This house.
Yeah, do something about that. How about it?
Mr. C, my father had to have narrow passageways, but they were not this narrow.
Well, you haven't cleaned up anything after your
yeah,
father's
steps.
died, didn't you?
Going up to the front door right there, and then more steps going.
I'm pretty sure also they have a bit of an infestation in the house apparently, and you can see why they would have an infestation in this house.
Kitchen, very much locked off all over.
Yep.
with the Resident Evil refrigerator right there.
That screams
The term
sickness.
Resident Evil because in Japan, Resident Evil video game is called Biohazard.
Oh yeah, it is.
The one I played recently. That's much living room as you can see above this block.
Fucking disgusting, seriously.
2 couches, hardly been used. Footway through this narrow hallway. Upstairs bathroom with bathtub and shower. Pretty much hasn't changed since the trolls first saw it.
Yeah, you probably haven't even cleaned any more of the stains since then.
And this is my room, obviously. A lot more cleaner than it is now. A lot more cleaner than the rest of the house, actually, right now.
Wow, and you're proud of
Couch
that,
under
eh?
that pile. I'll make the bed shortly
I
after.
think he actually is fucking
Anyway,
proud
that's
of that.
pretty much the inside of the house. I guess I better show you the outside as well.
No thanks, I've seen enough actually.
Boarding mom and dad and everything.
Don't blame your parents, you're not fucking doing shit about it though. You're not cleaning up
Camper.
yourself.
Yep, and we just exit from the house to the front yard. And there's an accessible portion of middle of the garden. Essentially, front of the house. Yeah, I think the front yard is more clear than the backyard.
Oh god, please. Is it that hard to do something about it for once?
My father liked to spend time in there. Yeah, trees, clearing up the gardens, and driveway. More dealing patch, vehicles, and we saw the pen in the backyard earlier.
For sake, Jesus Christ, just do a bit of fucking cleaning up, throw some things away, sell them, I don't even care. I'm gonna make the bed, yeah. Fucking liar. Not gonna do shit.
So yeah, I'm not too proud of the state of the house.
Of course, and that's all you have to say about
That's
this.
pretty much everything right now.
Yeah, but you're not gonna do anything about
Rebecca
that.
sent Chris an email questioning his reasoning behind his high standards for a potential girlfriend. Chris told her that regarding her suggestions of joining a social group, he already tried
Fuck's
that.
sake, really.
In addition, he felt he could not make the best of reading self-help books or watching self-help videos because he could not concentrate for long enough for him to process all the information and enact changes in his life. You don't have to tell me about the stereotypical, maybe shallow women and how attractive they are. That only weighs in further into my fear of every woman being taken by some damn male. I have a personal hatred for 99% of the worldwide population of my own gender.
I am fucking
often
proud of
even
the fact
find
that Chris
myself
would
disgusted
probably
at my
hate
own
the
penis,
ever-living
as
shit
well as
out of me.
thinking, I wish I was born female with
literally.
the possibility of being a lesbian, or something like that. I find the males most ugly, offensive, horrendous,
Yes,
crazy,
all of
creepy,
that.
and all that shit. Most of the damn trolls are damn homosexual males. I really loathe them, especially when they push their damn lifestyle into my face. And even just imagining it makes me throw up. I'm most definitely straight, and I take great offense when anyone dares mislabel me otherwise. It pisses me off! Sarah dared consider me
Actually, I
on
would
this
assume that most of
even
the
back
trolls
in
are
high
not
school.
actually
Ugh.
gay.
I also often ask myself, in this dead end of a life, in a cluttered house
I would
with my
probably
mother,
assume
without
that
a
would be the
sweetheart,
case.
in over our heads in debt. How is this my life? I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I have a
Listen up, little god fucking asshole Chris creature. You had got quite literally tens of thousands, according to this video series, of monies when your father died. You fucking idiots managed to waste all of that. And now you come out and complain about having fucking debts to pay? Are you fucking shitting me? What a fucking asshole. Seriously, fuck's sake. It's not that fucking hard to fucking not spend your money on stupid things. But no, you had to spend it on the fucking best lawyer you could get, only to get a guilty as plea charge anyway, because you had to admit to it, because you couldn't get the fuck out of that, no matter what sort of lawyer you put in there. You could have gradually not even hired a lawyer. Oof. fucking mongoloids. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't get me started on depths. Jesus Christ. The only reason you're on depths is because none of you think anything fucking through. Ugh. He's the literary as fuck. I'm getting pissed off at this. He's really the worst kind of person. This is a kind of a head with. It's everyone's fault, but not my own. I have no hand in my own demise. I quite literally am the victim of everything. He always goes that way. It's the trolls, they're evil, they're bad. Yeah, everybody hates me. It's the male population's fault. Yeah, everybody's at fault. Just not Chris. In his mind, he has done no wrong, and he gets punished by God for everything. Yeah, that's how life works. That's totally how life is. Take that to heart, children. Take that really much to heart. And then take that knowledge, make it into a nice little fucking paper ball, and throw it in the fucking garbage bin where it belongs, and fucking grow up. Yeah, basically, yes. Jesus Christ. I mean, grow a fucking pair of balls. I'd had more balls in a fucking dress. And Chris had at his best times, because for fuck's sake, he doesn't understand what it means to actually take fucking responsibility for your actions. Not the world's fault that you're fucked. Usually, you had your hand in there. You tried something. You failed. Okay, shit happens. Woohoo. Jesus fucking Christ, what a fucking asshole he can be. I really should stop pushing that button.
And OCD in my brain. It becomes difficult. I am very lonely. No one outside of my house will give me the time of day. Chris sent Rebecca a brief email, wanting to know Sarah's day at home. On December, the video from Christian are uncertain.
That we had already seen. I don't want to see that again because it's gonna give me fucking cancer.
Or watching self-help videos because he cannot concentrate for long enough for him to process all the information and enact changes.
Yeah, excuses is what he has, and all of them.
Stereotypical, maybe shallow women and how attractive they are. That only weighs in further into my fear of every woman being taken by some damn male. I have a personal hatred for 99% of the worldwide population of my own gender.
The only bright. That's the only bright part here. I think he would very much hate me.
I wish I was born
very much hate
the
me.
possibility of being a lesbian or something like that. I find the males most ugly, offensive, horrendous.
He really deserves no pity, honestly. He really
Most
doesn't.
of the damn trolls are damn homosexual males. I really loathe them,
They're
especially
not.
when they
They're
push their
not.
damn lifestyle into my face. And even just imagining it makes me throw up. I'm most definitely straight.
That's also not a
and I
normal
take
reaction
great
to
offense
someone's
when anyone
sexuality.
dares mislabel me otherwise. It pisses me off. Sarah dared consider me on the mislabel, even back in high school. Ugh! I also often ask myself, in this dead end of a life, in a cluttered house with my mother, without a sweetheart, in over our heads in debt.
Fuck
How is
you.
this my life?
That's all I can say
I
about
don't know why
this.
I'm telling you all this.
Fuck you,
I have a
fuck
feeling
you,
that you are
fuck
a
you,
genuine,
you.
caring woman who listens and keeps it
Go
confidential.
fuck yourself.
I pray you will not betray me as well by not telling any troll or whoever else any of this, leading towards even more degrading mockery and shit. Sigh. Rebecca and Christian then spent the next few days sharing their hobbies and favorite TV shows. On the 20th, he asked her if she was interested in coming back to Virginia and if she were single. Rebecca did not respond to his suggestions, and instead questioned him about his reasons for hating the majority of the male population, especially the gay men. She was disappointed by his stance, and mentioned that she broke up with her ex-boyfriend because he was a bigot who insulted her LGBT friends to their faces. He apologized for shocking her, and clarified that he could cope with gay men as long as they did not offend him or got too close to him. He blamed the trolls for forcing the gay agenda onto him, which increased his hatred of them. But he felt no offense against lesbians, bisexuals, or transgenders. He expressed his desire to cross-dress more, but resisted because of his mother's objections. He also told her of his need for real friendships to relieve his troubles and misery. On December 16th, Christian listed a collection of 54 pornographic DVDs up for sale on the online marketplace website, Craigslist. He asked for $1,000 in cash and was not open for negotiation or haggling. When he notified Kim Wilson about this, he stated that it was an effort to relieve some of the financial burden the channels were under at the time. She told him that some people might raise concerns over the DVDs containing trace amounts of Chris's semen. Chris denied this. She said that $1,000 was a lot of money, and that his porn collection was not worth that much. She encouraged him to try finding a job, possibly with the help of Reaching 10, a service that could help him realize this goal. In mid-December, Kelly Andes, Chris's high school crush, shared on Facebook his video in which he demonstrates how he would perform oral sex for Jackie, allegedly claiming that she threw up in her mouth while watching it.
Probably yes.
Later on, Sarah Bevel posted an old leaked photo of Chris wearing his mother's undergarments. These posts are likely to have been created by trolls impersonating his former gal pals. On December 23rd, Christian wrote a Facebook post about Justine Sacco, the former personal relations executive who was internationally shamed for her insensitive tweet. He mentioned that she had previously tweeted about a dream in which she had sex with an autistic kid and boasted about it to his friends and ex-gal pals. However, the original tweet contained the hashtag FML, which is usually designated as a punchline to a story of unfortunate circumstance. Some days later, Chris notified Rebecca that the Chandlers spent a quiet Christmas at home. When she mentioned that she received the new game console Xbox One as her Christmas present, it upset him because he believed that all trolls played on Xbox, and that news of her gift put him in a bad mood. After she asked him if he thought that her having an Xbox made her a troll as well, Christian clarified that he did not think so, and apologized for his emotional outburst.
Yeah, sure, every troll is on Xbox.
On January 2nd, 2014, Chris asked Rebecca to convince his former gal pal
does anyone remember
to solve his emotional
I'll
help.
give you a brief excurse here just to clarify this nice point you just made here. Anyone ever played the original Monster Hunter on PlayStation 2? And on the PlayStation 2, not a well-known fact mind you, but did have with a bit of an expansion that you had to buy separately, an online functionality, so you could go on with your PlayStation 2 and play cool stuff with it, including Monster Hunter. Even way back then, trolls were a thing, mind you. But a very special circumstance, but people always trolled. And even before that they did. For fuck's sake. It's not an Xbox exclusive thing, okay? It's not an Xbox exclusive thing is the only point we should take away from this. Chris is just once again being an asshole for no good reason. Then he once again is going to be very insincere, apologizing for that. Well, like, yeah, I realize it. The only reason he's apologizing is he still desperately wants continuous access to pussy. And he doesn't want to pay for it, basically.
Problems, since he felt that their lack of friendship for him was killing him.
My mercy for this guy.
Forwarded an email she
Whatever
received
mercy I
that was
once
written by
might
a
have had
troll
at
pretending to
episode
be Sarah Bevel.
1 is so
The
far
fact that
gone.
Christian thinks that anyone can somehow force Tiffany and I to be friends with him clearly shows that he has no respect for our rights to choose our own friends. Despite what Christian may think, nobody wants friends forced on them. The arrangement that Tiffany and I made in high school was a unique circumstance. We willingly chose to enter into the agreement. This is yet another reason why so many people have a problem with him. Christian isn't entitled to friends.
No,
Nobody
he's not.
is. Friendship is something you have to work at. Christian isn't willing to put even the minimal effort into this. He doesn't want friends. He wants people to kiss his ass. Christian's idea of a friend is someone who will always be there to cuddle him, feed his ego in order to make him feel better about himself. If I were you, Rebecca, I'd seriously reconsider having anything to do with Christian. Do you really want to Google your name one day, only to find out that you've become the inspiration for Christian's latest rape fantasy porn drawing? Seriously,
And
as a
actually,
friend,
that's
I'm
actually
telling
a
you to
problem
run.
that could
Don't
happen to
walk away
you.
from this. On January 4th,
Imagine that.
Christian posted about the games Pokemon X and Y, which he had been playing on his Nintendo 3DS, and shared his 3DS friends code on Facebook, and requested that when his friends sent him a friend request on the game console, that they also write their Facebook name so he could confirm who he befriended. He continued to post about his progress on the game for the next few days.
And things are probably not gonna stay silent for long.
Cause of a house fire early this morning. It started at about 3 o'clock this morning at a home on Branchland Court.
Basically, yeah.
That's in the southern part of the county. We're told the fire started in a first floor bathroom, but got
Basically,
quickly out of
yeah.
control and eventually shot through the roof. Everybody inside was able to get out safely, but one firefighter suffered minor injuries. The cause of the fire is still under investigation.
At around 2 a.m. on January 10th, a fire broke out at the Chandler home. It was later revealed that Christian was in a room adjacent to their downstairs bathroom, using a Keurig coffee maker that was powered by an extension cord leading from the bathroom. The frequent opening and closing of the bathroom door over time wore away the protective coating of the cord and caused a spark which started the fire. A call to 911 was made at 2:44. The first fire engine arrived a little over 15 minutes later, though soon the fire was growing beyond their control, and those on the scene had to request additional manpower.
Yeah, you do that.
At around 5 a.m., the fire was
It'll
still
probably be
ongoing.
around when you
One
come back.
firefighter, who received minor injuries,
It's not
was
that long,
transported to
no,
North
it is.
Jefferson Hospital.
We'll
Because
get
of the
this shit
hoarding
done.
situation
We'll do
at the home,
24
the
hours as
firefighters
promised.
could not enter the property through either of the doors.
Yeah,
and
see you soon,
instead
Jerry.
had to climb in through the windows. Chris and his mother escaped without injury, along with their dogs, Clover and Snoopy, and their cat, Lucy. Unfortunately, their cat Scamper perished due to smoke inhalation.
Oh, not the
They saw her
cat.
face in their neighbor's house, from where Chris wrote a Facebook post, published at 5:22, informing his friends and observers of what happened. He later on left a comment complaining about the large number of people clicking the like button on his misfortunate update. By around 7 a.m., the fire had been fully extinguished and all the fire trucks had returned to their bases. At around this time, Chris wrote an angry comment directed at Keurig's Facebook page, blaming their coffee maker for the house fire. The company page apparently was interested in listening to his troubles, though what exactly was privately discussed between them is unknown. Chris's Facebook friend, William Elliott
They're
Waterman,
probably
was not
not
impressed
gonna
with Chris's attitude
take
and
that.
left a comment. Chris, your house burned down today, and this is the first thing you do? Blame Keurig? Chris, it's no secret that house was a fire hazard. How many things were plugged into that outlet besides the Keurig machine? Chris, I'm sorry for what happened, but vengeance is the wrong attitude to have now. This could be an opportunity in disguise. You can live in a clean place and not let it turn into a cluttered mess. My heart goes out to you. Christian soon left a reply. Into the one outlet in the downstairs bathroom. The only thing plugged into it was the Keurig brewer, and the power circuit breaker failed to auto shut down from that socket. Do the math. William then informed him that plugging in electrical appliances in the bathroom was dangerous, and that they should be plugged in there for only brief amounts of time. That evening, Rebecca forwarded an email to Chris, written by a troll pretending to be Daniel Mims, telling him that most people on the forums were good-natured people that did not mean him any harm, and that only a small fraction that was looked down upon was interested in actively trolling him. He also revealed that at that time, they were brainstorming ideas
Guess
on
we're
how
gonna
they could
go
help
back
Christian
home and sell the
Barbara,
shit.
but they were wary of sending him money directly, since they believed that there was a possibility of him misusing the funds. The day after the fire, the Chandlers were allowed to go back home to retrieve any salvageable belongings. Chris also took this opportunity to assess the damage to his Lego high school. The fire had warped and fused many of the pieces together, irreplaceably damaging his creation. Trolls estimated that judging from the Lego sets used to build the high school, it was valued at around $1,000. He relayed to Rebecca that all of his original hand-drawn illustrations and comics were untouched by the flames, as well as the majority of his digital data. Their home insurance company, State Farm, was providing them a hotel for the time being while their house was being cleaned up and repaired. Chris later made a Facebook post requesting prayers and donations. He recommended giving him gift cards for grocery stores or restaurants, and highlighted that Burger King and McDonald's were considered a last choice, since they were interested in eating good food. In addition, he had asked his church for clothing, but would also accept more from generous donators online. Based on some suggestions, he was considering starting a page on the crowdfunding website, Kickstarter, to raise funds for his recovery. He soon after shared a news clip which reported on the house fire. On January 16th,
that's nice.
Chris wrote an email to an unknown Manchester High School classmate, informing him that his mother believed that a so-called greedy firefighter had stolen a reproduction of a Salvador Dali painting, and also her purse. 5 days later, he received some donated items from his Facebook friends, William Waterman and Kenneth Engelhart, among others, and thanked them. He announced that he had just learned that he and his mother both liked the taste of sardines after trying some of Kenneth's donated food. The next day, he wrote that apart from one gal pal, he was disappointed with the majority of his past gal pals, including Tiffany, Sarah, and Kelly, for not showing any care or compassion for him, regardless of their possibly busy or stressful individual lives. He deduced that they likely did not have a heart or soul. On January 25th, Cookie
course he
Forums
would
members
deduce that.
noticed by reviewing his PlayStation Network account that he started playing his PlayStation 3 again, usually during the early hours of the morning. On the 27th, Christian notified his followers that State Farm provided them with a house to temporarily stay at, as their home was being renovated.
Why can't I
On
buy any
January
food around
29th,
here?
Christian received a big box of donations put together by members of the Quickie Forums, which was organized by the site's administrator, Joshua Moon, also known as Null. The items inside included basic toiletries like shampoo, razors, and Axe body spray, along with some cat food and art supplies to encourage Chris's creative output. In addition, there were a few gift cards for restaurants and also a $500 money order for Barbara Chandler. Null wrote a special letter which detailed the forum users' efforts. Hey Chris, your Sonichu friends have heard about the house fire, and to help you out we put together a care package as quick as we could. In a few days, 34 donated and collected over $900 towards getting this stuff out to you. Since your bathroom is where it started, I focused on buying toiletries and hygienic stuff to keep you clean and healthy as you recover from the damages. I could not spend all the money collected, so I've also included a money order for $500 that you should give to your mother. She can cash it out and buy whatever you guys need to keep chugging. Don't forget to get something nice for your pets too. I know you often feel that life is hopeless, but there's good in the world and in people. I hope this package helps you see that. No person on the internet can ever take away your right to be happy. You must find reasons to enjoy life, even when there are enemies trying to bring you down. I've included some arts and crafts to help you take your mind off things. I think your fans would really like to see what you come up with, because it's been a very long time since we've seen anything new from you. Try to create something that makes you happy and that you can be proud of. Good luck with everything, Chris. Keep hate out of your heart and look forward to each day. We will be around if you need us. After reviewing the gifts, the channelers felt that there was an error with the money order, so Chris went to Facebook to lodge a complaint. Hey, Dodo Brain, thanks a lump. You did not sign the front of the money order that came in the big box. The bank is unable to do anything with it. Contact your bank or make out a new thing and US mail it to our home address. After this message, Null went to the bank to consult whether an unsigned money order could still be cashed out. The bank informed him that all the money orders came pre-signed, meaning that the person who made the money order did not need to provide their signature. Chris seemingly realized his mistake and deleted his post, writing another one in its place, in which he thanked all who donated to him and wished for the Quickie to be removed forever. Christian was unusually quiet on Facebook throughout the next few months. On February 7th, he notified his friends that he went to see the Lego Movie in the cinema, aided by a $7.50 coupon acquired after purchasing the tie-in PS3 game based on the movie. On the 18th, he wrote on his Nintendo Miiverse profile that he was suffering from bronchitis. On February 24th, his 32nd birthday, 2 previously unseen videos were leaked on the Quickie forums. First was his message to Cole Smithy's brother-in-law, John Kyle, and the other was his rendition of the song Hello My Baby, as performed in the 1955 animated short film One Froggy Evening. It appears to have been filmed sometime in summer 2013.
Hello,
Surprised.
my baby. Hello, my money. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me. And you have to load, oh baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
You call me on the telephone. You tell me that you're all alone. I know that you're lying to your teeth. You're the rascal. How could you expect me to believe the lies you had me? You've been out with a good. But my heart beats the good with every phony alibi. When I can see the lipstick on your shirt, you dirty bull cat.
I mean, this is not even...
And tell me I'm your
It's not even enough to get a reaction out of me any longer.
At around this time, Christian finished rebuilding his Lego replica of Manchester High School by using a combination of old, fire-damaged pieces and new blocks from recently purchased Lego sets.
Of course.
He also made some extensions to his building. In addition, he used some of the heavily fire-distorted Legos to create an abstract sculpture, which he dubbed Billboard Person from Melting Chaos. In early March, a Quickie Forums user posted a selection of photos that they took of Chris's house. They showed that the windows had been boarded up and a tarp covered the roof. In addition, a large dumpster next to the house was noticed. On March 2nd, Chris wrote an entry on the Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church's website, thanking the church for their efforts in helping his family after the fire. Also in the first week of March, according to Marvin, former PDCC troll and one of the moderators of the Quickie Forums, Chris attempted to shoplift at consumer electronics store Best Buy. Marvin allegedly had a friend who worked as a security guard at the retailer who spotted Chris stuffing items inside his shirt. When he was confronted by a security guard, he dropped all the items he was carrying onto the floor and ran out the store. Chris apparently saw this post and attempted to defend himself via a Facebook post. He confirmed that he went to Best Buy on March 6th. He revealed that in addition to the Lego Movie game for PS3, which he had purchased to acquire the coupon for the cinema ticket, he bought another copy of the game at Best Buy to get a free collectible figurine of one of the characters from the movie. He wrote that he put the figurine into his jacket pocket, and an employee of the store, who he described as an excitable black woman, could validate his purchase if asked. Kim claimed that she saw him in the store, and that he was in fact caught stealing. The following day, he made another post, sharing information which he received from a troll who was apparently pretending to be Megan Schroeder's brother. He claimed that trolls from the image board site 4chan had in their possession security camera footage of Chris attempting to shoplift, and also sexually pleasuring men with his hands behind the Best Buy dumpster. They planned to release the footage during the week. The leaker also provided a link to the quick image board on the site 888chan, where trolls discussed Chris and sometimes devised trolling plans. All of this information given to Chris was fake.
Of course.
On April 5th, a user of the website Reddit spotted Chris at the retailer Target and took his photo. At around the same time, a Quickforms user, Skyraider, received a batch of 60 photos from an unknown source of the Chandler's house. The pictures showed large amounts of disposable items laid outside the front of the house. One picture taken from the side clearly showed a large hole in the roof, which was covered up with a tarp. On April 16th, he wrote an email to Kim Wilson because he thought his face was creepy and scary and felt like it was the reason for his failing in his search for a girlfriend. Kim informed him that his face was not so much of a problem as his features that he could control and manage. She mentioned that his hair looked messy, which might throw off some women. She blamed him for being discouraged too quickly by rejection, and that his so-called love quest was more like a love wait, because he mainly waited for women to try to approach him.
Well,
3 days later, Chris wrote to her about a new trick which he could pull off with his body. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly there, and I've just bathed. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in, and I can walk like this. It is that long! And to take a cocky opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee woman, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I give you permission to only tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Another 3
What
days
sort of
later,
circumstance would
he
that be
refuted her
valid?
comments that he had made the moves on Megan and the wallflower and got rejected. He said that he had no moves, and that his new method of tucking in his penis helped him because he did not like looking at it, and compared it to an ugly growth. On the topic of his hair, Kim suggested that he could treat his hair like in the example photos she provided. One was a still of Italian-American model and actor Fabio, shirtless. She added that some of her transgender friends also performed penis tucking. In response, Chris told her that he could not afford to get fancy treatments for his hair. He realized that some transgender people might do that as well, and asked Kim if her transgender friends had any tricks for attracting women. She emphasized again that normally women do not approach men, and that if he didn't try, then he wouldn't succeed.
My.
On May 6th, Chris
Reasonable
wrote an email
advice.
apparently replying to Kim's request of making a list of positive and negative traits about himself. He added an in-between column for items he could not categorize. Here, he confessed that he saw himself as a lesbian-identified male, and that he firmly believed that he had been a lesbian woman in his past life, and his autism was punishment for that life. Under positives, his list included compassionate, artistic, imaginative, and cool with lesbians and trannies, but would not date one who had had a gender change operation. He believed that the rainbow was a symbol of unity, and really hated the gay males for destroying the rainbow in the name of their own ways. Under negatives, he listed autism, occasional retardation, a lot of things being his fault, paranoia, and feeling like he was losing his mind. As he continued to put his trust in his supposed online friends at this troublesome time in his life, they, for the most part, did their best to help. Christian's relaxed nature led to him revealing more secret truths about himself, and when encouraged, he thought more about who he was, and was coming ever closer to solving his inner confusion, and coming to terms with who he felt he truly was.
Will he finally take some responsibility? Ah, who am I kidding? He's not gonna take any responsibility for all the shit he's done so far. Oh, fucking course not. Oh, he's fucking not. Come on. We know he's not. Everybody knows he's not. This will fucking not end well. That is putting it fucking mildly. This can only end in tears, and many of them. And when it's all over, we'll be going like, what the fuck? Still, probably. Even with all the details laid out in front, all you're gonna see is like, fuck.
What is the attraction?
And fuck me sideways.
What keeps us fascinated?
Still morbid curiosity, otherwise I wouldn't be listening to this in the background now, wouldn't I? Because honestly, it's not a great tale. There's no hero to this story. There's no grand conclusion that will solve all of it and make it good. In fact, that goes so far as to say that that is most definitively not going to be the case.
On May 15th, 2014, Christian posted on Facebook requesting that if any generous donators happen to be interested in sending him gifts, they should send him cash or gift cards. His post was accompanied by 19 logos of companies for which he would like the gift cards to be applied. He soon after posted a wish list consisting of desired LEGO building sets.
Of course.
This was soon followed by an album of LEGO minifigurines that he needed/wanted. Members of the Quickie forums researched the listed items and estimated that Chris's entire wish list would cost between $3,000 and $5,000. In the comments for his posts, his Facebook friends, Kim Wilson and William Elliott Waterman, questioned his reasoning for wanting and needing these expensive LEGO sets. Christian stated that the gifts would be for future reference and events. Kim asked what these events were, since Christmas was not for another 8 months, and his birthday was even longer after that. After reading the lengthy comment thread, Chris clarified that he planned to refer to the wish list when special days like Christmas were coming up, and would choose an item to get as a present. He added that he still needed replacement sets to replace the ones that were damaged by his house fire. At around that time, Chris asked his online gal pal, played by Kim Wilson, to search for and message women on his behalf on the online dating website OkCupid. On May 24th, he complained to her messaging a woman whose profile was only a 71% match with his own. He also deemed her to be quite overweight and unappealing. The gal pal emailed him back, "Chris, you shouldn't turn people down because of appearance when you're not a skinny mini yourself. Keep your mind open and a lot more doors will open for you. Chris, you're afraid of people from the internet. It's only fair that a woman would be wary as well. It doesn't mean she's a troll or anything. A woman doesn't owe you anything, so don't expect that they have to meet you on your terms. Keep that in mind, and you'll be mute successful." Close parentheses. Chris wrote back, criticizing her for softly calling him fat, and recited a spontaneously envisaged story inspired by a LEGO set about a couple with weight problems. She replied, pointing out that he was the one who was making fun of people wider than himself, and reconsidered her efforts in helping him on OkCupid, since she felt that he was better at getting women than she was. Christian disagreed, and asked for her continued help. Also on the 24th,
of course he did.
Chris updated his Facebook profile cover photo, a picture of the Sonichu characters made out of a mix of LEGO figurines and modeling clay. To many observers' surprise, the family included Simone LaRoche-Chu, the character that he was forced into killing off in his comics because it was largely lifted from Evan Christopher George's Simonchu. He followed up with an album of photos featuring Simone in a range of positions, including one in which she is copulating with her romantic partner, Wild Sonichu.
Well,
Kim left a comment
we're back
accusing
again.
him of being dishonest because he had made a promise that Simona would remain dead. Chris wrote that he had revived her and that her death was troll-influenced, so he aimed to eventually redraw her death pages to show that she was not dead. Kim criticized him for breaking his promise, to which Chris replied, "Everyone, sing along. I don't care. I don't care. Oh look, a free hat. I don't care. You can put on clean bra and underwear, because I don't care. I will do what I want, when I want, and no troll is going to rewrite my history." Simone LaRoche-Chu lives on as a model construction working mother of Sandy with her husband, Wild Sonichu.
Yep.
P.S.
Never learns his lesson. Continues provoking. Wonders when he gets backlash.
Electric plant. The damn trolls were still put under arrest. No bloody punishment was ensued upon the guilty. I personally beat the living crap out of them and Daniel Mims. Then let them live out their lifelong prison sentence in the
Excuse me.
offshore prison stronger than
There
Alcatraz.
was a little thing on my
So
keyboard
there.
and I'm trying to blow it
Chris
away.
deleted some of Williams'
It's
more
resisting.
critical comments, while Kim highlighted that if he wanted
Now I
to
got
remove
it.
troublesome influences from his story, then Sandy, Simone's offspring, don't exist either. During the second half of May, under the username Jesus Guides Me Too, Chris listed a handful of items originally belonging to his father on the online auction site eBay. These included several vintage model plane construction sets and a copy of a 1721 Antonio Stradivarius violin. The model planes were listed as new and in mint condition, even though the boxes showed visible water damage. A Quickie Forums member, masquerading as a Sonichu fan, queried Chris on eBay, stating that he would buy a model kit if he drew another comic issue of Sonichu. Chris left an angry response. I gave up my PS3 to the damn trolls for $900 by destroying it, and nobody paid me ever. What the hell makes you believe I would volunteer any creation of mine for anyone online just so they could pervert it and make more humiliation and incriminate upon myself and my family of characters, where I would obviously receive no financial funding whatsoever? Tell that to everyone in your circle. Regarding the violin, Chris received some questions on eBay, most likely from persons simply interested in buying the instrument. They stated that the violin looked a little beaten up and that the bow needed restringing. If a buyer chose the more expensive buy it now price of $300, Chris and his mother could get the bow restrung before shipping. On May 28th, Chris begged on Facebook for someone to buy the Stradivarius violin copy because he and his mother needed the money. Soon after, he posted 2 photos of 2 Lego sets that were sent to him as a present. He thanked the sender and then once again listed the Lego sets that he needed the most. William Waterman left a comment. Chris, this is greedy. You're trying to sell your father's violin, which we don't know if you wanted the family to keep it, because you desperately need the money. And at the same time, you are begging for replacements of your Lego sets that melted on public posts. Do you not see what's wrong with this? People will think you're just selling one of your late father's possessions to buy Legos. If you delete my comment, I save the backup. Chris did not address his comments. The following day, he posted a photo of a Lego Friends construction set and commented, I really want this! Multiples of these! At around the same time, a Quickie Forums member contacted him inquiring about one of the model airplanes he was interested in buying. He managed to convince him to sell it for $17.99, as stated on the box, rather than for Chris's original asking price of $50.
Let's get this party started.
On June 1st, Christian listed a new drawing of Sonichu and Rosechu up for sale on eBay. The starting bid was set at $20, and there was an option to buy it now for $100. He offered a grayscale copy of the picture as an anti-forgery measure. He also notified his Facebook friends about it and clarified Rosechu's gender. In case you were paying attention, the Raichu tail is female, just as the Rosechu that transformed from the original female Raichu has always been and will always be. Vaginia, ovaries, C-cup milking breasts with tits and all.
Good to know.
Trolls and onlookers soon focused in on this auction, which was shared in a thread on the website 4chan. During the first day, many bid on the item, continuously increasing the latest price of the drawing, for which they had no means nor intention of paying. Chris then added an extended disclaimer to the description, stating that no altercations could be made to the drawing, and that it would be mailed to the highest valid bidder in a photo frame. At around 24 hours after he posted the drawing, the highest bid was $13,200. Soon after, the listing was removed. On June 2nd, Chris relisted the artwork, with a starting bid of $100 and an option to buy it now at $500. On Facebook, he wrote that the original listing was removed because his name as a celebrity was in the title. To a person on eBay with a query about the price, Chris wrote that he had to increase the starting bid and buy it now value due to rising interest and hurt from the trolls. He included some additional details, such as a black and white photo of the drawing in its photo frame, a color close-up of Sonichu and Rosechu's groins, and a shot of his signature and date of the drawing, which he mistakenly wrote as a date 2 weeks into the future. He acknowledged the mistake and wrote that it could not be changed as the picture had already been laminated. This listing's highest bid soon reached over $15,000 before it was removed again, this time for having links to his Facebook page in the description. On June 3rd, he listed the drawing for the third time, now with the buy it now option of $1,000. He added a photo of himself holding up the framed picture in question. He later made a Facebook post, hinting that he had also been trying to sell the drawing outside of his eBay listing's terms, which he was now restricted from doing. The next day, Christian modified the listing to remove any bidding and offered the drawing only as an immediate purchase with an asking price of $5,000. The item received many offers, though all were rejected by Chris because they were too low or that the bidders had less than 10 points of feedback. After some time, he brought the asking price down to $2,500. He shortly accepted an offer of $1,000 from a buyer who had only received 2 feedback comments in his eBay history. On June 5th, Chris confirmed that the buyer was unwilling to pay $1,000 for the drawing, so he relisted the picture again, setting the buy it now price at $1,000, with no option for bidding. He further stated the importance of selling the drawing on Facebook, the proceeds from which would go to his mother and his mother's debts and living. On June 8th, Chris received an email from eBay notifying him that his listing was once again removed due to him advertising the listing on Facebook, which could be seen as a desire to make transactions through private messages and bypassing the necessary fees on eBay. He made it clear on Facebook that he was willing to put the drawing back up on eBay with a non-negotiable price of $1,000. He also claimed that people have instead been giving money to the Quickie and the Quickie forums. Soon after this announcement, he listed the item, though it was soon removed again. Chris received another email from eBay telling him that his account had been reviewed and was given a 3-day suspension from posting any new items on the site. He wrote an angry Facebook post blaming the troll's actions for his recent development and determined that the only way to make up for it was to stop donating to the Quickie and Quickie forums and demanded that someone donate $1,000 to his personal PayPal account. The next day, he added that he will send the framed drawing to the first person who sends him $1,000 via PayPal. Once he has paid the amount, he expressed that he will price future drawings more reasonably. However, if no one sends him the money within the next 3 days, he will relist the drawing on eBay again, with the same price tag attached.
Of course.
As members of the Quickie forums discussed the likelihood of Chris using the proceeds of the sale for Legos, a person got in touch with Chris privately, who later shared a screenshot of their messages, revealing that he was planning on using 25% of the asking price on Legos, with $500 going for his mother and the remainder to pay off debts. On June 12th, Christian put the drawing up for sale for the 6th time, with no change to the buy it now amount. The drawing received many offers, though all were declined. Less than 4 hours after it was relisted, the item was taken down from eBay again, and Chris informed his followers and his friends on Facebook.
Of course.
Ugh, Persephone, fuck me. The listing got removed again! He also showed that the email he received from eBay stated that he was banned for offering a direct PayPal transaction option for the item in his description, which was in violation of their terms of service.
Yes, it
This
is.
resulted in
Not
another
that
3-day
hard.
ban from the site. And in the meantime, Chris wrote again that he will send the framed drawing to the first person who sends him $1,000 via PayPal. Once he has paid the amount, he expressed that he will price future drawings more reasonably. However, if no one sends him the money within the next 3 days, he will relist the drawing on eBay again, with the same price tag attached.
relist again.
Time, Chris allegedly received a small Lego set as a present from someone who called themselves Alex and thanked him publicly on Facebook. On June 15th, Chris commemorated Father's Day by posting a birthday card he made for his father Bob on Facebook and wrote that he missed him every day. Also on that day, Quickie forums user Skyraider91, who had previously leaked photos of the Chandler's house on the forums, began making many scans of documents and school homework papers, which were obtained by rummaging through the dumpster next to the house or within the house itself. The leaks largely consisted of Chris's homework assignments in Manchester High School. The papers showed signs of both water and fire damage. The next day, Chris put up his Sonichu and Roaster drawing on eBay one more time, once again setting the buy it now price at $1,000.
Of course.
2 days later, after declining several offers that did not meet his expectations, Chris lowered the price of the picture to $500. He went to Facebook to explain why he declined offers. I only declined the offers for good reasons. Zero feedback are often trolls. If they really can offer more than the asking price or close equal, then they can afford to buy it now. I'm very reasonably paranoid. So there. On June 18th, Chris wrote a Facebook post about his frequent mental blanks and said that when he often did not respond to online questions, he was not able to because the numerous questions he was getting made him feel like he was being accused of something, which would give him a headache. On the 21st,
Well, it's a
he
nice
changed
excuse,
the main
isn't it?
photo of his original drawing listing to a full-color photo of the picture in its frame. On that same day, he relisted his father's Stradivarius filing copy on eBay, stating that the bow had been restrung. It soon disappeared from his account. It returned the next day, accompanied by a Facebook post in which Chris repeated that the bow had been restrung and that the item was not fake. On the 22nd, moments before the Sonichu and Roaster Drawings week-long listing concluded, Chris accepted an offer outside of his desired $500 goal. He confirmed this on Facebook, stating that if the buyer did not pay for it, he would relist the item again. Also on June 22nd, Chris learned of the upcoming
Never
Sonic the
stops.
Hedgehog game and
Never
the upcoming
stops.
animated TV series, Sonic Boom. He was strongly angered by the redesign of the character Sonic, who was going to have blue-colored arms rather
Probably
than the traditional tan color.
never
He pleaded for Sonic's
play a
arm
Sonic
colors
game
to be changed
again in
back,
my life
and compared
without
the
thinking
distress
of
he
this.
felt to many people who felt that singer Michael Jackson should never have changed his skin color. At around the same time, Chris joined Rebrick, a social media platform where users could share photos of their LEGO creations and collections. Here, he shared his custom characters and his LEGO Manchester High School. Due to the attention Chris had gotten over the Sonichu and Roaster picture during the month of June, Christian began drawing custom commission-based pictures privately. Some drawings were completed for a price of $200.
Nice.
Toward the end of June, Chris began an online correspondence with an unknown male friend who had commissioned several drawings from him. Chris first informed him that he had asked his gal pal to help him connect with potential girlfriends on OkCupid, but she had since retired her services for him, and now asked his friend to contact local women on his behalf. The man showed great hesitation for his task, and instead suggested that he could give Chris advice on what to say. He told Chris that the goal at the beginning should not be to get women to meet him as soon as possible to become his girlfriend, but rather he should show genuine interest in their personality. To Chris's surprise, the friend revealed that he was not well versed in acquiring romantic partners, and that he instead only had gal pals. Christian then followed by stating that he felt meeting women in a public place shortly after first contact was far superior than having a solely online-based relationship, recounting the many times he had heartbreaks over fake internet girlfriends. He felt that he had a chance to pair up with Casey, Liquid Chris's girlfriend, before his friend reminded him that Liquid and Casey were both trolls, and that they never truly cared for him. After several more messages, Chris advised his friend to peruse the online marketplace website, Craigslist, to find himself a hoe to play with and lose his virginity, since it was a great experience for Chris, and ever since then, he did not obsess about sex as much. The friend was appalled by the suggestion. On the final day of June, Chris stated that the final buyer of the Sonichu and Roaster drawing backed out of the deal, and so relisted the drawing on eBay for a lower asking price of $200. It was soon sold to an unknown, legitimate buyer. On July 1st, Christian offered autographed photos for $20 each on eBay. Willing buyers could choose from a selection of different photographed self-portraits. He also advertised drawing commissions on the auction site, showcasing his previous commission projects as examples of his work. He offered black and white sketches for $50, full-color drawings for $100, and full-color drawings complete with a photo frame and handwritten certificate of authenticity for $200. He received great interest for his autographed photos and drawing requests, and thanked his followers on Facebook, promising that he will devote the next few days for fulfilling everyone's requests. Less than 1 hour later, he shared a link to an amusing-looking LEGO minifigure head up for sale on eBay. His drawing commissions included a photo collage featuring wrestlers, an album cover requested by the Japanese experimental noise band L'Eclipse New, and some depictions of his Sonichu characters in different scenarios, including a scene of Chris and Clyde Cash reconciling and shaking hands. A Quickie Forums member calculated that over the first 9 days of July, Christian likely made around $1,500 across all his available eBay sales. Also in early July, Christian's new OkCupid profile under the username LevelUpKing was leaked on the Quickie Forums. Not long after, he began contacting a woman named Catherine on the site, who was in fact a fabricated persona created by trolls. He kept their relationship private for the time being.
Nothing
On July
ever
14th,
changed.
Chris listed his father's 1990
Quite literally.
appearance as a guest host for WTJU Radio's Jazz Marathon on eBay. He offered the audio as a 6 CD set for $50. The next day, he wrote that $10 from each sale of the CD set would be donated to WTJU Radio, and also offered a deal wherein for that week only, anyone who purchased the CD set would also get a free autographed photo or $20 off of a black and white drawing commission. He was asked on eBay if he had permission from copyright holders to sell the music, with Chris replying that he did not own the music and felt that he shared the rights to his father's voice on the recordings. A forum member also messaged him about the reasoning for selling the recordings for $50 when Chris himself had made them available as a free download in December 2012. Chris replied, stating that downloading the content for free was internet piracy because it was stealing the content without Bob's family receiving any dues from it. A few days later, in response to possible criticism, Chris stated that he had full permission from the radio station's general manager to proceed with the eBay listing. The official Facebook page from the radio station later clarified that when they first got a call from Chris about selling Bob's appearance on the radio show, they assumed that he was a musician who had played a live set on air. But later, they received calls about the eBay listing and learned about the true nature of Chris's intentions. They stated that what he was doing was not legal and would contact him shortly about the matter. The listing was soon removed from eBay, at which time 2 individuals had purchased CDs, who would instead receive an autographed photo and a black and white drawing at no added charge, rather than a refund.
Choose the right one to
Chris wrote
let go.
that they would also get complimentary CDs.
Then she died
Also,
still.
in July, because of the purchase of his original Sonichu and Rosechu drawing, he listed another original piece of artwork starring Sonichu, also set at $200. This was soon accompanied by one focused on Rosechu. On July 17th, Chris uploaded a gameplay video of the Nintendo game Mario Kart 8, played on his Wii U, both on his Miiverse account and his YouTube channel. He would upload more Mario Kart videos sporadically over the next year.
Don't touch what you
A week
can't
later,
afford.
Christian wrote in a Facebook post that proceeds from his eBay sales would help greatly the dental treatment which his mother Barbara desperately needed. He then revealed the photo the customers would get if they did not select one from his options, which featured a return of his Sonichu medallion after several years of not being worn.
Well.
The following day, he offered a free character drawing for every autographed photo sold until Monday, the 28th. On that day, he stated that he needed the money to buy a new ink cartridge, help pay to ship out his orders, and to make up for the money spent by Barbara impulsively purchasing entertainment center furniture from Goodwill. Meanwhile, members of the Quickie forums noted that Chris had recently spent almost $190 on a DVD set of the Japanese animated series Sailor Moon and $100 on a Lego Castle construction set. On August 2nd, Chris went to Facebook to express his gratitude for a custom-made plush doll of Sonichu that he received from a fan. It reminded him of a previous plushie that he got before the house fire, which was destroyed by the flames, along with an oil painting of Sonichu and the Asperture medallion that was sent to him by Alec Benson Leary, which saddened him. The following day, he begged for money from his friends and followers, knowing that even though he made over $2,000 on eBay last month, he did not have enough money to send out all the purchases to his buyers because that money was spent on bills, printer ink cartridges, shipping, some Lego, and food for his family. In addition,
You could have
he wanted
saved
to
the
raise
money
enough
by
money
now.
to fix his mother's teeth. In response to allegations of improper Lego purchases, on August 5th, Christian notified on Facebook that he had mostly purchased Legos to replace all the sets that were destroyed by the fire, and to contribute to a future business scheme of creating custom minifigures stylized to look like Sonichu characters. 2 days later, Chris wrote a lengthy post targeting his trolls. Attention everyone! I'm
Oh
long
boy.
devastated and exhausted of all the hate I've been receiving from the people who are not only labeled bad, trolls, and bullies, but absolutely none of you all know anything better than what impulsively comes into your aging and decreasing brains. All of you impulsively choose those you consider to be weak, stupid, even misusing the word gay to define something or someone as stupid, or even somewhat remotely better than yourselves, just so you can downsize their self-confidence and ego when you have absolutely no self-confidence or ego in yourselves. You all are misaiming your anger and impulsive hatred to someone who is not even remotely related to you, or even
That's a
remotely
statement
involved
and a
in
half.
your own lives. All of you are not angry at me. All of you are not angry at Britney Spears, Pamela Anderson, Katy Perry, or any female superstar. All of you are not angry at Jerry Seinfeld, Tim Allen, Jay Leno, or any male superstar. All of you are not angry at anyone else similar or different or whatever. All of you are truly angry at the misfortunes in your own individual lives.
It's
All
coming
of you are
from
truly
him,
angry at the
of
actual
all
local people
fucking
around you
people.
who have shunned you or labeled you wrongfully, so that you'll end up throwing those same labels upon innocent people who do not deserve that kind of emotional devastation at all.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
who
sure.
wrongfully labeled you all individually
Fucking
have
hell,
had those same
Christ.
labels
You're
directly
the last person who
wrongfully
should give a
bestowed onto
fucking
them,
spiel
or
about
otherwise
that.
indirectly learned from someone else who
He's
was
critically
wrongfully
leaving all
labeled
of his
as well.
trolls almost, and
All
he's
of you
like,
are wrong to throw your own hatred of those
yeah,
around you,
you're totally
more
just
appropriately deserve it,
protecting.
onto any other person who does not deserve it to begin with. Wars get started
Troopers.
because those people and all of you do not have any better ideas. All of them, and you solely take the immediate impulse that falls in a second to hurt someone else in an unrequited attack on that individual or someone else who did not deserve it to
fucking
begin
liar.
with. Every individual in this world is not perfect. Every individual in this world has some sort of mental defect or physical problem or emotional devastation, albeit minuscule or more grand than the size of the universe. There is no real strong person because those strong people are all weak as well in some area. And the higher force above us is always messing with each of our individual minds every day. Rather each of you call him God, Emmanuel, Zeus, Buddha, or even the individual destiny of your own. I'm not an atheist because I sincerely believe in the higher force of above us.
Yeah,
Even
sure.
Jesus may be the higher force's son. But every
Jesus,
religion will
mate.
have you believing in the one
You're
same
just
higher
little Chris.
force.
Has
Right or
already
wrong,
left so long
it
ago.
is truly set up to each individual
I'm
perception
pretty sure he
of
hasn't
the
looked in
individual
your
soul
direction,
among
even
us the
tried to
billions
look in
of
your
people
direction in
on this
fucking
big blue marble
decades.
among marbles in the universe. If all of you bullies really want to be angry at someone, do not pester or torture the innocent people who do not deserve it to begin with. Go take it up with the higher force, which had tweaked that individual person or situation upon yourself in your own prayers. It may or may not listen, but at least you can speak it out of your system in private rants and shouts in your own domicile, residence, or hole in the ground. And then nobody else on this planet would have to take any unrequited abuse or feel more devastated or hurt than they each already are in their own way. Why is someone else's life indirect to your own immediately any important enough that they need to be tortured? Let them all just be. Let us all live. Sigh. Kim Wilson left a comment, refuting his claims that bullies only attack others because they hate themselves, designating the concept as an 80s and 90s television cliché. She stated that people who criticize others are often very successful and happy in their personal lives, and that he should keep in mind that all criticism is valuable, regardless of its origin.
Pretty much, yeah.
On that same day, Chris posted a new original drawing up for sale on eBay, a depiction of Sonichu and Rosechu's wedding. On August 14th, in addition to more necessary money and eBay orders, Christian asked if anyone could provide him with a special trading card from a My Little Pony themed trading card game, which was valued on eBay at $100. He later posted 2 images on Facebook in support of human equal rights for all people of all genders and orientations.
Yeah, sure,
And
Chris.
also came out as a tomgirl, intersects a female soul with male body, and a tranny crossdresser. He also changed his profile picture to one with an embedded icon showing support for the pro-LGBT human rights campaign. He left a reply in the comment section, clarifying that he identified himself as a lesbian-identified male and encouraged others to search the term on the internet. He also wrote that he fully supported the LGBT community and begrudgingly accepted the gay males. He
Yeah,
further
that's a
wrote
good
that his
start.
mother still not approved of him wearing female clothing and short skirts as of late, wishing for her to embrace his tendencies to flirt the skirt. Chris then added a comment to clarify his stance towards all the various genders.
Horrible things to love,
I just
sisters.
sorted it out, how to best nutshell the details. I hardly get along with males at all, not counting being civil. I get along better with females, totally! I hardly identify myself with the barbarian and stereotypical males at all. I identify best with the feminine ways, emotions, empathy, and about everything else. I get disgusted with the damn dicks, including my own. I want to shove my face into the big hole below the urethra, known as the beautiful vagina very much. I'm feminine on the inside, male
reason.
on the outside. My feminine soul
Get
is
that
most
graphic
attracted and aroused by
epics
women and their superior beauty. Male bodies are horrendous and most offensive to me. Talk about going from the middle to hell's deep on the beauty/ugly thermometer. Female and male on female and female equals lesbian identified man. No more questions. Christian then revealed his new identity as a lesbian identified man and the cross-dressing transsexual in a post on his Braziers for Males Facebook page, pleading for all males to wear sports bras and skirts if they wish to do so. He closed his post by stating his intentions to take part in a pride parade if there was one in his area. On August 15th, since Chris was interested in going on a date with Catherine in Fashion Square, he wrote a 2-page letter addressed to the manager of the mall from which he had been banned. He apologized for his loud outbursting misconduct/misbehavior, which was instigated by internet trolls. He wrote that he had matured emotionally and mentally since his ban and was in a serious relationship with a woman whom he deeply loved, a feeling which should not be mistaken for the act of intercourse. He thusly wanted to get readmitted into the mall so that they could shop there together. In addition, he wrote a similar letter of apology to get unbanned from the Walmarts in Charlottesville and Ruckersville, relaying the exact same sentiment about his relationship and wish to go shopping together.
Yeah, sure.
Finally, he wrote a 4-page letter of apology addressed to Mary Lee Walsh of Piedmont, Virginia Community College, apologizing for depicting her in his comics as an evil witch. Chris then reminded her of his attraction sign, which he forbade, and said that had she not have made it obvious to him that true love was illegal in the state of Virginia, he would have never drawn her as a witch character, which resulted in increased attention for her from the trolls. He requested that he be unbanned from the campus so he could have the liberty to attend on-campus events and attend classes for the sake of his present and future family. On August 16th, Chris wrote an extended post on Facebook, apparently confessing that he would not let himself be bothered by trolls' actions anymore, because only his true friends knew of his genuine caring nature and respected him being a lesbian and a tranny. I no longer am going to care so easily for the opinions of the lot of you. I used to care, and that has hurt me mentally and emotionally very harshly, but not anymore. You all can just go ahead and call me gay, meaning stupid, dumb, or homo, because I am homo for women, and none of any of you are going to ever change who I am there. Go ahead and give out my phone number, email, and all that shit, because I will never respond to any of you haters as hazers. My closest friends and allies mean a heart and soul full to me than any of you strangers, because I've never even been remotely familiar with any of you before 2007, and very likely I never will have the displeasure of even making your acquaintance in person ever, and this is the last time I will ever say anything in response to your shitful and hurtful comments and hatred for hate's sake. So there. On August 17th, Christian changed his Facebook cover photo to a picture of his Lego incarnation, holding the hand of a female Lego minifigure, representing Catherine, who was wearing a miniature paper replica of his Sonichu medallion, which sparked discussion on the wiki forums over the existence of a possible new sweetheart. 1 week later, he posted a so-called poll on Facebook intended to be answered only by internet trolls. He asked them if they not liked the rage face comic genre of internet memes, especially the often featured troll face, and if the trolls answered yes, they were to click the like button on his post. On August 25th, he announced that Sonichu disliked pickles in his comics because he was severely allergic to them, writing that eating a whole pickle would paralyze Sonichu. Chris then stated that Sonichu and most of his other characters were heterosexual, apart from Robbie Sonichu, who was a total lesbian tomgirl tranny crossdresser, lesbian tomgirl Sarah Rosechew, and bisexual Crystalline Rosechew. On the final day of the month, Christian went on a date with Catherine while wearing the perfume Fantasy by Britney Spears. She was accompanied by a troll playing the part of her cousin Al, who drove her to meet Chris at the predetermined date location, the restaurant Applebee's.
He really
the audio
does
of their entire
never
conversation was covertly recorded.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Katie, car was in the garage, so I gave her a ride, so, yeah.
It's nice to finally meet you.
You're here. Yeah.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. I'm glad to meet you as well. I like your earrings, they're very pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, I like your earrings too. I've been doing very well. Thank you. This is for you.
Is this what? Oh my goodness, this is amazing.
What?
He's made me a mix CD.
Yeah, and there's the story that goes with it. Plus to print out about the details of your birthday. And the 2 drawings I drew for you so far.
So amazing. Nobody's ever done anything like this.
Yeah.
Put it in my
Well, I think this date's going pretty good so far.
Yeah, I should hope so.
After discussing Chris's family, they move on to the topic of his gender identity.
I see you wore your
My best, yes. Kilt. Or at least kilt pattern. It's the only thing I could find at the Goodwill there. That fit me. I think there was another one, but I think it was like smaller.
Chris, I'm not trying to be offensive or nothing, but what's this whole tomgirl thing? I don't understand.
Essentially where it's like tomboy, where women are interested in boyish things and high activity. I'm into more feminine things.
So you're like a cross-dresser then? Or?
Yes, you can call me a tranny. I accept that term. I'm a lesbian, tomgirl, transgender male.
That is.
So I'm 3/4 woman.
How even?
Okay. The only difference is the body.
Yeah. They certainly have a unique fashion sense, I'll say that. So.
It's fairly unique, that's what
Yeah.
Fairly unique, but I'm sure I could be shaped it up a little more sophisticated or whatever.
Yep.
There's always room for improvement for everybody, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Catherine later revealed Chris's demeanor during the date. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with strumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table, and he stared at my tits a lot. I
Nobody
kept
was
hoping Cousin
surprised.
Al would say something, but he never did. In retrospect, I should have called him out on it.
So what are your goals, plans, whatever? You guys gonna get married or what?
Well, we might.
Might do one day. It's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'll probably be together more often, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about wanting to get married too.
Yes.
You said you wanted to be in the next 5 years or so.
Yeah, within the next 5 years. I mean, but that's up to you, though. When you feel ready to get married, I'll be there by your side at the chapel. Me too. And I'm still in full support of who you are as well. Remember?
Yeah.
Open relationship.
So you
Let's,
open relationship?
I'll fully support her. You know her as a bi. I'm sure.
So you're okay with her being with other women?
Yeah.
Does that include other men too?
Well, optionally for her, but for me, I would definitely, if I felt up to it, it would be with another woman, definitely. But she expressed her interest in other women as well. I mean, I don't want to go too much into that. It sounds a little bit embarrassing. Just
Chris, you love her, right?
Yes, I do. I care about her.
So why would you be okay with her having sex with other men?
You wouldn't.
I mean, that's a fair question.
It's a fair question, yes. It's more like if I can't satisfy her, if she feels lack of satisfaction, I made it very clear for her that our relationship would be honest and loyal to each other. So as long as she lets me
what a
know
bunch
that
of
if she
false
feels
shit.
like she needs to see somebody else, then that's fine. I'll let her go. And
So sort of like an open marriage thing where each of you can see other people?
well, we're not going to marry other people.
Oh, no.
Just like see other people.
Yeah,
like
just like
date.
see other people. It's like to take a break from each other as well. Because I've learned from a lot of television about where marriages end up bad because one
There's really
cheats
no
on the
saving.
other. Yeah, but
There's
this
really
way
no
it's
saving
open
this.
relationship, so we're being honest
Ship
with
is
each
so
other.
just.
I come to terms
I'm
with that being
amazed.
part of a healthier relationship. I mean, you
I'm
know,
truly
even modernly,
amazed.
Sometimes
It is still going on. He's still going fucking insane.
Sleep in separate rooms, like after a fight or something, maybe?
No, essentially, yeah, they get married and they decide it's like one doesn't feel comfortable sleeping right next to the other, so they end up with separate rooms. But they still love each other and care each other. In fact, it gives them more room to breathe.
So have you had relationships like that then, where you've been
No, I
kept
haven't.
distance?
Well, I haven't had too many relationships really, but yeah, there was one where
I'll be all surprised by this.
Where there's one girl definitely wanted me to keep my distance from her. She thought I was getting too close to her. That's where I learned how to keep my hands to myself for a while.
You can't.
Feel very strongly about respecting people's boundaries.
Oh yes, I do.
For a while, the three move on to discussing the house fire.
So, Chris, you're saying that your house fire got started by some appliance at the Keurig?
Yeah, the Keurig coffee bill was plugged into the extension cord, plugged into the bathroom wall, and the fire happened at the arch where it was over the door frame, over the door.
Oh, I was gonna say if it was the coffee maker, I would have sued the hell out of those bastards.
Yeah, but I thought we thought for a while that's why it was too, the coffee brewer. But unfortunately, it turned out to be an extension cord after the fire inspector confirmed that. We didn't have one that was closer. The closest one there was behind a really big dresser. And the house was cluttered. I had lots of stuff, and my mom, being as impulsive as she was at Goodwill sometimes, that didn't help much either. But, you know, that was like God telling us, hey, Barbara, I'll make it easier for you. There you go, fire, get out of the house.
Yeah.
Because she was concerned about all that clutter as well, didn't know where to put it.
Is that how she's coping?
So your mother thinks that God was telling her to move out of the house, so God burnt it down? Is that what she believes?
That's one idea she has.
God was like, yep, I can't look at this mess any longer. It's pissing me off. Fucking fire time.
Just nibbling. A little bit. I'm a bit of a soda drinker. Drink a lot of soda throughout my life, so I end up with a shaky leg also. Yeah. That's one thing my mother complains about, and that shakes the house also.
You'll shake the leg, shakes the whole house.
Well, when I'm standing, not as much when I'm sitting down here.
So it's you just like your leg fidgets a little bit, shakes like that?
Yeah.
That's actually people who fidget like that, they burn more calories.
Well, now I feel weird because I don't know.
Well, don't worry about it. Maybe live with me long enough, you'll pick up on the habit. Just kidding.
That's all I know about living together. Like I said, my dad's very relational.
That's
Understandable.
another thing, another obstacle to relationships. Sometimes you travel a lot, so if it's long distance and you can't see each other, that's a challenge. So
it takes effort.
Every scene takes effort. Why are we talking about the most obvious parts? I do repeat those parts over and over again.
Plus, you can always move in.
Jesus Christ.
My mom, you felt comfortable. And then we'll find you a library here, they'll hire you.
Yep.
Christian then revealed to Catherine and Dal his various experiences with internet trolls and elaborated on his troubles concerning the gameplays.
Yeah, this was October 2011. Michael Snyder, the game hobby place, had been banned from there because Michael Hayden McGuss, April 2008.
He actually remembers all of the dates.
He was definitely a total asshole.
Basically only remembers stuff that directly concerns him. Everything else is like 1 year in, out the other. God damn it, if something has happened to him. You remember the month and year, decades later.
And he's like, no. He wanted to call the police on evidence, so I left. Yeah, I was like, well, I had an audio recording, and it got up, and I uploaded it for the reason I had at the time.
Wait a second. Why would you record it, and then why would you upload it? What did you upload it to?
Because
This was a good question.
It was because, so I could prove that Michael was as mean as he was. If he had not been mean, I would not have uploaded it at all. But I mean, it was an audio recording. I had a digital camera in my pocket, and it recorded the audio.
And when was this?
This was like, I think 2009 or 10.
Okay, so it's a few years ago.
Yeah.
And then you said you got arrested in 2011?
Yeah, because it was a trap essentially. My mother and I, we were in that part of town, and we saw a sign in the store window that said under new management. So I figured Michael was gone, right? No, he was the new manager of the place now, and he had the police on call ready right there at the people at the Staples store to be like witnesses and everything. And Mom and I, we tried to make our escape, but they wouldn't. But nobody would let us. And then, like, Snyder paid the police to beat the crap out of them and arrest them, something like that.
Sure.
Bribed the cops?
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Why would he hate you so much?
Well, how did you find out that he could ride the cops? Like,
Yeah, well, pretty much essentially. And, you know, it's like too common sense to put 2 and 2 together. And he figured that he would profit from me and my mother. He thought we were rich, but we were not so rich. We ended up losing a lot of money we had that Mr. C, my father, had left us, and paying the court lawyer fees.
So what were you charged with then? I mean, it sounds like you didn't really do anything.
Yeah, we were charged with trespassing.
You said you tried to make an escape. Did you run from the cops?
A bit, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they were trying to block our path out, but we made it out. But then they cornered us at the nearby court building in the back parking lot behind the building.
Chris, I've had to deal with cops myself, and I gotta say, you never look forward to dealing with the cops, but they're still the police. You got to treat them with respect, even if they're, you know, even if you don't like them, you still have to deal.
2 minutes.
Even
We
if you
can
don't agree
wait
with
2
what they're
minutes.
dealing, you still have to show respect. It's just important to do.
That's still the
But that's to
process
finish
of
up, so
trying
then
to
we do
get
the ship
to
all the way
pull the
back.
giving, pulling the good from the bad.
Here's an opportunity to
From, and I'm still seeing bad in a lot of them because with the
something
bribery and everything, they can be corrupted. You don't know what's going on in their heads. And Snyder, he pretended to be like hit by our van, but he did not. The van was stood still. He like hit the bumper and played falls twice.
So the van was not moving. It was he walked up to the van and then like fell back.
Well, he stood there like the general who Stonewall Jackson,
the Confederate general.
Yeah, like stood there like Stonewall Jackson.
He continued to talk about his various experiences with the trolls.
I've actually met a few of them in person, once or twice.
How did that happen?
Well, one of them was kind of like a setup where I thought I was going to make a new girlfriend there. My father went with me that one time, but it turns out there was a camera recording and hiding from somewhere else, recording everything that was going on in that conversation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then this other guy came
They're sitting
in,
like,
dressed in
really?
a pickle costume.
Very new idea.
Costumes? Why would he be dressed in a pickle
I'm sorry, I'm not
costume?
laughing at you. This is just so absurd.
Yeah, I know it is absurd. Because earlier in the Science Shoe comics, Drew Science Shoe eating lunch with Rose Shoe. He was eating a sandwich. He had pickles on it. It was like, I hate pickles. Yeah, because I don't like pickles either.
Yeah, no surprise there. This is not creative enough to do anything else but go like, well, I don't like them.
Okay, well we'll wrap it up here in a few minutes. So
They've got my car. I'm gonna find out what's wrong with it.
Where was the where's the garage then?
I'm not sure.
We don't know you don't know the street address? No, we don't have the street address.
It's in your GPS. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, well I'll follow y'all.
It's a pretty long way to the mechanics.
Yeah,
So.
it's near my place. He's gonna drop me off, and then he's got to go back home for work. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can make the Pride Parade for you. That's 2 weeks.
That's on the 13th.
Yeah, so it's 2 weeks from now. I'll try and see if I can make sure, but like I said, I'm back walking dogs and...
Well, you can always talk with Katie over Skype, right?
Christian suggested that they could visit his house in Ruckersville, which was
not
still
ready
being
yet.
renovated and
Almost.
repaired. Catherine and Al took him up on his offer.
We're moving forwards. Still moving forward. I'm pretty sure I got all the drops.
What made him this way?
It could be true. I was fucking nothing
What is
exists
the
at this
attraction?
point.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Not really tempting.
On August 31st, 2014, after Christian's afternoon date with two trolls playing the parts of an interested female party, Catherine, and her cousin, Al, he invited them to visit his house in Ruckersville, Virginia, which was still being renovated after its January fire.
Goodbye.
She later recounted the beginning of their spontaneous trek. We were going to escape to the mechanic, where Katie's car was, but Christy wanted to follow us. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma, who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way streets. Though the audio of the entire trip was covertly recorded and transcribed, the recording is now thought to be lost. According to the transcript as found on the Quickie, the three discussed the night of the fire and how he was woken up by his barking dogs. His mother Barbara had tried to put out the fire with a fire extinguisher, but failed to suppress it. Christian believed if she had more than one extinguisher, the fire could have been quelled. They spent an extended amount of time exploring the outside of the property, commenting that there was broken glass and other possible hazards hidden in the grass, caused by the firefighters who broke the windows to enter the property. They then approached the shed in the yard, which was originally constructed to be a workshop, and noted the plaque on the door, which read, "Dreaming Studio of Mr. C and Lil C, where dreams do come true, 1989. Chris pointed out the large cases filled with vinyl records in the shed, which his father Bob played in private. Al noted that he collected records himself and offered to buy some from Chris for a fair price. Chris greatly appreciated this gesture. Immediately after, they made one more stop on their day-long dalliance, the Chandler's rental house.
Damn, this is a nice place. So you've been living here since when?
Yeah, since last February.
Oh.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi, Snoopy. Hi, Clover. Hi, Mom.
Howdy.
Barbara, this here. Nice to meet you. That's Catherine and her cousin Al.
Glad to meet you. I'm Big Al.
Very lovely to
Dogs are like, no.
There's some, yeah, they seem a little bit worked up there.
That's Snoopy and that's Clover. Also got a case.
You don't bite me.
Is that like, nope?
They seem pretty loud. But,
yeah, they get loud when there's new people.
Oh, cool. Dude, is this your room?
Yeah, that's my work room.
Can I go in for a moment?
Yeah, sure. Hey now, doggies, calm down. It's good.
So what is all this then?
Yeah, pretty much just random things, but that's the high school I built based on the one Hardlake High dedicated building back to Manchester High. It took me about a month to build that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, see, Chris, you spent a month to build that?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's dedication right there.
Yeah.
With your comics and stuff, you can do the same thing. If you can be dedicated, like if you can work on that for a month, you can spend a month working on a comic book.
Anyway, yeah, I built this house on multiple houses. And here's our minifigs. Me and Catherine.
Aww.
Yeah, I painted kilts on her.
Neat. Yeah, that's a little kid. What's that around her neck? Is that like a little medallion? Or?
Yeah. Saichi Roshi medallion. Only my girlfriend eventually would get them.
Oh, cool. So what's it?
Yeah,
it
that's
says,
you.
Is that me? Oh, it's even tinier than I thought. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, too bad you're not staying. We were to watch Gigi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've got to get out of here to get.
Yeah. At least let me show you my bedroom. It is right there.
Sure, you go ahead.
So this is sort of like your office then?
Yeah, kind of.
Mm.
Here's where I sleep.
A nice way of putting it still.
Islanders.
Ah.
Dude, you got a lot of PS3 games.
Yeah.
Did these survive the fire? Or did you get
Yes,
these
they all did.
afterwards?
Every last one.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, that's good, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty much our entire
I
collection
did
of them.
not realise you kept my picture in your nightstand. Oh, no, wait, I think you did tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Who's that?
That's my father.
Oh.
That's Mr. C right there.
Mr. C.
So you keep that there to
That's
him.
Catherine and Mr. C.
Do you think he would approve of me?
How do you feel?
I like to think so.
And then I think he does.
He seems he would have been interested in your best story.
Oh, hi, baby girl. She's a kisser. She likes to kiss.
I'm sure they'll get used to me eventually. They just don't know who I am or I'm in their house.
Yeah, most animals would be like that.
You saw her picture?
You showed your dogs my picture. That's so cute.
Yeah.
The dogs are like, what do you want from me, human?
Well,
Well, they sniffed it. They smell everything. Yeah, we got separate pee and poo on the paper.
Yeah,
on the black thing.
To stand on it.
They what? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense on the paper. So.
Try not to stand on it or anything.
It's awfully inconvenient to take them outside.
Yeah.
It's normal though.
Well, yeah, then it's closer so you can clean it up without going as far with it, really.
Years old, I don't.
Fair enough.
Oh, I told Mom about how you have a lot of interesting stories from your travels in the European British areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mom, tell her something about the Western Maine.
Well, 400 years ago, the king declared the name Weston W-S-T-O-N, not I-N or E-N, but O-N, to be part of England's
Wow. That's a piece of history right there.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Certainly, Christian seems like a pretty good son. He was talking about how he helps you out around the house and all. And
Oh
such.
my gosh.
Yeah.
I couldn't survive without him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he takes care of Katie just as well. So.
I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly confident I will. I had practice.
So.
He's had a lot of practice. His father died 3 years ago.
I know, we heard him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. I apologize for your loss. That's gonna suck.
Yeah,
So.
you never get over it.
You know, probably not.
Married 31 years.
That's a long marriage.
No.
It's a fucking long time.
2 months after we were married, he had triple bypasses. The doctors told him that he would not live 2 more weeks. If he hadn't married me, he would never know.
Because you made him go to the doctor. Smart
Very,
move.
very subtly, because he was an engineer GE, and he did hardcore negotiating to sell their products.
Filthy, calm down.
Yeah. I don't know if there's not much room.
There's
here.
not
We can't stay too terrible.
Yeah, we're gonna head on in a few
The
minutes
couch
anyway. So.
belongs to the dogs. They saved us
That's
from
their
the
world.
fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christian said they woke you up.
Yeah.
I burned both feet because I didn't have any shoes on.
You had to walk through the fire then?
Well, I had this extinguisher trying to put it out, and what happened was
So you saw the fire, you grabbed an extinguisher. You're lucky you had
he
one on
grabbed the
hand.
extinguisher, pulled the thing out, and handed it.
Yeah, I remember from training, you pull the pin first.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you hand it off to your mum.
Sounds like you were both pretty brave to fight a fire like that.
We didn't have any choice. I was able to hold it just long enough for him to get his head together, get the dogs and the cat. That's
So sorry
okay.
for your loss.
That's okay. It hasn't been totally bad.
Well, life happens,
I
things
think for a
happen.
reason.
You just get through it, so.
I think for a reason. I
That's
appreciate you driving her there.
Yeah.
That was a good security.
Well, her phone, her
Jesus.
car broke down, and so
On the
there wasn't really any choice. I was the only guy that could, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Everything.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't know Christian or anything. I hadn't met you all at all, and they were talking pretty serious, like it seemed. So I thought that I'd get to know your family as well, because if these two are going to get hitched, it's going to be one family.
Just as
So
beautiful as he said.
Oh, thank you. You're very sweet.
Oh, I think I told Katie about how Barbara Ann wanted to be an English teacher. Enjoyed some English literature, I think. Yeah, she likes a lot of Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
She also enjoys the Tudors HBO program through Netflix, all about King Henry VIII.
Oh, Henry VIII. Anne Boleyn, his wife.
Indeed.
Yeah, one of the last of the
Yeah,
Tudors.
with blood cancer. We got blood cancer every blood Western.
That would be an interesting thing to research, like go through old records and things like that and actually draw a line, be able to say this is exactly where that went.
I still don't know the missing link between Richard Weston and Mary Boleyn. Oh yeah, and now we're thinking ahead, I did mention to her that I promised you our first daughter would have the middle name Weston. So we can continue that tradition and royalty.
Pretty useless royalty.
We'll let you go now.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you for having back to see us.
Yep, nice place. Nice place
That's,
y'all got here, so, yeah.
Hey, before you go, I wanted to let you know, what am I doing in a place like this? Waiting for the most honest, true, and awesome woman to come around in my life.
Oh my god, you're so sweet.
It's
At this
so
point,
fucking...
according to Catherine, Christian put his arm around her and tried to kiss her. She feigned a sneeze to dodge it.
I'm so glad this is working out very well.
Me too. Sorry, we've got to get going. I need to get our things back.
Well, hey, Chris, we'll both be pretty busy, but you and Katie can talk over the internet, and we'll see if we can work something out over the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe meet up again. I don't know. So.
Hopefully, Katie, you know where we are. You can come over yourself if you feel like it.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to know what you say. We just turn up. That'd be so rude.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to interrupt nothing like that.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Okay, well, anyway, it was nice meeting.
After she left, Chris changed his Facebook status to in a relationship, setting the start of their relationship as the day they first made contact on OkCupid, July 9th. At a later date, Catherine leaked some of the items from the goodie bag she was given by Chris. These included a mix CD called 3/4 Woman, featuring 21 songs sung over by
Everyone was
Chris,
surprised.
and 2 drawings telling a story of Chris getting attacked and downtrodden by internet trolls. Fortunately, Catherine in angelic form comes to revive him by sending an electrical charge into him via cables clamped onto Catherine and Christian's respective nipples with alligator clips. On September
Of course.
2nd, Chris wrote and then sent her a handwritten letter detailing his vows for the relationship as sweethearts, soulmates, and partners.
Of course he goes for that.
Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body, to Catherine, with this, my class ring, I take thee, Catherine, to be my sweetheart, lover, and girlfriend, in our relationship with mutual loyalty, devotion, trust, and companionship. And I solemnly vow
boy.
to maintain respect for you as my partner, to remain a
of
good,
course
loyal,
goes for
honest, and supportive partner to you.
First
to keep
meeting
any
to
and
Bam.
all information about you,
Ah,
sensitive and whatever else,
it's-
secret and strictly confidential between the two of us alone, unless you specifically specify such a detail to be shared with another trusted person in our lives. To fully maintain honesty and loyalty to you at all times, now and forever. Even when and if I should feel need for a break, or to find fun with anyone else, I vow to inform you of such times and with who, and all other details of such. To keep you topmost on my heart and soul, alongside my mother, who remains of my utmost loyalties, honesty, and such that goes in the mother-child relationship respectfully, and all related priorities as well. To remain emotionally and mentally open to you
Oh,
forever.
Jesus Christ,
To add
Chris.
more vows to this list as we continue on with our relationship, as they come about and when they come about. In addition, he offered to give her his high school graduation amethyst ring, but she declined. On that same day, he posted on Facebook that he was offering 2 of his original drawings up for sale on eBay at a limited $50 off offer, reducing their individual prices to $150. The next day, Christian left a reply on a Facebook post made by the official Sonic the Hedgehog page, which advertised the upcoming video game and partner TV show, Sonic Boom. He stated his hatred of Sonic's new design, who would have blue-colored arms rather than the past tan color, and stated that he would be boycotting the game until his arm color was changed. On September 4th, Chris acquired a miniature display case showcasing police equipment and uniform from its owner, who no longer wanted it. He promptly put it up on eBay for $100 and advertised the new listing on Facebook. According to the description, the piece was created in 1941 and would make a good present to the uncorrupted local authority, as opposed to the corrupted and power-abusing majority. He later updated the description to state that all the items, including the gun, were fake and firmly glued into place, possibly as a response to inquiries or criticisms from eBay staff. He added that the case was 26 inches tall and weighed between 50 and 100 pounds, and demanded that no one report or remove the listing. Some people left queries about the item, a few of which questioned the reasoning for the shipping price being set at $50. Chris answered that once bidding starts on an item, he cannot edit the details, and asked that the persons blame the opening bidder for the inconvenience. In addition, a few individuals commented on the possible rodent droppings seen in the background of the listed photos, but Chris firmly denied this. On September 5th, Christian notified his Facebook friends and followers that he would be delayed in fulfilling his commissions because he was talking and getting to know his girlfriend over the past month. He promised that he would fulfill all of his orders in 3 days. On that same day, he made a Facebook post claiming that since he defaced an Xbox One game console display in Walmart in 2013 to make it read Hexbox, he had grown to understand what he had done wrong and asked to be unbanned from the Walmarts of both Ruckersville and Charlottesville. He revealed that he had written a letter of apology addressed to the manager of the store and that she had called him, letting him know that she would not be lifting his ban. He stated that by doing so, she was discriminating not only against an autistic person, but also a lesbian trapped in a male body.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Transgender. He pleaded for his followers, the Human Rights Campaign, and the LGBT community to go to the Walmart to demand that Christian be allowed to re-enter the store.
What a fucking
On the 9th,
psychic
he
person.
announced that his 2 temporarily discounted works on eBay would remain permanently priced at $150 for their final 2 days until their listings expire, and urged people to buy them, as he would also include a free commissioned drawing. On that same day, he posted 3 new drawings up for sale on eBay, also for a price of $150. 2 starred Angelica Rosechew and Bubbles Rosechew, respectively, and another featured a return of Rosechew in commemoration of brave women who have
Everybody
braved
is
their own
fucking
battles, including
right.
the Women's Army Corps and members of the LGBT community. Later that day, he posted that he had gone to a Human Rights Campaign store to buy some items promoting the cause, and displayed them in a photo. The next day, Chris clarified on Facebook that his new girlfriend was not a hooker or a prostitute, and felt sorry for the women who had to work in that profession. On September 13th, he announced that he was adding another commission category to his eBay page, reproductions of his Sonichu and Rosechu medallions, sold for $30. He stated that it could take up to 2 weeks for a single medallion to get made. In the first couple of days, he received over 20 orders. Also on September 13th, Christian wrote a post clarifying that he preferred to define the word gay according to its antiquated meanings, namely cheerful, colorful, and happy, rather than the more common use of the word as a synonym for homosexual. In another post, he lambasted those who used the word in a derogatory fashion to call someone or something stupid, and quoted some original lyrics for a song inspired by the film My Little Pony: Equestria Girls. Gay is colors, gay is bold, gay is happy. The way you use the word, it makes you real crappy. Rainbooms rock.
Ugh.
In addition,
Jesus Christ,
he made a
Chris.
post revealing that he had gone to a local pride parade. I was at the Pride Festival today, and I really felt accepted and liked among the LGBT community. Like I do belong
nice, I
there
guess.
as a lesbian
They don't know you
transgender that
yet.
I am, and a lot of real women there showed me kindness and respect. Smiling face emoji. I feel
They
better
just
about
don't know
myself
who
for
you are,
that,
Chris. That's
but I was
the
not
only
in the
point where
mental
they're
state
still
to meet
acting
some people
somewhat
yet. But I did make some
English.
acquaintances, talked with some of them for a bit. But I do feel that I really want to do more with the community, so I may join up with the Seaville Pride or something. I have some pamphlets and details. I will make my own decisions.
Oh, they're going to reject you
Days later,
soon.
he announced a special offer of offering free Sonichu or Rosechu medallions with every colored commission, the proceeds from which were desperately needed for his mother's dental work, which could cost $600. On September 17th, Marvin, the man in the pickle suit during Chris's date with Emily, and also a moderator of the Cookie Forums, posted a screenshot of a message the troll Kim Wilson sent to Chris, asking about his so-called intimate piercing. Marvin claimed that Christian had gotten a body piercing in his perineum, also known as a taint, which was the area of the body between a person's genital region and their anus. Chris seemingly saw this post and decided to address his taint piercing on Facebook the following day. I had something done to me that is radical, that I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel straight piece with steel spheres, of which I refer to them as my unclit. I'm tending to its cleaning personally, in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice daily. I, Christian Weston Chandler, with no other outside opinions from anyone, have long been thinking about getting a piercing
Are
on
you
my
sure
taint,
about that?
with a steel sphere where my clitoris would be if I was born female, in my sole identity as a female and a lesbian, as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris by scissoring, years ago, after watching the lesbian couple tripping each other in the softcore porn movie, The Key to Sex. And for those who don't know about tribbing, it is more commonly known as scissoring. Tribadism is where one woman rubs her vulva against the other woman's vulva to stimulate each other's
Don't worry,
clitoris.
Chris.
In
We
fact, there are
fucking
clits that
know.
actually stick out, penetrating the labia and better stimulating the other
But you
clitoris.
really make it disgusting if
Female
you
bonobo monkeys have
fuck
long
it,
clits,
baby,
and they
for
trip other
fuck's
female
sake.
bonobos a lot of the time. And to make sure everyone understands once and for all, I am a female lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. Males offend me. Even my own penis totally grosses me out. I'm glad that I tuck it underneath my taint, so I do not have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I always have been and ever will. And for every one of these sods who continue to mislabel me
He
as a
still
homosexual
continues
male
that,
or hints
right?
towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you all can kiss my vagina of my soul. Have a good day. At the bottom of his post, he shared a link to the Tribadism page on Wikipedia, the free online encyclopedia.
Thanks,
Because the link's
Wikipedia.
preview thumbnail included illustrations of people having sex, a troll reported Christian for sharing nudity on Facebook, though no action was ultimately taken against him. Members of the Quickie forums discussed Chris's unclit in great length, worrying about a possible infection which could lead to other health problems if not treated properly. It marked a high point of activity for the forums, and the thread discussing Chris's taint eventually reached 45 pages. Also on September 18th, Christian wrote a Facebook post after he had learned about the possible existence of haters of the LGBTQ community within the Human Rights Campaign. He asked for cyberbullies and internet trolls to stop what they are doing and shut down their hateful website for good, sharing 4 concept drawings for his hypothetical Trollbusters task force. 2 days later, he apologized for an earlier post in which he attempted to redefine the word gay and stated that he accepted the gays as people like any other person. In closing, he also apologized for past comments he made, wherein he wished to turn gay people straight, conceding that it was wrong of him to think so.
Oh
On the
well.
20th,
Good
he
thing
listed
you know
both
that you don't
his
mean that.
1997 Cadillac Seville and his mother's 1996 BMW Z3 up for sale on the online marketplace website, Craigslist. Chris aimed to sell his car for $5,000 and noted that it needed extensive maintenance, including replacing the battery and mending a cracked engine block. The following day,
Doesn't
he
seem worth
elaborated on his crazy
5,000.
process when making the Sonichu medallions for his buyers.
Really not.
Just to let everyone know why I estimate 2 weeks for a creation of
Oh,
a medal
maybe
or more.
the
First, I
BMW.
have to be in the mood and mindset for creation as best
Is it
as I'm
5?
able, or
That's
otherwise
3,
not
what was
busy
it?
with life details or chores and
That
errands.
might actually be
Then
worth
I have
a
to
bit.
mold them according to my own specifications, including being able to fit
Depends
into
on age
3.5
and
inch square
condition,
boxes
basically.
with coffee puddings per box. Then they all have to air dry overnight.
Mhm.
Then I paint the details, let that dry, and then use permanent ink fine point marker to hand write my signature, open parentheses, C, close parentheses, and production number, followed by measuring the lengths of the neck straps from the longer leather strips. Thread them through the rings of each metal as tie the 2 ends together. Then I print or photocopy the small square blank certificates, fill them each appropriately with their respective metal, and then laminate the certificates. And then there's the package wrapping, addressing, and shipping them out at my local USPS post office. Around then, I would add to the tracking numbers respectively as well. And with that, I'm making my promise now that from the first week's order amount, if over 30 medals, I will have them all ready to ship, and ship them all on Friday the 27th. At around the same time, Christian was emailing Catherine about his plans for when they have sex. He informed her of his efforts in designing and testing a strap-on-like device without the dildo attached, so that he could keep his penis and testicles hidden as the pair performed tripodism, but his initial design failed to work as intended during testing. In the next email, Christian shared his experiences with trying out the dildo that came with a strap-on that he ordered. He tried to insert it along with a washcloth to clean out his rectum, but failed to do so. Soon after, he tried inserting it into himself in different ways while in his bathtub filled with water, but it merely caused him pain. He placed the dildo into a dresser drawer where he also stored his deflated woman's sex doll, which he hadn't used in months, since he felt that inanimate objects did not satisfy him as they did before. It was also possibly around this time that he replied to an email from Catherine concerning Chris's school papers that were stolen from his house and leaked onto the forums. He told her that he suspected the thief to have been a boy who lived across the street from him, who hated the Chandlers. He described an event during which the neighbor's cat attacked Chris and Barbara with its claws. So they called for animal control, who came to pick up the cat and euthanized it. Ever since then, Chris alleged that the boy, along with his grandfather, have been plotting against him and claimed that they had bred a snake which they released into their cement front porch through a hole they had made themselves to attack the Chandlers. In addition, he thought that they were responsible for several eggings of their property and also for stealing Barbara's purse and a reproduction of a Salvador Dali painting. On September 23rd, Christian unveiled a new campaign on the crowdfunding site, Kickstarter. In it, Chris asked for funds to build a Lego replica of his hypothetical Quickville shopping center, showing off a blueprint plan of the building he had made during his time in Piedmont, Virginia Community College. He wrote that he needed $5,000 in order to buy existing Lego sets, from which he would take necessary pieces in order to construct the shopping center. If backers pledged certain high amounts, they would get special rewards in return, as is customary on the website. However, all the pledged rewards consisted of sending the backers Lego-related merchandise, which was in violation of the terms of service of the website, which stated that the pledge goal rewards had to be original works made by the creator of the Kickstarter page. For the featured video to promote the campaign, he used his Lego Manchester High School video filmed in October 2013.
Nobody was surprised that he wouldn't just do a new one.
And seemingly attracted willing backers who contributed small amounts for his project. As per the website's rules, backers had 24 hours to retract their bids with no questions asked. Trolls, who used low-effort tactics, attempting to bother Chris and/or echoed the actions of past trolls, who are known as Weens, took advantage of this clause by donating large amounts to the fund before retracting their bids shortly after.
Of course they
Weens
did.
also backed the project using aliases such as Past Troll, Fight Cash, and Japanese video game developer Hideo Kojima. On September 24th, Chris notified his Facebook followers that he had bought a used car, a 2010 Ford Focus, after he was approved a loan, and complained about his newly acquired insurance payments. He pleaded for more people to buy his framed drawings on eBay, as at the moment, he did not have enough money to ship out his commissioned medallions. He soon after posted some details about the new purchase, revealing that it was his mother's idea to buy a new vehicle, specifically wanting one with an automatic transmission. She had her eyes on a van, while Chris wanted the more sporty Ford Focus. It appeared that they were also going to buy a van as well. As a result of possible delays in sending medallions to buyers, a few users decided to file complaints to Christian's eBay account, effectively freezing their payments. One of these individuals, who became referred to as Mr. Smith, received many angry private messages on eBay. Chris demanded that he remove the case against him since it risked putting his PayPal account in debt and would then have to pay overdraft fees. On the 26th, Chris informed his followers that he received more funds which enabled him to send out the medallions the following morning. He mentioned that he was still being troubled by Mr. Smith, exposing his real first name. He later posted one of his private messages to Mr. Smith on Facebook, asking people not to open any eBay cases against him. He also sent the same message to all individuals who had purchased a medallion from him on eBay. Soon, he updated his Facebook post with a comment stating that he would ship out the medallions of Mr. Smith and another person who had made a claim against him within the next 5 days. He shared both of their full names, hometowns, and their eBay usernames, and branded them as bullies. He promptly deleted it, though other people screenshotted it before it disappeared, and as a result, Mr. Smith received one prank call to his home phone. In response, Mr. Smith sent him a heated eBay message saying that he would be reporting Chris to eBay because his private information was publicly showcased. Chris calmly apologized for trolling him and wrote that he would send out his medallion the following day. Chris asked him to stop the chaos, even though Mr. Smith claimed that he spent an hour with eBay customer support regarding the issue. On September 27th, he issued an apology on Facebook for naming the people who had made cases against him. He added that he was very stressed at the time and still suffered from grief and stress that he feared could cause him to have a heart attack or a stroke. He admitted that it was wrong of him to do that and wished that people could forgive and forget his actions. Chris wrote to Mr. Smith
Because
that
you're
he
so
was
good
not
at
only
forgiving, you're
torturing
still
an
holding it
autistic
against
individual
fucking
by
Snyder
keeping
that he
his
banned you
claim
from the
active,
store.
but also
Do
a
talk about
lesbian and a
forgiveness.
transgender. He threatened to inform the HRC and autism facilities about his bullying and abuse. He pleaded for the attacks to stop since his medallion had already been shipped. The next day, Chris told his followers that he sent out over 10 medallions in addition to working on more commissions overnight. He stated that making claims against him would not make Chris produce the merchandise any faster and would only be a lose-lose situation for everyone involved. Also on that day, Christian emailed one Shayna Cohen, a troll playing the part of Catherine's friend. He asked her about her current condition after attending a bachelorette party, with Shayna informing him that after the party, she went to spend some time with one of the groomsmen, Colin, and that she still had her phone turned off. Christian replied, stating that even though he acknowledged that they were in an open relationship, he felt uneasy about Catherine breaking up with him because of Colin. Since he missed her greatly, he decided to send her a text message. Shayna told him that he didn't have to worry about Colin being inappropriate with her because he was a nice guy who came from a wealthy family, which only upset Chris more since he was most concerned about finances being the cause of their breakup. On September 29th, Shayna emailed Colin about what he had been doing with Catherine after finding out that she would spend the next few days in New York City. She also sent a copy of the email to Catherine and also to Christian, allegedly by accident, apologizing for the mistake in a follow-up email. Chris told her that he promised not to message Colin and asked if it was possible if Shayna could tell Colin to be repellent towards Catherine, since Chris worried so much about their relationship. Not long after, he rescinded his promise and decided to write Colin an email. You may or may not have heard of me from Catherine, or you don't know me, but Shayna and Rebecca know me. I'm Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, artist, crafter, creator of Sonichu and Roastechu, the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon, and my city of Quickville, Virginia, USA, the comic book series, Websites Lost to Cyberbullies.
He really likes to point it out. He really thinks he's a fucking famous person.
Catherine and I have been getting on knowing each other,
Jesus
growing
Christ.
mutual deep emotions, and fondness with mutual care and respect for over a month
You
now.
are lying
Recent
out
events
of
have
your
her feeling
fucking
off, and I really
ass.
wish for her and mine relationship to be forever lasting. Your possible flirtatious actions and wealthy tricks with deceptions are not helpful in this situation, as I have a lot of worry and care and respect for her very much. Not only that, but I fully support her for the orientation she is, as well as the sweetest, kindest, and most true and pure soul that she is. I can only imagine that your cold, money-filled blue blood will not satisfy or fulfill her emotional needs. She and I are a great 95+% match from over the 1,000 questions we both have answered on our OkCupid profiles. You can never top that. If you have any shred of a heart or respect as a human being, I would deeply appreciate it if you would be repellent to Catherine and encourage her to stay with the one who can emotionally support her, fully and utmost. Me. Thank you, and I will wish you a good and safe day, for now. Colin sent a reply, taking his words as a veiled threat, and was not impressed with his attitude. Chris apologized for sounding threatening, and told him that she was his sweetheart, and feared that Colin was a women heartbreaking playboy, with no regard for her, and demanded that he tell him and Shayna what he had been doing with Catherine. Colin wrote that if he wanted to talk to her, he should do so himself, since he was not Chris's messenger. Meanwhile, he notified Shayna of their interactions. She said that Colin was pissed at her for mistakenly sending that email to Chris, thusly revealing Colin's email address. He was equally pissed off with Chris for continuously bothering him and sending him threats. Christian orally apologized for his actions, debating whether his heart was in the right place or if he was dumb and retarded. At around the same time, Kickstarter notified Christian that his campaign did not meet their criteria, stating that his page would be suspended in 48 hours. He acknowledged that the issue was with the pledge goal rewards being seen as resold merchandise, and would instead consider custom engraving Lego bricks for anyone who donated $50 or more, or having their name placed on bricks in the final Quickville shopping center model. Ultimately, he abandoned the Kickstarter and his project, as his last recorded login to the site was on October 4th, 2014. By the end of September, the first batch of medallions got delivered to their owners, some of whom chose to share what they received on the Quickie forums. They all featured miniature certificates of authenticity with handwritten signatures, dates of completion, and individual numbers for each medallion issued. Medallion number 19, however, the one made for Mr. Smith, was made differently. Sonichu's eyes were colored orange red, rather than white. He had a frown instead of a smile, and his eyebrows were angled at a scornful angle. Furthermore, his certificate of authenticity had significant ink smudging on it. Mr. Smith was personally rather amused by this delivery, but decided to use the opportunity to further antagonize Chris by making another claim against him on eBay, stating that the product he received was not what he had purchased. Chris wrote back, "I did not send you the wrong medallion. I purposely molded, drew, and colored it to be angry at you for your constant stubborn attitude and bullying. And you're certainly bucking up to be worthy of my own anger as well. Accurate item, made custom just for you, Smith." He also shared on Facebook the reasoning behind the existence of the angry-faced Sonichu medallion. While Christian's efforts at using his own infamy to generate extra income seemed like a wise idea, his execution of it had many faults, which included a failure to keep up with demands, and a pricing plan which reflected his perceived infamous reputation. In his struggles to help his family's financial situation, he was faced with some difficult truths about life, accountability, and responsibility.
Welcome to reality, and how it does not conform to your own personal wishes. Ah, Chris. Getting higher. Reach the 40s. We're gonna pass through probably one by episode, depending on how long it is. Basically puts us right before the stop
What made him
mark.
this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the
Probably
story.
this one sheer dementia. It's like, what? Did you already watch this? Yeah. Did you about it? How many laughing sisters have I killed in this time frame? I don't even know.
On October 1st, 2014, Christian made an angry Facebook post directed at all the employees of Sega, enraged by the redesign of the character Sonic the Hedgehog on the new video game and animated series, Sonic Boom. Sonic's arms are not blue! You all continue to make me most angry with this most criminal of changes in history ever! You either recall everything of the new Sonic Boom right now, or I will seriously not rip his arms off, and seriously will watch you all at Sega die from this heinous of crimes ever! He attached 2 photos of himself pulling at the arms of the aforementioned miscolored arm Sonic plush doll, which he had purchased himself, explaining in the post's comment section that he fixed the arm color from blue to the previous standard beige, using Crayola Model Magic clay. Meanwhile, he continued to inquire about his troublesome girlfriend, Catherine, with her fictitious friend, Shayna, via email, feeling increasingly worried about their relationship ever since she supposedly began spending time with another man, Colin. Catherine eventually replied to him, letting him know that nothing happened between the two, and that she felt doubtful about Chris's ability to handle their open relationship if he became so uncomfortable at the thought of her spending time with another man.
Yep.
Shayna was pleased to hear that they were talking again, and revealed that she and Catherine were discussing costume ideas for Halloween. Chris said that they had planned to dress up together in a lesbians through time costume concept, while Shayna said that Catherine was more interested in the Catwoman/dominatrix theme. The next day, Shayna told him that she had already planned to dress up as a dominatrix, with Colin acting as her slave, which made Shayna uneasy, since he was black. Christian was surprised by the revelation of his race, to which she replied by sending him an alleged photo of Colin while on a business trip in China. In response, Chris wanted to convince him of the importance for men to wear bras and to not walk around in public while shirtless, sharing with him his Braziers for Males Facebook page, which Colin failed to take seriously. He tried to make Shayna talk some reason into him, but she too failed to understand the reasoning behind Chris's logic. He replied to her with a heated email. You don't get why males should be top covered?
Yeah, no,
well,
nobody
for
does.
one thing, I find their breasts simply horrific and vulgar, and the nipples do not help them either. Second, A lot of males are going to end up with drooping B-cup or bigger breasts anyway. Would you want those things flopping all about while they're topless? I would not. Black! Third, there is a major thing called modesty. Not many people like show-offs. Ugh! Super seriously, those ugly, offensive, vulgar topless hides just give me really bad shivers and quakes, near enough to cause a freaking seizure. Vertical bar, open parentheses. Males must be top covered. Sent from my iPhone. Stay safe. Christian W. Chandler. He soon after apologized for his temper, stating that he was stressed at the time because he thought that both he and Catherine were not ready to have sex with other people before each other, when in fact, she was. He also explained that their open relationship was his idea, which he believed could give her the freedom to explore her bisexuality. He was beginning to accept the idea of Colin making advances towards Catherine if they were consensual, and if he kept her safe. He felt very conflicted, however, when he found out that she was not keen on his cause to make all males wear bras. In response, he asked Shayna to conduct a poll with a desired sample size of over 1 million people to find out how many of them were offended by the sight of male breasts. If more than half disagreed with him, then he pledged to close his Facebook page and reprogram his mind to become more tolerant of them. Chris complained again that Colin was laughing at his cause, and wrote of the many occasions during which he witnessed shirtless men and became horrified by the sight. On October 4th, after Colin theorized that Chris hated the sight of male breasts because of repressed sexual urges and suggested that he would satisfy Catherine instead, Chris decided to block him and wished him the hell into his fortune. He then messaged Catherine, stating that he would not stop Colin from doing anything with her, but still warned her about him because he did not take her seriously and continually laughed.
It's hard to take you seriously. It's really hard to take you fucking seriously if you start with that.
An email she received from Colin, who wrote that he felt Christian was significantly overweight, judging from his Facebook photos, and thought that his hatred for male breasts was a projection of his own insecurities about his body. Colin offered to help him by improving his diet and joining him at the gym to possibly acquire muscles almost as defined as his own, which were apparently well appreciated by Catherine. After reading his response, Christian decided to unblock him. He appreciated the gesture to help him with his weight loss, but took offense at Colin calling him fat. Later that day, Chris made a remorseful post addressing his girlfriend and Colin. He apologized to him for comparing him with a rapist and for calling him a womanizer. He also said sorry to Shayna for getting her involved in his dispute, and thanked Catherine for continuing to support him as he continued to learn how to act in an open relationship. He acknowledged that the mix CD he had made for her had leaked onto the Quickie forums, and assumed that it had been stolen from her. He asked whoever had it to return it to his home address. In addition, he attached a link to a YouTube video he made in which he expresses the same sentiment as his written post.
This is Christian Chandler of Rockersville, Virginia. I'm recording this video because I have apologies to make. I want to apologize to Shayna, who was a good friend of mine, but not my girlfriend. Been helping me
About to say sweetheart,
rely in details and whatnot amongst my sweetheart, another one of my gal pals, and new man of the hour.
You really don't know how to say this, do you?
Colin. With my sweetheart, when I know her by now, who knows me? Because they found a CD I gave her. Yeah, her name is Catherine. So, yeah, with that, I would really appreciate having the CD sent back to me, and I'll make sure she gets it, because it's the master copy, as well as the master print and handwriting in there. So I really would appreciate getting that back.
I'd imagine so, yes. And the trolls really like getting hands on that.
Well, I screwed up here because
Nobody was surprised.
While Catherine was in New York recently, Colin asked her and Shayna to go out for a sailboat ride. Shayna couldn't make it, but Catherine went. They had fun time on the boat. Nothing
else happened. Colin treated her with respect, and I'm guessing kept his distance, but definitely respected my sweetheart.
Something you can't do. Not too long ago.
She's been going through a lot as well. She needed this good time as well to get away from the bad things of life that's bothering her. It's relevant to her father. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Anyway, Catherine, you mean the world to me, sweetheart. You really do. I've been going under a lot of my own stresses lately. Especially in
You
response
really
to everything.
never stop.
And I miss my father every day. It all hurts.
The way is impressive.
I'm very sorry for all the mistakes I made. I can't stop loving you.
Ah, please stop.
Deep within
Why
my
have you never improved on that singing? And if you don't have a talent for that, please just don't.
The lyrics, so I'll just sing from the bottom of my heart and the depths of my soul.
Raping of my ears continues as Chris is indulging himself.
I love you.
Not long
The
after
camera
the video
never
was
gets better.
uploaded, Christian resumed communication with Colin. The preceding messages are unknown, but in the first week of October, the pair moved on to discussing Chris's criminal history, with Chris telling him about the times he had been arrested, and that he and his mother were on probation until next June, until which time they were convicted felons. He then provided definitions for two of his unique terms relevant to the subject. Jerkops, meaning police officers who abused their power to cause more evil, and managerks, managers of establishments who punished the innocent while bored or evil. He recommended that Colin visit the troll-created Quickie in order to find out more about his past. Colin was surprised by his felony charge, and recommended that he tell Catherine about his arrests. He further suggested against using made-up words like managerk and jerkop, because it made him seem foolish and less credible. In the next email, Chris wrote in detail of his troubles concerning the game place and its manager, Michael Snyder. He claimed that Snyder had hired people to act as witnesses from the store next door, and merely kicked the front fender of their car twice and faked his falls. With the conclusion of their trial, Chris stated that the manager received no compensation for his setup. He then elaborated on his earlier solicitation charge, which came about as a result of his use of the attraction sign to attract possible female partners.
You're not understanding
After
that is
visiting the Quickie
troublesome.
and reading the official police records, Colin was disturbed to find out that as opposed to what Christian told him, he and his mother had run over Snyder with their car, and that Barbara had also assaulted a police officer. He decided to send a copy of his email to Catherine to show her how troubling his behavior was. Chris replied, writing that he told his mother about Colin's inquiries into their court case and involvement in his romantic relationship. She handwrote a note addressed to Colin. Colin, what is between my son and Katie is none of your damn business. Shut your f***ing mouth. You're the dumb one trying to tear down someone you can't be face to face. Our business is none of yours. You live in hell. You will suffer for the attacks on my son. Mrs. C. Christian also transcribed Barbara's message in his email, though he altered her words to add more emphasis on his involvement with Catherine. Colin then sent an email accusing Chris of hiding behind his mother, to which Chris retorted that he was simply honoring her wishes to let him know how she felt about him, after Christian admittedly revealed private information to him by mistake. He stressed that all that was written about him on the Quickie was ancient history, and was upset that Colin shared that old info with Catherine, thusly hurting her. Chris found him to be an untrustworthy individual, wished him to rot in his own hell, and wrote him a random Axis humor poem.
What sounds like Chris.
Alright, I'm going to fart on your head. My name's not Fred. Don't wet the bed. Is your face feeling red? You have bad street cred. Has your family been fed? You've got a lawn to mow and shred. This pencil has lead. The patient has bled. Stay out of my shed. Don't break the bed. For your crimes have you pled. The book has been read. I fear where to tread. Lord Zed. The lesbians have been wed. The world is corrupted. My bear likes to be called Ted. Hasn't enough been said.
Fucking
Oh,
nothing
look,
to
Ted.
try to
Conscious
smoke
and
here.
mentality is limited. You do not know everything of the world, and perfection of anything is only a grand illusion in your head. Colin did not like the poem, and felt that its stupidity further proved that Chris did not have the emotional maturity to be in an adult relationship, and hinted that Catherine may have lost a romantic interest in him. In response, Chris took responsibility for his mistakes, but stated that Colin was also to blame for the chaos. He said that Colin needed more growing up to do, since, unlike Chris, he did not have to work to overcome his autism, nor did he spend a night in jail worrying about the safety of his mother, or get beaten up by police officers and managers. Colin was not impressed with Christian's defense, stating that other people with autism have achieved more than he did. This is the last known email correspondence between Colin and Chris. Meanwhile, Christian continued to post updates about continuing to make and send out more Sonichu medallions for willing buyers on eBay. By the end of the first week of October, he had received close to 80 new medallion purchases. Privately, Christian tried to make a deal with Mr. Smith, the person who received his angry-eyed Sonichu medallion.
It was a stupid
He
idea.
suggested that he could make another standard-looking medallion for Mr. Smith, free of charge, in order to convince him to drop the case against him for sending a medallion which was not as described. Mr. Smith later received the replacement, which was made like all the others, but its nose had broken off during delivery. He then requested that Chris draw him a picture featuring Sonichu and Mr. Smith himself, so that he could stop his complaints about Chris revealing his personal information on the internet. He provided 2 photos of himself for Christian's reference. On October 9th, Chris shared on Facebook that he owed eBay $300 in fees for listing his items, and demanded that people buy his original drawings still up for sale. He then posted a picture of his mother's BMW, which was still up for sale only for a price of $15,000. Willing buyers could call Barbara's phone via the phone number Chris listed on his post. The next day, Christian called Colin's phone at around midnight, but he didn't pick up. On the day after, they exchanged a long text message conversation. Colin let him know that he didn't answer his phone because he called when he and Catherine were in bed. Chris said that his call and urge to leave a voicemail was an impulse by their friend. He then told Colin to get on his motorcycle and join his bully brothers at the bar in the desert and get stung by a scorpion. Colin did not understand his message and called him a child. Chris then informed him that he was on his way to a showing of the documentary film Wish Me Away, which focused on LGBT themes, and expected to meet up with many other lesbians like him in attendance. Colin did not acknowledge him as a lesbian, since he possessed a penis, to which Chris replied, "My lesbian soul links better to them, and the ugly growth is easy to conceal under my skin, and satisfactory attributism is easy, with a piercing on my taint where my clit is, silly boy." Colin rebutted, "You don't have a clit, you have a penis!
Indeed.
Good luck trying to hide it if you ever manage to get some lesbian interested in having sex with you." Christian messaged back, "Tucking it in is easy with an empty strap-on, no dildo. The sphere makes up for the faults of this ill-damned gender I was forced to be born to. Maybe I'll lend the dildo to you, so you can shove it up yours. And, by the way,
Very
along which
adult.
you give the males a most terrible and horrible name in your behavior, most uncouth. You have no soul, Colin. You are shallow, and your forehead is so bald, the sun could reflect off of it and blind everyone in its shaded brown light. Blinded by blue light." Colin replied,
Jesus,
that he would
that's
let
an adult
Catherine use
reaction.
the strap-on dildo on him. In response, Christian said that he would let her do that to him also. Colin then wrote that he received his doctorate from Oxford University, with Chris replying that he maintained honor roll throughout middle school and high school, and received a degree in computer-aided drafting and design. He called Colin a bully and hurled insults at him in order to catch up. Chris also claimed that he was neither racist nor a bigot, and listed off Bill Cosby as a black entertainer who he liked. He then named other male entertainers such as Frank Sinatra, Bing Crosby, Jerry Seinfeld, and Kelsey Grammer, who he considered as among the 1% of males who were decent and respectable. Chris proceeded to list off several female entertainers he enjoyed, including Britney Spears, Lucille Ball, and Pamela Anderson. He declared Colin as one of the 99% of males who are phony, argumentative, compassionless, and children stupid. He confessed that he hated to have been born a male and wanted to get an organ sex change operation after the birth of his child, and would even enlarge his breasts. Chris then revealed that his mother was a breast cancer survivor. The next morning, Christian called Catherine at 3:50 a.m. At around midday, Colin began text messaging him again, complaining about being woken up. He let Chris know that she did not appreciate his comments concerning the poop-colored glare glinting off his shaven head. Chris eventually responded to his messages over 6 hours later, refuting claims that he was a racist. Colin thought otherwise. Chris rebutted, stating that if he were truly a racist, he would have called Colin by the N-word, a word he claimed he never used. They proceeded to insult each other and defend themselves. Colin asked if Christian became a male lesbian because of his small penis, with Chris responding that his ugly growth could extend up to 7 inches, and could even stretch it and shove it up his anus. Colin doubted that any lesbians would be interested in him since he had a penis, though Chris wrote that he had a lesbian friend who he was interested in asking out for casual conversations and then possible tribadism. He threatened to show his and Colin's texts to
Can we just call it
friend,
scissoring,
Shayna,
please?
and Colin told her that Catherine told her to stay out of their dispute. On October 13th, Christian revealed on Facebook that he realized that he owed eBay money because he made a lot of sales in the past month, and asked for some to contribute to sales amounting to $150 to keep him from going in debt. His request was soon fulfilled by an unknown individual. The next day, he posted that he shipped out the majority of his orders, and even though he had still more to make, he would give himself a break the next few days. Also, under the suggestion of frequent Facebook commenter and financial contributor Kenneth Engelhardt, he offered to make a wider selection of custom medallions, such as ones depicting Sonichu and Rostu's children, Robbie, Sarah, and Christine, or an equality symbol. On October 16th, he shared an article from the magazine Elephant Journal, in which he learned that having sex might prevent cancer. 2 days later, he wished his Facebook friends and followers a happy Halloween, and asked if anyone knew of any Halloween parties in the Charlottesville area. He also attached a photo of a My Little Pony character he made out of Legos. On October 19th, Christian wrote a post on his Braziers for Males Facebook page. I was thinking more about modesty amongst the common male, besides the fact that their top portions should still be covered to less offend those, including myself, who feel and have been feeling offended with topless male nudity. There is another amongst the common male that should still be considered more concealed from those sensitive to them as well, the bulge. The bulge definitely remains obvious, even regardless of what kind of pants they wear. Even opaque leggings alone would not suffice to keep that covered up. But I have found in my own personal expression of my lesbian transgender sexuality that leggings and skirts together can better conceal the bulge. The skirt is more loose outwardly, so even if it becomes aroused, to use the term loosely, the bulge becomes less obvious to tell. Also, I like to hide my long, ugly growth underneath my taint, tucked between the skin and my underwear. This also helps in better being able to look down and not have to look at the darn thing. I am not saying males have to wear skirts and leggings, but in the name of modesty, it would be beneficial.
Of course,
and y'all will be able to better feel the breeze of the air on your legs and lower region, which is good. And with the light chill getting there, y'all may find better seed population growth there as well. Again, using the term loosely. So, take a page from my book of life for your consideration. Skirts and leggings for better modesty. Males do not have to be such offensive show-offs. That is so stereotypical of them to be show-offs. Prove yourself not stereotypical and more modest. Have a good and safe day. He then shared a photo of himself wearing a skirt to demonstrate his methodology. 2 days later, he expressed his surprise at finding out that due to recent negative ratings on his eBay account, Chris's selling status was rated as below standard, and as a consequence, his recent transactions were being withheld by eBay, preventing him from using his earnings to ship out more commissions. He later notified his followers that he spent 2 hours waiting for an eBay customer support representative to answer his call regarding his status. The next day, he notified on Facebook that the matter had been sorted out, and asked that people not be defrayed from ordering by his inconveniences. It was around this time that Mr. Smith received the drawing he asked for from Chris, which included a bemused-looking Sonichu pointing at a depiction of himself, telling him, "You just couldn't let up and be patient, could you, Mr. Smith?" In addition, the background included an ice bucket over the door, intended to be opened by Mr. Smith, and a painting of a sinking tugboat on the wall. He was apparently not amused by this illustration, which convinced Chris to make a brief YouTube video apologizing to him.
Yeah,
To Mr.
probably
Smith.
not a good idea.
What
I'm
brings
very
you here?
sorry about sending you the medallion with the angry face. And I should
Promise
just
you,
treat
you're
you like
not.
the other customers and give you the original face in the first place.
Yeah,
But
that
you did
sign
get
right there
that
doesn't help you.
with the second one, and I
In
apologize
fact, it makes your case worse.
for drawing with the want of dropping a bucket of
Let's
ice
take a
on your
quick
head
tip over to Obermine, get rid of all of the stuff in our
because
inventory.
you sent my finances.
What can I do for you?
Down the drain there. Like a sinking ship. Anyway, yeah, I'm very sorry. I'm hurting. It hurts. Everything hurts. A lot hurts. Goddamn stress of life.
Yeah, welcome to life. It ain't always easy. She's pretending that he's the only one who ever goes through stress. Oh, it's like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
He soon after removed the video, though trolls managed to download it in time and re-uploaded it onto YouTube. Privately, Mr. Smith told him that he did not believe that his apology was genuine since he was not wearing his Sonichu medallion. Chris replied, "I am for real, and I do not have to wear my medallion to prove myself. I have done more than your money's worth for you. I am the real Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia, and you can tell best who I am from my face. I am sick of kissing your pitiful ass. Now, you can kiss my cooch." On October 25th, Christian learned about the controversial video game related topic known as Gamergate, which he interpreted as a misogynistic viewpoint against women developing or playing video games. He was against that stance, confessing that he liked to portray himself with a female avatar while playing games, and asked for the misogyny and cyberbullying to stop. He shared screenshots of some of the custom-made in-game characters he created to represent himself. Soon after, he made another Facebook post, pleading for a cure for autism to be found, sharing stills of himself fighting a personification of autism in the Nintendo 3DS game Super Smash Bros. 2 days later, he learned that Dr. Temple Grandin, prominent proponent for the humane treatment of livestock and also autism spokesperson, would be coming to Virginia to speak at a conference regarding autism. He wished to attend the event and try to meet her as well if he had enough money. He eventually declared that he could not afford to go to the conference. On the 28th, he proclaimed eBay as a terrible website for placing vulgar labels such as below standard on
Strength
sellers
and honor.
and withholding funds from entering sellers' PayPal accounts, giving them a rating of only half a star out of 5. On Halloween night, after encouragement from Renee, a troll posing as a friend of Catherine and Colin, Christian dressed up in the 70s lesbian-esque outfit and went to a costume party and show featuring numerous drag queens held at Charlottesville's Impulse Gay Social Club, a gay nightclub. Chris later commented that he enjoyed the show, but complained that the speakers at the venue were too loud, thusly giving the gay club a rating of 4 out of 5 stars. On November 5th, Null, the owner of the Quickie forums, made public that he was to shut down a private discussion board that could only have been accessed by a select few people, a board which led to more trolling and interference in Chris's life.
Victory.
He censored all names
Blood
pertinent
and
to the discussion,
thunder.
but made it clear for the first time to the wider community that all the gal pals who communicated with Christian in 2013 were trolls pretending to be his former high school classmates, and inferred that Catherine, Chris's then mysterious girlfriend, was also a troll. Null felt guilty that all the people Christian knew in his life, be they friends or foes, were all users of the forums, and called for anyone who wanted to contact Chris to reconsider their actions, as he was visibly drained of energy and enthusiasm, and said that further trolling would be morally reprehensible.
Farewell.
Null did not
That's
consider
so.
shutting down the forums, as he thought that people would continue to discuss Chris either there or on another site.
Indeed.
In the time since Chris's father died and activity died down, users of the forums began discussing other individuals who became known for their laughable antics, known as lolcows. Null and other users involved in the discussion thread considered expanding on that concept to create a website that addressed the actions of numerous perceived lolcows, and brainstormed rebranding themselves as something along the lines of the Kiwi Farm, based on a common mispronunciation of Kiwi
Strength
forms
and
as
honor.
uttered by some lolcows.
Dub.
On November 5th, Chris made a lengthy Facebook post declaring once again his dissatisfaction with Sonic Boom because Sonic the Hedgehog's arms were blue. He called for a boycott of the game and TV show. He attached a photo of himself holding a figurine of the newly designed Sonic, with his arm color corrected with modeling clay.
Jesus
The post
Christ.
also featured a long list of hashtags designed to get the attention of many platforms and individuals. In a comment on his post, Chris stated that the blue arm travesty was just as awful as the so-called whiteface, referring to singer Michael Jackson altering his skin color. A friend of his asked him why he had bought at least 2 Sonic Boom toys if he planned to boycott the franchise. Chris wrote that buying a few items to recolor their arms was a small, ironic price to pay toward his cause.
Yeah, sure.
On November 6th, a person operating an excavator executed a controlled fire near Christian and Barbara's rental home, possibly in an effort to dispose of dry debris, which may accidentally catch fire at a later point. Chris was made irrationally upset by this ordeal, believing that the man controlling what he dubbed a shovel mech was irresponsible for setting a fire so close to their residence and the forest. He also posted a video of the event on YouTube, which he titled as "Male Idiot Tries to Put Out Fire and Sits There Someone, Please Call 911 for Flintstone Drive. Why?" partly revealing the address of his rental house.
Yeah, and I'm recording it on my iPod video. Yeah, you see what he moved his shovel mech and he's looking like he's either stoking it or he's trying to put it out. Well, he could try covering it with the dirt. That's what it looks like he's doing right now.
No, I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
Shoveling Mayo idiot tries to put out fire surrounding a forest and neighborhood. Hey, there's a lake nearby. You know what? He could scoop some water and put it over the damn fire. My mama tried calling 911, but guess what? The darn idiots won't listen. They think he's not breaking any laws.
Because he isn't.
Consarn it, they don't have a lick of common sense.
No, you don't have any leak of common sense.
Oh, now what?
I'm
But you
driving
don't do it.
away. Yep, I stoked the fire, and now I'm driving away. Oh, I'm an idiot or something. Look at me.
And now I just turn myself around. And now I'm gonna sit here and watch the damn fire some more. Somebody please call 911 and tell them to get over here.
The next day, he let his Facebook friends know that he was alive and well, and that the fire had been extinguished. Also on November 6th, Null posted a close-up photo of Chris's taint piercing, not long after it had been pierced.
Always
It is
the same,
unclear
isn't
how
it?
he obtained this picture. 3 days later, Christian told his followers that he caught up with all his drawing commissions, and further advertised his still available drawings and medallions from eBay to serve as possible gifts for the holidays. In addition, he said that he was planning to move back into his old house sometime in December, which may delay his production of commissions. On that same day, he continued his spree of hate against Sonic Boom, replying
course he
to a
will.
post from the official Facebook
Of
page which
fucking
asked
course he
people's
will.
opinions on the first aired episode of the Sonic Boom TV show, that he was still boycotting the game and the TV show until Sega fixed Sonic's arm color.
He says while buying
A
shit
day
off
later,
of them.
he announced, "Take a stand with me. Not only boycott Sonic Boom, the games, and the TV show, but also discourage everyone from buying the games and watching Cartoon Network until Sega recalls everything Sonic Boom, including the TV show, and changes Sonic's arm color
Jesus
back to
fucking
their
Christ.
original color. Riot the streets until they fix the monstrosity." In the comments for his post, Chris refused to believe in talks concerning the idea that the Sonic Boom franchise was not canon to the rest of the Sonic the Hedgehog media, and that the protagonist for the new games and TV show was not technically the same character as featured in previous games. Kenneth Engelhart suggested that maybe he should create a petition to change Sonic's arm color instead, and asked why he was so upset by this.
Very good
Christian
question, isn't
replied
it?
that he was upset because Sonic the Hedgehog's arms were not supposed to be blue. He added
It's not an
that after numerous
explanation, though.
complaints directed at Sega, he claimed that he was blocked from leaving any more comments on the Sonic the Hedgehog Facebook page.
Probably because you're not
Soon
leaving
after,
shit out of
he
them.
provided his friends and followers with a download to the game case covers for Sonic Boom, as made for the Wii U and 3DS, which he altered to correct Sonic's arm color and added a caption, telling all to boycott the games since his arms were blue. Chris told them to print off the images and paste them onto the game cases on sale at every nearest game retailer store, GameStop.
That's vandalism.
On November 12th, With the help of Kenneth Engelhart, Christian founded a new Facebook page with the aim of better publicizing his cause, titled Keep Sonic Original. Other people joined the page and contributed to the discourse. Some were weens, who seemingly supported him and encouraged his actions further, and others tried to help him by making him realize the error of his ways, who were known by the forum members as White Knights. Also on that day, Chris received an email from the Fairfax Cryobank, a fertility center to which he applied to donate his sperm. He was rejected by the clinic, without any exact clarification as to why. In the aftermath of his rejection, he wrote a series of text messages to Renee, saying that he got rejected and so felt lonely. He was now searching for a woman to bear his daughter, and if not Catherine, he would have offered Renee the opportunity, except that he knew that she was in the midst of her own troubles and didn't want to bother her about it. Later that day, he once more advised that someone consider purchasing Barbara's BMW for the non-negotiable price of $15,000 and provided her phone number again for any inquiries. In his next post, he advertised the Sonichu medallions that were still up for sale on eBay and showcased 9 different possible varieties in a photo. Over the next few days, Christian continued to complain about Sonic's blue arms on Facebook, both on his newly founded page dedicated to his cause and on his own personal profile. On November 17th, he wrote an account of how he went into the retailer Target to find that the game Sonic Boom was so successful that it was nearly sold out. He then got into a heated discussion with store security personnel concerning sensory overload of the blue arms and stocking of the so-called shit game. He urged his followers to go to the store to encourage the staff to send the games back to Sega and to buy back all the sold copies in order to send them back as well. Also on the 17th, he announced on his Keep Sonic Original page that a member posing as Japanese game director and designer Izuka Takashi, who was heavily involved with the Sonic franchise, was in fact fake. Another user then made a post writing that the Sonic from Sonic Boom was in fact a descendant of the original Sonic, and that it's not canon of the original game series. Chris angrily replied, "That does not matter with the freaking issue. Did I not make it clear that I do not care whether or not it is freaking canon or not? OMG! I so fucking hate that word, canon, in the definition of matching or related. I have hated it since that definition of the word confused me from after its introduction to me while I was drawing my comics years ago, which led me losing my inspiration to draw more among the troll and bully abusive reasons."
Oh yeah, that was
On
one of the main reasons, of course.
Christian publicly revealed on Facebook that he had applied to become a sperm donor and was rejected, theorizing that it was because the sperm bank was discriminating against autistic people. His lengthy post was thought by forum members to have been written by one of his friends, as it lacked his special signature writing quirks and flair. Also on that day, Kenneth Engelhart, along with a few people Chris communicated with on Facebook the most, which included William Elliott Waterman among others, began to work on a new Sonichu and Roastu website under the domain name spurgweb.com. At the time of its publication, the site was
I think I'm gonna spend the last 30 minutes also just watching a bit of Chris Chan and smoking on the pipe a bit.
The staff
It's
created a forum
slipping a
offshoot
bit
site
hard
as
here.
well to encourage fan discussions. Other Facebook commenters felt unsure about
Jesus.
its intentions due to its primitive website design and its name, Spurgweb, which used the term spurg, a derogatory way to describe someone with Asperger's syndrome. After some time, Chris chimed in as well, saying that upon checking it out himself, he did not like it, and stated that it looked trollish and suspicious. Kenneth conceded and took down the website. On November 21st, Chris posted a drawing he made depicting himself in a fit of rage, recoloring Sonic's arms, while in a thought bubble asking Sega to recall all Sonic Boom merchandise until his arm color was changed back. He pleaded for everyone to share it with the Sega and Sonic the Hedgehog Facebook pages.
He really didn't
2 days
invest
later,
much into that
he notified
painting.
his friends of a flash sale on his mother's BMW, which was still up for sale for a limited reduced price of $9,995. 3 days
Still a lot
later,
of money, though.
Chris text messaged Renee with updates about his move back into their old home. He notified her that their house was still being renovated and that their insurance company could only afford to pay for the storage of their furniture at the Rainbow Restoration Storage Facility until the end of the month. If they had to pay for the next month themselves, it would cost them $1,600. As a possible alternative, he asked Renee if they could borrow her house and store the Chandler's furniture there until the renovations were completed. It was soon settled that they would rent another storage unit for their furniture with money Barbara borrowed from Chris's life insurance. Renee never replied to his messages. Later that day, Christian wrote on Facebook that he had a much-needed, short 5-hour-long power nap after a stressful week of
That's
irregular
not
sleeping
power
patterns.
napping.
He aimed to
That's
fulfill the
fucking
rest of his
sleeping.
orders within the following day. On November 25th, Quickie Forms user Skyraider91 returned to the Chandler's house to take and share pictures of its most recent appearance. By this time, the roof had been rebuilt and new windows were installed.
Look at
There were still
that.
many
Everything is
disposable
new
items
and
visible on
made.
the front lawn, along with
Jesus
the dumpster
Christ.
along the side of the
That
house.
has been a long time, wasn't
The
it?
next day, Chris regretfully informed his followers that due to the snowfall, shipments of his medallions and commissions may be delayed. Also on that day, he updated his wishlist album on Facebook by arranging its items in order of importance and made a post specifically regarding the items he wished to get, revealing that he had added a Sony PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation camera.
Sure.
On the 27th, he made several posts on the Keep Sonic original page, restating the importance of the protest and telling his followers not to give up until all Sonic Boom merchandise and media were corrected. He then privately attacked William Waterman over the Facebook Messenger app about posting spoilers for Sonic Boom and demanded that he delete them. He elaborated why he didn't appreciate seeing those posts. Something you really detest gets made into a real video game and a TV series and a toy line. From such, it makes it as official as The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog when it originally aired. And when you do not want to hear a damn thing about that which you detest while you are protesting it, you would not want anyone telling you anything about its story, content, or shit. And having such revealing content on the page against the thing you hate while you are rallying your support troops to dispel it would jeopardize your operation. Because if the story arcs and content should spark interest in your ranks, and your troops leave the group, the success of your protest falls. Now, do you understand, BillyWitchDoctor.com? William had assumed that Chris didn't want to see spoilers because he was interested in buying the game when it was at a reduced price. Chris denied this claim. After William reached an understanding of the situation, Christian gave him a metaphorical gold star sticker. On November 29th, Chris left
most
one
people
more
would probably
enraged
be like,
post
yeah, he's
on his
probably gonna pick it
Facebook
up somewhere.
page. Another thing of interest from what Billy figured out, I'm not in it at all for buying the blue armed game for quick reduced value either. And on that, if we continue to take it slow, the software will be reduced, and the TV show will run its course, and everything will have been done to death. No! We need to kill Sega into recalling everything now, even if we have to do something like put knives and bombs to their throats.
Sega?
And we must make all the stores send all things Sonic Boom back to Sega in the name of recall, and force Cartoon Network to pull the show, and force Sega to fix the arms in every freaking episode there as well now! In response to this outburst threatening violence, Kenneth removed Christian from his own Facebook group. Soon after, he deleted the Keep Sonic original page altogether.
That
The
is
recent
indeed very
change
much
in his
too
idol's
hectic.
appearance, Christian showed just how much he was unwilling to accept seemingly insignificant modifications. This was in part due to his autism, which made it difficult for him to accept changes. In addition, his response was the result of a lifetime of being pampered by his parents, and years of inflated self-importance brought about by the trolls, which led him to falsely believe that he had any power at all to make a difference.
While we all know in truth, he is a nobody. He has no bloody power whatsoever. No matter how much he wants to believe that, he has no power. And he fucking misunderstands. Because he wants to, basically. It's not like it's not obvious from most outsiders' perspective that he's quite literally at best a man-child. His body might have grown up, but in his mind has not. Sure, we could all go like, autism, but it's not just autism. No. That would actually do
What made him this
autism
way?
a disfavor.
What is the attraction?
He's just a really unlikable person at this point
What
in
keeps
time.
us fascinated?
Quite literally.
This is the story of Chris Chan.
Okay, how much do we have left? Around 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll probably go to watch a bit more of that and then just be done with it. Because I do not kind of need to get up and start doing a bit of moving around, otherwise I will actually fall asleep. It would not
On November
be
29th,
welcome.
2014, members of the Quickie forums noticed that the most recent episode of the Sonic Boom TV show featured a scene in which Sonic the Hedgehog eats a burger that, to his disappointment, has pickles on it. Forum members debated whether or not this was a subtle reference to Christian and Sonichu's known hatred of pickles.
I said no pickles.
Chris himself later made a Facebook post regarding this moment, asking if it were truly a reference to him, with commenters saying that it was seemingly an intentional slight against his person. On November 30th, after being banned from his previous Keep Sonic original Facebook group, Chris founded another group for his cause, called Fix Sonic's Arms Immediately, Sega! With its inception, he reposted many of the posts he had made in his previous group, and also added many new ones, with calls for people to send to Sega constant complaints until they conceded and redesigned Sonic. He appointed Kenneth Engelhardt, the administrator of the previous group who had kicked Christian out, and also the troll Kim Wilson, as administrators of the new Facebook group. Chris let his thoughts be known through several lengthy posts. Seriously, every day I still see either of those blue-armed fucked games on the store shelves, hear the cartoon is still on the CN, or no recall is taking place, the more pissed I feel. And you know I have messaged those SOBs at Sega a number of times with no response since after seeing the cartoon trailer months ago during the E3 time. It makes me so angry and frustrated being continuously ignored and swept under the rug to the point where the action and growing from small threats to make the managers there listen up. Yeah, fuck them. And I never thought I would ever have anything against my favorite color before that trailer. But now I'm looking to slit their throats with my long fingernails to force the total recall of everything Sonic Boom to fix the mistake to happen sooner! Ugh. And I have no concern of how much money Sega loses. The recall of everything Sonic Boom and changing the arm color back must happen immediately and right now! Some members of his group objected to his threats of violence, but Christian defended his words, stating that his fingernails were literally long, and that many women also had long nails. On December 2nd, while Chris and William Elliott Waterman were discussing how he would enact his vengeance against Sega, William asked if Chris would prefer to be called by female pronouns, to which she replied that she would. William suggested that she could change her name to Christine, which she agreed to accept as her eventual new name. Upon searching the name Christine Chandler, a member of the Quickie forums uncovered a 2-week-old post on the free message board, void.com, of Christine using that name to advertise herself as a willing sperm donor for lesbian couples, willing to help either with artificial or preferably natural insemination.
Yeah, sure.
Also on December 2nd, Chris wrote on
Chris.
Facebook that she and her mother Barbara would be moving back to their old house within the next few weeks, and so urged people who wanted to purchase her Sonichu medallions or drawing commissions to act quickly as the move would disrupt their production. On December 4th, Chris notified her fictitious gal pal, Renee, that she would be getting her taint piercing re-pierced, since the first piercing ended up, quote-unquote, migrating. The second attempt would be a gold barbell with jewelry on it. It was possibly around this time that Catherine and Chris began discussing their apparent breakup. Katie's side of the conversation was never revealed, but Chris insisted over text messages that they could still remain gal pals, and that she could satisfy her in bed with her near 7-inch long penis. And I do think I am entitled in a true, valid relationship with a woman very much like you, because I need the love. And not only that, but I am of royalty in the Western bloodline.
Yes, but
right now, I'm feeling tired, headachy, more depressed and sick of the blatant sarcasm and the ignorance you are showing along with your bitchy ass. And my mother is not fond of you right now either. She calls you common in your not wanting to be in a relationship with me, stewing all of that for a long while. She felt great depression over her announcement that they were not in a relationship anymore, feeling as if her heart was melting, like the Lego pieces that perished in her house fire. Chris later shared the news with Renee, who she continued to message, despite her having stopped replying since the end of October. On December 6th, Chris shared a post which wrote that the animated series, Sonic Boom, had been quite successful and would so be renewed for a second season, which angered her. Chris left a comment clarifying that her only criticism of the changes to the Sonic universe was Sonic's blue arms, suggesting that she watched the show. Chris then wrote a long post asking for her followers to engage in an organized protest against Sega, which included an aggressive message-sending campaign. She asked them to include a paragraph that stated the adverse reaction Chris had upon the sight of Sonic the Hedgehog's blue arms, referring to herself in the text with male pronouns. She then shared the response she got from Sega customer service after sending such a message. They wrote that they could not accept unsolicited suggestions from fans and encouraged her to pursue her creative efforts. The next day, she notified her followers that she would not be accepting any more offers for medallions or commissions until the new year, since the Chandlers would be in the middle of moving from their rental home back to their old house. On December 11th, Chris sent Renee a collection of photos of her strap-on without a dildo attached, and demonstrated how she wore it in order to conceal her penis. Renee had still yet to respond. A day later, Christine messaged her again, telling her that the patch of skin around the jewelry of her taint piercing was beginning to shrink again, so Chris ultimately decided to remove her piercing. 2 days later, she asked Renee if she would help Chris put together a modeling portfolio and make her feel more sex positive. Kristen let Renee know that she believed that trolls were hacking into their text messages and posting their communications on the Quickie forums, when in reality, it was the troll playing the part of Renee who was sharing their interactions, who went by the Quickie forums username Theoden. On December 15th, Chris wrote a cryptic Facebook post telling her followers not to ask her any questions or leave any comments, since she felt crappy. The next day, she realized that she could also write her pleas to change Sonic's arm color on Nintendo's online social space, the Miiverse, and posted photos of her message as written on her Nintendo 3DS. She also shared on her Facebook profile that she received a postcard from a ween with a message supporting Sonic the Hedgehog's blue arms. Chris was not amused by the troll attempt. On December 18th, Quickie Forums member Skyraider91, who had previously posted numerous photos of Chris's house after the fire and had uncovered old documentation from the Chandler's dumpster, leaked a video that Christian filmed in the aftermath of the family gift exchange of Christmas Day, 2004. The video was part of the director's cut of Chris's Yep, I'm on TV DVD, which was given to Catherine as a present.
I wish she was here so that I could talk to her and so she could help me in my quest to get a boyfriend-free 18 to 22-year-old girl.
It was later revealed that Skyraider was in fact the same troll who had played the part of Katie's cousin Al, who had accompanied the two on their date. The following day, Chris posted on Facebook that she had downloaded the game Meme Run for the Nintendo Wii U, which capitalized on popular internet-based image macros and trending memes, believing that her trolls obsessed over them. She found the game to be sensory overloading and determined that all the trolls were seriously stressed, weird, offensive, mentally demented, and screwed up. On December 19th, Christine uploaded 43 images on her "Fix Sonic's arms immediately, Sega!" Facebook page, depicting the new Sonic the Hedgehog in various TV show stills and marketing photos, with his arms altered to be the original color. She pleaded for her followers to mass send the pictures to Sega and Cartoon Network to convince them to change the character's design. The next day, Chris wrote on Facebook that the family's Christmas would likely be only fair, as they were not ready to finish moving back to their old house before the holidays, so she suggested that people consult her wish list for possible presents or gift cards to send her, strongly suggesting that she desired the big Grand Emporium Lego set, and advised against people sending her gag gifts, such as lumps of coal or copies of the Sonic Boom game. On December 21st, Chris once again posted a link to her mother's car, which was still up for sale for $10,000, and also listed Barbara's phone number for possible inquiries. In the comment section, Kim Wilson wrote that Barbara's car's fair market value was around $3,000, and doubted if anyone would choose to pay as much as she desired. Christine replied, stating that it was her mother's idea to price it at $10,000. During this time, Chris was still text messaging Catherine, trying to come to an understanding over their breakup. On Christmas Eve, Chris sent her a few finalizing texts. "I'll tell you another thing. While I can appreciate it from my mother and pets, but when I get a show of positive emotions or vibes from anyone else, nada and or a paint thud in my heart. And that is blamed on my autism, and when I am in the depressed and lonely boat like I am again now. But, whatever. Enjoy your Christmas with your parents and the stepmom and other family alive and close. And whoever you end up having for a boyfriend and sweetheart. And because everyone around here locally either hates me and my mother, or overlooks or ignores us, we both are feeling depressed. At home, we have each other, but that's about it right there. An emotional crappy Christmas. Peaceful day, but with everyone outside of our house not appreciating us much at all."
Yeah, sure.
On Christmas Day, Chris messaged Renee, letting her know that she had bought figurines for the game Skylanders, and that she also had family time and some bonus cash to keep her spirits up. However, her pets were causing some trouble. She wished that she could wake up in the morning either with a sweetheart by her side, or having magically transformed her body from male to female.
Square Mall. This is described as a white male, 5'9", with long brown hair. So he's wearing 2 separate glasses and fake breasts. His name is supposed to be Christopher Chandler.
On December 26th, Chris and her mother drove to Charlottesville's Fashion Square. While Barbara stayed by herself to have lunch, Chris entered the game retailer GameStop, from which she had been banned for vandalizing Sonic Boom displays. At the time, user of the site Tumblr, Monozettai, who knew of Chris Chan, was at the store at the same time and managed to record a short video and later wrote an account of what he experienced.
What an idiot.
I looked up and saw Chris surrounded by 3 to 4 employees in a corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they had been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on! Can't we let bygones be bygones?" The employees ignored him and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which is about when I began filming. The short clip showed Christine on her way out of the store, and right before exiting, she pepper sprayed the shirt of the store's assistant manager, who was standing to the side of the door.
Don't call anybody. And that was the bar too.
Kristen went back to her car and drove back home. Police arrived at the scene about half an hour after the incident and managed to find her mother, Barbara, still eating lunch at the mall. Police officers took her home, promptly arrested Chris, and then brought her to be detained at Albert Mall Regional Jail.
Nobody was surprised.
2 days later, an individual recorded his call to the jail, asking about the details of Chris's detainment.
Good afternoon. I want to verify some information about an inmate that you have.
Oh my God, Chandler.
Yeah, the name is Christian Weston Chandler. I'm not the first person who called you about this particular issue.
No, you're the 3rd person in a row. That's why I knew it was that, probably.
Okay, I'm surprised. I want to confirm or deny if he is in jail right now because some incident that happened, I think, 2 days ago or something.
Yeah, he's here.
He is in jail.
He's here. He'll have video court Monday morning.
Okay. Could you add more information? He's going to be charged. He's going to.
Oh yeah, he got a charge for spraying gas. I think he sprayed pepper spray somebody.
Yeah, that's the current information that we have. There's some video on YouTube where he sprayed the GameStop employee with some paper spray or something like that. I hope the employee is okay.
Oh yeah, he's fine.
Probably just annoyed having to clean his clothing.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I appreciate all your cooperation.
Yeah.
On December 29th, Christine was formally charged with a Class 6 felony, unlawful release of dangerous gas. She posted a $2,500 bail and was allowed to return home, with her next hearing scheduled for February 5th, 2015. Upon returning home, Chris wrote an exceptionally long Facebook post detailing her account of what transpired. Attention everyone! To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue.
Once again,
If
everybody else has
Sega had
ignored,
never changed them
but not
or
you.
reversed the change between
Oh,
February and
strange.
November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys and whatever else, I would never have had to protest and rebel the way I have, including the creation of my group. Fix Sonic's arms immediately, Sega! Within my groups, I've led by example to push forward to the path of waking Sega up and forcing them to change Sonic's arm color back immediately. And to confess, I have done my part for real. I had personally gone into 3 of the 4 local GameStops, excluding the Fashion Square one, 3 times to personally protest in my silent way. First attack, I printed, as seen on the Facebook group, the fronts of the Sonic Boom game inserts. I fixed double-sided tape onto the backs and affix them onto the fronts of their respective display game boxes on the shelves. Second attack. About a week later, I checked the success of my first attack, damaged a few original inserts pretty well to full removal, and of what were still there, I made attempts to transfer the inserts from the original cases into behind the inserts of different games. I've had to briefly explain my reasons and the protest, and told them that they should not be selling the Blue Arm Bandit games in the first place,
Jesus
and that they should
Christ.
send all of their remaining stock of Sonic Boom games and stuff back to Sega to make them change Sonic's arm color back immediately. They did nothing.
Of course they didn't.
And one last week later, the third and final attack, and the one and only time that the Fashion Square location had been involved as well. I made up and printed faux price tag decals with a short note to discourage purchase of the Blue Arm Bandit games and promote the protesting boycott. I also had hidden all of the blue-armed Sonic toys at Toys R Us here, concealed hidden amongst the metal cupboards, so they all would not be sold. And best boycotted
Some
for the
poor
protest,
employee has then to
they
look for
remained
the
hidden
shit
for the
and put it
longest
back.
time of over a month. Found and reshelved
pain.
near the 20th of December to my personal dismay and crestfall. And at Best Buy, all copies of their Sonic Boom games are still successfully concealed and hidden from view and purchase. Last Friday, the 26th, my mother and I were at the mall, getting pizza and spaghetti for lunch. She had informed me of a good mini refrigerator deal at Sears, so after eating, I made my way to check it out. On the way to Sears, I peeked into the GameStop, and I spotted a new Skylander figure, Blast Your Mind. I was set to buy it, and I was going to consider checking out their Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. Innocent. I was not looking for trouble, but then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here. You need to leave now." But still determined to continue my shopping,